3 centuries after the arrival of the game, Virtual Realm, the world has descended into an age of desolation. Progression has become sluggish, drop rates have plummeted, and some even find themselves unable to access the game world. Tang Yun emerges dramatically, awakening with the unparalleled talent of infinite loot, boasting a 100 drop rate that disregards all constraints. He can even procure items that have never before been seen. Can equipment, techniques, and skills be upgraded with a mere click? Is it possible to gain attributes simply by slaying monsters? While others toil diligently to enhance their levels and attributes through arduous training, he has amassed a plethora of exceptional treasures through relentless slaughter. Chapter 1. Entering the game, Infinite Loot. Remember, this is your last opportunity. Should you fail to access the game, Virtual Realm, you will be deemed forsaken by the heavens. In the classroom, a burly middle-aged teacher gazes gravely at the 7 students below. Upon hearing these words, several of them tremble, their eyes brimming with desire. This is the final chance. I must enter Virtual Realm. Tang Yun's eyes blaze with fervor, his yearning surpassing that of anyone else. The students behind him whisper among themselves. 300 years ago, the game, Virtual Realm, descended, transforming our world. The abilities and equipment from the game can be brought back to reality. It is said that during that time, everyone was extraordinary, capable of entering Virtual Realm, and there were no forsaken ones. Indeed, over time, leveling up has become increasingly arduous, and the forsaken have gradually emerged, unable to enter the game world. Currently, the ratio of forsaken individuals is approaching 1 in 10. Experts have stated that if this trend continues, in 100 years, humanity will be unable to access Virtual Realm. How shall we contend against those monsters? The crowd is filled with apprehension regarding the future. All right, come up to the stage, grasp the magic stone tightly, do not let go, and concentrate on sensing. Shang Zhe repeats tirelessly. The 7 students tread heavily, adhering to Shang Zhe's instructions meticulously. None wish to miss this final opportunity. Tang Yun takes a deep breath, gazing at the radiant magic stone, his heart a tumult of anxiety. Shang Zhe casts a glance at Tang Yun, sighing softly, his thoughts entangled. I never anticipated that Tang Yun would also be forsaken. His sister is a prodigy from our Jiangbei city. Not merely a prodigy, she entered the top academy in the capital with the highest score in the entire province. Moreover, she is beautiful and reportedly has garnered the affections of many young masters from prominent families. That was in the past. Now she lies in a hospital bed, rumored to be in a vegetative state. No one knows what transpired. It's such a pity. Who knows? It is said that she offended the powerful in the capital. Among the 7, Tang Yun undoubtedly stands out as the most remarkable, solely due to his sister, the most illustrious genius in the history of their school. From the moment he enrolled, he has drawn attention, yet no one expected him to remain unable to access Virtual Realm. Listening to their discussions only strengthens Tang Yun's resolve. Sister, I must uncover the truth. I will revive you. Tang Yun silently vows. Virtual Realm is his sole opportunity. Suddenly, the scenery before him shifts. An unfamiliar world. Warm sunlight pierces the soul. An emotionless mechanical voice resonates in his mind, yet it sounds like celestial music to Tang Yun. Welcome to Virtual Realm. Your identification number is, please enter your nickname. I did it. This is Virtual Realm. Tang Yun exclaims with delight. I shall name myself Feng Yun. Within Virtual Realm, identification numbers are unique, yet nicknames can be duplicated and changed. Tang Yun does not ponder further. Check my panel. In the next moment, all of his attributes materialize before him. Nickname, Feng Yun ID. Level, 1, 0.00. Health, 500. Constitution * 100. Recovery, 0.1/s. Mana, 100. Spirit * 20. Recovery, 0.1/s. Physical attack, 50. Strength * 10. Magical attack, 50. Intelligence * 10. Physical defense, 5. Constitution * 1. Magical defense, 5. Spirit * 1. Strength, 5. 2/growth. Intelligence, 5. 2/growth. Constitution, 5. 2/growth. Spirit, 5. 2/growth. Speed, 8 meters per second, 0.5/growth. Talent, infinite loot, uniqueness. Elemental affinity, fire, 20. Mindset amplification, 0. Skills, sky-splitting technique, mastery, ethereal step, mastery. Techniques, none. Equipment, none. The game Virtual Realm differs from others, lacking class divisions, relying entirely on players' experiences and choices within the game. The initial panels are nearly identical for all players, with distinctions arising in talent and elemental affinity. Talent. I have awakened a talent. I'm not only not forsaken, but rather a talent holder. Tang Yun exclaims with overwhelming joy, as if he has ascended from the depths of despair to the heights of the heavens. It is essential to recognize that those endowed with talent are a rarity, 1 in 10,000. What does this notion of rarity truly signify? In this cohort, comprising over 10,000 individuals, not a single one possesses such a gift. A talent of singularity. Tang Yun pondered with a hint of confusion. The terminology is not difficult to comprehend. His talent is indeed unique to him alone. However, the instructor had elucidated long ago that the Virtual Realms game does not categorize talents by strength. Yet, nations across the globe have established tiers for all talents. The lowest tier is F, while the highest ascends to S. There has never been mention of additional descriptors accompanying talents. Let me take a closer look. Tang Yun suppressed his curiosity and turned his attention to the talent description. Infinite loot. Killing a target guarantees a 100 drop rate, with the potential to yield items beyond the established rules, unencumbered by any restrictions. A 100 drop rate. Tang Yun was taken aback. The drop rates in the virtual realm have been a subject of much criticism, especially as experience points dwindle and leveling becomes increasingly arduous, resulting in a yearly decline in drop rates. Compared to the game's inception, the current state is akin to a dark age. With this alone, it must surely qualify as an S, Tang Yun murmured. Items beyond the drop rules? That warrants further investigation, he mused inwardly. At present, he remained unaware of the specific items that might be dropped. Young man, why do you stand idly here? You seem strong. Assist me in dispatching this chicken. As the luminous pillars surrounding him dissipated, an elderly woman appeared before Tang Yun. Surrounding them was a rather lively village. A novice village. Tang Yun felt a stir within. These were foundational insights. Quest, a minor trial, completed to receive a novice weapon. The old woman spoke as she handed him a small kitchen knife, which added 5 points to his attack power. Very well, Tang Yun replied promptly. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The rooster in the old woman's grasp flapped its wings incessantly. Tang Yun took hold of the chicken, preparing to bring the blade down when a voice reached his ears. Mortal, I am a creation chicken. Should you slay me, calamity shall befall you. In due time, order will collapse, and disaster shall follow in succession. You will become the world's transgressor. Spare me, and you shall receive my blessing. The rooster ceased its struggles, its eyes gleaming with intensity. Tang Yun felt as though he had been ensnared in an illusion, the world before him gradually crumbling, apocalyptic visions unfolding. A mere trick, and you think to deceive me. Tang Yun scoffed derisively. This was a rite of passage that every player would encounter, and it served as a small boon offered by the Virtual Realms game. Slaying this chicken would yield a drop rate approaching 50. Furthermore, it could drop numerous useful items, all without any peril. However, at the game's inception, many were duped, and some, out of compassion, missed a significant opportunity. Now, 3 centuries into the game, apart from the overly benevolent, few would hesitate to slay this chicken. Whoosh! With a single stroke, Tang Yun severed it, and the system's voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, you have slain the novice chicken, rewarded with a space ring. Excellent. *1. A foundational skill card of the extreme realm. Chapter 2. The Pinnacle of Skills. The fundamental skill pinnacle card? Could it truly elevate skills to their utmost limits? Tang Yun felt his breath quicken. Does this item truly exist? Could it be akin to a primordial chicken? Wait a moment. Could this be due to a talent? Tang Yun suddenly realized. Skills are notoriously rare, and their enhancement relies solely on diligent practice. Of course, there are certain treasures that can provide assistance, but that is the extent of it. Within the Void Realm, skill levels are categorized as novice, proficient, mastery, minor achievement, major achievement, subtlety, perfection, great perfection, and pinnacle. Given the varying levels of comprehension, the speed of advancement naturally differs among individuals. Currently, he has attained the proficient level in 2 fundamental skills, which is commendable. This achievement, however, has consumed several years of his life. To reach minor achievement, he estimates it will require at least another 3 years, and that is merely for 1 basic skill. His talent is already considered quite remarkable. An ordinary person would need even more time. During the senior year of high school, the school facilitates entry into the Void Realm. Prior to that, all teachings revolve around Void Realm. For instance, the skill sky-splitting 3 styles he is learning is a technique passed down by a formidable figure. The school teaches these skills in advance, and upon entering the game, the skill levels carry over. Initially, he ambitiously pursued the sky-splitting 3 styles. After years of tireless dedication, he has only managed to reach the proficient stage. It is indeed the most challenging among basic martial arts. Glancing at his skill description, Tang Yun felt a twinge of regret. Sky-splitting 3 styles. Proficient, the first strike inflicts 30 physical damage, the second inflicts 60 physical damage, and the third inflicts 120 physical damage. Consumes 20 mana, cooldown time 10 seconds. Back then, his sister was a genius. Naturally, he was unwilling to lag behind and unhesitatingly chose the most arduous sky-splitting 3 styles. This skill is rarely selected due to its difficulty and perceived lack of utility. The sky-splitting 3 styles is executed in 3 stages, each separated by intervals. Moreover, the damage of the first and second stages is disappointingly low. Currently, having cultivated to the proficient stage, only the third strike's damage can be considered substantial. However, this skill is exceedingly easy to evade. The first 2 stages serve as significant wind-up actions. The third strike is virtually impossible to land, making it less effective than simply striking twice. Choosing this skill was a mix of arrogance and ambition, yet when mastered to a high level, it is undeniably the strongest basic skill. It even surpasses many first-tier skills. Fundamental Skill Pinnacle card can elevate a basic skill to its pinnacle. Pinnacle. This is the legendary realm. Tang Yun's heart brimmed with anticipation. Although skill proficiency is divided into 9 levels, in reality, major achievement is already the limit. To reach subtlety or even perfection, only top-tier geniuses can achieve such heights. Moreover, it requires an immense amount of time. As of now, he has yet to hear of anyone reaching the pinnacle. Use the pinnacle card, Tang Yun silently declared. Congratulations. The sky-splitting 3 styles have been elevated to the pinnacle. Obscure knowledge surged into his mind, and his entire being seemed to undergo a transformation. The pinnacle. Is this the pinnacle version of the sky-splitting 3 styles? Witnessing the changes in his skill, Tang Yun felt an exhilarating rush. Sky-splitting 3 styles. Pinnacle. The first strike inflicts 150 physical damage, the second inflicts 300 physical damage, and the third inflicts 600 physical damage. Consumes 20 mana, cooldown time 10 seconds. The first strike alone deals 150 damage. If all 3 strikes land, that amounts to 10-fold damage. Terrifying. Crucially, as the skill improves, it becomes even smoother to execute. Evading it becomes exceedingly challenging for opponents. The inherent difficulty of this skill lies in its tendency to miss, yet with his current level of proficiency, missing has become nearly impossible. This is merely the first monster, and my talent seems overwhelmingly potent. Tang Yun was filled with hope for the future. Sister, I will surely awaken you. Tang Yun silently vowed. Young man, well done. This sword is truly suitable for you. Strive to be a valiant warrior. For the world outside is worth your exploration. The elderly woman regarded Tang Yun with satisfaction, handing him an ancient long sword. Novice longsword, inferior. Attack power, 10. Within the Void Realm, equipment is categorized into stages of inferior, normal, fine, rare, excellent, perfect, epic, legendary, and mythical. However, at level 110, one remains in the foundational phase. And the highest quality of equipment attainable is excellent. The novice chicken bestowed upon him a fine ring, which was unexpected. The weapon given by the elderly woman was quite standard. Thank you, Granny Yin. Tang Yun expressed his gratitude politely. The guides had long advised treating the inhabitants of the Void Realm as real beings. Cultivating good relationships with them could yield unforeseen benefits. Such a polite child. My son is the butcher at the village entrance. You might seek him out for guidance. Granny Yin suggested. Thank you. Tang Yun repeatedly expressed his thanks. However, he currently had no time to visit the village entrance. A crowd still surrounded him in the classroom. As the scenery shifted, Tang Yun returned to reality, feeling somewhat disoriented. I did it. I succeeded. I am not the Forsaken One. An individual nearby exclaimed with excitement. The other 5 displayed expressions of envy, evidently, among the 6. He was the only one able to communicate with the Void Realm. Indeed, Zhanghai, please record your identification number first. Shangzhe remarked with satisfaction. All right, my number is. Zhanghai announced his number loudly. Over the past year, he had endured immense pressure and finally succeeded in establishing communication at the last moment. Tang Yun you. Shangzhe turned his gaze toward Tang Yun. Teacher, I too have succeeded. My number is. Tang Yun inhaled deeply, maintaining composure as he spoke. I have succeeded? Excellent. Shangzhe appeared quite pleased. Alas, what a pity that Tang Yun has succeeded. He is not the Forsaken One. But what does success matter? It is too late. With merely 3 days until the college entrance examination, he has no chance of attending university. Only by entering university does one qualify for awakening and bringing abilities from the game back to reality. Hush, have you forgotten? Due to Tang Miaoying, he possesses the privilege to directly enter a university in the imperial capital. How infuriating. I detest such privileged individuals. The crowd murmured, many casting envious and disdainful glances toward Tang Yun. They had toiled tirelessly in their studies and still might not gain admission to university or secure an awakening opportunity. Yet Tang Yun, thanks to his sister, could effortlessly walk the path to success. How utterly unfair. Privilege, you say? Tang Yun sighed inwardly. Only he understood his circumstances. With Tang Miaoying in her slumber, he had long since lost any privilege. In 3 days, could he truly compete with those who had been in the game for a year? Tang Yun clenched his fists. Chapter 3. Re-entering the Void Realm. Inferior skills? Now, from this day forth, your high school studies shall conclude, and you will soon encounter the most critical moment of your lives. Shangzhe interrupted the discussions. The students listened attentively as Shangzhe outlined certain matters. It is well known that only by gaining admission to university can one secure an awakening opportunity. allowing them to bring the powers of the game world back to reality. However, different universities yield different rewards upon awakening. In institutions of lesser repute, one can only attain abilities ranging from 10 to 30. In second-tier schools, the range extends from 30 to 60. However, in prestigious establishments, one may achieve scores between 60 and 90, even reaching the pinnacle of 100. As Xujie spoke, the air grew thick with anticipation and anxiety among the crowd. Who among them did not aspire to be admitted to a better university? Yet, the challenge loomed large. Their school, among the top in Jiangbei City, boasted over 70 students. Yet, even half of them gaining university admission would be commendable. The thought of elite institutions, particularly the top-tier ones, was a distant dream, hardly to be contemplated. With merely 3 days remaining, Xujie suggested that everyone take the time to rest and recalibrate their states of mind. Tang Yun and Zhang Hai, please stay behind. The rest may return home, he instructed. The students erupted in cheers and jubilant chatter as they departed, while Tang Yun remained enveloped in elation. In contrast, Zhang Hai wore a look of despondency. Although he had successfully established communication with the virtual realm, he realized that 3 days were insufficient for university admission. He felt no different from those unqualified for the entrance exams. Though you can access the virtual realm, 3 days is hardly enough to pass the Gaokao. However, you are not forsaken by fate. Opportunities will arise in the future. And remember, university admission is not solely determined by exams. Do not lose heart, Xujie encouraged warmly. Thank you, teacher, the two responded. Despite the brevity of their time, they held on to the belief that future chances would present themselves. Diligently engage with the virtual realm game. Perhaps it will pave the way for your livelihood in the future, Xujie reiterated, outlining important game considerations before allowing them to leave. Once out of the classroom, many wore expressions of exuberance, yet Tang Yun and Zhang Hai exhibited no signs of joy. Oh, Tang Yun, I cannot enter university, nor can I repeat my studies. My family cannot afford a placement for me. What shall I do? Zhang Hai lamented. Even without awakening, if you perform well in the game, you can still lead a good life. Keep pushing forward, Tang Yun replied calmly. Tang Yun, I've heard your sister has connections in Dijing and has secured a school for you. Could you take me along? Zhang Hai ventured with a hopeful grin. To be frank, I am struggling to secure my own future. If I wish to attend university, I must rely solely on my own efforts, Tang Yun sighed. If you're unwilling to assist, then spare me your sarcastic remarks. No wonder your sister is in a vegetative state. Your family deserves it, Zhang Hai retorted, his demeanor shifting sharply. Tang Yun's expression darkened, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Realizing his mistake, Zhang Hai hastily retreated. Tang Yun took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and boarded the bus home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he faintly discerned a cacophony within. Ungrateful wretches. Lu Xiao is fortunate to even acknowledge your family's vegetative state. What does it matter to borrow her body? You think she is some celestial being? A shrill voice pierced the air. Tang Yun felt a surge of indignation. Get out, he bellowed, his voice resonating with authority, alleviating some of his pent-up emotions. You will come to regret this. A gaudily dressed middle-aged woman stumbled out, her expression one of fury. You must persuade your parents, she implored. Leave, Tang Yun interrupted curtly. If you must go, then go. Just wait and see. The woman seethed with frustration, but Tang Yun dismissed her and entered the house. Dad, Mom, he called softly. Upon seeing him, their faces brightened with smiles. Welcome back. Your teacher mentioned you can now access the virtual realm. That's wonderful news. His mother, Wang Xiuhe, beamed, seemingly intent on shielding Tang Yun from any negativity. Though it's a bit late, as long as you're not forsaken by fate, the future will hold many possibilities. His father, Tang Qingyang, nodded in agreement. Their family was not affluent, but maintained a decent living, running a small shop that supported Tang Yun and his sister. However, after a calamity struck 2 years prior, their circumstances had gradually worsened. I will strive to succeed. I am determined to attend university, Tang Yun declared resolutely. They exchanged glances, a silent sigh passing between them, yet they refrained from undermining Tang Yun's confidence. That's the spirit. Truly, you are the son of Tang Qingyang. His father laughed heartily. Your mother has prepared a feast to celebrate. Wang Xiuhe chimed in joyfully. Wow, it's all my favorites. Tang Yun feigned exuberance, not wanting to burden his parents with worry. After the meal, he retreated to his room. Outside, the atmosphere shifted as his parents' spirits plummeted. What shall we do now? The doctor says that Miaoying's condition has worsened, and we need to pay an additional 200,000. We have no savings left, Wang Xiuhe lamented, her face etched with distress. We may need to sell the shop and the house to get through this for Miaoying. And we should also explore options for securing a place for Xiaoyun at university, Tang Qingyang pondered. Miaoying is an insatiable void, and Xiaoyun is at a critical juncture for expenses. What shall we do? Wang Xiuhe's tears flowed freely as she felt she had failed her children. Let us take it one step at a time, Tang Qingyang comforted, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Within his room, Tang Yun was entirely immersed in the virtual realm. With my talent, I wonder if 3 days will be sufficient to bring me to the threshold of university, he mused, a hint of melancholy washing over him. Upon returning to the novice village, everything appeared unchanged. The novice village within the virtual realm existed independently, untouched by the exploits of seasoned players, who were also barred from entering this realm. Hey brother, what a coincidence. Want to team up? A cheerful young man with short hair approached Tang Yun. Before Tang Yun could respond, the young man continued, I just defeated a novice chicken that claimed to be an idol, singing and dancing, trying to con me. I swiftly dispatched it and obtained something good. What about you? Just a small piece of equipment, Tang Yun replied with a faint smile. Spatial ring, fine. Space, 5M. Equipment in the virtual realm encompasses weapons, tops, pants, shoes, rings, necklaces, bracelets, as well as various special items. Typically, players opt for a 3-piece jewelry set that includes an item with spatial attributes, as the game lacks any form of inventory, making it exceedingly inconvenient. The equipment is of little use. Mine is a special item, the short-haired youth boasted. By the way, what skill did you learn? He inquired. Sky splitter technique. Tang Yun responded. Ugh, a useless skill. Good luck with that, the youth scoffed, turning his back and walking away. Sighing, Tang Yun reflected on the unfavorable reputation of the sky splitter technique. Many who pursued it were severely disappointed, as it effectively equated to having no skill at all. Shaking his head, he made his way toward the butcher's domain at the village entrance, where he encountered several novice players. Chapter 4. Attribute Increase. Player Kill. Each novice village can accommodate a maximum of 10,000 players. Once full, no new players may join. It is said that only by stepping out of the novice village does one truly enter the virtual realm. Currently, Tang Yun had merely taken his first step. Uncle Ma, Granny Yin sent me to find you. Tang Yun addressed the middle-aged butcher, sharpening his knife. The young lad, the village chief's daughter, is celebrating her birthday, and I have been quite occupied lately. Please assist me in bringing back a spotted pig, and I shall reward you handsomely. The butcher raised his head slightly. Uttering these words, quest, hunt a spotted pig for the butcher, reward, 5 copper coins. 5 copper coins, not a bad deal. Tang Yun nodded slightly. In the realm of virtual world, the currency consists of copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, which in turn equal 10,000 copper coins. The exchange rate with the Xia Kingdom is roughly 1-to-1 for copper coins. Thus, upon completing this task, he would earn $5. In this world, an average person earns merely a few thousand a month, with higher salaries just exceeding 10,000. Only those who attend university can earn tens of thousands, or even millions, in a month. In this current age of decline, the drop rates are exceedingly low, and currency is scarce, let alone equipment. Quality gear can easily fetch 1,000. With his elder sister in the hospital, constantly incurring expenses, it is now imperative for him to contribute to the family. My 100 drop rate should yield quite a few valuable items, he mused. Although his parents did not impose pressure upon him, he could sense the family's circumstances. Money is of paramount importance. Tang Yun understood this well. Wealthier families provide their children with the best equipment, even hiring private tutors to impart skills and techniques. For ordinary families, one must rely solely on oneself. All right, Uncle Ma, Tang Yun replied eagerly. Upon leaving the village, he observed numerous individuals assembling teams to hunt monsters. The creatures in virtual world are formidable. In a one-on-one scenario, if one's combat skills are lacking, they may even face a swift demise. Dying not only results in a loss of experience, but also inflicts physical damage. One must rest for a day before logging back in. Continuous logins would be akin to overextending one's body, leading to inevitable exhaustion. Teaming up also results in an increase in experience. Teams of 5 or fewer yield double experience, while groups of 6 to 10 grant triple experience. The optimal team configuration is a duo, maximizing experience gain. With my extreme skills, I should be able to single-handedly take down foes without a team. Tang Yun was brimming with confidence. Gurgle, gurgle. Not far away, he spotted a pink spotted pig quenching its thirst. As he approached, the creature immediately turned its head. Spotted pig. Level 1. Health points, 500. Physical defense, 20. Magical defense, 20. Roar. Upon perceiving an enemy, the spotted pig's primal instincts surged forth, charging straight at him at an impressive speed. This monster possessed noteworthy attack power, yet its intelligence was rather lacking, devoid of any skills. Ethereal Step. Tang Yun activated his movement technique, significantly enhancing his speed. Ethereal Step, mastery upon use. Increases speed by 15. Lasts for 5 seconds. Consumes 10 mana points. Cooldown, 10 seconds. He easily dodged the pig's charge, skyrending 3 styles. After evading its strike, Tang Yun launched his own attack. 70, 160, 340. The 3-tiered damage was unleashed in an instant, leaving the spotted pig unable to react before it was swiftly dispatched by Tang Yun. So this is the might of the sky-rending 3 styles. Tang Yun felt a surge of excitement. Virtual world is notoriously challenging. Typically, one must grind for ages against monsters of the same level. Few can achieve what he had just accomplished. Congratulations. You have slain a level 1 spotted pig, earning 1 experience point, 5 copper coins, 1 strength. He had obtained copper coins, and 5 of them at that. Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback. The current drop rates are exceedingly low, with most monster kills yielding only experience. Furthermore, the experience gained was minimal, just 1 point. This meant he would need to slay 1,000 level 1 monsters to level up. The disparity from the game's inception had reached 100-fold. This is precisely why this era is referred to as the Age of Decline. Additionally, within Virtual World, killing monsters below one's own level yields no drops whatsoever. Not even experience. With these cumulative factors, the current difficulty of the game is nothing short of hellish. 5 copper coins are one thing, but gaining a point of strength as well? Is this an anomaly? Tang Yun's breath quickened. If this continues, to what heights will he ascend? It is beyond imagination. Similar to the extreme card, Virtual World has never been known to yield attributes as drops. However, this must be mere luck. Tang Yun tempered his joy, as innate talent does not guarantee drops outside established rules. Nevertheless, this talent had indeed brought him considerable delight. I shall return to complete the quest and replenish my mana. He thought to himself. In this game, mana and health recovery are painfully slow. A consumption of 30 mana requires 300 seconds, and this is only possible out of combat. During battles, self-recovery is scarce. This is yet another factor that hampers players' leveling speed. Typically, players would engage in combat for several minutes to defeat a monster, then rest for a few minutes. In an ideal scenario, one might slay dozens in a day. Yet, a single mistake could lead to a death, resulting in a total loss of experience and a level drop. Generally, it takes about 20 days to progress from level 1 to level 2, and the challenges only escalate thereafter. Many players struggle to reach level 10 within a year. However, upon achieving level 10, one can undertake a breakthrough quest to ascend to the next tier. Only then does one truly begin to engage with Virtual World. Young man, leave the carcass of that pig. Not long after slaying the spotted pig, a voice rang out behind him. Turning around, he found 2 individuals flanking him, scrutinizing him closely. Clearly, they too had accepted the quest to hunt spotted pigs. Aiming to pick up the scraps? Tang Yun raised an eyebrow. This was a scenario discussed in class. Quite common indeed. The best response is to concede, as preserving one's level is paramount. Moreover, dying once incurs a hefty price. You just fought that spotted pig. How much strength do you have left? The taller one, sporting a leering grin, inquired. Under normal circumstances, solo monster hunting would deplete most of one's strength. Encountering others leaves one defenseless. This was precisely why they were so brazen in attempting to rob Tang Yun. Be wise, or else each time we cross paths, you shall meet your end, warned the burly youth on the right. You may try, Tang Yun replied nonchalantly. If you seek trouble, you shall find it. The burly youth bellowed angrily, charging forward. Sky-rending 3 styles. Tang Yun did not hold back. The 3-tiered skill was unleashed in almost an instant. 100, 205, 415. The burly youth was left with a mere 200 health points. What? The tall youth was left dumbfounded. His companion had been effortlessly slain without a chance to retaliate. What kind of monster had they provoked? Congratulations. You have slain player Wang Shun, earning a beginner longsword. 1 basic skill point. With the burly youth's demise, the system's voice echoed once more. Tang Yun was momentarily stunned. Such beginner weapons were not typically dropped. Moreover, this basic skill point could be used to enhance skill levels. He turned his gaze to the remaining individual, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. Chapter 5. Instant Kill. Rewards. Stay back, the tall youth shouted. Tang Yun smiled faintly, silently utilizing this foundational skill point. Congratulations, your ethereal step has reached minor proficiency. Ethereal step, minor proficiency increases movement speed by 20 for 5 seconds. Consumes 10 mana, cooldown of 10 seconds. Minor proficiency in ethereal step. It has saved him years of arduous training. Tang Yun felt a surge of excitement. The tall youth was also swiftly heading towards the village. Planning to escape? Tang Yun would not let him go. Ethereal step. In an instant, Tang Yun's speed surged to 96 meters per second. In just a few meters, he quickly caught up with the other. Spare my life, the tall youth cried out. Unfortunately, Tang Yun paid him no heed, unleashing his skill to swiftly incapacitate him. Congratulations. You have slain player 2 Chong, gained a novice longsword. Experience 01. Oh, another novice longsword dropped, and one can gain experience from slaying players? Tang Yun couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of talent. Killing a player merely results in a level drop for the opponent, and equipment only has a chance to drop. Yet, it appeared that the player he killed seemed to drop equipment 100 of the time. Is this somewhat unfriendly? Selling it to an NPC could fetch 10 copper coins, which is decent. Tang Yun mused. In such a short time, he had already earned 25 coins. After completing the task, he could earn another 5. However, Tang Yun was not overly elated. A few dozen coins would not resolve his family's predicament. Moreover, some individuals could earn tens of thousands from slaying a single monster. Compared to those individuals, his journey was far from over. What the hell? In a room, Wang Shun opened his eyes, cursing vehemently. Instantaneously killed? No way. I must find out what that thing is. Wang Shun looked indignant, believing his strength to be considerable. Yet Tang Yun had given him no time to react, directly annihilating him. He couldn't even unleash his full potential. When he attempted to communicate again within the virtual realm, he stumbled, nearly fainting. Wang Shun wiped the sweat from his brow. I almost forgot, damn it. Left with no choice, he opened a novice village forum. Seeking answers. Is it possible to be instantaneously killed in a novice village? Has the game encountered a bug? Soon, comments began flooding in. What era are we in? Still talking about bugs. It has been stated that virtual realm has no glitches. Everyone disperse. The original poster is merely joking. A level 1 character typically has 500 health and 60 attack. What could possibly kill someone instantly? Even a genius with a first-tier skill wouldn't be able to achieve that. Novice village elites can't even enter, and there are no godly items, theoretically. Instant kills should be impossible. The crowd discussed fervently, believing Wang Shun was merely jesting. Is that you, Shunfeng Express? Suddenly, a comment caught Wang Shun's attention. Strong indeed? Wang Shun quickly replied. Yes, it's me. Tu Chang exclaimed excitedly. You were also killed? Wang Shun inquired curiously. Yes, that guy was too ruthless. With just a couple of strikes, I was done for. Tu Chang hurriedly responded. What the hell? Are you two actually serious? Someone questioned skeptically. It's true. That guy somehow managed to kill me instantly. I was completely shocked at the time, Tu Chang admitted. According to logic, everyone has 60 attack. Surely one should be able to withstand a few hits. No such situation of being instantly killed was even mentioned by our instructor. Their exchange nearly convinced the crowd. But soon, a knowledgeable commentator emerged. There are significant flaws in your stories. The knowledgeable commentator stated. To instantly kill someone with 500 health, a skill must achieve an 8-fold amplification. As far as I know, first-tier skills do not have such effects. And do you think a level 1 player could utilize second-tier skills? The knowledgeable commentator's words resonated with the audience. Indeed, second-tier skills would require hundreds of mana. A level 1 player simply wouldn't have enough mana. However, to clarify, an 8-fold amplification theoretically could occur with a first-tier pinnacle skill reaching its utmost limit. The second knowledgeable commentator added. Yet, such a first-tier skill would require at least 100 mana. Casting one skill would deplete the mana, making it impossible to instantly kill 2 players in quick succession. In fact, Virtual Realm is quite fair. Such situations of instant kills are virtually non-existent during the novice phase. Of course, this is all theoretical and does not take talents into account. Certain talents can provide damage bonuses, and some prodigies with enhanced states can increase damage. The second knowledgeable commentator clearly understood more. Talented individuals are exceptionally rare. It's reasonable not to consider them since, regardless of talent, one cannot achieve instant kills. Unless one starts with a strike of 999. After evaluation, the two were merely jesters. What the hell, almost tricked. So, are you two trying to create a buzz? To attract attention? And then start a live stream? Disgusting. The crowd jeered. The two felt quite aggrieved. Damn it. If I were a fraud, my whole family would perish. Wang Shun fumed. Being killed was already infuriating, and now he had to face suspicion. Humph, who would believe such words? There are no fraudsters in this world. Fraudsters have no families. Exactly. The crowd continued to harass them. What skills did he use to kill you? Someone hit the nail on the head. It seemed like the sky-splitting 3 styles, but it was somewhat different. I'm not certain. Tu Chang observed more keenly, hastily responding. Sky-splitting 3 styles. This answer is quite clever. It is widely known that the sky-splitting 3 styles belong to foundational skills, yet they are exceedingly difficult to master. Reportedly even more challenging than first-tier skills, and without high proficiency, they yield purely side effects. The knowledgeable commentator stated. Indeed. The sky-splitting 3 styles theoretically possess the potential for instant kills, but one must reach the utmost limit for that. However, currently, no one has achieved it. Lacking a reference point, it can be said that you two have done your homework. The second knowledgeable commentator commented as well. What the hell? What does that mean? Are you still doubting us? Wang Shun retorted angrily. Heh, those who understand, understand. I, Qin Shi Huang. Fun me. Fraudsters waste expressions. If what you two are saying is true, I suggest you shouldn't be here lamenting or thinking about revenge. You should seize the opportunity to find powerful allies. Perhaps you could achieve great success in the future, the second knowledgeable commentator continued. Haha, when wealthy, don't forget me. Amidst a chorus of mockery, the two begrudgingly retreated. What is wrong with this world? Honestly, no one believes me, sigh. Meanwhile, Tang Yun had already delivered the spotted pig to the butcher. Young man, you've done well. To have hunted a spotted pig so swiftly. The butcher patted Tang Yun on the shoulder, clearly pleased. I must say, among so many, you are the fastest. This is your reward. The butcher said, producing 5 copper coins. Thank you, Uncle Ma. Tang Yun smiled. Your strength has earned my recognition. I have quite a few ingredients I need at the moment. You can bring the monsters you hunt to me. Of course, if you manage to gather them all. I will also provide you with a substantial gift. The butcher smiled. Quest, butcher's ingredients. A new quest was triggered. The butcher was purchasing some monster corpses, which was a fine opportunity to earn money. Additionally, there was a list, and if he managed to collect everything on the list, there would be extra rewards. Chapter 6, Equipment Upgrade Card. Exceptional quality. Excellent. Tang Yun joyfully accepted the quest. Ordinary individuals do not possess such a task. The remains of all monsters can be exchanged for currency, easily earning 100 coins a day, far superior to a monthly salary of 3,000. Departing from the village once more, 3 spotted pigs appeared by the stream. Astonishingly, there were 3. Tang Yun refrained from acting recklessly. However, the spotted pigs seemed to have noticed him and hurriedly charged forward. Seeking death, Tang Yun's expression shifted as he initiated the sky splitter technique. In an instant, one was vanquished. Congratulations, you have slain a level 1 spotted pig, gaining 0-1 experience. 5 copper coins, 1 silver boots. Looted equipment? A flicker of joy crossed Tang Yun's face. Ordinary monsters not only yield currency, but also equipment. What a remarkable profit. Roar. The remaining 2 spotted pigs, undeterred by the death of their comrade, charged forth with even greater ferocity. With skills on cooldown, Tang Yun employed the ethereal step to create distance. Whoosh. 50. A strike landed on the pig's hide, inflicting a solid 50 points of damage. 10 strikes would suffice to finish it. Yet, Tang Yun did not dare to be greedy. After striking once, he swiftly repositioned himself, seeking an opportunity. The 2 spotted pigs advanced in tandem, and Tang Yun managed to evade their attacks unscathed. Familiarity with their patterns allowed him to handle them even without the ethereal step. In a 10-second window, Tang Yun only managed 3 strikes, mindful of dodging the pig's assaults. Once the sky splitter technique was off cooldown, he refrained from using it immediately, opting instead to land 2 more strikes. Just as he was nearly gored by a spotted pig, he unleashed the sky splitter. 85, 190, 2 segments of damage, and the first spotted pig fell. Following that, he swiftly attacked the second spotted pig. 400. This strike dealt a staggering 400 damage. Additionally, it had a stunning effect. Tang Yun quickly delivered the finishing blows, securing 2 more strikes. Congratulations, you have slain a level 1 spotted pig, gaining 0-5 experience. Congratulations, you have slain a level 1 spotted pig, gaining 0-1 experience. 5 copper coins, 1 mana potion. The second pig offered no additional rewards, but the experience gained was greater. A mana potion, a rare item indeed. Tang Yun felt a flicker of delight. Mana potion restores 100 mana points within 10 seconds. Just this 1 vial of potion holds a value of 100 copper coins. Most would hesitate to use it. He eagerly examined his new equipment. With anticipation, Tang Yun retrieved the item from his spatial ring. Silver boots, inferior. Speed, 5 milliseconds, alas. Merely inferior equipment, yet the shoes are worth over 100 copper coins. Tang Yun sighed. Among all equipment, weapons and shoes hold paramount importance. However, novice weapons are ubiquitous. One can only sell them to NPCs, rendering them worthless, inferior, even to shoes. Upon donning the silver boots, Tang Yun's speed surged to 85 milliseconds. A low growl echoed, momentarily startling him. The sound seemed to emanate from nearby, yet upon turning, he saw nothing. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a small creature writhing on the ground, its form concealed by the grass. Piglet, special monster. The piglet, apart from being classified as a special monster, bore no other attributes. It appeared akin to a novice chicken. Oink! The piglet squealed, seemingly pleading for mercy. Tang Yun, however, was not swayed by its appearance. This was my opportunity. With a swift strike, the piglet was cleaved in 2. Congratulations, you have slain a piglet, rewarded with a basic equipment upgrade card. Mindset Amplification 10. An equipment upgrade card? Tang Yun hurriedly inspected the information. Basic equipment upgrade card can enhance basic equipment once, improving its quality, may only be used once. It can elevate the quality of equipment. A splendid item indeed. Tang Yun exclaimed with excitement. Thank goodness I did not allow my compassion to overwhelm me. My teacher was right. One must not be deceived by the appearance of monsters. All monsters are resources for our strength enhancement. Tang Yun mused. Besides the upgrade card, there was also the mindset amplification. This is a hallmark of top-tier geniuses. Tang Yun's breathing quickened. Among all his attributes, only the mindset amplification was displayed as 0. Mindset amplification signifies mastery over one's strength. Some powerful individuals can exert 200% of their capabilities. This is the effect of mindset amplification. Currently, at a level of 10, it implies he could amplify damage by 10. This is undoubtedly a significant enhancement. Moreover, mindset amplification can also enhance speed. Without a doubt, this attribute ranks among the most valuable. Yet, before he could revel in his fortune, 2 furious roars erupted from behind. Tang Yun turned to look, nearly petrified. The creature's fur was a deep gray, each hair sleek and glossy, seemingly reflecting the sun's rays. Its massive form exuded power, each hoof striking the ground with earth-shattering resonance. Most terrifying of all were its 2 heads, each swiveling as if possessing its own consciousness. Mutated 2-headed pig, elite. Level 2. Health, 2000. Physical defense, 60. Magical defense, 60. A level 2 elite monster. 2000 health. Who could possibly contend with this? Tang Yun pondered. Ordinary players struggle against common monsters. Elite monsters are simply beyond the capabilities of an average individual. If only he could leave the novice village and acquire some good equipment, perhaps he could stand a chance. But now, he could only lament his fate. With 60 dual resistances and his mere 70 attack power, each strike would only deal 10 damage, even with 200 strikes. His sword would likely break before he could slay it. Tang Yun recognized his disadvantage. Even with extreme skills, he would only deal a few hundred points of damage. Such monsters are not something one person can handle. A team of 10, working in harmony, might just prevail. Flee. Tang Yun prepared to make his escape. Ethereal Step. Combined with the boots, his speed soared from 85 milliseconds to 102 milliseconds. Simultaneously, with a mindset amplification of 10, Tang Yun's maximum speed reached an astonishing 112 milliseconds. This is undoubtedly the limit for an ordinary person. Yet, for the mutated two-headed pig, it was evidently insufficient. Tang Yun had scarcely taken a few steps before the beast closed the distance. Fortunately, the Ethereal Step not only enhanced speed but also agility. He deftly dodged a strike. Should it catch him, he would either perish or be left severely wounded. Tang Yun mused. Could it be that I attracted it after slaying the special monster? A hint of regret washed over him. The mutated two-headed pig pursued relentlessly, and Tang Yun distinctly sensed that it was toying with him. How infuriating. I shall fight back. Tang Yun declared resolutely. Equipment upgrade card. Enhance the novice long sword. Tang Yun's mind roared with determination. Soon, the system's voice delivered a profound shock. Congratulations, enhancement successful. The novice long sword's quality has been upgraded to excellent. Novice long sword, excellent. Attack power, 500. Strength, 10. Excellent. An exquisite long sword. 500 attack power. Surely, I can defeat you now. Tang Yun's spirit sword. He had anticipated that a quality upgrade might elevate it by 1 or 2 tiers, but to his astonishment, it had risen by 4 tiers. His attack power had now reached an alarming 660. Tang Yun halted, and the mutated two-headed pig, seemingly bored, charged at him like a boulder. Come at me. Sky Splitter. Tang Yun inhaled deeply and executed the formidable Heavenly Rift technique. 1023. With the enhancement of his mental state, the damage for the first strike reached over 1,000. 2,112. The second strike's damage soared past 2,000. There was no need for a third strike. What a reward. Chapter 7. Attack coefficient increased. Congratulations. You have slain a level 2 elite mutated two-headed boar, earning 5 experience points. 5 silver coins. 1 Fong necklace. Attack power coefficient 2. 300 years ago, slaying such a creature would have resulted in an immediate level up. Now, it merely grants 5 points, yet it still yielded such valuable treasures. An attack power coefficient. It is said that only upon breaking through levels or mastering formidable techniques can one elevate their coefficient. The fact that an elite monster could enhance my coefficient is astonishing. Tang Yun was somewhat taken aback. An increase of 2 in the attack power coefficient signifies that his current attack power stands at 12 strength. Under the same circumstances, his attack power surpasses that of others by 1/5. This is undoubtedly a substantial enhancement. With an extraordinary grade weapon and peak skills, I can effortlessly vanquish elite monsters. But their scarcity poses a challenge. Encountering them is indeed a stroke of luck, Tang Yun mused. Soon, he turned his attention to the equipment description. Fong necklace, common. Mana recovery, 0, 2s. A necklace that enhances mana recovery, splendid. Tang Yun expressed his satisfaction. Low-level characters often suffer from mana shortages. Thus, the increase in mana recovery significantly boosts monster hunting efficiency. Initially, with a mere 100 mana, it would take him 1,000 seconds to fully recover. Now, 300 seconds suffices. 5 monsters, and the spatial ring can no longer accommodate them. Tang Yun shook his head helplessly. In the game virtual realm, considered a real game, the drawback lies in the necessity of back-and-forth travel, which is time-consuming. Letting go of these monsters is hard. After all, there is still a special creature and an elite monster, which could fetch a handsome price. He stuffed all 4 monsters into his ring and made his way towards the village, fortunate that his current location was not far from it. Within 10 minutes, he arrived. Lo and behold, there exists such a creature? So small, it's practically a gift. How delightful. Brothers, where did you find such monsters? Several players inquired. Monsters are difficult to kill, so naturally, everyone desires those that are simple to defeat with high drop rates. I picked it up, Tang Yun casually replied. Arriving at the butcher's stall at the village entrance, players were queuing to turn in their quests. The quest to hunt spotted pigs was not solely his endeavor. Uncle Ma, how much is this little piglet worth? Tang Yun asked with a smile. The butcher's task list did not list the price for piglets. Upon seeing the piglet, the butcher's eyes brightened. I can offer you 1 silver coin. 1 silver coin. That's 100 profit. Tang Yun's eyes gleamed. Why is it worth so much? Such a small one. Yet 1 silver coin? I only received 5 copper coins for my much larger catch. I am not convinced. An earlier player protested. This is no ordinary piglet. Only formidable monsters can produce such exquisite delicacies. You didn't encounter any danger, did you? The butcher paid no mind to the disgruntled player, but instead inquired about Tang Yun. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Ma. I'm perfectly fine. Tang Yun replied with a smile. Additionally, I have 3 spotted pigs. As he spoke, he retrieved the 3 spotted pigs from his spatial ring. Wow, you already have spatial equipment? You're truly lucky, exclaimed several players, envious of Tang Yun's ring, which could alleviate a great deal of trouble. 5 copper coins per pig. I'll take them all, the butcher chuckled. The spotted pigs were precisely what he needed, although he required 10 in total. What is going on? Does this butcher also buy corpses? A tall player dragged a monster carcass and tossed it over. How much is this worth, Uncle Ma? The player asked. I don't want it. The butcher shook his head. What do you mean? The player retorted angrily. One must have a sense of contract. I have reached an agreement with Feng Yun. I will only accept what he brings, aside from my requirements, the butcher stated. What does that mean? Has this Feng Yun triggered a hidden quest? Players pondered. Each novice village shares similarities, yet the details vary. These hidden quests can only be discovered independently, not borrowed from predecessors. This fellow is extraordinarily fortunate, and envy rippled among the crowd. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun felt elated, surprised that the butcher only accepted his offered spoils. Darn it. The player was increasingly frustrated. Why should it be so? Simply because we hit it off, the butcher replied with a nonchalant smile. I'm also round. I'm the one who gets to make the rounds. Someone shouted. Yet the butcher ignored the remark completely. Although the player was annoyed, he dared not take action. The butcher was not someone he could intimidate. My friend, I'll offer you 2 copper coins for that monster-esque corpse, Tang Yun suggested with a smile. 2 copper coins? The player paused slightly. Despite calling himself young master, he was quite impoverished. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so irate. All right, after a moment's thought. The player nodded. Selling the corpse would be a waste. Though 2 copper coins were not much, they were better than nothing. Accumulating 100 would still be quite rewarding. The two completed their transaction, and Tang Yun continued. Uncle Ma, what is the price for this monster? I'll give you 7 copper coins. The butcher replied after a brief pause. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. I can't believe it. This is a bug exploit. Goodness, you're going to make a fortune. Someone exclaimed. Brother, you've lost out big time. Another remarked. The player's face twitched, but he remained silent, as he could not sell his own catch. With this method, how much can I earn? Tang Yun felt an exhilarating thrill. Little one, take it easy. While I know many merchants in the village, I can't take in that much. These corpses can only be stored for 3 days. You should promptly prepare the items I requested. These are all ingredients needed for the banquet, the butcher advised, seemingly reading Tang Yun's thoughts. Understood, Tang Yun nodded repeatedly. He then began calculating how much the butcher would accept. Although it was called a novice village, it was indeed larger than most towns, especially with the monster area included. The entire village housed over 100,000 inhabitants. Collecting 1,000 heads in 3 days is no problem. 2 copper coins for monster corpses. No haggling. Tang Yun shouted. Darn it, 2 copper coins for something that could sell for at least 5. What a scam. The vile capitalist. No, we must resist this. Players exclaimed, claiming they would boycott, yet their bodies betrayed them as they rushed off to hunt monsters. After all, slaying a monster guaranteed 2 copper coins. Could anything be more advantageous? Everyone had heard the butcher's words. He wasn't accepting an infinite number. If he stopped accepting them later, it would be too late. Time is of the essence. First come, first served. Tang Yun continued. Let us go. Let us go. Hurry up. Madness. The freshly hunted beast was left behind. Had I known, I would have dragged it back. We have formed a party. The villagers sprang into action, and a significant number of players disappeared from the village. Uncle Ma, how much is this creature worth? Tang Yun retrieved the 2-headed wild boar from his ring. My goodness, Feng Yun, I never imagined you could slay such a formidable monster. You might just qualify for the warrior team that the village chief is assembling. Uncle Ma exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Yun felt a surge of joy. It appeared there was a new quest ahead. Chapter 8. Entering the dungeon. A trinket? This monster is quite rare. Although its meat may not surpass that of the smaller one, its size warrants a price of 2 silver coins. Uncle Ma continued. Tang Yun nodded slightly. This meant he now possessed 8 silver coins, equivalent to 800 currency of the Xia kingdom. How swiftly one can earn. Of course, this was all due to his innate talent. Otherwise, he might have been toiling for mere copper coins like others. Uncle Ma, you mentioned the warrior team formed by the village chief. What does that entail? Tang Yun inquired with curiosity. This. Uncle Ma seemed hesitant. Uncle Ma, if I could slay this mutated beast, is my strength still insufficient? Tang Yun pressed on. This scenario was discussed in class. NPC hesitation often indicates a player's inadequacy to trigger a quest. Alas, the area surrounding the village is fraught with danger, filled with many forbidden zones. The members of the warrior team venture into these forbidden realms, and lacking strength could lead to their demise within. Uncle Ma explained. Forbidden zones? Upon hearing this, Tang Yun instantly grasped the concept. Were these not dungeons? However, dungeons in Virtual Realm differ from those in other games. The difficulty is significantly elevated, and each dungeon has a cooldown period, making them exceptionally precious. Yet within the dungeons, monsters abound, and the experience gained is considerable. Uncle Ma, I wish to join the warrior team. What are the requirements? Tang Yun quickly asked. Members of the warrior team must be level 5 or higher. Although you are not yet level 5, having slain this beast indicates your strength is likely adequate. The final decision rests with the village chief. Uncle Ma responded. Tang Yun nodded in understanding. The qualification for entering the dungeon lay in the hands of the village chief. Allow me to escort you to meet him. Thank you, Uncle Ma. Tang Yun promptly followed. After traversing several streets, they finally arrived at the village chief's residence. At this moment, the atmosphere in the chief's house was quite lively. The village chief's daughter was about to celebrate her birthday, and this gathering promised to be grand. Uncle Ma chuckled. After exchanging pleasantries, the two soon met the village chief. With his beard graying, the chief appeared very amiable. Village Chief Wong, the two greeted. Little Ma, have the banquet ingredients been prepared? Village Chief Wong asked with a smile. They are already in preparation. We came here for this young brother, who has hunted a mutated two-headed pig and wishes to join the warrior team. Uncle Ma hastily explained. Oh, Village Chief Wong expressed curiosity. This level 1 player possesses such strength? His abilities are indeed marginally sufficient, yet his level is somewhat low. Here's the deal. I can appoint you as a trainee warrior. Village Chief Wong declared. Trainee warrior? Tang Yun's face displayed confusion. Coincidentally, a few warriors are preparing to explore a new forbidden zone. You may accompany them. If you manage to return alive, you shall become a true warrior. Village Chief Wong smiled. A new forbidden zone. An opportunity for exploration. Tang Yun felt a flicker of excitement. The experience and loot from exploration surpassed those of ordinary dungeons. Thank you, Village Chief. Tang Yun quickly expressed his gratitude. Follow me. Village Chief Wong said cheerfully. After handing Tang Yun over to the chief, Uncle Ma took his leave. They traversed a few more streets until they arrived at a tavern. This village chief is quite stubborn. He insists on having 10 players to enter a dungeon. Currently, there are not many players above level 5. Who knows how long we will have to wait? This matter must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, we might be sidelined. A group of players sat together, engaged in animated discussions. Warriors, I have found the 10th member for you. We can now venture into that forbidden zone. Village Chief Wong announced with a smile. The players were initially elated, but soon puzzled. Level 1. Are you kidding? A level 1 player entering a dungeon? Wouldn't that be a burden? We are embarking on an exploration with considerable difficulty. The players voiced their discontent. Forget it. The priority is exploration. Having a trinket is not entirely unfeasible. One player wielding a large sword remarked. Upon hearing this, the others ceased their complaints. Seemingly swayed by his authority. With my pass, you may now enter the forbidden zone. I wish you great success. The village chief produced a pass and handed it to the sword-wielding player. The others, upon seeing the pass, rejoiced, momentarily forgetting about Tang Yun, the anchor. Young man, how did you manage to obtain this dungeon quest in advance? A female player, who wished to avoid gaining weight, approached. Because I am handsome. Tang Yun squinted playfully. In the game, players' appearances closely resemble reality, though their ages may differ slightly, and their styles vary. What good is being handsome? A rather abstract-looking man scoffed. It is of great use. I've heard it can attract NPCs. Damn, this game lacks fairness. You're not still sulking over being rejected by the village chief's daughter, are you? The group seemed to recall something amusing, bursting into laughter. The abstract man's expression darkened. Forget it, no need to discuss it. The girl who wanted to avoid gaining weight tossed her head, pulling the hands of 2 other girls beside her, and they began to chatter. Tang Yun observed the group. They were all above level 5, yet their strengths varied. The strongest among them was undoubtedly the sword-wielding man, whose equipment was nearly complete. It was unclear how long they had been playing. Let us go. We cannot delay any longer. The player known as Duxing Tianxia shouldered his sword and led the way. The others followed closely behind. Boss, how will we divide the loot later? A female player named Nalan Xiaomei asked. As usual, the captain will handle the distribution. Duxing Tianxia replied. There are 2 methods for loot distribution, random or at the captain's discretion. I meant to ask how we will handle Fengyan. He will take a share of our experience and expect equipment and copper coins. Nalan Xiaomei whispered. Give him nothing. Yes, just a trinket. Does he expect a share? The abstract man coldly retorted. Duxing Tianxia glanced at Tang Yun, then replied, rest assured, I will allocate based on everyone's contributions. As for him, he need not be considered. The group sighed in relief upon hearing this. Although Duxing Tianxia was the captain, he could not infringe upon their interests. Tang Yun watched the group murmur among themselves. Surmising their thoughts, they looked down on me, but let us focus on entering the dungeon first. I have my own plans. The virtual realm game is so realistic that it took the group over half an hour to traverse the map. Producing the village chief's pass, a portal manifested before them. From the portal emanated a foul, decayed odor. Let us go. Duxing Tianxia commanded, and the group surged into the passage. Soon, they were greeted by a desolate landscape. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of cracking bones echoed as 3 skeletal monsters materialized before the group. Decaying skeleton. Level 5. Health points 1900. Physical defense 60. Magical defense 40. Charge. 9 individuals sprang into action, surrounding each skeleton in a coordinated assault. These creatures had only just risen and were sluggish in their movements, while the group exhibited remarkable synergy. In no time, all 3 monsters lay vanquished. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 decaying skeleton, gaining 45 experience points, 180 copper coins, 1 constitution. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 decaying skeleton, gaining 45 experience points, 180 copper coins, 1 bone armor. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 decaying skeleton, gaining 9 experience points, a healing potion. Chapter 9, The Marvel of Talent. Level up. In this team scenario, do I count as having contributed? Tang Yun stood astonished, having not lifted a finger. Moreover, the experience and copper coins received were exceedingly generous. According to the calculations, defeating a level 1 monster would yield merely 1 experience point. Defeating a monster of a higher level would double that. Skipping 2 levels would triple it, and now, having surpassed 4 levels, that would equate to 5 times the experience. Simultaneously, with a 10-person team, there was also a 3-fold experience bonus, and an additional 3-fold bonus for clearing a dungeon. That amounted to a staggering 45 times the experience. Yet, a question arose. The 3-fold experience for the 10-person team had to be shared among all 10 members. How was it that he was monopolizing it? Observing the faces of his companions, Tang Yun noted their expressions were somewhat grim. Had they realized? His heart raced. Damn, wasn't he the drop rate in dungeons supposed to be low? 3 monsters, and only a handful of copper coins, with no materials at all. What was going on? The abstract man couldn't help but curse. No need to rush. This is merely the beginning. The unrivaled world murmured. The dismal start left the group in poor spirits. Tang Yun, upon hearing this, began to speculate. Although they were in a team, the items he obtained seemed to exist independently of the group. Was it possible that, due to his presence, their drop rates had diminished? If that were the case, were they essentially working for him? A flicker of joy ignited within Tang Yun. At this rate, his leveling pace would accelerate significantly. Moreover, he could reap rewards without having to engage directly. Let us proceed. The unrivaled world contemplated. Tang Yun trailed behind, his mind immersed in the depths of his spatial ring. Bone armor, common. Physical defense, 15. Soon, 5 more skeletal monsters appeared ahead. All were level 5, each boasting just under 2,000 health. Their attack power hovered around 200. With strategic maneuvering and skill utilization, dispatching them would not prove too difficult. Furthermore, the group's prowess surpassed that of typical players. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 decaying skeleton, gaining 45 experience points, 180 copper coins. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 decaying skeleton, gaining 18 experience points. A critical hit on experience. Tang Yun rejoiced. His experience now stood at 474. This pace rivaled that of the initial generation of players. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 decaying skeleton, gaining 45 experience points, 1 basic skill point. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 decaying skeleton, gaining 45 experience points, 1 spirit. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 decaying skeleton, gaining 45 experience points, 180 copper coins, 1 bone armor. Ah, another bone armor? Tang Yun paused slightly, glancing at the attributes, finding no discernible difference. The skill point could now upgrade his ethereal step. A thought sparked within Tang Yun, and he completed the upgrade for ethereal step. Congratulations, your ethereal step has reached perfection. Ethereal step, perfected, increases movement speed by 25 for 5 seconds. Consumes 10 mana, cooldown time 10 seconds. Finally, equipment has dropped. Nalan Xiaomei exclaimed, excitement radiating from her. The group eagerly picked up the equipment scattered on the ground, their efforts finally yielding returns. Bone armor, a common item, was fairly decent. It could be traded among players for around 200. A player named Roaming in the Clouds suggested, let us have the leader collect it. Another player, with a notably refined appearance, concurred. The unrivaled world nodded slightly and accepted the equipment. Witnessing this, Tang Yun couldn't help but shake his head. Ordinary players would have their drops fall to the ground upon defeating monsters. Yet, his items were all one-click pickups, far more convenient. Let us move on. I'm feeling rather exhilarated. The abstract man rubbed his hands together. The group prepared to forge ahead. Wait, there are more monsters. Be cautious. The unrivaled world called out loudly. Soon, a skeletal warrior, towering over 2 meters and wielding a massive sword, appeared before them. Glowing green flames flickered from its hollow eye sockets. Skeleton Greatsword Warrior, Elite. Level 5. Health points, 6,000. Physical defense, 140. Magical defense, 100. An elite level 5 already? Such high health and defense. This will not be an easy foe. Maintain your positions. As the crowd murmured in astonishment, the unrivaled world swiftly issued commands. The group coordinated seamlessly, providing mutual support. The skeleton Greatsword Warrior exuded an imposing aura, and with a single leap and slash, the very ground trembled beneath them. Damn it! Why is it targeting me? The abstract man shouted, as the strike cleaved through half of his health. Quick! The unrivaled world urged. The crowd surged forward. seizing the opportunity to unleash a barrage of attacks. However, due to the creature's high defense, each strike merely chipped away at a few dozen health points. Yet, with their numbers, each individual contributing a blow, the skeleton greatsword warrior was forced to retreat under their relentless assault. In no time, it had lost 1,000 health points. With a swift motion, the skeleton greatsword warrior swung its sword in a wide arc, pushing the group back, leading to a standoff. Xiaomei, the unrivaled world, cried out. Just as the words left his mouth, Nalan Xiaomei activated her skill. Instantly, the withered grass around them sprang to life, ensnaring the skeleton greatsword warrior. The group attacked once more, and this time, aided by their combined skills, they dealt over 2,000 damage. Finally, the unrivaled world joined the fray, delivering nearly 1,000 damage on his own. The health of the skeleton greatsword warrior dwindled to below 2,000. The group fell back to regroup and continue their assault. The skeleton greatsword warrior was formidable. One misstep could cost them hundreds of health points. Fortunately, they took turns shielding each other, avoiding any casualties. Despite the elite monster's strength, a 10-person team could manage it with relative ease. Tang Yun mused. Of course, this was also due to the excellent cooperation and considerable strength of these individuals. Any mistake could have resulted in fatalities, especially since they possessed crowd control skills. Congratulations, you have slain the level 5 elite skeleton greatsword warrior, gaining 90 experience points. 90 silver coins. 1 bone sword. Speed, 0, 5 ms. 1 basic skill point. 1 strength growth. The experience from elite monsters was 20 to 30 times that of common monsters, and their drop rates were higher, making them a favorite among players. Unfortunately, they were hard to encounter in the wild. 90 silver coins equated to 9,000 copper coins. Tang Yun felt a rush of wealth. When his older sister was not around, his monthly allowance barely amounted to a few hundred, and he had even reduced his spending later on. Now, with nearly 10,000 in hand, he felt like a millionaire among students. A strength growth of 1, a new attribute. This meant that with each level he gained, his strength would increase by an additional point. Tang Yun was filled with excitement. It is said that there exists an E-grade talent capable of doubling one's strength growth. Should one obtain another strength growth attribute, they would stand on equal footing with their opponent. Tang Yun could not help but ponder. In this light, the E-grade talent appears rather insignificant before him. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 2, strength 3, intelligence 2, constitution 2, spirit 2, speed 0, 5 milliseconds. He had leveled up. Moreover, he possessed skill points. He first decided to enhance the Misty Step. Soon, the system's voice echoed again. Congratulations. Misty Step has been upgraded to Subtlety. Misty Step, Subtlety increases movement speed by 35 for 5 seconds. Consumes 10 mana, cooldown time 10 seconds. Truly, the Subtlety upgrade grants a remarkable increase of 35 in movement speed. Upon inspecting his status panel, he noted significant changes. Nickname, Wind and Cloud. Level, 2, 509. Health, 800, Constitution 100, Regeneration, 0, 1s. Mana, 160, Spirit 20, Regeneration, 0, 1, 0, 2s. Physical Attack, 228, Strength 12, Equipment 500. Magical Attack, 70, Intelligence 10. Physical Defense, 8, Constitution 1, Equipment 15. Magical Defense, 8, Spirit 1. Strength, 9, 3 Growth, Equipment 10. Intelligence, 7, 2 Growth. Constitution, 8, 2 Growth. Spirit, 8, 2 Growth. Speed, 9 milliseconds, 0, 5 Growth, Equipment 0, 5. Talent, Infinite Treasure Drop, Unique. Elemental Affinity, Fire, 20. Mindset Amplification, 10. Skills, Sky Splitting Technique, Extreme, Misty Step, Subtlety. Martial Arts, none. Equipment, Novice Longsword, Exquisite. Silver Boots, Inferior. Fong Necklace, Ordinary. Bone Armor, Ordinary. Spatial Ring, Fine. Attack Power, 728. Most level 10 players do not surpass this. Tang Yun exclaimed. After all, it is rare for level 10 players to possess exquisite equipment. Chapter 10, New Skill. Bone Shield. Oh, you've leveled up? The weight-conscious girl exclaimed. Among the 10, besides Tang Yun, who was merely a bystander, she was the one most adept at coasting along, and she was the first to notice Tang Yun. It was unsurprising that he had leveled up, having consumed so much experience and shared it with elite monsters. The abstract man felt a tinge of jealousy. It dropped. It dropped. A splendid item. The bone sword, a fine-grade weapon. Nalan Xiaomei declared loudly. The gazes of the group instantly ignited with fervor. A fine-grade weapon, worth a considerable sum, could fetch around 2,000 coins. Divided among 9, each would receive about 200. Today was indeed worthwhile. Not bad. Du Boutiancien nodded. Coming from a well-off family, he was already using a fine-grade weapon, thus he remained relatively unfazed. Bone sword, fine. Attack power, 130. A fine-grade weapon could sell for 2,000. A rare one might exceed 10,000. Only the affluent could afford it. As for an exquisite weapon, it would likely sell for several tens of thousands. Tang Yun mused privately. This world has its share of impoverished souls, yet the wealthy are certainly not in short supply. For an ordinary person to wield a fine weapon is already commendable. Weapons of rare quality and above are typically reserved for those from prosperous backgrounds. Moreover, they were merely in the foundational stages. Once they broke through to the next level, the prices of first-tier equipment would soar, placing them beyond the reach of the less fortunate. Let us take a moment to regroup. Dubu Tianxia announced loudly. Although they had vanquished an elite monster, everyone had incurred varying degrees of exhaustion, particularly two who were low on health. A potion costs 100 coins, and they were reluctant to spend. Wind and Cloud. As we help you level up, shouldn't you express your gratitude? The abstract man raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, several turned their attention to him. Of course. You needn't worry about my share, Tang Yun replied tactfully. I wasn't planning to give it to you anyway. The abstract man's words trailed off. Though they had discussed withholding Tang Yun's share, it was not a conversation suited for the present. After all, they were a team now. Should Tang Yun decide to sabotage them, it could lead to their downfall, which would yield no benefit. Tang Yun had only just leveled up twice. While they had reached 5 levels, the consequences of losing a level were vastly different. Alright, without him, we cannot enter the dungeon. Just a bit of experience is no issue, Du Butianxia stated. Upon hearing this, the group did not turn against Tang Yun. Their dislike stemmed from the belief that he was a burden, unwilling to contribute, yet still expecting a share of the spoils. With Tang Yun indicating he did not wish to divide the loot, there were no longer any tensions. After a brief respite, the group continued onward. Suddenly, 8 skeletal monsters appeared before them. Cat Skin. Du Butianxia shouted. Cat Skin was a player donned in decent footwear, possessing slightly greater speed. In a matter of moments, he drew the ire of 5 monsters. As he was surrounded, he adeptly dodged, switching to aggro mode. The remaining 3 were swiftly dispatched as the group converged upon them, slashing them down with relative ease. Were one to face them alone, it would likely take considerable time. After eliminating the 3, they replicated their tactics, suffering minimal depletion of resources, and soon overcame all 8 monsters. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 decayed skeleton. Experience gained, 36. Copper coins, 90. Strength, 1. After leveling up, the experience gain was noticeably diminished, yet overall, it was still satisfactory. Congratulations. You have slain a level 5 decayed skeleton. Experience gained, 36. Copper coins, 90. Skeleton bomb, 1. A skeleton bomb? Upon discovering this new item, Tang Yun quickly examined it. Skeleton bomb. Item can throw 10 skeleton bombs, each inflicting 100 points of magical damage. A standard item. Tang Yun understood. Such items belong to the category of special equipment, though most are one-time use. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 decayed skeleton. Experience gained, 72. Copper coins, 90. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 decayed skeleton. Experience gained, 36. Copper coins, 90. Skill, Bone Shield. A skill dropped? Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Elite monsters typically did not drop skills, yet here it was. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 decayed skeleton. Experience gained, 36. Copper coins, 90. Basic skill points, 1. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 decayed skeleton. Experience gained, 144. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 decayed skeleton. Experience gained, 36. Copper coins, 90. Speed, 0, 5 milliseconds. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 decayed skeleton. Experience gained, 36. Copper coins, 90. Bone armor, 1. Yet again, he had earned skill points. Tang Yun felt a surge of excitement. In the realm of virtual world, learning skills necessitated guidance from NPCs. This meant that possessing a skill without a teacher rendered it useless. However, his skill points allowed him to bypass this phase and learn directly. Without further ado, he used his skill points to acquire Bone Shield. Congratulations, Bone Shield has reached the novice level. Bone Shield. Novice conjures a shield of bone in front, capable of absorbing 100 magical attack damage, consuming 10 mana, lasting for 3 seconds, with an 8-second cooldown. With elemental enhancement, given his fire element affinity of 20, it could absorb 120 magical attack damage. Tang Yun pondered deeply. Currently, his magical attack power stands at a mere 70, which pales in comparison to his physical prowess. Nevertheless, an additional shield with a power of 84 is not without merit. It lasts for 3 seconds and has an 8-second cooldown, allowing for a shield every 5 seconds if it remains unbroken. Creak, creak, creak. After vanquishing 8 monsters, and before the group could regain their composure, a multitude of bones suddenly coalesced in the air, forming a colossal skull. Roar. The skull let out a thunderous bellow that reverberated like lightning. Colossal Skull Elite. Level 5. Health, 5500. Physical defense, 130. Magical defense, 100. Another elite monster? The frequency of elite creatures in this dungeon is astonishing. This is fortuitous. Let us muster our strength. The group was filled with excitement. Tang Yun's eyes sparkled. It seemed he was on the verge of leveling up again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The giant skull unleashed a shriek, spewing numerous small skulls that rained down upon the group. Good grief. It dealt nearly 100 points of damage in one go. Take cover. Panic ensued among the crowd. This colossal skull clearly belonged to an offensive type of monster. Alas, not wanting to lose weight, he was pelted several times, causing his health to plummet. Tang Yun quickly raised his bone shield. However, with the sheer number of these skulls, evasion proved futile, and his shield was shattered in an instant. Fortunately, it had adequately mitigated one attack. Ethereal Step. With a boost in agility and a heightened state of mind, Tang Yun erupted with a speed of 1,485 milliseconds. Dodging multiple attacks, he suffered less than 100 points of damage, making him the least affected among the group. The attack has ceased. Charge! Shouted Du Butianxia furiously. At this moment, the group was equally incensed, each person rushing forward, with everyone unleashing their skills. The colossal skull lost over 1,000 health points. Following that, they executed control skills, and each delivered a strike, toppling the giant skull. Boom! As the final blow was struck, the colossal skull exploded spectacularly, inflicting massive damage and leaving several nearby individuals in a state of critical health. The remaining members suffered significant harm as well. Congratulations, you have slain the level 5 elite colossal skull, earning 828 experience points, 70 silver coins. Basic skill point 1. Intelligence 1. Skill, skull ball. Another skill? Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this elite monster was formidable. It left us all in tatters. Good grief. It was this creature's doing. As the colossal skull exploded, it left behind a small skeleton. At that moment, the small skeleton attempted to flee, but was swiftly captured by the abstract man. I'll finish you off. With a single stroke, the abstract man dispatched the small skeleton. Upon hearing the system notification, Tang Yun felt a surge of terrifying power wash over him. Chapter 11. Level up again. The emergence of a boss. Congratulations, you have slain the parasitic skeleton. Gaining 1 strength. Basic skill point 1. Equipment enhancement card 1. No wonder the previous elite monster was so ferocious. Tang Yun couldn't help but exclaim. With 2 skill points available, he decided to learn the skull ball first. As he focused his thoughts, the system notification echoed. Congratulations, you have mastered the skull ball, novice. Skull ball, novice conjures a skull to hurl at a target, dealing 110 physical damage, consuming 10 mana, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. At last, he had acquired a damage-dealing skill. Tang Yun was overjoyed. Although the Sky Rift 3 styles were powerful, their lengthy cooldown time was a drawback. Now, with a mid-range attack skill added to his arsenal, his capabilities had significantly strengthened. Moreover, the damage was based on his physical attack power and with elemental bonuses. The damage from a single skull ball was quite formidable. He still had 1 basic skill point left, so he decided to enhance his ethereal step. While the skull ball was impressive, speed was paramount. Survival led to output. Congratulations, ethereal step has been upgraded to perfection. Ethereal step, perfection increases movement speed by 50. Lasting for 5 seconds. Consumes 10 mana, cooldown time 10 seconds. Such a substantial enhancement. Truly worthy of a perfected skill. Tang Yun was exhilarated. And now, I have reached level 3. How swift. Congratulations, you have advanced to level 3, gaining 3 strength, 2 intelligence, 2 constitution, 2 spirit, 0, 5 speed. Nickname, Wind and Cloud. Level, 3, 769. Health, 1000, Constitution 100, Recovery, 01s. Mana, 200, Spirit 20, Recovery, 0102s. Physical attack, 288, Strength 12, Equipment 500. Magical attack, 100, Intelligence 10. Physical defense, 10, Constitution 1, Equipment 15. Magical defense, 10, Spirit 1. Strength, 14, 3 growth, Equipment 10. Intelligence, 10, 2 growth. Constitution, 10, 2 growth. Spirit, 10, 2 growth. Speed, 10 milliseconds, 0, 5 growth, Equipment 0, 5. Talent, Infinite Treasure Drop, Unique. Elemental Affinity, Fire, 20. Mindset Amplification, 10. Skills, Sky Rift 3 styles, Ultimate, Ethereal Step, Perfection. Techniques, none. Equipment, Beginner Longsword, Exquisite. Silver Boots, Inferior. Fong Necklace, Ordinary. Bone Armor, Ordinary. Space Ring, Fine. What is this? As soon as the small skeleton perished, the surrounding space began to tremble. Simultaneously, eerie sounds echoed incessantly. In a fleeting moment, a massive skeletal creature emerged from the ground. Its upper body resembled that of a human, while its lower half was a horse's skeletal frame, with deep eye sockets that glimmered with an eerie blue light. Exuding an aura of unassailable dominance, it gripped a rusted, enormous axe, its blade seemingly smeared with congealed blood. Cackling, a few wisps of ghosts floated around it, their voices alternating between shrill and melodic. Death Knight, Boss. Level, 5. Health, 20,000. Physical defense, 300. Magical defense, 200. What is happening? A boss. Already? Its defenses are extraordinarily robust. This is dire. The appearance of the Death Knight left the group utterly stunned. At present, they were still in a state of battle fatigue and ill-equipped to confront a boss. Moreover, considering its defensive capabilities, their spirits were immediately dampened. At level 5, a basic attack could reach 130, and with ordinary weapons or other opportunities, it could easily approach 200. Yet, the opponent's physical defense was an overwhelming 300. It seemed that only unique methods could breach such defenses. Retreat. Dubu Tianxia declared loudly. The group, recognizing the gravity of the situation, began to withdraw. However, they underestimated this boss. With a mighty swing of its axe, the surrounding 5 ghosts transformed into malevolent spirits, charging towards the group. Just moments ago, several members had already been left in critical health, and now, 3 more fell victim in an instant. The remaining 2 struggled to hold their ground. Whoosh! The Death Knight continued its relentless assault. With a swift charge, it resembled a ghostly apparition, leading to the loss of 3 additional members. All were in a precarious state, unable to withstand further onslaught. Boss, what do we do? Nalan Xiaomei inquired anxiously. If he dies, he would lose at least a level, and at their current pace, it would take at least half a month, perhaps even over a month. Desperate! Dubu Tianxia exclaimed furiously. Upon hearing this, Nalan Xiaomei swiftly employed her control skill. Withered grass ensnared the Death Knight's horse's leg, but it lasted not even a second before being severed by the opponent's axe. However, Dubu Tianxia and another individual charged forward. Dubu Tianxia's prowess surpassed that of the others, boasting an attack power exceeding 300. His skill proficiency was also commendable. With a single combo, he inflicted over 200 damage on the Death Knight. How did you reach level 3? Buxiang Jianfei gasped in astonishment. Tang Yun furrowed his brow. Why was this woman always fixated on him? Buxiang Jianfei's exclamation drew the attention of several individuals, resulting in the Death Knight launching an attack, sending another flying, gravely injured. Dubu Tianxia quickly reacted, evading the strike. He really is level 3. Nalan Xiaomei exclaimed, her mouth agape. Curiosity filled Dubu Tianxia's eyes as the Death Titan rose. His mind clouded with doubt, yet he dared not lose focus. Initially, Tang Yun had only been at level 1. Right before their eyes, he had ascended to level 2. And now he was at level 3. The experience didn't add up. Even if he were to level up beyond expectations, it shouldn't happen so swiftly. You all are insane. Still distracted at this moment, Tang Yun bellowed. Focus on the monsters. Dubu Tianxia chimed in urgently. No, you. Buxiang Jianfei attempted to interject. Silence. Tang Yun commanded. They had agreed to act as support, yet he still had to take action himself. The Death Knight, after a series of relentless attacks, now approached the group languidly. Skeleton Ball. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yun conjured a skull sphere and hurled it with force. The bone-white sphere was enveloped in crimson flames. Enhanced by fire attributes and subsequently by mental fortitude, the damage was quite substantial. 844. What? Is this madness? What kind of output is this? Are you kidding me? The others stared in disbelief. Although the game did not display damage numbers, they could observe the fluctuations in the boss's health. Tang Yun's strike had dealt over 800 damage. Dubu Tianxia was left in a stupor. He seized the chance to strike. But how much health did Tang Yun just deplete? Such a monstrous skill, and he was merely at level 3. Crack. The Death Knight turned, its eye sockets ablaze with ethereal blue flames. Hiss. As it swung its massive axe, 5 specters charged forth simultaneously. Slash of the heavens. 1,300. The specters possessed formidable attack power but lacked defense, with only 1,500 health. After the initial damage was dealt, Tang Yun followed up with a sword strike, instantly slaying 1 specter. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 accompanying specter, gaining 27 experience points, 60 copper coins. Intelligence 1. Bone Shield. As Tang Yun dispatched 1 specter, the remaining 4 surged toward him. He raised his bone shield, but it merely absorbed 1 blow. He still lost over 300 health. The specters dealt excessive damage and attacked with alarming frequency, each strike inflicting over 100 damage. 2,600. 5,400. After unleashing 2 more Slash of the Heavens, he dispatched 2 additional accompanying specters. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 accompanying specter, gaining 54 experience points, 150 copper coins. Congratulations. You have slain a level 5 accompanying specter, gaining 27 experience points, 60 copper coins. Spirit 1. Chapter 12, Equipment Enhancement. The Powerful Boss. Boss, he's absolutely incredible. The Death Titan exclaimed after consuming a potion. Dubu Tianxia was at a loss for words. What was intended to be a mere support role had turned out to be a far more formidable presence than any of them. Who is this person? Nalan Xiaomei and Buxiang Jianfei were both left in stunned silence. What are you staring at? Hurry up. Tang Yun urged impatiently. Help. Dubu Tianxia quickly responded. They had fought desperately, but now Tang Yun's strength had ignited hope within them. With a furious roar, the Death Knight, having lost 3 specters, had its ghostly flames burning even more ominously. It swung its massive axe, and the remaining 2 specters flew back. Suddenly, it charged violently. targeting none other than Tang Yun. Ethereal Step. With the aid of skill enhancements and mental fortitude, Tang Yun's speed surged to 173 milliseconds. Nevertheless, this pace appeared insufficient for the Death Knight. Tang Yun narrowly dodged, but the Death Knight swiftly adjusted and charged again. Damn it! Tang Yun cursed silently, quickly raising his bone shield. Crack! The fiery bone shield absorbed only 145 damage. Yet, Tang Yun still lost over 300 health, with a total of 1,000 health. Another hit would spell his demise. To his astonishment, the Death Knight initiated a third charge. However, at that moment, Xiaomei's skill intervened, momentarily blocking the attack. Tang Yun hurriedly repositioned to evade this strike. Gulp! Tang Yun retrieved a healing potion, consuming it to recover a sluggish 100 health. Yet, it was merely a drop in the ocean. This boss could take him down with just 3 hits. He couldn't withstand it. Catch! Dubu Tianxia shouted. Tossing 2 healing potions, Tang Yun accepted them without hesitation, consuming them all. The group's brief output managed to momentarily hold the Death Knight at bay. Tang Yun knew that to vanquish this boss, he had to be the primary damage dealer. He activated the equipment enhancement card to upgrade his silver boots. For the sake of this boss's defeat, he had no choice but to enhance his footwear. Otherwise, his speed would still fall short, rendering him unable to contend with this formidable foe. Congratulations, enhancement successful. Silver boots quality upgraded to exceptional. Silver boots, exceptional. Speed, 6 milliseconds. Affix, speed-related skill effects enhanced by 20. Exceptional quality, and with additional affixes? Tang Yun exclaimed in delight. Generally, only epic-grade equipment bore affixes, while rare, exceptional, and perfect grades possessed 2 attributes. However, some remarkable exceptional and perfect gear could also feature additional affixes. With the equipment bonuses, his speed reached 16 milliseconds. Combined with Ethereal Step, it peaked at 3,168 milliseconds. This speed represented a significant improvement over before. Skeleton Ball. Tang Yun steadied himself and resumed his assault. 844. At this moment, the Death Knight had lost over 2,000 health, most of which Tang Yun had chipped away. It was evident that the opponent recognized Tang Yun as the primary threat. It swiftly spun around, forcing the others to evade. Whoosh! The Death Knight charged once more. Still coming? Tang Yun scoffed, activating Ethereal Step and moving at incredible speed. He evaded this charge effortlessly. He's so fast. Who exactly is he, and how is he so powerful? It's simply terrifying. The others couldn't help but marvel. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a failed strike, the Death Knight continued its relentless assault. It only halted after 3 consecutive charges. During the duration of Ethereal Step, Tang Yun adeptly evaded the attacks, seizing the opportunity to counter. Slash of the Heavens. 1,000. 567. 2,300. 4,900. 567. 567. Tang Yun executed the Slash of the Heavens with increasing finesse, seamlessly integrating a basic attack mid-combo. After the third strike landed, there was a momentary control, followed by 2 additional sword strikes. The total damage amounted to nearly 10,000. Goodness gracious! What is his attack power? Judging by the boss's health, it must be 800. Even with 800 attack power, it shouldn't inflict such damage. The 4 individuals were utterly astonished. When Tang Yun first employed the sky-shattering technique, he instantaneously eliminated a phantom. There was no immediate manifestation at that time. Yet now, observing the boss's health deplete rapidly was a shocking sight. Is he even human? His skill proficiency is extraordinarily high. The sky-shattering technique. I've never witnessed such mastery of it. Who is he? The gaze of the unrivaled world shone brightly. Only those with such skill proficiency are renowned geniuses. Phew, just waiting for another skill. And I can finish him off. Tang Yun took a deep breath, creating distance. Thus far, the Death Knight had exhibited 3 skills. One was Phantom Assault. The second was a 3-part charge, and the third involved swinging a massive axe for a broad area attack. Essentially, enduring a full skill hit would lead to certain death. The Death Knight wielded its massive axe with grandeur, accelerating towards Tang Yun. Skeleton Ball. Tang Yun hurled another skeleton, but it was deftly dodged by the opponent. Huh. Tang Yun's expression tightened. This fellow has become even more agile. Whoosh. The Death Knight's speed surpassed his, swiftly closing the distance. Their weapons clashed, with the damage being entirely blocked by the opponent. Bang. With a powerful kick, Tang Yun was sent flying, losing over 200 health points. This was something he hadn't anticipated. The Death Knight, seizing the advantage, swung its great axe fiercely. Meanwhile, Xiaomei's control skills came into play once more. The fury in the Death Knight's eyes intensified. It turned around and hurled its massive axe. Xiaomei let out a scream, perishing beneath the axe. The rest had yet to react. No one expected the Death Knight to possess such an ability. Oh no! Tang Yun furrowed his brow. Among the group, Xiaomei's skills were quite useful, while Unrivaled World's skills were purely offensive. The Titan of Death had a defensive skill, but Tang Yun perceived no utility from the not wanting to lose weight player, who seemed to be merely coasting through. After dispatching Xiaomei, the massive axe returned to the Death Knight's grasp. In that moment, Tang Yun seized the opportunity and struck twice more. At that moment, the Death Knight's health dwindled to below 7,000. Whoosh. The Death Knight's skill cooldown concluded, and it charged once more. Tang Yun's ethereal step was also ready for use. After 3 charges, the sky-shattering technique had cooled down as well. Sky-shattering technique. 1,567. 2,300. With 2 consecutive strikes hitting true, everyone awaited the final blow. Boom. The third strike descended. Suddenly, the Death Knight emanated a blinding radiance, as a dark shield enveloped it completely. It was this shield that thwarted Tang Yun's final strike. This boss has too many tricks up its sleeve. Not wanting to lose weight grumbled. This shield was acquired at the cost of its accompanying phantom. Unrivaled World remarked. Tang Yun also noticed that only 1 phantom remained beside the Death Knight, with its health reduced to 3,000. I'll take it. Unrivaled World shouted, producing an item that shot forth an arrow. Crack. The shield shattered in response. This was a specialized item designed for breaking shields. With the black shield destroyed, the Death Knight appeared momentarily stunned, allowing Tang Yun to land 2 more strikes. Simultaneously, he tossed out a skeleton ball. The Death Knight's health plummeted below 2,000. At this juncture, Tang Yun dared not be complacent. Sure enough, in the next moment, the last of the Death Knight's accompanying phantoms was sacrificed. It radiated an overwhelming power, and anyone nearby would surely be flung away, losing significant health. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the Death Knight revealed its form, now surrounded by blue flames. Devoid of any phantoms, resembling a solitary king. Chapter 13. Joyous Acquisition of Techniques. Epic Weapon. Buzz. The Death Knight let out a mournful wail, pointing its great axe. Instantly, a horde of deathly phantoms surged forth, moving faster than the death charge. Tang Yun activated his ethereal step, just managing to evade. However, the others were not as fortunate. The Death Knight swung its great axe once more, unleashing another wave of deathly phantoms. The player not wanting to lose weight, who had been coasting throughout the battle, was instantly defeated, and the Titan of Death could not withstand for long either. It's up to you. Unrivaled World bellowed, throwing forth another item. A colossal golden bowl enveloped the Death Knight, gradually extinguishing the blue flames surrounding it. Yet, Unrivaled World perished shortly thereafter. Only Tang Yun remained to face the Death Knight alone. Once the golden bowl disappeared, a golden circle was left in the Death Knight's vicinity. Attempting to step outside the circle, it was forcefully pushed back. Observing this, Tang Yun began his assault, and within a few strikes, he dispatched the Death Knight. Phew. Tang Yun exhaled deeply. This was his first encounter with a boss. It felt incredibly challenging. With the extreme realm skill at his disposal, alongside 2 exceptional pieces of equipment, he managed to endure until now. Otherwise, he would have surely been defeated long ago. Moreover, the 2 items from Unrivaled World played a pivotal role, most likely obtained from a prerequisite quest. Congratulations. You have slain the level 5 boss, the Death Knight, earning 270 experience points. 10 gold coins. Skill, Death Charge. Technique, Dual Spirit Demon Heart Technique. Undead Bracelet X1. Undead Leggings X1. Undead Magic Sword X1. Equipment Enhancement Card X1. Basic Skill Points X2. Technique Points X1. Strength 2. Speed 1 millisecond. Attack Power Coefficient 3. Strength Growth 1. Speed Growth 0. 2 milliseconds. Mind Amplification 10. Truly a boss. Such bountiful rewards. Tang Yun was elated. He immediately leveled up to level 6. How swift. Within mere hours, he surpassed what most achieved in 6 months. Not only that, but his equipment also surpassed that of 9,999 others. Nickname, Wind and Cloud. Level, 6, 577. Health, 1600, Constitution 100, Recovery, 0, ones. Mana, 340, Spirit 20, Recovery, 0, 10, 2s. Physical Attack, 570, Strength 15, Equipment 500. Magic Attack, 170, Intelligence 10. Physical Defense, 16, Constitution 1, Equipment 15. Magic Defense, 17, Spirit 1. Strength, 28, 4 Growth, Equipment 10. Intelligence, 17, 2 Growth. Constitution, 16, 2 Growth. Spirit, 17, 2 Growth. Speed, 131 milliseconds, 0, 7 Growth. Equipment 6. Talent, Infinite Treasure Drop, Uniqueness. Elemental Affinity, Fire, 20. Mind Amplification, 20. Skills, Sky Shattering Technique, Extreme Realm. Ethereal Step, Perfect. Bone Shield, Entry. Skeleton Ball, Entry. Techniques, none. Equipment, Novice Longsword, Exceptional. Silver Boots, Exceptional. Fong Necklace, Ordinary. Skeleton Armor, Ordinary. Space Ring, Fine. Attack Power exceeds 1000. Gazing at his stats, Tang Yun felt as if he were in a dream. The boss has unveiled a new technique, seemingly one that primarily enhances offensive capabilities. After mastering it, it will further augment my attack power. Tang Yun mused with delight. In the realm of virtual world, techniques are akin to skills. They necessitate personal cultivation and can elevate corresponding attributes. It serves as an alternative means to enhance fundamental attributes aside from leveling up. The Twin Spirit Demon Heart Technique. Mastering it will require a substantial amount of time. But with the current technique points, I can learn it directly. A flicker of inspiration surged through Tang Yun as the cultivation method for the Twin Spirit Demon Heart became second nature to him. Congratulations. Your Twin Spirit Demon Heart has reached level 1. Physical attack 10. Magical attack 10. Strength 1. Intelligence 1. Not too shabby, Tang Yun reflected silently. With 2 basic skill points remaining, he decided to further enhance the ethereal step. He promptly expended 1 basic skill point to elevate the ethereal step. Congratulations. Ethereal step has reached great perfection. Ethereal step, great perfection, increases movement speed by 70 for 5 seconds. Consumes 10 mana, cooldown time 10 seconds. An increase of 70 in speed. A significant enhancement, but to reach the pinnacle, 1 skill point would not suffice. Tang Yun furrowed his brow slightly. Transitioning from great perfection to pinnacle requires 3 skill points. Currently, his skills include Bone Shield and Skeleton Ball. There was no rush to upgrade. Acquiring new skills took precedence. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yun opted not to upgrade any skills, but instead chose Death Charge. Congratulations, Death Charge has reached the novice level. Death Charge, novice charges forward, inflicting 110 physical attack damage. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Consumes 20 mana. Although this skill's damage is somewhat lacking, it holds considerable importance. The speed and distance of the charge depend on one's own speed and proficiency. At present, his charge speed is not particularly swift, merely double his own speed. With a distance of approximately 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, he arrives. Subsequently, Tang Yun examined his newly acquired equipment. Necromancer's Bracelet, rare. Strength, 10. Intelligence, 8. A rare-grade bracelet that enhances output, quite commendable. Tang Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. His current skill, Bone Shield, necessitates an increase in magical attack. Next, he turned to the Necromancer's Leggings. Necromancer's Leggings, fine. Physical defense, 30. A rare-grade piece of armor. Upon seeing the Necromancer's Demon Sword, Tang Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Necromancer's Demon Sword, rare. Physical attack, 200. Magical attack, 200. Both types of attack enhanced. It suits me perfectly. Tang Yun exclaimed. Generally, players tend to focus on one aspect, even learning techniques and skills accordingly. However, his talent allows him to transcend such limitations. Fully capable of enhancing all facets. Thus, dual cultivation is the most fitting approach. However, exchanging his exceptional grade weapon would reduce his physical attack. Tang Yun pondered. One weapon is more suited to him, while the other boasts superior quality. After some consideration, he resolved not to exchange his weapon for the sake of his combat prowess. Additionally, he possessed a piece of equipment transcendence card. In the previous 2 instances, he had transcended inferior equipment. What if he attempted to transcend a rare grade item? Suddenly, an impulse surged within Tang Yun. Logically, transcending equipment from other slots would yield better results. Yet, he yearned to take a chance. With that thought, he could no longer restrain himself. After all, more opportunities would arise in the future. With that in mind, Tang Yun decided to elevate the quality of the Necromancer's Demon Sword. Congratulations, enhancement successful. The Necromancer's Demon Sword has been upgraded to epic quality. An epic grade weapon. It truly succeeded. Tang Yun's breath quickened. Within Virtual World, at the foundational stage, the highest equipment attainable is only exceptional. Yet, this assertion is not a rule set by Virtual World, but rather a conclusion drawn from collective experience. Tang Yun wished to test whether basic equipment truly had a maximum quality of exceptional. After all, he currently possessed 2 exceptional grade items and urgently sought to conduct an experiment. To his astonishment, the experiment succeeded. It seems the textbook knowledge requires an update. Tang Yun couldn't help but chuckle. With that thought, he glanced once more at the attributes of the epic grade weapon. Necromancer's Demon Sword, epic. Physical attack, 1200. Magical attack, 1200. Health regeneration, 5 seconds. Additional, upon slaying an enemy. It can store their energy, unleashing a Deathblade Chi that can inflict up to 20,000 physical damage and 20,000 magical damage. Truly befitting an epic grade weapon. However, replacing health regeneration with mana regeneration would be even better, Tang Yun mused greedily. Chapter 14, Anomalous Dungeon. Leveling up again. In the realm of Virtual World, each death incurs a toll on the body, necessitating at least a day's interval before logging back in. However, a few members of the unrivaled faction, boasting robust physiques, blatantly disregarded this rule. Boss, our luck has been abysmal this time. We weren't even prepared when the boss appeared. Indeed, we're all at low health. We died far too quickly. We've suffered a great loss. The expressions of the group turned grim. For them, dying once was a severe setback. If we fail the dungeon raid, won't we lose our chance entirely? Abstract Man lamented. Fail? Who says we have failed? Unrivaled countered. What? The group looked at each other in confusion. All 9 of us have emerged unscathed. We haven't failed yet? Wonder Cloud inquired curiously. You are unaware, but that pendant. Oh no. That Feng Yun, possesses formidable strength. The boss's last two items were also utilized by the boss. He should be able to defeat it. Nalan Xiaomei interjected hastily. Feng Yun. The group exchanged glances, feeling slightly bewildered. That level 1 kid? Abstract Man couldn't help but comment. What level 1? He's already level 3. I recognized he wasn't an ordinary person long ago. Turns out I was right. Not wanting to lose weight exclaimed excitedly. So soon? The earlier fallen members gasped in surprise. How could he alone defeat the boss? Abstract Man remained unconvinced. His attack power, we estimate, is around 800. His skills are also exceptionally strong. When the boss's health was critically low, there was a chance. Deadly Titan added. Is that true? I find it hard to believe. Several expressed skepticism. It is true. Feng Yun's strength surpasses our imagination. He must be a genius from some prestigious family. Unrivaled asserted. A genius from a prestigious family? The crowd gasped in astonishment. This game has existed for 300 years, producing numerous prominent figures. Their descendants undoubtedly have resources beyond comparison. I sense a new star is about to rise. Unrivaled remarked with admiration. Boss, why hasn't he emerged yet? Could something have gone awry? Nalan Xiaomei asked anxiously. After their demise, they adjusted themselves before logging back in. Although feeling unwell, it was merely a mild dizziness, entirely bearable. Based on their estimates, Tang Yun should have already defeated the boss and exited the dungeon. This. Unrivaled also appeared perplexed. Boss, you must be mistaken. That kid could never have defeated the boss. Abstract Man urged. Could something truly have gone wrong? In the realm of perilous titans, doubts about the desire to shed weight began to surface. There was no rush. Patience was key. The solitary figure of Unrivaled World shook his head. None of the group wished to log off for a respite, for the completion of the dungeon promised rewards. We vanquished the boss, yet the quest isn't over? Tang Yun mused, scanning his surroundings for a teleportation exit, but finding none, he pressed onward. Traversing the desolate terrain, he soon stumbled upon a cluster of graves. As he slowed his pace, an eerie sound erupted, causing the graves to explode. Roars echoed around him as several grotesque, zombie-like creatures emerged. Corrupted Walker. Level 6. Health points, 2500. Physical defense, 80. Magical defense, 40. Alongside 6 corrupted walkers. 3 larger variants also began to crawl forth. Large corrupted corpse. Level 8. Health points, 3500. Physical defense, 100. Magical defense, 50. Isn't this a level 5 dungeon? Tang Yun pondered, perplexed by the emergence of level 6 and 8 monsters. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated from the heart of the graveyard as a massive corrupted corpse ascended. Wielding a colossal axe. Axe-wielding corrupted corpse, elite. Level 8. Health points, 12,000. Physical defense, 200. Magical defense, 100. With the appearance of the axe-wielding corrupted corpse, more corrupted walkers crawled forth from the graves. So many? Tang Yun felt a flicker of surprise. Several swift corrupted walkers surged to the front. Skeleton ball, he exclaimed, hurling one towards them. A staggering 2,747 damage. With an impressive attack power of 1795, his fire-infused skeleton ball obliterated one of the corrupted walkers in an instant. Truly, it was an epic weapon. Tang Yun couldn't help but marvel. As the necromancer's magic sword felled the corrupted walker, it absorbed a modicum of energy for storage. Congratulations. You have slain a level 6 corrupted walker, earning 09 experience points. 30 copper coins. Though Unrivaled World and his companions had perished, he still enjoyed the tripled experience bonus from their team. However, defeating monsters of the same level yielded only modest experience. 2058. A standard attack dealt another 2,000 damage. As the corrupted walker lunged, Tang Yun deftly evaded, swiftly claiming another experience point. Such was the advantage of speed. Congratulations, you have slain a level 6 corrupted walker, earning 09 experience points. 30 copper coins. 1 constitution. Roars erupted as the surrounding corpses encircled him. Utilizing ethereal step, Tang Yun's speed surged to an astonishing 468 milliseconds. It felt as though he was soaring. 2 strikes dispatched 1 creature. Soon, 3 more monsters lay vanquished at his feet, and he found himself in a secure location. Congratulations, you have slain a level 8 large corrupted corpse, earning 27 experience points. 60 copper coins. 1 constitution. Congratulations, you have slain a level 6 corrupted walker, earning 09 experience points. 30 copper coins. 2 milliseconds speed. Congratulations. You have slain a level 6 corrupted walker, earning 36 experience points. Roaring in fury, the axe-wielding corrupted corpse found itself powerless against Tang Yun. Skeleton ball. Another corrupted walker met its demise. Congratulations, you have slain a level 6 corrupted walker, earning 36 experience points. At this moment, he had dispatched a third of the corrupted walkers in less than 10 seconds. Remarkable speed. Most players would have to kite the monsters, defeating them one by one, and failure to do so could lead to total annihilation. Tang Yun moved fluidly, striking as he walked, and occasionally launching a skeleton ball. The sluggish corrupted creatures were easy targets. None managed to evade his attacks. Shortly thereafter, he defeated 9 more corrupted walkers and 3 large corrupted corpses. Tang Yun found himself in complete control, sustaining no damage. His total experience surged to 234, bringing his cumulative experience to 937. Additionally, he collected hundreds of copper coins, along with 3 points in constitution, 2 milliseconds in speed, and 1 point in strength. Roaring in exasperation, the axe-wielding corrupted corpse was now utterly enraged, its minions annihilated. In a fit of rage, it hurled its axe. Tang Yun effortlessly dodged, noting that this creature's axe did not return like that of a Death Knight. Death Charge. Sky-splitting technique. 2149, 3018, 6276, 12792. With a single sequence of skills, he effortlessly dispatched the foe, requiring not even a standard attack. Congratulations. You have slain the level 8 elite axe-wielding corrupted corpse, earning 54 experience points, 30 silver coins. Axe of the Gutted Giant. 1 basic skill point. Constitution growth 1. Constitution 2. Health points coefficient 20. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 7. Strength 4, Intelligence 2, Constitution 3, Spirit 2, Speed 7 milliseconds. Nickname, Wind and Cloud. Level 7, 477. Health points, 3120, Constitution 120, Recovery, 015s. Mana points, 380, Spirit 20, Recovery, 0102s. Physical attack, 660, Strength 15, Equipment 1200, Technique 10. Magical attack, 280, Intelligence 10, Equipment 1200, Technique 10. Physical defense, 26, Constitution 1, Equipment 35. Magical defense, 19, Spirit 1. Strength, 34, 4 growth, Equipment 10. Intelligence, 20, 2 growth, Equipment 8. Constitution, 26, 3 growth. Spirit, 19, 2 growth. Speed, 142 milliseconds, 07 growth, Equipment 6. Talent, Infinite Treasure Drop, Unique. Elemental Affinity, Fire, 20. Mindset Amplification, 20. Skills, Sky-splitting technique, Ultimate. Ethereal Step, Grand Completion. Death Charge, Novice. Skeleton Ball, Novice. Bone Shield, Novice. Technique, Dual Spirit Magic Heart Technique, 1. Equipment, Necromancer S Magic Sword, Epic. Silver Boots, Exquisite. Necromancer S Bracelet, Rare. Spatial Ring, Fine. Necromancer S Leggings, Fine. Fong Necklace, Common. Skeleton Armor, Common. Chapter 15, Level 8. Ultimate Body Technique. The health points coefficient has also increased. His health now surpasses 3,000, comparable to monsters of the same level. Tang Yun felt a surge of joy. Generally speaking, aside from the initial levels, later monsters possess greater health than players. Naturally, there are exceptions for exceptionally talented players. Some individuals possess attributes that rival elite monsters. Now, Tang Yun's attributes were impressive across the board, particularly in terms of attack power and speed, leaving others in the dust. For ordinary players, simply leveling up methodically without considering equipment would yield an attack power of just over 200 after level 10, with a speed of merely 13 milliseconds. Yet Tang Yun had already surpassed those metrics. Having reached level 7, at this pace, he could achieve level 10 before the college entrance examination, making entry into university a breeze, especially into a prestigious institution, even the foremost academy in the capital. Tang Yun inhaled deeply. His long-held aspiration had always been to gain admission to the prestigious academy of the capital. Yet, after several attempts to access the virtual realm, his resolve began to waver. Even when he finally succeeded in logging in, uncertainty clouded his heart. Now, however, he felt a resurgence of confidence. This was no ordinary instance. Upon its completion, substantial rewards were surely to be reaped. Contemplating this, he paused for a moment before continuing his journey. After traversing the earlier graveyard, 3 more grave mounds emerged ahead. These mounds appeared significantly larger than those before. The first to rise was a long-armed corpse, its limbs bound in tattered bandages. Long-arm corpse, elite. Level 8. Health 11,000. Physical defense 160. Magical defense 160. Soon, the second corpse emerged, its oversized head giving it a somewhat clumsy appearance. Big head corpse, elite. Level 8. Health 13,000. Physical defense 220. Magical defense 130. The final corpse bore remnants of broken armor and wielded a long sword. Ironclad corpse, elite. Level 8. Health 15,000. Physical defense 230. Magical defense 230. Clearly, the ironclad corpse was far more formidable than the others. Yet, Tang Yun felt no fear. Armed with an epic-grade weapon, what was there to dread? With a swift motion, the long-armed corpse struck first, its bandaged arms swinging menacingly. 2052. Tang Yun retaliated with a decisive slash, inflicting considerable damage. Death Charge 2,276. Following up with a basic attack. 2052. In an instant, the long-arm corpse had lost over 6,000 health. But Tang Yun's assault did not relent. Sky-splitting technique, first form, 3174, 2052. The first form followed by a basic attack swiftly dispatched the long-arm corpse. Bang! The ironclad corpse reacted swiftly. As Tang Yun approached, it countered with a strike. Bone Shield. Bolstered by fire attributes, the Bone Shield absorbed a staggering 1967 damage. The blow was entirely negated. Such formidable power. Tang Yun was momentarily astonished. His Bone Shield could withstand only 2 hits. Boom. Meanwhile, the big head corpse lunged forward, its massive head crashing down. Ethereal Step. Dust swirled around him as Tang Yun evaded the strike. Had it connected, the Bone Shield would likely have faltered. 6468. 1980. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Tang Yun executed a second form followed by a basic attack, stripping away over 8,000 health from the big head corpse. Skeleton Ball. 2698. Using the Bone Shield to absorb another blow, he followed up with a basic attack. 1980. The big head corpse fell to his blade. Simultaneously, he unleashed the third form. Dealing over 13,000 damage, it struck the ironclad corpse's vital artery. The control effect seamlessly set up for a basic attack, leading to its demise. The entire encounter transpired in a mere 3 seconds. Tang Yun had vanquished 3 elite monsters. Congratulations, you have slain the level 8 elite long-arm corpse, gaining 36 experience points. 20 silver coins. 1 burial cloth. 1 basic skill point. 1 martial arts point. Congratulations, you have slain the level 8 elite big head corpse, gaining 36 experience points. 20 silver coins. 1 basic skill point. 1 martial arts point. 1 intelligence. Congratulations, you have slain the level 8 elite ironclad corpse, gaining 22 experience points. 10 silver coins. 1 silver iron armor. 1 strength. 20 health coefficient. After defeating the 2 elite foes, Tang Yun had leveled up. Though the experience from the third monster was relatively lesser. 3 basic skill points. Ethereal Step could finally reach its pinnacle. Tang Yun felt a surge of excitement. Eagerly, he consumed the 3 skill points, and Ethereal Step underwent a successful transformation. Congratulations, Ethereal Step has reached its pinnacle. Ethereal Step, pinnacle increases movement speed by 120 for 5 seconds. Consumes 10 mana, cooldown time 10 seconds. An increase of 120 in movement speed? Is this what the pinnacle entails? Tang Yun was astounded. He had not anticipated such a qualitative leap for Ethereal Step. It is worth noting that the Great Perfection only offered a 70 speed increase, which was already remarkable. Now, the pinnacle was even more astonishingly powerful. With 2 martial arts points, he could elevate the dual spirit magic heart technique to level 2. At this moment, his enhancements had not ceased. Congratulations. Dual spirit magic heart technique has been upgraded to level 2. Physical attack 20. Magical attack 20. Strength 2. Intelligence 2. Burial cloth? Tang Yun was intrigued and examined it closely. Burial cloth, item used to bind opponents, inflicting 100 damage per second for 5 seconds. A control type item, quite useful. With the potential for remarkable effects at critical moments. Tang Yun felt quite satisfied. Though the damage was modest, the essence lay in its control. Soon, he shifted his focus to the remaining equipment. Silver iron armor, fine. Physical defense, 30. Upon equipping it, his stats underwent significant modification. Nickname, Wind and Cloud. Level, 8, 417. Health, 4060, Constitution 140, Recovery, 01, 5s. Mana, 420, Spirit 20, Recovery, 0102s. Physical attack, 765, Strength 15, Equipment 1200, Martial Arts 30. Magical attack, 330, Intelligence 10, Equipment 1200, Martial Arts 30. Physical defense, 29, Constitution 1, Equipment 60. Magical defense, 21, Spirit 1. Strength, 41, 4 growth, Equipment 10. Intelligence, 25, 2 growth, Equipment 8. Constitution, 29, 3 growth. Spirit, 21, 2 growth. Speed, 149 milliseconds, 07 growth, Equipment 6. Talent, Infinite Loot, Uniqueness. Elemental Affinity, Fire, 20. Mindset Amplification, 20. Skills, Sky Splitting Technique, Pinnacle, Ethereal Step, Pinnacle, Death Charge, Entry, Skeleton Ball, Entry, Bone Shield, Entry. Martial Arts, Dual Spirit Magic Heart Technique, 2. Equipment, Necromancer's Sword, Epic, Silver Boots, Exceptional. Necromancer's Bracelet, Rare, Spatial Ring, Fine. Necromancer's Leggings, Fine. Silver Iron Armor, Fine. Fong Necklace, Common. After slaying the 3 elite monsters, Tang Yun emerged nearly unscathed, having only expended a small amount of mana. Continuing forth, a grand mausoleum loomed before him. Unlike the nameless graves encountered earlier, this one bore the inscription of a great general upon its tombstone. Suddenly, an indistinct melody floated into his ears. Moments later, a captivating figure appeared before him. In the sky above, a woman clad in red exuded an enchanting allure, her crimson lips parting. Young man, Would you care to share a moment of passion with me? Chapter 16. The Enchantress in Red. The Undead General. Your beauty is undeniable, and I would be delighted. Tang Yun called out robustly. The Enchantress in Red possessed an innate charm, her every gesture captivating the soul. Oh, the red-clad woman giggled, her form shimmering as she appeared beside Tang Yun. Swish. In an instant, Tang Yun struck, swinging his sword in a horizontal arc. The woman in red, having anticipated his move, gracefully retreated, effortlessly evading the attack. Indeed, the words of men are often deceptive. The smile on the woman's face remained undiminished, while Tang Yun's expression grew serious. Red-clad Enchantress, boss. Level, 10 health points, 100,000 physical defense, 500 magical defense, 800 a level 10 boss. With 100,000 health points, Tang Yun had to exercise caution. Generally speaking, elite monsters possess health that is approximately 3 to 5 times that of ordinary foes, while bosses typically boast health that is 3 times that of elite monsters. Or even more. Hee, I shall refrain from meddling in your male conflicts. The Enchantress giggled, her form dissipating into thin air before Tang Yun's eyes. Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback, only for the ground to crack open, revealing a massive figure clad in golden armor. Undead General, boss. Level, 10 health points, 130,000 physical defense, 700 magical defense, 700 yet another level 10 boss. Tang Yun frowned. Logically, he should be confronting this boss. But what about the Enchantress who had just appeared? Despite the Undead General's superior attributes, he sensed that the Enchantress posed a greater threat. 3 bosses in a single instance? What madness is this? Tang Yun pondered the peculiarities of this dungeon. While there were plenty of elite monsters, the number of ordinary foes had significantly diminished. Kill! The Undead General roared, charging at him with a massive sword. Skeletal Sphere. Tang Yun conjured a skeletal projectile to hurl at his foe, only for it to be effortlessly deflected by the General's sword. Bone Shield. Death Charge. He summoned a fiery red bone shield and surged forward. 1,793. 1,554. A charge followed by a basic attack, yielding over 3,000 damage. However, in comparison to the Undead General's vast health pool, it was but a drop in the ocean. Bang! The General's sword struck the bone shield, which, despite having a value of 2059, was shattered as easily as glass. With over 1,000 points of protection obliterated in a single blow. Sky-splitting technique. 2,751. 1,554. 6,342. 13,524. 1,554. 1,554. The first segment connected with a basic attack, but the timing for the second to third segments was crucial and more challenging. Tang Yun feared running out of momentum and thus refrained from executing a basic attack. After completing the third segment, he managed to land 2 basic attacks. By the end of his assault, he had dealt over 27,000 damage. And combined with his previous strikes, the boss had lost 30,000 health. Tang Yun hastily retreated. In the next moment, the Undead General roared and thrust his sword into the ground, unleashing a massive shockwave that caused the ground to fissure and release clouds of gray gas. Tang Yun evaded the shockwave, but could not advance to deal further damage. The gray gas morphed into spectral apparitions that clawed at him. Tang Yun swung his sword, yet found his efforts futile. Crack! The bone shield was torn apart, and he lost several hundred health points. Fleeting steps. Realizing he could not inflict damage, he opted for flight. Sure enough, once he escaped a certain radius, the wailing specters screeched and vanished into the earth. The Undead General withdrew his sword, and Tang Yun's death charge brought him face to face with his adversary once more. Another series of attacks ensued, and the Undead General lost an additional 30,000 health. Tang Yun retreated urgently. However, this time, the Undead General refrained from using his previous technique, instead pointing his sword skyward. Instantly, a deluge of sword energy rained down upon him. Bone Shield. Tang Yun summoned his shield once again, maneuvering with speed to evade the onslaught of sword energy. Whoosh! The Undead General soared into the air and descended with tremendous force, aiming directly at Tang Yun's position. Boom! The impact sent Tang Yun flying. The bone shield shattered instantly, and he suffered a significant loss of health. Had it not been for the shield, that strike could have slain an ordinary level 10 player. Tang Yun tumbled several times before regaining his footing. This foe was indeed formidable. He became increasingly cautious. The knowledge base offered no strategies for countering this boss. He could only rely on his instincts to test the waters. In truth, such a boss could not be tackled without a cadre of powerful players. With resistances soaring to 700, ordinary players would struggle to breach defense. Even utilizing armor-piercing items alongside skill attacks, one would need an attack power of at least 400 to deal damage. At the very least, one would require over 300, an unattainable feat for many players. Thus far, the Undead General had employed 3 skills: the Shockwave and Specters, the Sword Energy Attack, and the Aerial Sword Technique. Whoosh! The Undead General launched another assault, dragging his colossal sword like a war god. Tang Yun matched him blow for blow, neither side gaining the upper hand. During a brief lull in the General S attacks, Tang Yun seized the moment to execute another death charge. He prepared to unleash the sky-splitting technique once more. Clang, 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 boom. A series of attacks, all thwarted. The undead General S sword hung in the air, surrounded by a formidable shield of sword energy. Soon after, the sword energy erupted, and Tang Yun raised his bone shield to absorb a portion of the attack, yet he still lost several hundred health points. The fourth skill. Tang Yun's expression turned grave. Once more, after some probing, he discerned that the general had exhausted his repertoire of skills, which eased his apprehension. After a period of skirmishing, he found another opening and unleashed the sky-splitting technique again. While the boss lacked overt intelligence, after sustaining 2 severe blows from Tang Yun, executing the technique flawlessly became increasingly challenging. Fortunately, he succeeded. At that moment, the undead general had lost nearly 100,000 health points. One final push would suffice to bring him down. However, Tang Yun had also lost over 1,000 health points, and he could not afford to be reckless. After all, such a boss could easily eliminate him in a heartbeat. His current health was merely a slight advantage. After a stalemate lasting over a minute, Tang Yun discovered another opportunity and charged forward with Death Charge, Sky-Splitting Technique. Completing this sequence would surely slay the undead general. The first 2 techniques were executed flawlessly, leaving the general with less than 20,000 health. Boom. A resounding crash. Yet the final strike failed to inflict damage. Tang Yun distinctly felt as though he had struck the shield. How could this be? He had initiated the sky-splitting technique only after baiting out the general's sword energy shield. Ah, such a remarkable young man. I find myself increasingly enamored. How about I personally join the fray? The familiar, bewitching voice echoed once more. Tang Yun comprehended. The enchantress had intervened to save the undead general. Facing 2 bosses simultaneously posed a considerable challenge. The crux of the matter was that the enchantress was shrouded in mystery, even if she was the 3rd boss. Her appearance at this juncture was unexpected. Are you silent because you blame me, dear sister? Then I shall exert myself even more, the enchantress said with a playful smile. As she spoke, a crimson glow enveloped the undead general, his health rapidly replenishing to full. What the hell? Tang Yun could not help but utter a curse. That sister is simply too fond of it. Keep it up. The smile of the crimson-clad enchantress widened further. Facing 2 adversaries alone, Tang Yun felt an overwhelming pressure. Chapter 17. Facing 2 opponents. Boss, he hasn't emerged yet. Could he have perished already? The abstract man expressed his anxiety. Indeed, why is it taking so long? Wasn't it said that the boss was at death's door? Is it possible he truly met his end? This Feng Yun is rather unreliable, the others murmured. How could he possibly be dead? If he were to fall, the system would have promptly notified us of mission failure. Xiaomei retorted angrily. Certainly. He should still be inside. Perhaps some unforeseen circumstance has arisen? The group speculated. Dubu Tianxia also harbored doubts. Logically, Tang Yun should have been able to finish off the foe with a few more strikes. Why had it dragged on till now? Hey, isn't this our miracle squad? Why does everyone look so glum? A mocking voice rang out from a distance. Upon hearing this, the faces of the group soured even further. A cadre of individuals approached them, led by one whose gear was no less impressive than that of Dubu Tianxia. Boss, it appears they've all dropped a level. Could it be they failed in their dungeon raid? Another person chuckled. Little does you didn't take your team to raid that necromancer dungeon, did you? Xujie laughed. Mind your own business. The unperturbed Dazai huffed. Huh, I merely wish to remind you that your clues are incomplete. You must not recklessly enter the dungeon. Xujie's face brimmed with schadenfreude. What do you mean by that? Xiaomei inquired, perplexed. The new dungeon task. Both teams were engaged in it at the time, but they managed to secure the upper hand. Fearing that Xujie's team might sabotage their efforts, they hastily sought out the village chief to begin their raid. You all ran off with your clues and items, but there were indeed further leads. Xujie grinned broadly. The countenance of Dubu Tianxia gradually darkened. Judging by the words of the opponent, this dungeon was evidently no trivial matter. The dungeon was not an ordinary level 5 dungeon. It contained 2 bosses, a level 5 Death Knight, which could be countered with the items in their possession, and an 8-level undead general, for which the countering items lay in Xujie's possession. You scoundrel, you did this on purpose. The abstract man rebuked vehemently. It was evident that the opponent had been aware all along, and now that it was revealed, it was merely to relish their misfortune. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Ha ha. Xujie laughed uncontrollably. The team members behind him also made provocative gestures. Dubu Tianxia and the others seethed with anger, yet found themselves powerless. An 8-level boss. We cannot contend with that right now. No rush. We're not like certain individuals who lead their teams to demise. We have all the time in the world. Xujie continued. Don't get too cocky. We haven't failed yet. Feng Yun is still inside. Dazai retorted angrily. Feng Yun? What is that? Xujie paused. Feng Yun is our teammate, declared Dubu Tianxia. They had entirely forgotten that initially, they merely regarded Tang Yun as a mere accessory. What nonsense. How can he defeat a boss by himself, let alone an 8-level boss? Utterly absurd. Xujie coldly scoffed. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a profound silence. A level 5 boss was already challenging enough, let alone an 8-level one. And Tang Yun was alone. No wonder he had yet to emerge. The Death Knight had been vanquished, but the battle was far from over. Alas, we are doomed. The Titan of Death lamented. Do not fret. His remaining inside signifies there is still hope, Dubu Tianxiao asserted. Ha, what hope? A bunch of clowns. That so-called Feng Yun surviving is a fantasy. I'll gladly serve as your night pot if he makes it out. Xujie boasted. Haha, a bunch of fools. Understand this, they just dropped a level. It's possible they're suffering from a psychological issue. I suggest a visit to the doctor, the others incessantly derided. Both teams were among the most prominent in the novice village. This time, the Dubu Tianxiao team had suffered a significant blow, making it unlikely for anyone to contest against them afterward. Dong, dong, dong. The 3 melodious chimes rang out, causing both teams to cease their bickering and hastily make their way to the village chief's residence. Before long, they arrived at the village chief's abode. Village Chief Wang. Is there a new task to be released? Xujie inquired eagerly. Indeed, I have gathered you brave warriors for a momentous event, Village Chief Wang proclaimed. The crowd brimmed with anticipation, as this signified the emergence of a new quest. I have received word that a crimson-clad enchantress has appeared in the village. This enchantress possesses formidable strength, capable of traversing forbidden grounds at will, and she can enhance certain monsters. You must exercise utmost caution when venturing into the forbidden grounds. Village Chief Wang advised. A crimson-clad enchantress? What level boss is she? Dazai asked urgently. Only a boss-level creature would warrant such a grand mobilization from Village Chief Wang. A level 10 boss. Village Chief Wang declared. A level 10 boss. Many eyes lit up. Although bosses were difficult to defeat, they often bore valuable treasures. Soon after, the system announced a quest. Eliminate the Crimson Enchantress. The very mention of this enchantress sounded extraordinary. Slaying her would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. However, the majority lacked the strength to challenge a level 10 boss. Boss, a level 10 boss. If we could kill it, stop dreaming. We can't even handle a level 5 boss. The Titan of Death sighed. That's because the timing of the Death Knight's appearance was off. If we were at full health, we could have restrained it and taken it down in an hour. The abstract man countered. The others nodded in agreement. Although the Death Knight was powerful, as long as they could manage its aggro and switch out, using potions and seizing opportunities, they could gradually wear it down. However, the situation at the time had caught them completely off guard. However, it was too late to dwell on it now. Next time, we'll have experience on our side and surely take it down. The abstract man continued. Next time, you say? Dubu Tianxia shook his head, lost in thought. Before long, the members of Xujie's team surrounded them again, engaging in yet another round of verbal sparring. Tang Yun stared at the 2 bosses before him, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. The Crimson Enchantress was exceedingly agile and could hide, while the Undead General posed a threat as the Enchantress could wreak havoc from the shadows. Currently, he was oblivious to the full extent of the Enchantress's powers, only aware that she could heal and conceal herself. To be honest, every one of her skills left him feeling vexed. As the Crimson Enchantress vanished once more, the Undead General charged at him. Tang Yun had no choice but to confront the Undead General. After continuous combat, his mana reserves dwindled. He could only stall for time and slowly regenerate his blue mana. During the battle, with only 300 mana left, he would require at least half an hour to recover. Not enough seriousness. As the two battled, the Crimson Enchantress re-emerged, lightly tapping Tang Yun, causing him to lose 1,000 health points. Fortunately, his health regeneration was relatively swift. Once his mana was nearly restored, his health was also back to full. Although the Crimson Enchantress had harassed him multiple times, Tang Yun managed to focus enough to use the Bone Shield to fend off her sneak attacks. On the other side, dealing with the Undead General became increasingly effortless. Time flowed slowly, and Tang Yun understood the importance of patience. Fortunately, the Undead General's health continued to diminish gradually. During this time, he noticed a rapid enhancement in his combat skills. It is essential to note that his previous knowledge had been purely theoretical. Today marked his inaugural foray into real combat within the virtual realm. After an indeterminate duration, the Undead General's health plummeted below 30,000. Chapter 18, Defensive Techniques. The Repugnant Succubus. My dear brother, I never expected you to be so enduring. I find it quite delightful. The red-clad succubus materialized, covering her mouth with a giggle. Tang Yun's gaze was resolute. This was a pivotal moment. To vanquish the red-clad succubus, he must first eliminate the Undead General, for otherwise, this creature could easily spell his demise. Skeleton Ball. Tang Yun conjured a skeleton ball and hurled it at the red-clad succubus. With a graceful turn, she effortlessly caught the skeleton ball, exclaiming, "Hee, do you enjoy playing ball? Shall I join you?" Although Tang Yun possessed formidable attack power, the skeleton ball was merely a rudimentary technique. Against such a formidable boss, it proved insufficient and was easily evaded. My ball is much larger. The succubus flicked her finger, summoning a colossal skeleton ball from thin air. Tang Yun deftly evaded it with his ethereal steps. This was the red-clad succubus's fourth skill. Why are you dodging? Is my ball not enjoyable? She taunted as she approached. Tang Yun, quick-witted and agile, struck once more. Shroud of the Dead. The succubus's face registered fear as she hastily retreated. However, her arrogance allowed Tang Yun to seize the opportunity, ensnaring her within the shroud. Death charge. Sky-splitting triple strike. Instead of attacking the succubus, Tang Yun directed his fury towards the severely weakened undead general. With a flurry of strikes, the undead general knelt and gradually succumbed to the ground. Congratulations, you have slain the level 10 boss, the undead general, earning 270 experience points. 10 gold coins. Skill, Sword Chi Ascendant. Technique, Dragon Elephant Body Tempering. Undead Armor X1. Undead Bone Ring X1. Basic Equipment Enhancement Card X1. 2 first level skill points. 3 technique points. 3 strength. 3 constitution. Attack Power Coefficient 2. Life Value Coefficient 20. Strength Growth 1. Constitution Growth 1. Such a boss drops a wealth of rewards. While others might receive rare materials, Tang Yun directly acquired attributes, which were far more practical. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 9, Strength 5, Intelligence 2, Constitution 4, Spirit 2, Speed 0, 7 ms. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 10, Strength 5, Intelligence 2, Constitution 4, Spirit 2, Speed 0, 7 ms. Having ascended 2 levels in quick succession, Tang Yun reached level 10. Sword Chi Ascendant, a first level skill. Learning. Tang Yun hastily utilized 2 first level skill points. Congratulations. You have mastered the basics of Sword Chi Ascendant. Sword Chi Ascendant, first level basic casts Sword Chi within a designated area, inflicting 150 physical damage on enemies within the target zone. Cooldown, 15 seconds, mana cost, 100. Truly worthy of a first level skill, even at its basic level. It could deal 150 damage, and it was an area attack. Tang Yun felt a flicker of joy. Among his skills, this was his only area attack thus far. Though the skill was impressive, its high mana consumption and nascent stage rendered it somewhat inadequate. He analyzed quickly within his mind. Congratulations, Sword Chi Ascendant has advanced to proficiency. Sword Chi Ascendant, first level proficient casts Sword Chi within a designated area, inflicting 170 physical damage on enemies within the target zone. Cooldown, 15 seconds, mana cost, 100. Dragon Elephant Body Tempering. Another technique, primarily defensive in nature. Excellent. Tang Yun felt a surge of excitement and immediately learned it. In the virtual realm, techniques are categorized into offensive and defensive types. Typically, one can learn 2 techniques, with speed and recovery techniques being exceedingly rare. However, mastering 2 techniques was already a formidable challenge, and few dared to pursue the other 2 categories. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Tempering has reached level 1, Health 100, Constitution 1, Physical Defense 2, Magical Defense 2. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Tempering has reached level 2, Health 200, Constitution 2, Physical Defense 2, Magical Defense 2. Nickname, Wind and Cloud. Level 10, 100, Pending Breakthrough. Health 6880, Constitution 160, Regeneration 0, 1, 5 seconds. Technique 300. Mana 500, Spirit 20, Regeneration 0, 1, 2 seconds. Physical Attack 1088, Strength 17, Equipment 1200, Technique 30. Magical Attack 370, Intelligence 10, Equipment 1200, Technique 30. Physical Defense 43, Constitution 1, Equipment 60, Technique 4. Magical Defense 25, Spirit 1, Technique 4, Strength 54, 5 Growth, Equipment 10. Intelligence 29, 2 Growth, Equipment 8. Constitution 43, 4 Growth. Spirit 25, 2 Growth. Speed 163 ms, 0, 7 Growth, Equipment 6. Talent Infinite Loot, Unique. Elemental Affinity Fire 20. Mindset Amplification 20. Skills Sword Chi Ascendant, first level proficient, Sky-splitting triple strike, Extreme. Ethereal Steps, Extreme. Death Charge, Basic. Skeleton Ball, Basic. Bone Shield, Basic. Techniques Dual Spirit Demon Heart Technique 2. Dragon Elephant Body Tempering 2. Equipment Necromancer's Demon Sword, Epic. Silver Boots, Exquisite. Necromancer's Bracelet, Rare. Space Ring, Fine. Necromancer's Leggings, Fine. Silver Iron Armor, Fine. Fong Necklace, Ordinary. With 2 rapid level ups, Tang Yun's strength surged dramatically. His attack power soared to 2318, and his health surpassed 7,000. How utterly repugnant. The red-clad succubus exclaimed as she freed herself from the shroud. Her face a mask of anger. The shroud could control for 5 seconds, but only under ideal conditions. For a boss, such an effect was far from guaranteed. That he managed to restrain the red-clad succubus for even a brief moment was a considerable achievement, primarily due to her disdain for the filthy shroud. "You're the one who's repugnant," Tang Yun retorted. "A creature that shields, heals, becomes invisible, and unleashes surprise attacks with ranged skills. This boss was truly infuriating. Without employing clever tactics, his life would be forfeit today. You have thoroughly enraged me." The tone of the red-clad succubus shifted from alluring to shrill. "Skeleton bomb." Tang Yun produced an item and tossed a skeleton bomb. The succubus scoffed and reached to catch it, only for the bomb to explode. Although the damage was minimal and insufficient to break her defenses, it rendered the succubus somewhat disheveled. The skeleton bomb and skeleton ball appeared similar. However, the former dealt magical damage upon detonation, whereas the latter inflicted physical damage upon impact. Indeed, when the succubus caught a skill, she could return with even greater force. Tang Yun mused. His suspicion had been aroused when the red-clad succubus had thrown a large skeleton. Now, through experimentation, he had come to understand. Skeleton ball. Seizing the moment, Tang Yun hurled another skeleton ball. The crimson-clad she-demon remained engulfed in her fury, her instincts compelling her to seize the skull orb upon its appearance. Yet the memory of her earlier disarray caused her to hesitate. In that fleeting moment, the skull orb struck her directly. 3072. Infuriating. The she-demon let out a piercing scream, her form vanishing abruptly. In the next instant, she materialized before Tang Yun, her delicate hands transforming into lethal claws. A jolt of alarm surged through Tang Yun as his health plummeted by over 1,000, compounded by a bleeding effect. A spatial skill? Tang Yun mused in dread. He had been exceedingly cautious, raising his bone shield at the earliest opportunity, but it could only deflect damage from a singular direction. The she-demon circumvented his defenses, launching a surprise attack from behind. Her strength was astonishing. Though her health and defense were not on par with the undead general, she proved to be a far more formidable adversary. Chapter 19. Slaying the She-Demon. Newbie Village Announcement. Having landed a successful blow, the Crimson She-Demon was unsatisfied and pressed her assault. Tang Yun retaliated with a swift stroke, momentarily pushing her back. Death Charge. Seizing the opportunity, he struck. 2,460. 2,182. He charged forward to follow up with a basic attack, yet forfeited the chance to execute his sky-shattering technique. The she-demon quickly regained her composure, floating above the ground, making it exceedingly difficult for Tang Yun to inflict damage. She held a significant advantage. Skeleton bomb. Tang Yun hurled another explosive device. The she-demon evaded it, but he followed up, detonating it around her. Although it caused no damage, the foul remnants of the skeletons splattered upon her. "Ah!" The she-demon shrieked in fury, her voice shrill, unlike that of any human. Tang Yun covered his ears and hastily retreated. The she-demon transformed into a blur, bearing down on him. But he met her with confidence, repelling her with a single strike, while simultaneously unleashing his sky-shattering technique. 3,572. 2,182. 7,744. 16,090. 2,182. 2,182. The entire combination exceeded 30,000 damage, surpassing 40,000 when combined with previous strikes. Tang Yun discerned that the she-demon was indeed peculiar. Yet her direct combat prowess fell short of the undead general. However, her cunning allowed her to flee at will and potentially summon other bosses for aid. Unfortunately for her, her arrogance proved her undoing. With the demise of the undead general, the threat she posed diminished significantly. Additionally, Tang Yun had discovered her weakness, her aversion to filth. Provoked, the she-demon opted for a direct confrontation. Tang Yun did not relent, pouring forth a torrent of damage, reveling in the onslaught. "You have thoroughly enraged me," the she-demon hissed, her voice frigid. "Oh, you're not so formidable yourself," Tang Yun taunted deliberately. "Is that so?" she retorted with a cold snort. In an instant, her form expanded, her hands morphing into massive claws. Swish! The enormous claws swept toward him. Ethereal step. Tang Yun narrowly evaded. This opponent possessed an array of abilities. So far, she had exhibited shielding, healing, and invisibility. The shielding and healing seemed to be usable only for others, while invisibility proved ineffective in direct combat. Additionally, the she-demon could reflect skills back at him. Sonic attacks, along with her elusive spatial skills, made her formidable, especially now that she had grown in size. "Ah!" The she-demon screamed again, unleashing an amplified sonic attack. Tang Yun faltered, suffering hundreds of damage. More critically, this sonic assault carried a control effect. He felt dizzy, and in the next moment, a giant claw struck him, draining 3,000 health. Were he an ordinary person, he would have perished. After her enlargement, the sonic attack became overwhelmingly powerful. He would have to anticipate it in advance. Tang Yun analyzed the situation as the she-demon relentlessly attacked, forcing him to retreat for safety. Maintaining her enlarged form seemed to drain considerable energy, prompting her to revert to her original size. Humph. In a flash, the she-demon pressed her advantage. "Coming back for more?" Tang Yun had anticipated her reappearance, striking at the moment she vanished. His speed and reflexes were exceptional. Sky-shattering technique. Tang Yun seized the chance to unleash another series of strikes. The she-demon was left with just over 20,000 health. She roared. A miniature sonic attack followed, which Tang Yun met with little fear, easily evading it. We'll continue this another day. The she-demon snarled menacingly. This was dire. She intended to flee. Tang Yun felt a pang of urgency. After having drained so much health, she couldn't simply escape. Such a cowardly display from a boss. Monsters were supposed to face their demise head-on. Old hag, are you fleeing out of fear of revealing your true form? Tang Yun shouted. The she-demon's gradually dissipating figure abruptly halted. What did you say? She seethed, her teeth clenched. She was inherently vain, and being called an old hag was intolerable. Especially after Tang Yun had enraged her multiple times. Even with a human guise, your inner ugliness cannot be concealed. Tang Yun scoffed. You are doomed. The she-demon was now fully irate, her form expanding once more, her claws sweeping in like war machines. Simultaneously, her legs transformed, no longer confined to attacking a specific area. This time, she was determined to slay Tang Yun. Bring it on. Tang Yun's pupils constricted as he braced himself. His bone shield was raised at once. Then, a tremendous wave of sword energy erupted from his weapon. The she-demon anticipated Tang Yun's sky-shattering technique, but was unprepared for such a lethal strike. The deathly magic sword could absorb life energy, converting it into damage at an approximate ratio of 10-1, just from defeating the undead general. It had provided over 10,000 damage. Coupled with his previous accumulated power, he unleashed it all at once, obliterating the Crimson She-Demon in an instant. Congratulations. You have slain the level 10 boss, the Crimson She-Demon. Gold, 20. Skill, Space Jump. Skill, She-Demon-S Curse. She-Demon-S Battle Garb, 1. She-Demon-S Heart, 1. Base skill points, 5. First level skill points, 2. Cultivation points, 5. Base skill extremity card, 1. Strength, 3. Intelligence, 3. Spirit, 3. Strength growth, 1. Intelligence growth, 1. Spirit growth, 1. Magical attack coefficient, 2. Mana coefficient, 5. Spatial element, 10. So many rewards? The enhancement was astonishing. Tang Yun rejoiced internally. However, the delight did not end there, as the system's voice rang out once more. Congratulations to the team unmatched in the world for successfully clearing the dungeon. Gold, 5. Newbie Village announcement. Player Feng Yun has slain the level 10 boss, the Crimson She-Demon. All attributes leveled up by 2. Reputation 1. She-Demon S tier, 1. An announcement? This She-Demon was indeed extraordinary. Tang Yun felt a surge of joy. Such a proclamation was not solely heard by him. All players within Newbie Village were left in stunned silence at this moment. An announcement? How long had it been since they last heard one? Wow, reputation points. They exclaimed, realizing that high reputation could lead to noble titles and unexpected benefits. Feng Yun, I've never heard of him before. Has he reached level 10 already? Murmured a short-haired youth nearby. It seems our Newbie Village has barely existed for 6 months, and someone has already reached level 10? The crowd buzzed with discussions. Little Chick, do you know this big shot? A curious teammate inquired. Little Chick hesitated. Why treat us as outsiders? What is there to hold back? Chimed in a sweet girl with a playful smile. I've encountered someone named Wind and Cloud before, but like me, he had just completed his novice quest and was only level 1. The names match, yet the levels don't align. To defeat a level 10 boss, he must be at least level 10, Little Chick remarked. What a coincidence. Although nicknames can be duplicated, it's quite rare to see repetitions in a single novice village. The sweet girl mused. It's probably just a coincidence. It's unlikely someone could leap from level 1 to level 10 and then slay a level 10 boss within a few hours, another added. Perhaps, Little Chick murmured. Feeling uncertain, was it truly the same person? Meanwhile, the members of the group walking alone in the world were utterly flabbergasted. The dungeon exploration has been completed? Everyone rejoiced. I knew I wasn't mistaken, exclaimed not wanting to lose weight. What? He defeated the red-clad banshee. Nalan Xiaomei gasped in disbelief. The expressions of others who overheard the announcement mirrored hers. If I'm not mistaken, he was just level 1 when we first met, Death Titan pondered aloud, uncertain if his memory had failed him. If you're not mistaken, then I certainly am not. He was indeed level 1. Roaming Cloud asserted. Absolutely. Wind and Cloud was level 1 over an hour ago. Not wanting to lose weight, declared emphatically. How did he manage that? The group was filled with confusion. There is something amiss. It's impossible for someone to defeat a level 10 boss. Covering the sky with one hand shouted. He had expected that once they reached level 10 and allowed some time for their strength to increase, they would complete the task themselves. However, to his surprise, the quest was finished as soon as it was posted, and it was announced throughout the village. What is the issue? If I recall correctly, you just mentioned wanting to have your head chopped off. Would you like my assistance? Death Titan mocked. You're asking for death. Covering the sky with one hand, expression darkened. His teammates were equally enraged. Walking alone in the world intervened, shaking his head at Death Titan. The group had to swallow their anger. After all, At their current levels, they were no match for covering the sky with one hand. Fortunately, dueling was prohibited within the village. Boss, that guy definitely has something off about him. Let us wait by the dungeon exit for him to emerge. A player named Heartless Can't Stand made a throat-cutting gesture. Let us go. Covering the sky with one hand, ordered immediately. Boss, what now? Nalan Xiaomei asked hurriedly after covering the sky with one hand, and the others left. Follow him. Walking alone in the world suggested after some contemplation. The group was also eager to discover what was happening with Tang Yun. They rushed toward the dungeon entrance. Counting his spoils, Tang Yun felt quite pleased after defeating 3 bosses. Undead armor, rare. Physical defense, 40. Magical defense, 40. Undead bone ring, rare. Strength, 10. Space, 10M. The 2 rare items dropped by the undead general were quite satisfactory. Tang Yun was pleased. Next was the item he had eagerly anticipated, the red-clad banshee. Spatial leap. The second first-tier skill, learned. Consuming a first-tier skill point, spatial leap was instantly mastered. Spatial leap, first-tier beginner instantly appear within a 10M radius at any location. Consuming 200 mana, cooldown time 20 seconds. The skill was powerful, but its consumption was substantial, making it suitable for critical moments. It would pair nicely with Heavenly Split style. Tang Yun mused. The mana consumption of first-tier skills was currently difficult to sustain. However, he was grateful that his mana had significantly increased this time. Soon, he turned his attention to another skill. Banshee's Curse. Passive skill. Your normal attacks are cursed by the Banshee, adding 10 magical attack damage. Normal attacks now included magical damage. A divine passive skill, Tang Yun exclaimed. With this, his current normal attacks surpassed the damage of typical skills, and it consumed no mana. The passive skill was automatically learned, but without a proficiency level, it could not be enhanced. Tang Yun sighed lightly. Wait, if the talent reveals something, it could break certain limitations. If skill points can directly allow me to learn skills, then can the Extreme Realm card disregard this rule? Tang Yun suddenly pondered. With that thought, he attempted to use a first-tier skill point, but the system offered no response. Subsequently, he tried to enhance his base skill points, only to receive the same result. Using the base skill Extreme Realm card, still unable to succeed, the system remained silent, and Tang Yun furrowed his brow. Wait, the base skill Extreme Realm card has been consumed. A realization struck him, and he quickly glanced at the skill description. Banshee's Curse. Passive skill Extreme. Your normal attacks are cursed by the Banshee, adding 100 magical attack damage. There was indeed no increase in proficiency, but it effectively transformed into a new skill. An addition of 100 magical attack damage was incredibly powerful, Tang Yun joyfully remarked. This was undoubtedly a skill coveted by those specializing in magical attacks. With one more first-tier skill point remaining, he enhanced Sword Chi Soaring to the Sky. Congratulations. Sword Chi Soaring to the Sky has been upgraded to Mastery. Sword Chi Soaring to the Sky. First-tier Mastery. Unleash Sword Chi in a designated area, dealing 190 physical attack damage to enemies within the target zone. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Mana cost 100. With 5 base skill points left, he decided to enhance Skeleton Ball. After a brief contemplation, he reached a decision. Congratulations, Skeleton Ball has been upgraded to Subtlety. Skeleton Ball. Subtlety. Condense a skull and hurl it at the target, dealing 170 physical attack damage, consuming 10 mana, cooldown time 5 seconds. He used his skill points to enhance the Double Spirit Magic Heart technique. Congratulations. Double Spirit Magic Heart technique has been upgraded to level 3. Physical attack 30. Magical attack 30. Strength 3. Intelligence 3. After completing the enhancements, the remaining 2 skill points could not be further improved, leaving him with no choice but to stop. The Banshee Battle Garb, equivalent to a 4-in-1 set, comprising a top, trousers, shoes, and a unique equipment cloak. Tang Yun took a deep breath. Banshee Battle Garb, exquisite. Physical defense, 200. Magical defense, 300. Strength, 10. Intelligence, 10. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 10. Speed, 6 milliseconds. All attributes increased. Quite impressive. Tang Yun felt quite satisfied. He also had a base equipment enhancement card that was perfect for this. Congratulations, enhancement successful. The Banshee Battle Garb has been upgraded to Epic. Banshee Battle Garb, Epic. Physical defense, 400. Magical defense, 600. Strength, 30. Intelligence, 30. Constitution, 30. Spirit, 30. Speed, 12 milliseconds. Attached, damage reduction of 20. Epic. Such defense is invincible. Moreover, the attributes are remarkably high, exclaimed Tang Yun in delight. After all, this single item is worth several pieces of equipment. Without hesitation, Tang Yun donned the attire, the Siren's garb, which was entirely crimson and fit his form perfectly. The outer layer resembled a cloak, akin to a battle robe, billowing with the wind in a striking manner. 2 items remained. Subsequently, Tang Yun's gaze fell upon the items. Heart of the Siren, item upon use, can control monsters below level 10, including bosses. Such a formidable item. Controlling a level 10 boss essentially renders one invincible. The item is powerful, yet regrettably, it can only be used once, with effects lasting 2 hours. Tears of the Siren, Item can store up to 1,000 mana points, instantly restoring mana upon use. A splendid item indeed. Furthermore, it is a permanent use item. Tang Yun's heart swelled with joy. Both items are exceptional. This time, the rewards are immense. Boss, Feng Yun has slain a level 10 boss. The spoils must be substantial. We must seize the items, declared a player named Brother Cool. Indeed. And given Feng Yun's low level, the means by which he defeated a level 10 boss must be extraordinary. If we can master this method, Heartless coldly remarked. You make a valid point. We shall act as soon as Feng Yun emerges. If he refuses to relinquish the items, we shall eliminate him. Strike once, strike again, commanded Hands covering the sky coldly. Chapter 21 Siege? Annihilate them. At this moment, Tang Yun remained oblivious to the intentions of others. He gazed at his pristine status panel, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Nickname, Feng Yun, ID, Reputation, 1, Level, 10, 100, ready for breakthrough. Health, 12960, Constitution 160, Recovery, 015, Martial Skill 300, Mana, 1600, Spirit 25, Recovery, 0102s. Physical Attack, 2074, Strength 17, Equipment 1200, Martial Skill 60. Magical Attack, 948, Intelligence 12, Equipment 1200, Martial Skill 60. Physical Defense, 81, Constitution 1, Equipment 400, Martial Skill 4. Magical Defense, 64, Spirit 1, Equipment 600, Martial Skill 4. Strength, 72, 6 Growth, Equipment 50. Intelligence, 41, 3 Growth, Equipment 38. Constitution, 51, 4 Growth, Equipment 30. Spirit, 34, 3 Growth, Equipment 30. Speed, 177 milliseconds, 07 Growth, Equipment 12. Talent, Infinite Loot, Uniqueness. Elemental Affinity, Fire, 20, Space, 10. Mindset Amplification, 20. Skills, Sword Chi Ascension, First Stage Mastery, Space Jump, First Stage Entry, Siren's Curse, Passive Extreme. Sky Rift, 3 styles, Extreme, Ethereal Step, Extreme, Death Charge, Entry, Skeleton Ball, Minor, Bone Shield, Entry. Martial Skills, Dual Spirit Demon Heart Technique, 3. Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique, 2. Equipment, Necromancer's Sword, Epic, Siren's Garb, Epic, Undead Bone Ring, Rare. Necromancer's Bracelet, Rare, Fong Necklace, Common. Attack power reaches an astounding 3,334. Magical attack stands at 2,208. Without considering defense, a single strike amounts to over 5,000, and with mindset amplification, ordinary monsters cannot withstand it. Tang Yun felt a swell of pride. He then traversed the dungeon once more, discovering rare materials, some of which were required by the butcher. It was time to depart. Upon entering the dungeon, he was merely level 1, but now he had achieved level 10. His attributes surpassed even some elite monsters. With a single step, Tang Yun emerged at the dungeon's entrance. He out, attack. Hands covering the sky shouted. In an instant, 2 ranged skills were unleashed, accompanied by a control technique. Bone Shield. Tang Yun sensed danger and swiftly erected the Bone Shield. However, he soon realized his efforts were in vain. The 2 skills could not even breach his defenses. The control technique's damage was pathetically low. Boss. What the hell? What's happening? No damage. The 2 exclaimed. Those trailing behind, including the player Unmatched World, were equally taken aback. They had intended to assess the situation and consider whether to intervene. Yet they never anticipated that Hands covering the skies group could not breach Feng Yun's defenses. Feng Yun, they intend to kill you for your treasures, shouted the overweight player. The expression of Hands covering the skies group changed drastically. In truth, even without the warning, Tang Yun had already grasped the situation. Brothers, it's a misunderstanding. Hands covering the sky hurriedly said. Then allow me to misunderstand as well. Tang Yun retorted coldly. With that, he moved with lightning speed, swiftly dispatching the first assailant with a single strike. Then came the second, followed by the third. The opposition offered no resistance whatsoever. What is going on? 1 strike for each? This is too fierce. I just came to watch, and I'm witnessing a massacre? The surrounding players gasped in astonishment. Those who could arrive here were not of low level, and Hands covering the skies team was among the elite. Yet, even so, they stood no chance against Tang Yun. Run. Hands covering the sky bellowed. Skeleton Ball. A single skeleton ball's damage was off the charts. Hands covering the sky's meager health could not withstand it. A few individuals scattered in all directions. Tang Yun had no intention of letting any escape. Ethereal Step. Tang Yun's speed surged to 784 milliseconds. These individuals, with speeds not exceeding 20, were instantly overtaken, and he swiftly dispatched them with a single sword strike. So fast. Is he flying? This is absurd, faster than a car. With such speed, can my skills even hit him? Is this the kind of speed one should expect in a novice village? The onlookers found it hard to believe. The abstract man opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He had felt a tinge of jealousy towards Tang Yun. But now he realized he lacked even the qualification to glance at him. The spectators were in awe of Tang Yun's prowess. But the team led by Unmatched World was left utterly speechless. To ascend from level 1 to level 10 while wielding such combat power. How is it possible? Congratulations. You have slain the player Heartless Coldly, earning 20 copper coins. Wolfskin Leather Armor 1. Congratulations, you have slain the player Hands Covering the Sky, earning 1 Silver-Headed Spear. 1 basic skill point. Congratulations, you have slain the player Brother Cool, earning 2 silver coins. All 8 players were eliminated, with most dropping only a bit of currency. Player kills seldom yield items, especially when a high-level player slays a low-level one. For Tang Yun to drop these items was already remarkable. After dispatching these individuals, Tang Yun's gaze swept over the remaining crowd. Anyone who met his eyes instinctively lowered their heads. The members of Unmatched World dared not meet Tang Yun's gaze. I owe you all my gratitude. Tang Yun approached a few individuals, smiling faintly. Although the crowd initially looked down upon him, they had eventually collaborated together. Especially Du Butian Xia and Na Lan Xiaomei. Had they not intervened, the first boss would likely have proven insurmountable for him. It is we who owe you our gratitude. This dungeon exceeded our expectations, and your successful completion has indeed mitigated our losses. According to contributions, this gold and equipment rightfully belong to you. Du Butian Xia remarked, producing 3 gold coins, 2 pieces of equipment, and several materials. The rewards for the initial exploration amounted to 5 gold coins, so his offering of 3 is quite generous. Tang Yun smiled faintly, accepting the gifts without hesitation. Although he had gained significantly, he still found himself in need of funds. The more wealth, the better. By the way, since you defeated the red-robed succubus, you can report to the village chief for your quest completion. There should be additional rewards. Du Butian Xia added. Understood, farewell. Tang Yun nodded and waved as he departed. The others watched his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Alas, he has gone, Wuxiang Jianfei lamented, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Don't get ahead of yourself. He could never have an interest in you, the abstract man muttered. Mind your own business. Wuxiang Jianfei retorted, slightly irritated. Ultimately, we are mere passers-by in his journey. I sense his name will resonate throughout the entirety of Xia. Du Butian Xia stated, his gaze profound. He chose that name for a reason, aspiring to genuinely dominate the world. Yet, he understood that this was ultimately an unrealistic ambition. It was Feng Yun from whom he truly perceived the shadow of Du Butian Xia. Tang Yun arrived at the village entrance, where the butcher was still hard at work. Numerous players were engaged in various quests around him. Brother, aren't you collecting corpses? I brought some for you. A player hastily approached, eagerly eyeing Tang Yun. Chapter 22, Elite Training Camp. The latter. Huh. Tang Yun paused momentarily, nearly forgetting about this matter. The rewards from the dungeon had made him somewhat dismissive of these few copper coins. However, it appeared the corpses he had collected were quite substantial. Brother, I've invested all my capital into this. You can't just abandon me. Xujie Jia pleaded pitifully. After sending out a message that he was collecting corpses, everyone went on a frenzy to hunt and deliver them. However, the man himself had disappeared. The crowd merely cursed, feeling deceived, while some continued to wait. But after a long while, their patience wore thin. Seizing the opportunity, Xujie Jia acquired these corpses at a much cheaper price. If Tang Yun still wanted them, he would have struck gold. Otherwise, he would have lost everything. Rest assured I want them. Tang Yun replied with a smile. Xujie Jia hoarded 1,000 corpses, and since he couldn't manage them all alone, he enlisted the help of the village children. Helping the village children was also a task, so he took the opportunity to have these NPCs assist him during his quest, which was quite resourceful. Upon completion, Xujie Jia earned over 1,000 coins, while Tang Yun profited 7,000 copper coins. Additionally, I require some materials, Tang Yun stated, listing everything the butcher needed. No problem, I've got it covered. Xujie Jia replied cheerfully after glancing at the list. In less than 2 hours, earning over 1,000 coins left him quite pleased. Once he entrusted the task to Xujie Jia, Tang Yun made his way directly to the village chief's residence. Village Chief Wang. Tang Yun greeted with a smile. Our valiant warrior has returned. I've heard you vanquished the red-robed succubus? Village Chief Wang exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Tang Yun replied with a smile, producing the succubus heart. Upon seeing it, Village Chief Wang's eyes widened. Indeed, it is the succubus heart. Mr. Feng Yun, your prowess has already surpassed that of our village's greatest warrior. Had it not been for you, this succubus would have undoubtedly caused great chaos. You flatter me. But it would be even better if the village chief could provide me with clues for the breakthrough quest, Tang Yun replied with a gentle smile. Currently, at level 10, he needed to complete the breakthrough task to advance to level 11. Breakthrough task? I certainly have leads, but I believe Mr. Feng Yun has better opportunities awaiting him. Village Chief Wang quickly asserted. Better opportunities? Tang Yun was taken aback. Typically, after reaching level 10, one would receive the breakthrough task from the village chief. Could there be another method, as suggested by Village Chief Wang? Indeed, Village Chief Wang nodded. We are a village created by the divine. To leave here, one must either undergo a breakthrough or gain access to the elite training camp, for which you are entirely eligible to acquire this pass. As he spoke, Village Chief Wang handed over a card inscribed with runes. Elite Pass. Tang Yun examined the inscription on the card, contemplating. The Elite Pass grants you entry to the training camp, where your future holds greater promise. Village Chief Wang proclaimed. Ah, I see. Tang Yun began to comprehend. It seemed this was the reward for defeating the red-robed succubus. However, he was curious about the distinctions of this elite training camp. Activate the pass. Tang Yun touched the Elite Pass, and in an instant, a force pulled him in. Once he regained his footing, he found himself in a vast plaza. At its center lay a teleportation array. Below the plaza was a long staircase leading down to a bustling village, while above the plaza, another staircase connected to a relatively smaller square. The surrounding area buzzed with voices. Nearly everyone present was at level 10. Old Gu, back to challenge the ladder again? This time you might manage to clear the 3rd tier. One person remarked. Brother Bai, you're nearly at the 5th tier, stop mocking me. Gu Shintong replied with a wry smile. Haha, come on, let us see if any big shots are around today. Bai Gu laughed heartily. The ladder? Tang Yun felt a flicker of intrigue as he followed the two up the staircase. Upon reaching the next plaza, he noticed many individuals sitting cross-legged, seemingly recuperating. At one end of the plaza stood a towering ladder reaching into the clouds. Numerous figures stood motionless atop it, their purpose unclear. Before long, a person fell from the 1st level of the ladder, appearing utterly dispirited. Haha, this guy dares to challenge the ladder on his first visit to the training camp? I've said it before, he is not up to it. Foolish. Anyone who can come here is a genius. They always think too highly of themselves. Kid out there, I might respect you as a genius, but here in the elite training camp, all I can say is that you still have much to learn. Laughter erupted among the crowd. The fallen young man gritted his teeth and trudged back toward the village. The ladder. Tang Yun gazed at the imposing structure, feeling a surge of aspiration. Step aside. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced through from behind. Tang Yun turned to see an individual cloaked in a black robe, obscuring their features, yet emanating an undeniable aura. Feeling a surge of dissatisfaction, Tang Yun was about to voice his thoughts when Bai Gu pulled him back. The surrounding individuals swiftly cleared a path. The figure in the black robe ascended the ladder amidst the gazes of the onlookers. Kid, you're new here, take it easy. That's Mo Tong. Bai Gu hurriedly cautioned. Mo Tong, the 3rd ranked on the ladder? Gu Shintong exclaimed. Bai Gu watched the figure's retreating form, envy lacing his tone. That's him. He surpassed 10 tiers on his first attempt, and since then, he has been unstoppable. Within a month, he reached the 3rd position. Give him more time, and the 1st and 2nd places will likely fall to him as well, surpassing 10 tiers on the first attempt. As I ascended to the 2nd level for the first time, Brother Bai praised me as a genius. Compared to him, what kind of genius am I? Gu Shintong could only smile bitterly. Ah, do not belittle yourself. When have I ever deceived you? Most newcomers fail to clear the 1st level on their initial attempt. And yet you have succeeded in passing the 2nd level. Is that not a sign of genius? The doctor in the white coat remarked. I am a genius. But what of him? Gu Shintong gestured towards the figure of the demon eye. Even among geniuses, there exists a disparity, one that is as vast as a chasm. This demon eye is a rarity in the world, shrouded in mystery regarding the lineage that nurtured him, the doctor murmured. The ladder rankings. Tang Yun gazed up at the large characters in the sky. Ladder rankings, Eastern District 1st, Chu Xiao, level 10, layer 33, 2nd, Xia Sankai, level 10. Layer 33, 3rd, Demon Eye, level 10, layer 31, 100th, Song Jiha, level 10, layer 22. On the ladder rankings, most names are genuine, particularly among the top 10. Aside from the name of the Demon Eye, which appears less authentic, the rest are all prodigies from prominent clans. Demon Eye? Tang Yun silently etched this name into his memory. Remarkably, the Demon Eye had already reached the 2nd layer. How astonishingly swift. I wonder if he can advance further this time. Certainly, he can. He has consistently progressed, and after such a long wait before his arrival, he must have something grand in store. Give him just a little more time, and I believe he will surpass Xia Sankai and Chu Xiao. It is peculiar, after all. Chu Xiao hails from a super clan, while Xia Sankai is part of the Xia royal family. The Demon Eye seems to have emerged from nowhere, captivating everyone in the plaza with his extraordinary talent. Brother Bai, I can hardly contain my excitement, Gu Shintong exclaimed, clenching his fists as he observed the Demon Eye conquer each challenge. Yes, I too am filled with anticipation. Do you also yearn to ascend the ladder? The doctor in the white coat inquired, turning to Tang Yun. Tang Yun nodded. The first attempt can be rather challenging, so exercise caution, the doctor added with a smile. Thank you, Tang Yun replied, nodding in acknowledgement. With that, the three ascended the ladder in succession. Chapter 23, Tang Yun's Velocity. Layer 20. Look, another newcomer has begun their ascent on the ladder. How long do you think he can last? 2.5 minutes? No. I doubt he can even last a minute. 30 seconds. At most, 30 seconds. Many watched with keen interest, but in the next moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. The instant he stepped onto the ladder, the surrounding individuals vanished. In their stead was a white, enclosed space, and before him stood an ethereal humanoid creature. Ladder Guardian, first layer, level 10 health, 20,000 physical defense, 300 magical defense, 300 the first layer. Is this formidable? Its attributes surpass those of elite monsters. Tang Yun was astonished. No wonder so many struggle to clear the first layer. It truly presents a challenge. Swish. Ethereal step? Tang Yun was taken aback. The guardian charged at him with a sword, swift and decisive. Tang Yun scoffed, effortlessly evading the attack, and then he struck back with a single swing. 5,930. One strike dealt over 5,000 damage. Who could withstand that? Skeleton Ball. 8,482. Although the damage boost from the Skeleton Ball was modest, with an attack power enhancement of only 170, its unique skill benefited from elemental enhancements. Moreover, it combined multiple elements, meaning both Fire 20 and Space 10 could amplify its damage. This effectively added an additional 30 to the overall damage. With another strike, Tang Yun swiftly eliminated the Guardian. The entire encounter took less than 3 seconds. He then advanced directly to the second layer. Alas, it was merely an illusion. Otherwise, there could have been substantial rewards. Tang Yun felt a twinge of regret. Soon, his opponent in the second layer appeared before him. Ladder Guardian, second layer, level, 10 health, 20,000 physical defense, 300 magical defense, 300 this time. It was not a humanoid monster, but a ferocious beast, and there were 2 guardians. Roar. The 2 creatures charged at him, one from the left and one from the right. What is happening? Did I misjudge? That guy has reached the second layer? How could this be so fast? Is he a newcomer? This doesn't seem right. Damn, he is already at the third layer. Feng Yun? Which big shot has changed their name? Those who had mocked earlier were now left speechless. Tang Yun's speed in clearing levels was astonishing. The first challenge was nearly an instant clear, and the second took mere seconds. His swift progress attracted even more onlookers. Is this truly a newcomer? He looks unfamiliar. But it seems he is. This speed is reminiscent of veterans. He must be someone ranked, yet his name is not on the list. Could it be that another genius has arrived? The crowd marveled. In the third layer, his adversaries remained too, but their strength had slightly increased. Yet, they were still insufficient. Tang Yun quickly dispatched them, moving on to the fourth layer, where the opponent's strength continued to rise. By the fifth layer, he faced 3 adversaries. Yet, Tang Yun remained unperturbed, slaying one beast after another with ease. With his speed, it was exceedingly difficult for them to land a hit. By the 9th layer, the number of monsters increased to 4, and their health reached 30,000. In 20 seconds, Tang Yun eliminated them all. Before long, he found himself at the 10th layer. What the hell? It has only been a few minutes? I'm already at layer 10. This is insane, absolutely insane. It seems layer 10 is not his limit. Surely, the Demon Eye's first attempt was at this level, right? Could his strength be approaching that of the Demon Eye? Impossible. How could his power ever compare to that of the Demon Eye? A supporter of the Demon Eye shouted. The crowd did not refute this. While Tang Yun's performance was indeed remarkable, he still fell short when compared to the Demon Eye. At this moment, on the 10th layer, Tang Yun faced only one opponent. Ladder Guardian, 10th layer, level, 10 health, 20,000 physical defense, 300 magical defense, 300 is the opponent on the 10th layer akin to that on the first? Tang Yun felt a hint of confusion. In the next instant, the Guardian lunged forward with remarkable speed, considerably quicker than that of the first layer. The ethereal step had evidently reached a high level of mastery. Tang Yun mused. From what he observed, the attributes of the 10th layer were identical to those of the first layer. However, the actual combat prowess was worlds apart. Attributes are ultimately just numbers. For instance, when his own health was merely a few thousand, he could still slay bosses with health in the hundreds of thousands. The Guardian before him possessed formidable skill proficiency. Their strength was incomparable. Ding. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. The enhancements in attack and combat were indeed substantial. Tang Yun felt the difference. He dispatched the Guardian of the first layer in an instant. Yet with this layer, it took 3 exchanges before he landed a hit. After striking, the Guardian quickly adjusted. Tang Yun pressed forward relentlessly, and after expending some time, he finally delivered the finishing blow. He had truly passed the 10th layer. This was nothing short of miraculous. It is rumored that the 10th level is guarded by a humanoid sentinel of exceptional skill, having mercilessly vanquished numerous challengers. The Guardian of the 10th level wields at least 3 grand mastery skills, and those who manage to pass are undoubtedly true geniuses. Can he truly rival the likes of the Eye of Magic? Someone exclaimed. Impossible. He would be hard-pressed to even carry the Eye of Magic's shoes. Remarked an individual known as Eye of Magic II. The Eye of Magic has garnered a devoted following due to his remarkable achievements over the past month. Indeed, he has already ascended to the 20th level, setting a record for the swiftest completion of the first 20 levels. This time, it appears that Feng Yun may very well become the second Eye of Magic, and the Eye of Magic continues to be unparalleled in his prowess. I eagerly anticipate whether the Eye of Magic can ascend to second place, or even first. At this moment, the Eye of Magic is the center of attention, rendering Tang Yun's accomplishments seemingly insignificant in comparison. Tang Yun ascended to the 11th level. where the challenges consist of monsters with 40,000 health each at both ends of the ladder. After a series of confrontations, Tang Yun felt that the 10th level was perhaps even more challenging. Before long, he swiftly progressed through the 12th and 13th levels. At the 15th level, he faced 3 monsters, each with 50,000 health, a feat comparable to an average level 10 boss. However, these creatures employed singular attack methods, and as long as one could surpass the 10th level, coupled with respectable attributes, success was nearly assured. Tang Yun showcased exceptional offensive capabilities, dispatching a single monster with just 10 strikes, not to mention the use of his skills. The trio of monsters fell within mere minutes. Moreover, at this point, Tang Yun maintained an almost full reserve of mana. As he advanced from the 16th to the 19th levels, the monsters' attributes gradually improved. Yet they posed no significant threat to Tang Yun. And then came the 20th level, a formidable boss-level guardian boasting 100,000 health. Its skills were equally formidable. To conquer the 20th level is tantamount to being capable of soloing a boss. Within the elite training camp, there were at least 100 individuals possessing such prowess. Tang Yun mused inwardly, affirming that this indeed is a gathering of prodigies, where everyone's abilities are remarkable. Skeleton Ball. The subtlety of the advanced Skeleton Ball is not easily evaded. 8,242. Death Charge. 3,801. 5,450. With the Curse of the Banshee in effect, Tang Yun's basic attack damage exceeded that of the Death Charge by a significant margin. Sky Splitter Technique. 5,401. 5,450. 11,402. 23,405. 5,450. 5,450. The cumulative damage totaled over 70,000. Roar. The Guardian retaliated with a furious roar. Bone Shield. Tang Yun raised a shield of over 2,000 to withstand the opponent's strike, continuing his onslaught. There were no tricks involved, merely raw numbers. He decisively passed the 20th level. Chapter 24, Combat Techniques. Mental State Enhancement. At the 21st level, the opponent transformed once more into a humanoid guardian, significantly amplifying its strength. Ladder Guardian, level 21. Level 10. Health, 40,000. Physical defense, 400. Magical defense, 400. Though 40,000 health may seem modest, based on prior experience, Tang Yun was acutely aware that this challenge would not be easily overcome. Indeed, in the next moment, the Guardian had already lunged toward him, employing an advanced mobility skill. Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Boom. The Guardian executed its skills with impeccable timing. Tang Yun hastily evaded, but the opponent kept close on his heels. The Sky Splitter Technique? The Guardian unleashed its skill once more. While its power might not match his own, its execution was exceptionally refined. Fortunately, Tang Yun was well acquainted with the Sky Splitter Technique and deftly evaded the first 2 strikes. Fully focused, he awaited the Guardian's third move. Suddenly, the Guardian charged forward. Skill, Death Charge. Ethereal Step. After activating his ultimate mobility skill, Tang Yun's speed surged, allowing him to evade the Death Charge. However, the Guardian unleashed a relentless barrage, and the third strike quickly followed. Relying on his speed, Tang Yun dodged and began his counterattack. Clang. Tang Yun's strike was met with the Guardian's Bone Shield. It appeared that the opponent had replicated his skill, and all at an advanced level. Tang Yun felt a surge of excitement. With the 21st level, the intensity had evidently escalated. This adversary possessed high health, formidable defense, and strong skills, yet its speed was somewhat lacking. Tang Yun analyzed the situation. Of course, the opponent's speed was not truly slow. It merely paled in comparison to his own. After all, he benefited from epic-level equipment enhancements and the ultimate mobility skill. Overall, the adversary's health was significantly higher, and there were ample opportunities for learning in terms of combat techniques. Engaging with such an opponent allowed for the enhancement of combat skills, while simultaneously improving his own skills. As Tang Yun fought, he continued to analyze. The Guardian exhibited considerable agility, forcing Tang Yun to dodge many of its skills. Embracing a learning mindset, he engaged in battle for 5 minutes before finally overcoming the challenge. Level 21. Level 21. This Feng Yun is simply extraordinary. The Eye of Magic is also progressing swiftly, having reached level 28. Clearly, he has made substantial advancements. It is said that after the 20th level, opponents are tailored to individual capabilities. Indeed, they possess all skills, and all at an advanced level. Unless one acquires a powerful first-tier skill or possesses overwhelming attributes, surpassing this level is virtually impossible. Feng Yun has ascended to level 22. With only 100 players in the leaderboard reaching this level, could he possibly be among the top 100 on his first attempt? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Tang Yun's prowess had already captivated the majority. At level 22, the system indicated that the attributes of the opponent remained unchanged. However, after a series of exchanges, Tang Yun discerned an issue. The opponent's attack power and speed had both improved, and its techniques had ascended to a new echelon. This time, I must learn diligently. Tang Yun contemplated, opting to swap out 2 pieces of epic equipment. Now his speed was only slightly elevated, but his attack power was significantly greater. This adjustment would facilitate rapid enhancement. Tang Yun immersed himself entirely in the battle, honing his skills. Congratulations, your mental state enhancement has increased by 1. The increase in his mental state enhancement was a delightful surprise. The mental state enhancement also pertains to the mastery of one's own power. During this time, he had relied on superior weaponry and attributes to overpower his foes, yet now, by setting aside his weapons to refine his skills, his mental state unexpectedly improved. Tang Yun was overjoyed. With renewed confidence, he continued to refine his abilities, and his mental state gradually elevated. Simultaneously, his skill usage and timing also improved. Congratulations. Your mental state enhancement has increased by 1. As time passed, Tang Yun's mental state enhancement reached 25. Old ancient brother, you have truly not let me down. You have indeed passed the 3rd level. Praise the white coat. Brother White, have you managed to breach the 5th level even faster? Inquired the ancient god. Alas, it has indeed progressed slightly quicker, but I still cannot conquer the 6th level, the white coat lamented. It is exceedingly difficult. My classmates all call me a genius. As do the teachers. Yet I now realize what a true genius is, the ancient god expressed, feeling disheartened. His progress had been swift. Yet in comparison to those at the forefront of the leaderboard, the disparity became apparent. The Eye of Magic has already reached level 30. He merely ascended the ladder a tad earlier than us. The ancient god continued, Old ancient brother, why do you always seek to bring yourself down? What significance lies in comparing oneself to the Eye of Magic? You only arrived yesterday. It is more fitting to compare yourself to the newcomers. Just look at that novice who just left. He has already slinked away without a trace. The doctor in the white coat offered a word of comfort. A newcomer, you say? Upon hearing this, Gu Shintong felt considerably better and began to search for Tang Yun's silhouette. As his gaze rose, he indeed spotted that familiar attire. Brother Bai. He has reached the 22nd level already. Gu Shintong's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean 22nd level? I told you not to compare yourself to those big shots. Not a big shot. He's a newcomer. Wind and Cloud. Gu Shintong exclaimed loudly. What? Wind and Cloud? The doctor in the white coat looked puzzled and followed Gu Shintong's gaze, where he indeed saw Tang Yun's figure. Is this the newcomer from earlier? The doctor appeared bewildered. It is him. It truly is. Gu Shintong asserted emphatically. This. The doctor seemed somewhat at a loss. The 23rd level. He has reached the 23rd level. Brother Bai, he is the true genius. Gu Shintong hurriedly declared. Kid. Why the fuss? Wind and Cloud is indeed impressive, but when compared to the Eye of Magic, he falls woefully short. He was stuck at the 22nd level for 2 hours. The Eye of Magic has already reached the 30th level and is breaking its own records. The second Eye of Magic remarked. Stuck at the 23rd level? You lot are truly oblivious to what you're saying. The doctor in the white coat couldn't help but interject. What do you understand? The 23rd level is indeed commendable. But you ought to consider how formidable Wind and Cloud was in the early stages. He was hardly slower than the Eye of Magic. Yes, I once thought Wind and Cloud could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Eye of Magic, but alas, he is stuck at the 22nd level. He has likely reached his limit. I had high hopes. Although he passed the 22nd level, the time was too slow, preventing him from entering the top 100. The Eye of Magic is among the top 3, and this time he is aiming for first place. A player named Minor Eye of Magic interjected. Brother Gu, you must not emulate these individuals by perpetually comparing yourself to the Eye of Magic. Wind and Cloud is strong, but when compared to the Eye of Magic, he appears utterly diminished. We should simply focus on self-improvement, rather than aspiring for unattainable heights, the doctor in the white coat advised softly. I understand. Gu Shintong nodded vigorously. Indeed, in comparison to the Eye of Magic, he felt an immense pressure, constantly doubting himself. This was exacerbated when he compared himself to Tang Yun, nearly driving him to despair. Yet soon, Tang Yun found himself compared to the Eye of Magic and was utterly outclassed. He began to grasp the doctor's words. His progress from the last time had seen him ascend a level, which was a considerable improvement worthy of celebration. However, compared to Tang Yun and the Eye of Magic, he was simply not on the same plane. Conversely, the doctor in the white coat had a smaller improvement but still maintained a pleasant demeanor. In that moment, clarity dawned upon him, and his state of mind seemed to elevate as well. Chapter 25, Advancement. Is something amiss? Congratulations. Death Charge has been upgraded to Proficient. Death Charge, Proficient Charge Forward, dealing 120 physical damage, cooldown of 10 seconds. Consumes 20 mana. Congratulations. Bone Shield has been upgraded to Proficient. Bone Shield, Proficient summons a shield of bone to block 110 magical damage, consumes 10 mana, lasts 3 seconds, cooldown of 8 seconds. It appears this is the essence of cross-disciplinary learning. With both skills reaching their zenith, mastering them feels significantly easier. Achieving proficiency so swiftly in self-training is quite gratifying. Tang Yun felt a surge of joy. The battle at the 22nd level had greatly enhanced his technique. His state of mind also advanced by 5. This was indeed a substantial boost. At the 23rd level, the strength of his opponent escalated once more. Their skill proficiency remained unchanged, but their attributes had notably increased. Thus, the pressure mounted. While the 22nd level opponent was formidable, his extreme skills still provided a significant advantage. Consequently, Tang Yun had to restrain himself considerably. He needed to hone his abilities further. This would greatly enhance his combat skills. After resting for a considerable time at the 22nd level and regaining his state, he stepped into the 23rd level to continue. At the 24th level, the opponent's attack power and speed matched his own, yet their defense overwhelmed him. The pressure on Tang Yun intensified, but he continued to refine his skills. Upon reaching the 25th level, he found himself outclassed in every attribute. This, however, allowed him to better refine his timing and skill usage. Tang Yun used. Although his speed was surpassed, after employing the extreme body technique, he remained swifter than his opponent. This was becoming challenging. After a fierce exchange, the pressure was immense. After all, the opponent's skills were all at the nuanced level. Tang Yun had to rely solely on his agility to counter the adversary. Time flowed slowly, and Tang Yun felt a sense of parity. Spatial leap. Several times. When he found himself unable to evade, he utilized spatial leap. This first-tier skill was not replicated by his opponent. However, this took a toll on his resources. This battle lasted a full 2 hours, but Tang Yun seized the opportunity, perfectly combining spatial leap with the sky-splitting 3 styles, ultimately vanquishing his opponent. The 26th level. His opponent's skills were at the consummate level. This time, he would need to don exceptional gear. Tang Yun thought to himself, wearing ordinary equipment. He had nearly reached his limit at the 25th level. The opponent's techniques were formidable, making it difficult for his skills to land, and even basic attacks were easily blocked. After an intense battle, he cleared the 26th level. His state of mind increased by another 5, just as he prepared to tackle the 27th level. A series of beeps interrupted him. Has the alarm gone off? A whole night has passed. Tang Yun sighed. He had immersed himself in the virtual realm after dinner. Leveling up by 10 levels typically took only 2 to 3 hours. However, honing his skills on the ladder consumed a considerable amount of time. Logging out, he checked the time, and, indeed, it was already 6:50. Turning off the alarm, Tang Yun recalled that he no longer needed to attend school. To rest, or to continue. Tang Yun felt somewhat fatigued. Most individuals would grow increasingly weary after continuous battles, but Tang Yun, in contrast, felt particularly invigorated. I should eat something first. Only after logging out of the game did he realize his hunger. At this hour, his parents were already busy at their restaurant. They ran a well-regarded eatery and also served breakfast, so they were usually quite occupied. Just yesterday, they had taken the time to celebrate with him. After finishing his meal and freshening up, his phone buzzed with a message. Tang Yun, check the group chat. The class is organizing a trip to relax. Are you coming? Class leader Hikuin sent a message. Tang Yun glanced at the group chat, where everyone was discussing potential destinations for their outing. Not going. Tang Yun replied. Shortly after, Hikuin messaged again. Tang Yun, everyone is going. What is the deal with you not attending? Moreover, this is likely the last time we'll gather together. I just entered the virtual realm. There is much I need to learn. Tang Yun replied. Learning is indeed important, but it's quite late now. And the exam is the day after tomorrow. To put it bluntly, you're only at level 1. No amount of effort will change that. It would be better to enjoy yourself. Hikuin urged earnestly. Tang Yun remained unmoved. You all enjoy yourselves. Don't worry about me. I have matters to attend to today, not just studying. After a while, Hikuin did not respond again. Sigh. Tang Yun let out a soft sigh. It is indeed a pity that the reason he chose not to go was that he had few friends in class. When he first arrived in class 1, he was the center of attention, surrounded by numerous admirers. However, after the incident involving his elder sister, their demeanor shifted drastically. Many chose to take advantage of his misfortune, while others gradually distanced themselves. In his senior year, he faced ridicule for his inability to communicate with the virtual realm. These individuals watched as he plummeted from the heights of success to the depths of despair. Some took the opportunity to kick him while he was down, while others merely observed with cold indifference. Hikuin did offer some assistance, but this was swiftly curtailed by familial constraints. After all, rumors were circulating that his family had offended the powerful elite of the capital, and any association with them could spell disaster. Soon after, Hikuin established a recreational group, comprising 57 members, including Zhou Yin, Feng Tao, and Tang Yun, who were all absent due to obligations. Hikuin remarked, I understand Zhou Yin and Feng Tao. They have studies to attend to, but what about Tang Yun? Is he studying too? That is quite absurd. What is the point of studying for the last 3 days of communication with the virtual realm when he can't even reach level 2? Who knows what he is thinking? Let us not concern ourselves with him. He doesn't fit in any way. All right, everyone, let us not dwell on it. Tang Yun has family matters to attend to, Hikuin stated. Family matters? What is going on? Did his sister just pass away? Zhang Hai interjected. Believe it or not, it seems Tang Miaoying is truly on the brink of death. My cousin works as a nurse at the first hospital of Jiangbei, and Tang Miaoying has been in the emergency room. It appears something has gone terribly wrong. Is that true? She has been bedridden for 2 years. I've heard she is barely clinging to life, so it's likely she won't last much longer. The group watched, captivated by the unfolding drama. After finishing his meal, Tang Yun prepared to continue his endeavors when unexpectedly, his mother called. Xiaoyan, come to the hospital to see your sister one last time. Wang Xiuhua's voice trembled with emotion. Tang Yun's heart sank, and memories of their childhood together flooded back. Although his sister often teased him, she was always there to stand up for him in times of need. Moreover, she had always been a source of pride for him. Without hesitation, Tang Yun set off for the first hospital of Jiangbei. After more than half an hour, he arrived at the surgical ward. His parents, uncle, and cousin were already there waiting. Xiaoyan, don't worry. Your sister is still alive. Yuan has brought in Professor Su from Jianghai City to assist, so she will surely be saved, Uncle Tang Qinghe reassured him. Hearing this, Tang Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. The atmosphere was heavy with anxiety, as they murmured quietly amongst themselves. After a long wait, the operating room door finally swung open. The leading figure, Professor Su, donned glasses and exuded an air of authority. How is she, Professor Su? Wang Xiuhua inquired cautiously. With a sigh, Professor Su's expression caused everyone's hearts to constrict with trepidation. Oh no, Wang Xiuhua nearly collapsed. Supported hastily by Tang Qingyang. Professor Su, you can't save my sister either? Tang Yuan exclaimed in desperation. At this stage, her condition is critical. Even the most advanced medical techniques cannot revive her, Professor Su replied, shaking his head. If medicine fails, then surely something beyond medical science can save her? Tang Yun insisted. Stepping forward, Professor Su nodded slightly. Indeed, that is precisely what I wish to convey. To sustain her life, we must employ potent medicinal forces to counteract her bodily decline. However, given her current state, many medications are rendered ineffective. Furthermore, these remedies can only prolong her existence. For her to truly survive, she must awaken. And the required medicine exists solely within the virtual realm, and it comes at a steep price. Professor Su, tell me what I need. I will sell my house or my shop to procure it. Tang Qingyang clenched his fists. This is no longer a matter that can be resolved by selling property. The second-tier medicine, the 7-star purple lotus fruit, is worth hundreds of gold, and once manifested, it would cost at least 1,000 gold. Professor Su explained. At least 1,000 gold. The group gasped at the staggering sum. Jiangbei City is merely a small town. Even if they sold their house and shop, it would total only 1 million. 1,000 gold translates to 10 million. For the wealthy, it might be inconsequential, but for an ordinary family, it is insurmountable. Uncle, could I take out a loan in my name from the company? Would that be feasible? Tang Yuan asked. Xiao Yuan, you must think carefully. You have just graduated and have only recently joined the Shanghai group as part of their elite team. Signing an agreement now would mean at least 10 years of repayment. Professor Su cautioned. I can do it. My uncle and sister Miaoying have helped me. Without them, I wouldn't be where I am today. Tang Yuan took a deep breath. Tang Qingyang and his wife felt a surge of pride at his determination. However, the weight of a loan in the millions was daunting. Oh, do you mean for my daughter to share this debt with you? Professor Su remarked coolly. Tang Yuan was momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Dad, I'm willing. 1 million is merely a number. It may be challenging for ordinary people, but we graduated from top-tier universities. Earning money will be swift. At some point, a youthful, radiant girl with charming features approached. You're talking nonsense. Your future lies not in making money, but in enhancing your abilities. There are countless expenses ahead, and the efficacy of a single 7-star purple lotus fruit is limited. If her condition continues to deteriorate, it will become an endless pit. Your family cannot sustain the ongoing treatment. I advise you to abandon this pursuit, Professor Su asserted, shaking his head. Tang Yuan and the others understood that if their earnings were solely directed toward repaying debts, their futures would be irrevocably compromised. But Tang Yuan glanced at Tang Yun's family, his heart heavy with sympathy. All right, we will concede, Tang Qingyang finally uttered, struggling with the decision. Professor Su spoke the truth. Families like theirs would find it exceedingly difficult to maintain the medicinal needs of Tang Miaoying. Even if they managed to gather 1 million, it would only be a drop in the bucket. Brother, how can we give up? Miaoying is the genius of our family. Perhaps with the right medicine, she will awaken. Just think, if she wakes up, there will be plenty of powerful factions willing to nurture her. Her future is limitless. What has 10 years of debt for Yuan? Tang Qinghe interjected passionately. Enough, I have made my decision, Tang Qingyang said with finality, shaking his head. Wang Xiuhua wept inconsolably but did not protest. 1,000 gold. My total savings barely amount to 100 gold. What can I do? Tang Yun was equally anxious. In terms of basic gear, an extraordinary item could fetch 10,000. Epic gear had never appeared, leaving him uncertain of its value. With urgency, Tang Yun sought a quiet place and began logging into the virtual realm. Accessing the virtual realm required no special equipment, merely the focus to connect. However, any distractions during this process could adversely affect one's character in the game. Thus, most individuals chose tranquil and secure locations. Yet, time was of the essence for Tang Yun. Virtual realm, elite training camp, Demon Eye, level 35. He had not only surpassed Xia Sankai, but also outdone Chu Xiao. Demon Eye had reached the pinnacle, truly worthy of being my idol. The second Demon Eye exclaimed joyfully. Weren't there others comparing Wind and Cloud with Demon Eye? Huh, what a joke. Wind and Cloud only reached level 26. How dare they even come close to the esteemed Demon Eye? The lesser Demon Eye mocked. Look, Demon Eye has descended. He didn't challenge level 36. What exactly is Demon Eye's identity? His prowess is unparalleled. The crowd marveled in awe. Amidst the collective admiration, Demon Eye descended, as if a king surveying his subjects. You pathetic lot are only fit to bow before our wooing kingdom, Demon Eye declared, leaving everyone astonished. The Demon Eye is actually from the kingdom of wooing. What kingdom of wooing? It is clearly the kingdom of wooing. How dare this wretched creature not stay in other regions, and instead venture into the eastern district? He must be brought down to level 1. How repugnant. I never imagined that the Demon Eye was a denizen of the kingdom of wooing. A vile creature lurking in the shadows. Utterly disgusting. Ha ha, long live Lord Demon Eye. The kingdom of wooing is destined for victory. Demon Eye number 2 exclaimed excitedly. It was evident that he too hailed from the kingdom of wooing. These shrimp-like people from the kingdom of Xia, priding themselves on their strength. Yet they are nothing but footstools beneath Lord Demon Eye. They are all trash. The smaller version of Demon Eye boasted. Be cautious, they are provoking us. We cannot act in the elite training camp. Otherwise, would they dare to be so arrogant? A voice of caution arose. The crowd, suppressing their fury, glared at the three, wishing they could tear them apart. Humph. Wait until you people from the kingdom of Xia break my record before you dare to boast. The Demon Eye removed his cloak, revealing a pair of pitch-black, profound eyes. I wager that this is a chasm you shrimp from the kingdom of Xia will never be able to cross in your lifetimes. The Demon Eye laughed heartily as he made his way towards the village. The crowd cursed and grumbled, yet felt powerless. Damn it. Surely Chu Xiao and Xia Sankai can break his record. Difficult. Chu Xiao and Xia Sankai have not shown themselves for a long time. It is said they are preparing for an advancement, which means they have reached their limits and cannot improve further. Damn it, what are they boasting about? Our highest record in the Great Xia is level 40. He still has a long way to go. Indeed, have these people forgotten how we brought them down? Infuriated, many took to the ladder to challenge. News of the Demon Eye reaching the pinnacle and being a person from the kingdom of Wuyin spread rapidly. In a tea house within the training camp, two splendidly equipped men sat facing each other. They were none other than Chu Xiao and Xia Sankai. The top 3 on the leaderboard. Chu Xiao, clad in black armor, exuded an air of aloofness, while Xia Sankai appeared somewhat portly. Their gear was fully equipped, even boasting special items. All aspects had reached the pinnacle. The Demon Eye actually managed to breach level 35. His strength has already surpassed ours. And he is from the kingdom of Wuyin, clearly here to provoke us. Xia Sankai furrowed his brow. This fellow is known as the Demon Eye. It is said his eyes are unique, and his talent must pertain to eye techniques. Chu Xiao pondered. The kingdom of Wuyin possesses a plethora of talents related to eye techniques, and such talents generally rank high. In the past, the S-class talent Blood Eye rampaged through the lands, attempting to invade the kingdom of Xia. Had it not been for the emergence of the first speaker, they would have succeeded. I believe the Demon Eye's talent is at least A-class. Xia Sankai asserted. Chapter 27, Training Hall, Auction. We too possess A-class talents. Perhaps with one last push, we might break through level 34, but to reach level 35 is still quite a stretch. Chu Xiao remarked. Could it be that he possesses S-class talent? Xia Sankai could not help but say. If that is the case, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to surpass him, unless our equipment improves to the next tier. Chu Xiao sighed. We are already fully equipped with exceptional gear. What more can we exchange? Perfection? A single piece of perfect equipment could indeed enhance our capabilities significantly, but none have ever surfaced. Xia Sankai shook his head. Exceptional gear varies in quality. Perhaps if we were to acquire a better set of exceptional gear, we might stand a chance. Chu Xiao suggested. You make a valid point. We must strive to improve. We cannot allow ourselves to be outdone by those from the kingdom of Wuyin. Xia Sankai concurred. Let us visit the auction house. As they spoke, the two made their way to the auction venue. Tang Yun logged into the virtual realm, appearing directly on the street corner. Young lad, are you here for the advancement quest? A drunken old man inquired. Tang Yun, slightly puzzled, responded affirmatively, having heard of the advancement task. The old man rose to scrutinize him closely, muttering, not bad. You can proceed to the extreme trial. Extreme trial? Tang Yun was taken aback, as he had not heard of such a thing. Trials are categorized into ordinary trials, advancement trials, extreme trials, and hell trials. However, here, the minimum is an advancement trial. The old man boasted. The difficulty of the trials varies, and so do your rewards. If you find the extreme trial too daunting, you may opt for the advancement trial, which has a lower difficulty and higher pass rate. The old man chuckled. So that is how it is. Tang Yun finally understood. How do you know I am suited for the extreme trial? Tang Yun inquired. Hee, it is naturally based on the ladder rankings. Those above the 20th level qualify for the extreme trial. The old man replied with a grin. And those above the 30th level face the hell trial. Tang Yun thought to himself. Correct. However, there are too few individuals above the 30th level. Very few emerge. I see you possess this potential and can still improve. The old man kindly remarked. I am in no rush, thank you. Tang Yun quickly expressed his gratitude. He still had considerable room for improvement. Two of his techniques were not yet maxed out, and his skills could also be enhanced to their utmost limits. Thus, there was no hurry to participate in the advancement trial. A young man's patience is commendable. The training hall is well suited for a lad like you. Go ahead. The old man said, directing Tang Yun down a path. Tang Yun thanked him once more and proceeded to the training hall. Upon entering the hall, 5 types of training were displayed: skill training, technique training, attribute training, combat skill training, and limit breaking training. Skill training naturally aids players in enhancing their skill proficiency. Technique training boosts techniques, while attribute training provides additional enhancements to various attributes. Combat skill training enhances techniques, helping one master their own power, essentially elevating one's mental state. Additionally, limit-breaking training alters coefficients for attack power, health, defense, and more. Such formidable training options are not available for just anyone to use. Only by completing tasks and earning elite points can one utilize a point for training. Furthermore, climbing the ladder grants 1 elite point for each level cleared. This means Tang Yun currently possesses 26 elite points, allowing for 26 training sessions. Quite impressive, Tang Yun exclaimed. First, I shall visit the auction hall. Gather enough coins to purchase the 7-star purple lotus fruit. Tang Yun glanced at the training hall before turning to the adjacent auction hall. To enter the auction hall, one must possess at least a fine-grade item. The auction hall's large screen displayed a plethora of treasures and their bids. Fine equipment generally starts at around 1,000, while rare items often exceed 10,000, primarily depending on attributes. Tang Yun approached the trading sphere, discarding several unwanted items into it. He decided to hold on to the epic grade equipment for now and focus on selling 2 pieces of exceptional grade gear. After a moment's thought, he added the exceptional longsword and exceptional silver boots to the mix. When selling, Tang Yun renamed the 2 items. The exceptional longsword and golden boots would suffice to elevate their status. Exceptional longsword, exceptional. Attributes, starting bid, 50,000 copper coins, buyout price, 120,000 gold coins. Auctioneer, Feng Yun. Golden boots, exceptional. Attributes, starting bid, 60,000 copper coins, buyout price, 150,000 gold coins. Auctioneer, Feng Yun. The golden boots boasted a commendable additional attribute, thus fetching a higher price than the exceptional longsword. Yet, it was still insufficient. Even if auctioned, it would barely reach over 100,000, falling woefully short. Tang Yun sighed. At this rate, even selling epic-grade equipment wouldn't be enough. Tang Yun furrowed his brow. The deathly magic sword belongs to the dual cultivation category, making it quite suitable for him, but it likely wouldn't fetch a high price. The female demon's battle attire is exceedingly rare, with a single piece worth several others. Selling both would nearly suffice. If a few more bosses are slain, one might even obtain an equipment enhancement card. However, bosses are elusive and unpredictable. In a swift turn of events, the exceptional long sword was purchased for 100,000 copper coins. Tang Yun felt a flicker of joy, astonished by the efficiency of the auction. It was time to sell the necromancer's long sword. Taking a deep breath, he deliberately waited for the sale of the exceptional long sword before listing the necromancer's piece to avoid a depreciation in value. Ah, fortune smiles upon me again. Another exceptional piece. It's amusing that it bears the name Exceptional Long Sword. Xiao Sankai glanced at the large screen and chuckled. Unfortunately, its attributes aren't impressive. Chu Xiao remarked, shaking his head. As a member of a prestigious family, they lack for nothing but quality goods. These golden-footed boots, however, are commendable, enhancing speed-related skills by 20. Your swiftness is astonishing. Xiao Sankai could not help but comment. He had just spotted a desirable piece, only for it to be snatched by Chu Xiao. When encountering something worthwhile, do not hesitate, Chu Xiao replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, the entire auction hall began to flicker. What is happening? Is someone attempting to auction bid? Who dares to be so audacious? Do they think NPCs are soft? This feels off. The crowd in the auction hall was left bewildered. Moments later, all items on the large screen vanished, replaced by a singular item flashing into view. Necromancer's long sword, epic, attributes, starting bid, 100 gold coins, auctioneer, Feng Yun. What the hell? Is this real? An epic weapon? Am I dreaming? Epic weapons at the foundational stage? This is outrageous. Who on earth is so desperate for money that they would sell an epic weapon? The attributes are impressive, with a dual attack increase of 1200, plus additional recovery and an extra 40,000 output. Of course, can an epic weapon be lacking in quality? Mine, do not bid against me. The crowd erupted into chaos. An epic weapon, and it boasts dual attack power. It was made for me. Xiao Sankai's breath quickened. It indeed suits you well, but if I acquire it, my enhancement will be significant as well. Chu Xiao's gaze burned with intensity. 1,600,000. Chu Xiao, are you competing with me? Xiao Sankai spoke in a low tone. Why not? Chu Xiao replied indifferently. During their exchange, the price skyrocketed to 150 gold coins. There are plenty of wealthy individuals here. You might not succeed. How about we join forces? Xiao Senkai proposed. Chu Xiao frowned slightly at the suggestion, but nodded in agreement. First, let us purchase gold coins on the currency market. Xiao Senkai added. Neither of them possessed sufficient funds. The currency market serves as a trading ground for players, where game currency can be exchanged for real currency. The gold coins they had earned through gameplay were insufficient for this equipment, thus they had to rely on purchasing currency from other players. The daily transaction volume here is astronomical. After a brief moment, Chu Xiao inquired, how many gold coins have you prepared? 1,000 gold coins. I can only request more from my clan if needed, Xiao Senkai sighed. I'm in a similar situation, Chu Xiao replied. That should suffice. Although it's an epic level piece, it's merely a foundational item. Once we break through, we won't need it. Spending 10 million should be adequate. Xiao Senkai remarked. This is true, but considering it is the first appearance of a foundational epic piece, no one can be certain of its price, Chu Xiao noted. Soon, everyone gathered before the large screen to commence bidding. 500 gold coins already. How swiftly, Tang Yun exclaimed. When the starting bid was set at 100 gold coins, Tang Yun felt a wave of disappointment. Fortunately, it was not set with a fixed price, otherwise, he would have lost out significantly. However, upon reaching 500 gold coins, the increments had noticeably diminished. Have they all gone mad? This is heading towards the millions. If it were a first-tier item, I would buy it even for 100 million, but for a foundational piece, alas. While the attributes are indeed commendable, the price is simply too steep. The crowd, though no longer raising their bids, remained captivated by the spectacle. The elite training camp members, all at level 10, were mostly preparing for their breakthroughs. Once they ascend, foundational equipment would be obsolete. Even epic ones would pale in comparison. Naturally, the allure diminished. Nevertheless, there were still plenty of affluent individuals. The price continued to climb. It soon reached 1,000 gold coins. Xiao Senkai and Chu Xiao exchanged glances, realizing that alone they could not acquire this epic weapon. Thus they formally joined forces. As the price climbed to 1,300 gold coins, the increments slowed considerably. At 1,500 gold coins, only 2 bidders remained. Who dares to compete with me? A tall player asked. It seems to be Xiao Senkai and Chu Xiao, someone murmured nearby. It's them. The player frowned. Long Gu, should we concede? Concede? Do you think I lack the funds? Lin Long replied coldly. Long Gu certainly had no shortage of money, but for the sake of our national pride, conceding to them would be out of the question. They possess epic equipment. Perhaps they could defeat that demon-eyed foe. The player named Not a Monkey quickly added. Upon hearing this, Lin Long scoffed. If that is the case, then let them have it. Not a Monkey chuckled. Long Gu is magnanimous. In truth, he knew Lin Long did not possess such wealth. It was merely an act of concession. Ultimately, the necromancer's long sword was sold for 1,600 gold coins. During the novice period, no transaction fees applied, allowing Tang Yun to receive the full amount. 1,600 gold coins equate to 16 million yuan. Let us convert it to summer country currency. Tang Yun exclaimed with excitement. Even with gold coins, he had no idea where to purchase the 7-star purple lotus fruit. He could only exchange it for money and let his cousin Tang Yuan find a solution. After consigning it on the currency platform, it wasn't long before the 16 million summer country currency was received. Tang Yun exited the virtual realm. 1,600 gold coins is no trivial sum. But how did Feng Yun acquire the foundational epic weapon on the first occasion? Indeed, it's quite peculiar. Is anyone seeking him out for clarification? Feng Yun. Who is this Feng Yun? Ranked 43rd on the ladder. There's a Feng Yun who fits that description. It must be the same person. This fellow must be questioned. The auction for the epic weapon concluded, yet the crowd began to investigate Tang Yun's affairs, unaware that he had already logged off. In a hospital room, Tang Qingyang and his spouse trembled in distress. Tang Miaoying's ailment remained a mystery. Her life was dwindling, necessitating long-term injections of precious medication. The couple's savings, along with what Tang Miaoying had left for the family, were nearly exhausted. Yet now, those medications had become ineffective. Only even more precious ones would suffice. They found themselves utterly incapable of bearing the burden. Now is your last chance. Hand over this body to Lu Xiao, and he can ensure her survival. The middle-aged woman who had earlier caught a whiff of the situation found her way here. The Lu family holds some sway in Jiangbei City and had long been aware of Tang Miaoying's condition. Who are you? Get out. Tang Qinghe entered and immediately attempted to expel her. Get out. You no longer wish to save this young lady? I must tell you. Were it not for Lu Xiao's insistence on her, I would not have deigned to come. The sharp-voiced woman declared with an air of arrogance. What Lu Xiao? What Ma Xiao? You are forbidden from entering. Tang Qinghe retorted angrily. Do you truly wish for Tang Miaoying to perish? With such callous parents, it is indeed a stroke of ill fortune to let her die, rather than surrender her life to Lu Xiao. The sharp-voiced woman continued her tirade. What is the matter? Upon hearing that there was a chance to survive, Tang Qinghe could not help but inquire. They intend to use Miaoying for research. I would rather see her dead. Wang Xiuhua lamented. Research? You scoundrel. Yuan, eliminate her. Tang Qinghe cursed vehemently. Hearing this, Tang Yuan struck the sharp-voiced woman, causing her to spit blood. He was a university student awakened with abilities from the game world, easily overpowering an ordinary person. Let me make one thing clear to that Lu Xiao. If there is an issue, direct it towards me, Tang Yuan said coldly. Just you wait, just you wait. The sharp-voiced woman fled in disarray once more. Uncle, Lin and I have already applied for a loan from the company. The 7-star purple lotus fruit will arrive shortly. And we cannot abandon Sister Miaoying. Tang Yuan turned with a resolute tone. Xiao Yuan you. The couple had never imagined that Tang Yuan could achieve such a feat, brother, sister-in-law, were it not for your support in his education. This boy would not be where he is today. It is only right that he repays you, Tang Qinghe quickly added. However, Tang Qingyang was reluctant to accept. If it were merely 10 million, he could borrow it and have a chance to repay it in this lifetime. Yet Professor Su had made it abundantly clear that 10 million would only secure Tang Miaoying's life for now. More funds would be required in the future. Are we to have Tang Yuan support her indefinitely? Whether Tang Miaoying would awaken remained uncertain. Father, mother, uncle, brother Yuan, I still have money. There is no need to gamble brother Yuan's future. Tang Yun rushed in, producing a bank card. Where did you acquire this money? Tang Qingyang asked with curiosity. It was given to me by my sister, and I was instructed not to disclose it to you. Tang Yun scratched his head. Indeed, Tang Miaoying had discreetly provided him with some funds, though it was not substantial. This was merely his excuse. You child, why did you not mention this sooner? How much did she give you? Wang Xiuhua inquired. 16 million. Tang Yun forced a smile. Chapter 29, The Awakening. 35 floors. So much. The others exclaimed in astonishment. Given Sister Miaoying's prowess, earning such an amount is not particularly challenging, though expenditures are also considerable. Tang Yuan felt somewhat puzzled. The stronger the ability, the quicker one can earn, yet the same applies to expenditures, which flow like water. Accumulating savings is not a simple matter. Not much, not much. My elder sister dotes on me quite a bit, Tang Yun boasted. After all, this was money he had earned himself. You little rascal. Why didn't you present this sooner? Tang Qingyang could not help but kick him lightly. I simply forgot. Tang Yun laughed as he dodged. In that moment, the family felt considerably lighter. Xiao Yuan, how much does the 7-star purple lotus fruit cost? Tang Qingyang asked. The game price for the 7-star purple lotus fruit is approximately 300 gold coins, but when materialized, it requires several times that amount. Ordinarily, 1 million could suffice. But given our urgency, we need 12 million. Tang Yuan was well versed in this matter. The cost of materialization often exceeds the intrinsic value of the item. 12 million. That is sufficient. The elderly couple sighed in relief. If there is any opportunity, they certainly do not wish to forfeit it. 2 hours later, the 7-star purple lotus fruit was delivered. Here, keep it close. Her body will automatically absorb it, but you must remain nearby to prevent theft. Professor Su, experienced as he was, made sure to emphasize this point. Naturally, they understood that items worth over 10 million required vigilant oversight. Thank you, Professor Su. Tang Qingyang and his wife expressed their gratitude. Were it not for Professor Su, they would have long surrendered hope. I did nothing extraordinary. Your family has raised a commendable child, Professor Su remarked with a hint of satisfaction. Tang Yuan was willing to risk his future to save Tang Miaoying, while Tang Yun was prepared to part with over 10 million. This family was infinitely better than the scheming clans he had encountered. The well-educated Lin is quite remarkable too. Tang Qinghe chuckled. Wang Xiuhua tended to Tang Miaoying while the three fathers engaged in conversation. Tang Yun and Tang Yuan sat off to the side. Xiao Yun, I know you have just begun to communicate with the virtual realm, and with exams approaching, do not feel pressured. Even if you do not make it to university, you can still purchase an awakening slot later. Tang Yuan patted Tang Yun's shoulder. Brother Yuan, what is awakening like? Tang Yun inquired with curiosity. Look, Tang Yuan said, conjuring a water sphere out of thin air. This was something ordinary people could scarcely imagine. This is the most basic application. After awakening, one can gradually bring forth game abilities. Attributes differ based on the school attended, and the awakening ratio varies, but other capabilities must be developed through personal effort. Even so, an increase in attributes results in a qualitative leap in human physical capabilities. 300 years ago, those who achieved the 4th tier are still alive today, with lifespans rumored to be at least 500 years. Tang Yuan spoke with a sense of yearning. Who does not desire a longer life? Nowadays, reaching a certain level in the game suffices. Naturally, this drove everyone into a frenzy. However, each year, the number of awakening slots is limited, and some are destined to remain unawakened, unable to receive feedback from the game. Sister Miaoying's 100 awakening has significantly enhanced her physical prowess. Otherwise, she likely would not have endured until now. Tang Yuan continued. 100 awakening. Tang Yun murmured. Indeed, only the top-tier academies can achieve a 100 awakening, and not everyone is capable. Naturally, Sister Miaoying fits the bill. Tang Yuan spoke with evident envy. Brother Yuan, I want to know what exactly happened to my sister? Tang Yun asked earnestly. I do not know. I was in Shanghai and am unaware of the events in Daijing. But Uncle Su mentioned that she may have crossed paths with a significant figure in Daijing, a place not meant for us mere mortals to tread. Tang Yuan felt a profound sense of helplessness. a significant figure in Daijing. Tang Yun inhaled deeply, uncertain if he would ever confront such individuals in the future. Strive to level up. Once you break through, I can assist you further. Tang Yuan smiled. In the novice village, everyone is independent. Only after breaking through can one encounter others in the game. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Tang Yun nodded. Tang Yun refrained from disclosing his awakening talent to anyone. Initially, Tang Miaoying had cautioned him that there were certain matters even the closest individuals should not divulge. Sister, you seem unhappy? That year, Tang Miaoying was admitted to the foremost academy in Daijing, having placed first in the Wanjiang province. Who would not praise her as a genius? Alas, the taller the tree, the more it is susceptible to the wind. You should avoid emulating me and remain humble. Hey, stop bouncing around. Steady yourself. Tang Miaoying lay on his back, playfully tapping his head. He grinned through the pain but dared not retaliate, knowing he could not win. You have legs. Why don't you walk on your own? Tang Yun complained. Having a younger brother is simply for the sake of being bossed around. I assent it? What is wrong? Are you not satisfied? Tang Miaoying raised her fist. Naturally, he did not dare to resist. After Tang Miaoying's departure, 2 years passed without her return. That year, he caught sight of her sneaking back. After 2 years apart, she had grown so tall. Upon seeing him, Tang Miaoying revealed a genuine smile. Sister? Why are you back in the middle of the night? Is something wrong? Tang Yun, still half asleep, inquired with curiosity. There are indeed some matters. Tang Miaoying replied with a smile. Oh, what happened? Tang Yun asked, puzzled. It's a secret, Tang Miaoying said. What kind of secret? Not even we can know. Tang Yun's curiosity deepened. Some secrets are best kept even from those closest to you, for your own good, Tang Miaoying remarked, hinting at deeper concerns. But, enough. I must leave. If you hear any news about me in the future, do not come looking for me. Just take care of Mom and Dad, she said as she departed. When they next met, she would be in her current state. Initially, Tang Yun felt nothing amiss. But now it was evident that Tang Miaoying harbored many secrets. After absorbing the 7-star purple lotus fruit, her bodily functions stabilized. Tang Xingyang took charge of the shop, while Wang Xiuhua cared for Tang Miaoying in the hospital. Tang Yun returned home and logged back into the virtual realm. This time, he found himself in the training hall. Many were inquiring through the private messaging system about the epic weapons, but Tang Yun ignored them all, even disabling that feature. Fantastic. Xia Sankai has cleared the 35th floor, and he did it faster than Mo Tong, now ranking first. Let's see how the dogs of Wu Yin Kingdom respond to this. Mo Tong had just begun climbing the ladder again. It was uncertain how he fared. How could he make it back so soon? He must be struggling. Baka, Lord Mo Tong is invincible. You shrimp country folk are no match. Mo Tong no. Tu was boasting, but soon was drowned out by the crowd's chatter. Tang Yun disregarded them and headed straight to the attribute training room. Please select the attribute you wish to enhance. Following this prompt, several options appeared for the 5 dimensions of attributes, all available for improvement. After some contemplation, Tang Yun chose to enhance his speed attribute. Warning, upon entering training, death will result in a weakened state. You may choose to exit at any time if danger arises. After making his selection, the scene shifted, revealing a petite yet exquisite creature before him. Chapter 30, Speed Training. Shadow Cat, Speed Training. Level, 10. Health, 80,000. Physical Defense, 300. Magical Defense, 300. These attributes rivaled those of a boss. Tang Yun was taken aback. Moreover, unlike the virtual monsters on the ladder, this shadow cat possessed a corporeal form, further piquing Tang Yun's curiosity about the virtual realm. Its health and defense were not particularly high, but it was evidently a boss-level creature with rapid attack speed, demanding caution. Tang Yun steeled himself. Ugh. The shadow cat arched its back and let out a low growl before transforming into a shadow. 2,564. A claw struck him, and Tang Yun barely had time to dodge, losing over 2,000 health points. Moreover, he was now bleeding continuously. Even with the wraith armor, he lost such a significant amount of health. Truly monstrous. Tang Yun mused. Wow. The shadow cat lunged again. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yun focused intently, sensing its movements. At the last moment, he evaded the attack. However, the shadow cat was quick to respond, turning midair and striking again. Tang Yun's health plummeted. This was his first encounter with such a high-speed, high-attack creature. Bring it on. Tang Yun was infuriated. Even without an epic weapon, his attack power was still formidable. The challenge lay in landing a hit. Ugh. In response to the provocation, the shadow cat seemed agitated. Swish. Clang. This time, the shadow cat's assault was thwarted. Tang Yun parried with his long sword and began counterattacking. Yet, the creature was too agile, and his strikes proved ineffective. Clang. The clash of blade and claw echoed, both combatants evenly matched. The shadow cat's speed granted it the initiative. Only by employing the ethereal step could he hope to counterbalance. Tang Yun contemplated. However, he could not rely on the ethereal step indefinitely. Furthermore, the shadow cat's speed was only one aspect. Its agility was also top tier. Even with the ethereal step, he could not match its nimbleness. Yet, battling it would hone his instincts. Tang Yun felt exhilarated. Boom. 3,084. After multiple exchanges, Tang Yun finally landed a hit. Thanks to his training on the ladder, his mental fortitude had increased by 30. His standard attack now dealt tremendous damage. Wow. Wow. The shadow cat paced back and forth, its body coiling with tension. Tang Yun beckoned provocatively. The shadow cat, eager to retaliate, struck again, its speed even more formidable, leaving behind phantom images. Ethereal step. Tang Yun unleashed his full speed, approaching 85 milliseconds. Sustaining it for 5 seconds, the shadow cat exploded into action but could not maintain such rapid movement. Otherwise, he would have been a mere victim beneath its claws. Death charge. Observing the shadow cat's stillness, Tang Yun seized the opportunity to strike. Swish. Yet, the shadow cat's reflexes remained top-notch, and his ambush failed. They exchanged blows several times, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Tang Yun dared not be complacent, for he was still losing health. To secure a hit, he would need to rely on a particular tactic. Thoughts crystallized in his mind. In their next encounter, he initiated the sky-rending triple strike. The shadow cat easily dodged, retaliating with a claw swipe. This was one of the flaws of the sky-rending triple strike. Its wide openings made it susceptible to counterattacks. Spatial jump. 14,929. The third strike hit home, stunning the shadow cat momentarily. Following up with another attack and a skeleton ball, he dealt 3,084. 3,950. A single combo inflicted over 20,000 damage. Wow. The shadow cat's fur bristled, and its attacks surged. Fortunately, Tang Yun was prepared. Bone shield. The shield absorbed a hit, allowing Tang Yun to land another strike. At this moment, the shadow cat dared not advance recklessly. They entered a stalemate phase. As Tang Yun grew accustomed to the shadow cat's speed and attack frequency, he began to operate more fluidly. Bring it on, Tang Yun declared easily. Spatial jump. Combining the spatial jump with the sky-rending triple strike once more unleashed over 20,000 damage. The shadow cat began to play defensively, hiding its form, preparing to ambush Tang Yun. This guy? Tang Yun had to be increasingly vigilant. Swish. The shadow cat reappeared, and Tang Yun immediately raised his bone shield. This time, the shadow cat halted its attack, retreating midair. Tang Yun's counterattack faltered. Spatial jump. Once the skill's cooldown ended, he utilized his ultimate move again. Swish. The shadow cat astonishingly vanished before him, causing Tang Yun to miss his strike entirely. It too was evolving. Tang Yun furrowed his brow slightly. Humph. Let us see how many times you can evade. Tang Yun scoffed, biding his time for the cooldown. Conventional methods were proving ineffective against the shadow cat. He could only rely on the spatial jump for a surprise attack. This was his initiative, while the shadow cat was relegated to passive defense. And it would inevitably fail at some point. After several attempts, he finally vanquished the shadow cat. However, his own health was not in an optimal state. Fortunately, the bone shield had absorbed some damage. Additionally, the shadow cat possessed hardly any skills, relying solely on its agility. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge. Congratulations. You have completed the training. Speed, 3 milliseconds. Congratulations, you have slain a level 10 shadow cat. Training, earning 5 gold coins, and the extreme shadow meteor technique. You have gained 3 basic skill points, 1 first-tier skill point, 3 martial art points, 1 strength point, and speed, 3 milliseconds. A notice in the training camp stated that defeating practice monsters yields no drops, yet to my surprise, my talent allowed me to bypass this rule. Tang Yun exclaimed with joy. He still maintained a 100 drop rate, but only if the opponent was a truly existing monster. Consequently, each training session resulted in enhancements that far surpassed those of others. Tang Yun was exhilarated. The extreme shadow meteor technique, a speed-based martial art, would be his first focus. He silently vowed in his heart. After consuming a martial art point, he instantly mastered the technique. Congratulations, the extreme shadow meteor technique has been upgraded to level 1. Strength 2. Speed 5 milliseconds. Continue to enhance. Congratulations, the extreme shadow meteor technique has been upgraded to level 2. Strength 2. Speed 5 milliseconds. Speed growth 1 millisecond. After a single battle, his speed had increased by 16 milliseconds. How much more could he gain by completing the remaining 25 sessions? Tang Yun could hardly contain his eagerness. First, he would enhance his skills. He thought to himself, directly expending 2 skill points to elevate the skeleton ball to perfection. Congratulations, the skeleton ball has reached perfection. Skeleton ball, perfection condenses a skull to strike the target, dealing 240 physical damage, consuming 10 mana, cooldown time 5 seconds. He decided to retain the remaining basic skill point for future use, planning to elevate the skeleton ball to the ultimate realm next. Now, onto the first-tier skills. After a brief contemplation, Tang Yun chose to enhance space jump. Currently, the sword chi soaring skill was rarely employed by him. Moreover, his battle with the shadow cat had made him acutely aware of the significance of speed. This spatial skill, however, was a level above mere speed. Initially, Tang Yun had deemed its mana cost too high and cooldown too lengthy, thus lacking interest. Yet this time, it had proven its worth. Tang Yun reconsidered. Congratulations. Space jump has been upgraded to proficiency. Space jump, First-tier proficient instantly appears at any location within a 15 radius, consuming 200 mana, cooldown time 15 seconds. Oh, the range has increased, and the cooldown is reduced. I never anticipated that raising the proficiency of space jump would yield such significant improvements. Tang Yun exclaimed with delight. Continuing with speed training. Chapter 31, Advancement. Another ultimate realm. Alas, this is not a battle against monsters. Entering training mode, Tang Yun sighed. Before him lay a long corridor, approximately over 200 meters in length. Training task, navigate the corridor while sustaining no more than 5 attacks. Time limit, 2 hours. Quite intriguing. Tang Yun smiled slightly. Considering his equipment, my speed is 313 milliseconds. With the ethereal step combined with a 13-fold amplification, it could reach a staggering 895 milliseconds. 200 meters. I can accomplish it in 3 seconds. Ethereal step. With a duration of 5 seconds, Tang Yun immediately opted to utilize it. Whoosh. He shot forth like an arrow. Bang. Whoosh. A loud explosion was followed by several wind blades slicing through the air. Tang Yun was caught off guard, losing several hundred health points. And the number of attacks had already exceeded 5. Air wall. Tang Yun gritted his teeth. He had assumed that a single acceleration would suffice to pass through, only to be obstructed midway by a barrier, leading to failure. This training seemed to primarily test agility, restricting the expression of absolute speed. Tang Yun analyzed. Then I shall take my time. He attempted the challenge once more. Whoosh. Just as he entered the corridor, a wind blade hurtled towards him. Tang Yun effortlessly evaded. But soon faced 2, then 4. The wind blades became increasingly numerous and swift. Ethereal step. He activated ethereal step again, but this time, he did not rush to complete the task. Instead, he used it to dodge the wind blades, advancing slowly. Thud. Under such a dense assault. Even with the ultimate ethereal step, Tang Yun was caught off guard and sustained a wound from a wind blade. His health did not drop significantly, but he wasted one opportunity. From then on, Tang Yun became more cautious. After several dozen meters, the wind blades vanished, leading into the second stage. The air was thick with ice spikes of various sizes, and the ground was exceedingly smooth, severely hampering his performance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The ice spikes suddenly launched an attack. As if propelled by some unseen force, their speed surpassed that of the wind blades. Fortunately, Tang Yun's speed was also top-notch, and with ethereal step, he surpassed all obstacles. Thud. Suddenly, Tang Yun was struck twice in quick succession. Even on his back, he turned to look. The ice spikes shattered but did not completely dissipate, instead transforming into droplets of water that reformed. One lapse in judgment cost him 2 opportunities. Caught in a pincer attack was quite challenging. Tang Yun grew increasingly vigilant. After navigating through the ice spike array, he entered the 3rd segment. He did not dare to be careless. Ahead lay an empty expanse, but upon closer inspection, a light point the size of a soybean hovered in the air. Suddenly, the light point split into 2, one heading left and the other right towards Tang Yun. After easily dodging, the light points swiftly changed direction and collided with him. Although there was no damage, he lost another opportunity. Soon, a second collision occurred. He ultimately fell in the 3rd segment of the corridor, with only a few dozen meters remaining to the finish line. The difficulty was considerable. It was quite challenging. Tang Yun felt a surge of excitement. As he began the challenge anew, the 1st and 2nd phases felt comparatively easier. Moreover, having gained prior experience, he lost no opportunities in the first 2 segments. Upon entering the 3rd segment, the light points multiplied, and their trajectories became increasingly erratic. This training was honing his ultimate reflexes. Tang Yun mused. Although he failed again in the challenge, he became more adept. After several tens of minutes, Tang Yun finally succeeded. Congratulations, you have completed the training. Speed 1 millisecond. An increase of 1 millisecond in speed. This training yielded considerable rewards. Although he did not utilize his talent, gaining such speed was still commendable. Onward with the training. Tang Yun grew ever more exhilarated. The 3rd round of speed training commenced. Before him was yet another shadow cat. But this one appeared larger than the last. Whoosh. The shadow cat initiated the attack first. Tang Yun deftly countered, pushing it back with a single strike. Whoosh. The shadow cat transformed into an illusion, dancing around Tang Yun like a sprite. This one had more skills than its predecessor. Tang Yun's gaze sharpened. However, he had also made significant progress since their last encounter. As the shadow cat launched its assault, Tang Yun smirked. Space jump. While it attempted a sneak attack, he countered with a strike of his own. A single flurry of attacks drained several thousand health points. Although the shadow cat has become more cautious, Tang Yun maintains the upper hand. If one attempt fails, he will make a second. After an intense battle, he ultimately prevails. Congratulations, training completed, speed 0, 5 milliseconds. Congratulations. You have slain a level 10 shadow cat. Training, earning 5 gold, 5 basic skill points, 2 first-order skill points, 5 cultivation points, 1 strength, and 0, 3 millisecond speed. How exhilarating. Tang Yun feels a sense of profound satisfaction from this battle. Despite the considerable consumption of resources, the rewards are substantial. Coupled with his previous gains, He now possesses 6 basic skill points. This is sufficient to elevate the skeleton ball to its pinnacle. With a mere thought, he expends 3 basic skill points. And the skeleton ball automatically upgrades. Congratulations, the skeleton ball has reached its pinnacle. Skeleton ball, pinnacle conjures a skull to strike the target, inflicting 300 physical attack damage. Consuming 10 mana, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Excellent. The damage from the pinnacle skeleton ball is quite impressive. Next up is Death Charge. After utilizing all 3 skill points, Death Charge advances to Great Perfection. Congratulations, Death Charge has reached Great Perfection. Death Charge, Great Perfection launches a charge forward, dealing 170 physical attack damage, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Consumes 20 mana. This enhancement is utterly exhilarating. To master such a skill, one would typically require at least 5 years of dedicated training, if not more. Tang Yun is overjoyed. He allocates both of his first-order skill points to enhance Space Jump. Congratulations, Space Jump has reached proficiency. Space Jump, first-order proficiency instantly appears at any location within a 20 m radius, consuming 200 mana, with a cooldown of 12 seconds. Congratulations, Space Jump has reached Minor Perfection. Space Jump, first-order Minor Perfection instantly appears at any location within a 30 m radius, consuming 200 mana, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Splendid. Now at the Minor Perfection level, with a range of 30 meters and a cooldown of only 10 seconds. Tang Yun rejoices. Space-based skills are inherently rare, and not everyone possesses the qualifications to learn them. Without the requisite elemental affinity, one cannot even aspire to learn. With 5 cultivation points, plus the previous 2, he has exactly 7 cultivation points, sufficient to elevate the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique to level 4. With a mere thought, the technique ascends automatically, leaving Tang Yun feeling utterly invigorated. Congratulations, Extreme Shadow Meteor technique has reached level 3. Strength 2. Speed 0. 7 milliseconds. He continues to elevate it. Congratulations. Extreme Shadow Meteor technique has reached level 4. Strength 2. Speed 0. 8 milliseconds. Speed growth 0. 1 millisecond. Now my speed is 346 milliseconds. I might have already surpassed some first-order players in speed. Onward with speed training. Chapter 32. Extreme Shadow Sword. Legendary equipment. In the 4th training session, I find myself once again in the corridor. Training task. Pass through the corridor with no more than 3 instances of being attacked. Time limit. 2 hours. The requirements have escalated. The difficulty has undoubtedly increased. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yun steps into the corridor. His suspicions are confirmed. The speed and density of the wind blades are significantly higher than before. However, his own improvements are substantial as well. He passes through the first 2 phases unscathed, yet encounters several attacks by the final light point. It is only on the 5th attempt that he successfully navigates through. Congratulations, training completed, speed 1, 5 milliseconds. He presses on. The 5th training session is upon him, and Tang Yun is filled with anticipation. The 5th session involves monster training, instead of a shadow cat. He faces a white cat. The white cat appears exceedingly proud, even yawning casually. Regardless of its demeanor, if it offers attributes, it is a valuable creature. Tang Yun's gaze flares with excitement. However, it seems his fervent gaze does not sit well with the white cat, which emits a low growl in discontent. Humph. Death Charge. This time, Tang Yun strikes first. The white cat reacts swiftly. Both combatants move like phantoms. Although my speed is considerable, in the presence of these speed-oriented creatures, it still falls short. After a fierce exchange, Tang Yun gains a clear understanding of his shortcomings. Yet, the previous training sessions have greatly sharpened his reflexes. The white cat may be swift, but landing a successful hit on him proves challenging. Often, after an attack, Tang Yun seizes the opportunity to counter, inflicting significant damage. This occurs even without utilizing Space Jump. Space Jump. When the battle reaches a stalemate, Tang Yun no longer holds back, executing a Space Jump to deliver a decisive blow. Congratulations, training completed, speed 0, 7 milliseconds. Congratulations, you have slain a level 10 light shadow cat. Training, earning 5 gold, 1 extreme shadow sword, 1 equipment upgrade card, 2 first-order skill points, 5 cultivation points, 1 strength, and 0, 5 millisecond speed. Securing equipment drops is quite rewarding. Tang Yun smiles slightly. Upon viewing the attributes of the equipment, he is utterly astonished. Extreme Shadow Sword, exquisite. Physical attack, 400. Magic attack, 400. Bonus, 10 critical hit chance on attacks and skills. To think it is an exquisite grade weapon. What extraordinary fortune. Tang Yun exclaims. In the novice phase, how many individuals go their entire lives without encountering exquisite grade equipment? Yet here he is, merely on the 2nd day, having acquired such a treasure. Moreover, it is of the utmost quality. In the virtual realm, critical hits are not a basic attribute for players. They can only be accrued through specific items and equipment. Such attributes are exceedingly rare. It surpasses even the necromancer's sword. I can only imagine how it will transform upon upgrading. Tang Yun is filled with anticipation. After all, The necromancer's sword was merely rare grade prior to its upgrade. Time to use the equipment upgrade card on the Extreme Shadow Sword. Tang Yun takes a deep breath. Congratulations, upgrade successful. Extreme Shadow Sword has reached the legendary tier. Legendary tier. Tang Yun initially stands in shock, then erupts in joy. To think it is a legendary weapon. Although he felt a twinge of regret selling the necromancer's sword, the acquisition of a legendary item is nothing short of exhilarating. Extreme Shadow Sword, legendary. Physical attack, 2000. Magic attack, 2000. Strength, 50. Intelligence, 50. Bonus 130 critical hit chance on attacks and skills. Bonus 2. All damage increased by 30. Remarkable. Truly deserving of its legendary status. All additional attributes enhance damage. A level 1 novice wielding this weapon could take on a boss. Tang Yun cannot contain his laughter. With this weapon in hand, my attack power surpasses 5,000. It is utterly terrifying. Tang Yun feels as if he has become excessively powerful. During the training session, he had not even equipped a weapon, relying solely on a training-exclusive weapon that granted no additional attributes. Even so, he was capable of slaying boss-level monsters. Now his damage output is off the charts. Next, he focuses on upgrading Space Jump. Congratulations, Space Jump has reached great perfection. Space Jump, first order great perfection instantly appears at any location within a 40m radius, consuming 200 mana, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Congratulations, Space Jump has reached completion. Spatial Leap, first order subtlety instantly appear at any location within a 50-meter radius, consuming 200 mana points, with a cooldown of 7 seconds. The skill point enhances the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique. Congratulations, the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique has been upgraded to level 5. Strength 3. Speed 1 ms. Continue. The 6th training session. Eagerly, Tang Yun prepared for the 6th round of training. In the corridor, the training task reappeared. Training task. Pass through the corridor without being attacked. Time limit, 2 hours. No damage at all. Tang Yun was somewhat astonished. This requirement is indeed top tier. There can be no errors. Furthermore, the difficulty has escalated. Fortunately, his speed has also seen a significant increase. The first 2 phases still posed no obstacle, but the 3rd phase consistently left him wanting. The trajectory of the light points was elusive, and with their increasing number, he had to remain fully alert. Moreover, even with enhanced speed, his performance was still constrained, as it was purely a measure of reflexes and coordination. 1 failure, 2 failures. Especially near the finish line, the difficulty peaked. In the previous 2 attempts, he had barreled through, sacrificing 1 or 2 opportunities for speed. But now, the requirement of a flawless passage was on an entirely different level. Time and again he attempted, and rather than feeling disheartened, Tang Yun found himself increasingly invigorated. Once more, immersed in the world of light points, he felt as if the world around him had slowed considerably. His speed remained unchanged, as did that of the light points. Yet, it seemed to him that everything before his eyes had decelerated. Congratulations, your state of mind has increased by 10. Congratulations, training completed, speed 2 ms. Did I succeed? The state of mind increased by 10. Tang Yun was momentarily dazed. He had seemingly entered a peculiar state. The improvements from these training sessions surpassed the speed of leveling up by 10 levels. Tang Yun was overjoyed. Onward with speed training. Notice, current speed training has been completed. You may engage in other training. Oh, no more training? Just as he was about to continue, the system notification came through, leaving Tang Yun somewhat regretful. Well, achieving a speed of 388 ms is sufficient. When the time comes to enhance the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique, surpassing the 40 ms threshold will be a breeze. Tang Yun decided not to dwell on it any longer. First, he would have a bite to eat before continuing. After stopping, Tang Yun felt the weight of fatigue. He had not slept the entire night before, visited the hospital in the morning, and endured high-intensity training in the afternoon. 6 training sessions had consumed over 5 hours. Particularly the last one, which took a full 2 hours, was crucial for his success. Glancing at the clock, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Tang Xingyang was busy in the shop, while Wang Xiaohua was caring for her sister. His uncle's family was accompanying Professor Su's family. He prepared a simple meal for himself and opened the beginner players forum on his phone. A rather popular post caught his eye. Can a level 1 player kill in an instant? The poster was Shunfeng Express. Upon entering, he found a flurry of discussions. I swear on my life, what I say is absolutely true. That Feng Yun definitely has issues. Wang Shun was fervently debating in the forum. Chapter 33, The Name of Feng Yun. What's the issue? I see the one with the problem is you. They only killed you once. Why do you keep bringing it up? Someone was growing impatient. It's no longer about him killing us at level 1. He has already reached level 10. In just one day? A powerful badge can attest. Wang Shun retorted angrily. Yes, I can vouch for it. Feng Yun has reached level 10 in our novice village. Tu Chang quickly chimed in. After being killed, the two did not log back into the game immediately, but when they finally did, they discovered Tang Yun had already achieved level 10. What the heck? Level 10 in a day? Do you think this is the early game? The experience is absurdly high. Exactly, it's utterly ridiculous. It takes me half a month to level up by 1 level, and that's considered fast. What kind of monster can reach level 10 in a single day? Even if they had 10-fold experience, it wouldn't be possible. Forget 10-fold, even 100-fold experience would be difficult. The key is that these two are contradicting themselves. Initially, they speculated that talent provided a damage bonus, and then they claimed it was an experience bonus. What is going on? Is it possible that this Feng Yun has 2 talents? The crowd was filled with skepticism, hardly believing them. Are they talking about me? Those two are. While eating, Tang Yun reviewed the comments. After reading through all the posts, he suddenly realized it was them. These 2 guys had attempted to rob him of a spotted pig's corpse and ended up getting killed instead. Yet they had the audacity to post about it. I can't explain it, but this Feng Yun definitely has issues. Moreover, all of my novice weapons were dropped. Wang Shun insisted stubbornly. Mine was dropped too. Tu Chong immediately followed suit. You two are quite the pair, aren't you? Someone teased. Damn it, I'm only speaking the truth. Why don't you believe me? A bunch of fools. Wang Shun shouted angrily. Because what you say is too outrageous. What the hell? Do you think you've got the upper hand? You idiots. You two are the foolish ones. Indeed, if what you say is true, it only proves that you both are foolish. If false, it means you both are malicious. In any case, you are not good people. The crowd quickly retaliated. All right. Let me speak fairly. In fact, leveling up by 10 levels in a day isn't impossible. As we all know, killing monsters above your level grants bonuses. And elite monsters and bosses do too. This means that as long as you kill a few bosses that are 5 or 6 levels higher, you can achieve it. Donggu remarked. Haha, as expected of Donggu. That makes sense. Leveling up by 10 levels isn't difficult at all. Just kill some bosses a few levels higher. So, this Feng Yun can solo bosses? It does seem problematic, haha. If he can solo bosses, it seems everything makes sense, right? Killing what? Ordinary monsters are hard enough to kill, let alone bosses. The crowd continued to debate. Yes. He killed a boss called the Red-Dressed Witch. And the whole village was notified. Wang Shun quickly added. The crowd unleashed another wave of criticism towards him, with hardly anyone believing it. Only monsters that can be notified throughout the village are not ordinary bosses. It's very difficult for a single player to pass, unless they are among the top-tier geniuses. Donggu number 2 finally spoke up. No way, did someone really solo a boss? Donggu number 2 seemed to possess a certain credibility, and no one doubted his words. Yes, among peers ranked in the top 100, there are those with the strength to solo bosses. Donggu number 2 stated. Is this person also from the elite training camp? Tang Yun was intrigued by this person's comments. Those in the top 100 of the latter definitely possess the ability to solo bosses. Additionally, I know a Feng Yun who is quite famous, ranked in the top 50, but he shouldn't be a novice. He is different from what you described. Donggu number 2 continued. It seems he is indeed from the elite training camp. Tang Yun couldn't help but exclaim. Knowing his ranking in the top 50, only those from that place would be aware. I see now. These two are deliberately making a scene. Having heard this name, they concocted a story. Speak up, what is your intent? Someone inquired. I hope this post ends here. Many prodigies prefer to remain discreet, as high-profile visibility can easily lead to assassination, especially in the absence of awakening, rendering them no different from ordinary individuals. Should their identities be discovered by rival nations, the repercussions would be dire. I understand, continued Brother Dong number 2. These two are indeed from the enemy country, seeking to assassinate Feng Yun. How treacherous, they are traitors. The crowd quickly turned their attention to the 2 individuals. An assassination? They wish to harm me, Tang Yun thought, filled with trepidation. Brother Dong number 2 was not mistaken. He was merely an ordinary person, unawakened, unable to manifest the capabilities from the game. Any random individual could orchestrate an accident that could cost him his life. Although the great Xia reigned supreme in the Eastern District, there were always nefarious individuals eager to cause harm, such as those from the Wuxian Kingdom, and even others from different districts. After 3 centuries, the virtual realm had evolved beyond a mere game. It could significantly influence the geopolitical landscape of the world. I must remain concealed for now, unless I enter university for protection or awaken my gaming abilities to ensure my own safety, Tang Yun contemplated silently. With Brother Dong number 2's actions, the post was swiftly banned, and both Wang Shun and Tu Chong were silenced. After dining and freshening up, Tang Yun logged back into the virtual realm. Xia Sankai had surpassed him. That demon eye was even faster. No worries. I can catch up again. Go, Xia Sankai. On the ladder, people were discussing animatedly. Since the identity of the demon eye from the Wuxian Kingdom was revealed, the ladder rankings had garnered much more attention. Recently, there had been a noticeable increase in participants attempting to ascend the ladder. However, surpassing the demon eye remained a formidable challenge. Only Xia Sankai was able to keep pace with him. The demon eye is invincible. Xia Sankai relies solely on his epic weapon. One voice derisively remarked. Do not think we are unaware. You people from the Shrimp Nation are truly shameless, another chimed in. Enough, I cannot tolerate this any longer. Someone charged forward, only to be met with a punitive response from the system. Some were directly expelled from the elite training camp, while others were forcibly logged off. Haha, Shrimp Nation. Eat my dust. The demon eye's lesser counterpart taunted, shaking defiantly. The crowd seethed with frustration, yet felt powerless. In the tavern, Chu Xiao and Xia Sankai bore serious expressions. Currently, after expending so many precious materials, the spirit liquor no longer enhances attributes. I have reached my limit. Chu Xiao sighed. I too, Xia Sankai replied, setting down his cup. With the demon eye breaking records, are you not at risk of being overshadowed? Is having an epic weapon insufficient? Chu Xiao mused. If I perform well, I might still surpass him. Xia Sankai expressed some confidence. In that case, let us make one final attempt. It is time to break through. Chu Xiao declared. While the foundational stages are important, they cannot remain there indefinitely. Continuing to waste time is not worth the cost. Very well. Xia Sankai smiled. The two exited the tavern, stepping onto the ladder amidst the gaze of the masses. Simultaneously, the demon eye also ascended the ladder at that moment. The top three of the ladder arrived together, capturing the attention of everyone in the elite camp. Chapter 34, the 36th layer of the ladder. Training again. Exciting times. The three are challenging the ladder together. How swift. They are all clearing levels in seconds. How pitiful it is that we struggled through the earlier layers. While they breezed through, you cannot compare individuals. The distance began to widen, with Chu Xiao lagging slightly behind. The crowd was ecstatic as they watched the three ascend. Before long, the trio had reached the 20th layer. This was already close to the top 100. However, these three had left everyone else far behind. In the top 100 of the ladder, only they had surpassed 30 layers. Upon reaching the 30th layer, Chu Xiao had fallen behind by one level, while Xia Sankai and the demon eye were neck and neck. Alas, Chu Xiao was once the number one on the leaderboard. Who would have thought he now ranks third? It was unavoidable. The demon eye's prowess was formidable, undoubtedly the strongest in the Wuxian kingdom, while Xia Sankai had acquired an epic weapon. I wonder if Xia Sankai can reclaim the first position. Of course not. The demon eye will always be number one. The lesser demon eye interjected. The crowd erupted in curses. As time passed, Chu Xiao gradually fell behind by 2 layers. At this moment, Xia Sankai and the demon eye had reached the 35th layer. Look, Xia Sankai has cleared the 35th layer first. He is number one. Fantastic. At last, we can take a breath of fresh air. Those wretched demon eyes should be punished for their provocations on our turf. We would surely send them back to level 1. The crowd felt a sense of vindication. The lesser demon eye and the second demon eye dared not boast any further. Soon, Chu Xiao fell from the 34th layer, ultimately stopping at the 33rd layer. Xia Sankai also fell shortly after from the 36th layer. Regrettably, he was still unable to clear the 36th layer. Xia Sankai clenched his fists as a top-tier prodigy. How he longed to reach greater heights. Yet, the 35th layer was his limit, even with an epic weapon. You are currently first, which is commendable. You have not wasted this epic weapon. Chu Xiao offered rare words of comfort. Look, the demon eye has cleared the 36th layer. Goodness. Under the gaze of the crowd, the demon eye ascended to the 37th layer, becoming the most radiant star. Chu Xiao and Xia Sankai exchanged glances, both astonished by the other's expression. To ascend beyond the 36th layer, one must possess an S-class talent. The demon eye truly possesses an S-class talent. Xia Sankai murmured. Those rated as S-class talents are capable of altering the course of fate. Our defeat is not in vain. Chu Xiao admitted, a hint of envy in his tone. The demon eye is invincible. The shrimp nation truly deserves to be trampled beneath us. The lesser demon eye shouted. Damn it. Is there any way to locate their real-world positions? I want to eliminate them. Someone could no longer contain their anger. The crowd seethed with frustration, yet felt powerless. As the demon eye descended from the 37th layer, he gazed down upon the masses like a sovereign surveying his subjects. You have disappointed me greatly, the demon eye remarked. Fixing his gaze upon Chu Xiao and Xia Sankai, the two felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Demon eye, do not be so smug. I am the top prodigy of the Xia nation, merely having broken through earlier. Otherwise, your 36th layer would not suffice. Xia Sankai retorted coldly. I find your impotent rage and stubbornness quite amusing. You resemble a dog that can only bark, haha. The demon eye taunted brazenly. His eyes were a pitch-black vortex. Eerily captivating. The 36th layer is merely your limit, not mine. I await your challenge. The demon eye sneered before striding away. How infuriating. What can we do? Xia Sankai has already lost. Damn it, this guy has truly gotten above himself. He is nothing but a nuisance, the so-called top prodigy, who has already broken through. The crowd lamented, though their confidence was clearly wavering. Sigh, the demon eye is no longer someone we can contend with. Today, I shall prepare to leave. Chu Xiao sighed. One epic weapon has already elevated my capabilities significantly. If I were to acquire a few more epic pieces, perhaps there would be a chance. I believe we should seek out that Feng Yun. Xia Sankai remains somewhat unwilling to accept defeat. Although I am unaware of how he acquired such an epic weapon. It is undoubtedly an exceptionally rare piece of equipment, one that is more often sought than found. Should you procure a few more, what are you contemplating? Moreover, even if you ascend beyond the 36th floor, the limits of this magical eye remain unknown. There is no need to linger here with him. The first tier is merely the starting point. Chu Xiao remarked. Upon hearing this, Xia Sankai clenched his teeth, ultimately nodding in agreement and opting to relinquish the endeavor. Meanwhile, Tang Yun logged in and was immediately greeted by discussions among the crowd regarding the magical eyes achievement of the 36th floor. Surpassing the 30th floor allows one to undertake hellish trials. 36 floors. Truly, there are many prodigies. Tang Yun mused inwardly. Most who reach the elite training camp are endowed with remarkable talents. These talents vary greatly. Some possess multiple growth abilities, while others boast damage enhancement traits. There are those whose bodies undergo transformation, attaining comprehensive elevation, and even more extraordinary individuals who can usurp the attributes of others. Each talent is formidable. I wonder if my current strength can surpass theirs. Never mind, I shall focus on training first. Tang Yun shook his head and resumed his training. The speed attribute can no longer be enhanced. It is time to elevate the coefficients. This is of utmost importance. Tang Yun had made his decision. With an equal strength of 100 points, if your attack coefficient is merely 10 while another's is 20, your attack power is halved. He believed that enhancing coefficients is more beneficial than merely boosting attributes. There are 6 training options for coefficient enhancement: health points, mana points, and both offensive and defensive stats. I shall choose the attack power coefficient. Tang Yun promptly made his choice. In the training space, a humanoid mantis appeared before him. Blade Mantis, attack coefficient training. Level, 10. Health points, 100, 000. Physical defense, 400. Magical defense, 300. The attributes are indeed impressive. Let us go. Tang Yun, wielding the extreme shadow sword, exuded confidence. Whoosh. The blade mantis brandished 2 large blades, swiftly swinging them. Clang. The clash of swords produced fierce sparks. What a swift blade. Tang Yun was taken aback. Given the opponent's dual wielding, their offensive was ferocious. Based on their attack power, a single strike could inflict 3,000 points of damage on him. Bone Shield. Currently, Tang Yun's magical attack power reached 3,608. Coupled with the enhancements from 2 elements, the damage absorbed by the Bone Shield exceeded 5,000. Bang! Withstanding the opponent's 2 strikes head-on, the Bone Shield finally shattered. Yet, Tang Yun seized the opportunity to retaliate. Sky Rift Style, First Form. 27,056. The first strike of Sky Rift Style unleashed a terrifying output of 27,000. Tang Yun's attack power stood at 5,222. The Extreme Shadow Sword first added 30 damage. Then the mental enhancement contributed 40. Simultaneously, this strike triggered a critical hit. The damage soared to an explosive 14,797, following up with a basic attack. Although it did not crit, it still surpassed 10,000 in output. Immediately came the second strike. The third strike, 27,784. 56,296. A single skill hit, instantly vanquishing the Blade Mantis. Congratulations, you have completed the training, attack power coefficient 1. Congratulations, you have slain the level 10 Blade Mantis. Training, earning 5 gold. Base skill points 3, first tier skill points 2, technique points 5, strength 2. Attack power coefficient 1. Chapter 35, Continuous Enhancement. Death Charge, Ultimate Realm. With this, my attack power coefficient has reached 19. What a thrill. Tang Yun could hardly contain his smile. Enhancing Death Charge. After investing all 3 skill points, Death Charge advanced from Mastery to Perfection. Congratulations, Death Charge has been upgraded to Perfection. Death Charge, Perfection Charge Forward, inflicting 300 physical attack damage. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Consumes 20 mana points. Enhancing Spatial Leap. Congratulations, Spatial Leap has been upgraded to Perfection. Spatial Leap, first tier Perfection instantly appear at any location within a 70 m radius, consuming 200 mana points. Cooldown time 6 seconds. Congratulations. Spatial Leap has been upgraded to Ultimate Perfection. Spatial Leap, first tier Ultimate Perfection instantly appear at any location within a 100 m radius, consuming 200 mana points. Cooldown time 5 seconds. Both skills have reached Ultimate Perfection, especially Spatial Leap. The cooldown is now only 5 seconds. However, the primary concern remains insufficient mana. Tang Yun was overjoyed. With 5 technique points remaining, they were insufficient to enhance the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique, so Tang Yun decided to save them. His plan was to enhance the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique first, followed by the Dual Spirit Magical Heart technique and the Dragon Elephant Body Refining technique. Continuing the training tirelessly, Tang Yun once again opted for attack power coefficient training. The second training session still involved a monster, albeit a stronger one. Yet to Tang Yun, it posed no challenge. His damage output had begun to feel somewhat unfair. Congratulations, you have completed the training, attack power coefficient 1. Congratulations, you have slain the level 10 Blade Mantis. Training. Earning 5 gold. Base skill points 3, first tier skill points 2, technique points 5, strength 2. Attack power coefficient 1. Once again, the same rewards led to a swift enhancement of his prowess. Congratulations, Death Charge has been upgraded to the Ultimate Realm. Death Charge, Ultimate Realm Charge Forward. Inflicting 400 physical attack damage. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Consumes 20 mana points. Consuming technique points to enhance the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique. Congratulations. The Extreme Shadow Meteor technique has been upgraded to level 6. Strength 3. Speed 12 ms. Speed growth 0. 1 ms. His attack power exceeded 6,000. Speed also reached 40 ms. What a delight. Tang Yun was exhilarated. Continuing with attack power coefficient training. The third training session commenced. This time, before him stood not a monster, but a pearlescent wall. Upon the surface of the wall, faint ripples appeared, resembling some form of restriction. Training task. Accurately strike all black dots within 1 minute. Training duration, 2 hours. A different kind of training? Tang Yun focused intently on the wall. Sure enough, a black dot flickered and vanished. Tang Yun decisively struck, followed by 2 more black dots appearing. It seemed exceedingly simple at first. However, the number of black dots soon escalated to 3, then 4, each disappearing in rapid succession. This too tested his mastery over power. Tang Yun reflected. It was not merely about speed and reaction. He must strike accurately before promptly launching the next attack. Furthermore, each strike must be executed with full force, or it would be deemed a failure. This was the conclusion he drew from several failed attempts. The greater his control, the easier it became to initiate the next strike. After numerous attempts, Tang Yun swiftly cleared the task. Congratulations, you have completed the training, attack power coefficient 2. Quite satisfactory. Tang Yun did not feel overly joyous. With infinite loot available, he preferred to face monsters. Continuing the training. As if responding to his thoughts, the fourth training session featured 2 blade mantises. Excellent. Facing 2 at once, Tang Yun felt no trepidation. In an instant, he dispatched one, and within mere seconds, the other fell as well. Remarkably swift. Congratulations. You have completed the training, attack power coefficient 2. Congratulations, you have slain the level 10 blade mantis. Training, earning 5 gold. Basic skill points 3. First order skill points 2, cultivation points 5, strength 2. Attack power coefficient 1. Congratulations, you have slain the level 10 blade mantis. Training, earning 5 gold. Basic skill points 3, first order skill points 2, cultivation points 5, strength 2. Strength, growth 1. 6 basic skill points, all allocated to enhance the bone shield. Congratulations. The bone shield has reached great perfection. Bone shield, great perfection conjures a shield formed from a block of skeletal remains in front, capable of withstanding damage from 200 magical attacks, consuming 10 mana, lasting 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. With the bone shield reaching great perfection, and other basic skills also attaining their utmost limits, one might doubt the veracity of such prowess. Tang Yun's spirits were elevated. Enhancing space jump. Congratulations. Space jump has reached the pinnacle. Space jump. First order pinnacle instantly appears at any location within a radius of 200 m, consuming 200 mana, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Compared to great perfection, an additional 100 meters of distance, and a cooldown time of merely 3 seconds. An absolute divine skill. Tang Yun was overjoyed. With 5 first order skill points remaining, he enhanced the sword Qi ascending to the heavens. Congratulations, sword Qi ascending to the heavens has reached great perfection. Sword Qi ascending to the heavens. First order great perfection unleashes sword Qi within a specified range, dealing 450 physical damage to enemies within the target area. Cooldown time 15 seconds. Consumes 100 mana. Great perfection. This damage is finally sufficient, surpassing the pinnacle's skeletal ball and death charge. Moreover, it is an area damage skill. He still had 14 cultivation points, but alas, he could only elevate the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique to level 7. Tang Yun sighed softly. Congratulations. The Extreme Shadow Meteor technique has been upgraded to level 7. Strength 4. Speed 15 milliseconds. Continuing training. Tang Yun could hardly contain his eagerness. Notice, current attack power coefficient has exceeded training limits. Please select other training. Exceeded training limits? Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback. In that case, he would train the magical attack power coefficient. He prepared to pursue a dual cultivation path, ensuring that his magical attack power would not lag behind. Entering the training, he was confronted by a cloaked sorceress. Blazing Flame Sorceress, magical attack coefficient training. Level 10. Health 80,000. Physical defense 250. Magical defense 600. Boom. Just as Tang Yun discerned her position, a massive fireball came crashing down. Ethereal step. Tang Yun hastily dodged. Whoosh. The Blazing Flame Sorceress wielded her whip, conjuring a fiery serpent out of thin air. Bone shield. With no time to evade, Tang Yun could only use the bone shield to defend. Sizzle. The fiery serpent collided with the bone shield, producing a hissing sound. Although her attack was formidable, it failed to breach the bone shield. It is worth noting that his current bone shield could absorb nearly 10,000 damage. Whoosh whoosh. The Blazing Flame Sorceress lashed out with her whip twice in succession. 2 rapidly approaching walls of fire materialized on either side of Tang Yun. Endless. Death charge. The opponent's attacks were relentless, launching 3 skills in a row. Naturally, he retaliated. The blazing flame sorceress reacted swiftly, soaring into the air, while another fireball was unleashed. Tang Yun furrowed his brow. A flying monster was far more challenging to contend with. For him, the blazing flame sorceress was significantly more formidable than the blade mantis. After all, the blade mantis engaged him head-on, where he felt no fear. In contrast, the blazing flame sorceress resorted to tactics, attempting to kite him. Skeletal ball. Boom. The fireball collided with the skeletal ball, exploding like fireworks. Although the skeletal ball was more powerful, it was easily evaded after being blocked. After a round of exchanges, neither had lost a drop of blood. Chapter 36. Dance of the Fire Serpent. Magical attack training. Space jump. Sky-splitting 3 styles. Tang Yun suddenly appeared behind the blazing flame sorceress, unleashing the sky-splitting 3 styles. Crack. A barrier shattered with a resounding noise. The blazing flame sorceress had been enveloped in an invisible shield. That blow merely broke her shield. She quickly regained her composure, deftly dodging subsequent attacks while conjuring a ring of fire. Crack. With a whip of her arm, the fire ring spun rapidly towards Tang Yun. With 2 swift strikes, Tang Yun shattered the fire ring. Yet, the blazing flame sorceress conjured another fire ring, simultaneously assembling a fireball. As the fireball passed through the fire ring, it grew larger and faster. Skeletal ball. Boom. This time, the skeletal ball found itself at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the blazing flame sorceress conjured another large fire ring. The massive fireball, having traversed the grand fire ring, became even larger. Boom. The colossal fireball plummeted down, and Tang Yun raised the bone shield to block part of the attack. He still sustained over 2,000 damage. If it had struck him directly, that enormous fireball could have obliterated him. Both were offensive-type combatants capable of instantaneously eliminating each other. Sword chi ascending to the heavens. Pointing his longsword, 100 sword chi appeared in the sky. All the sword chi descended upon the blazing flame sorceress. The blazing flame sorceress hastily attempted to evade, but such area skills are not easily dodged. Moreover, Tang Yun was well prepared, and the skill struck true. 61,134. With a single skill, the blazing flame sorceress instantly lost over 60,000 health. After a fierce duel, Tang Yun successfully vanquished the blazing flame sorceress. This foe was indeed troublesome. But at that moment, Tang Yun's power had reached a level where he could disregard all obstacles. Congratulations, you have completed the trial. Magical attack coefficient 1. Congratulations. You have slain the level 10 blazing flame sorceress. Training, earning 5 gold. The skill dance of the fire serpent. Basic skill points 3, first order skill points 2. Cultivation points 5. Intelligence 2, spirit 1. Skill, learning. Congratulations, you have acquired the first order skill dance of the fire serpent. Dance of the fire serpent. First order entry conjures a swiftly traversing fire serpent, dealing 70 magical attack damage per second to the target, lasting 3 seconds, cooldown time 15 seconds. Consuming 100 mana. Quite impressive. If all 3 seconds are fully utilized, the damage is substantial, especially since it is a fire-based skill, which grants an additional 20 bonus. Tang Yun nodded slightly. However, this skill is best suited for dealing with clumsy monsters, where the chance of maximizing damage is higher. Enhancing Bone Shield. Congratulations. The Bone Shield has reached the pinnacle. Bone Shield. Pinnacle conjures a shield formed from a block of skeletal remains in front, capable of withstanding damage from 300 magical attacks, consuming 10 mana, lasting 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 8 seconds. The remaining first-order skill point will be reserved for enhancing the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique. Congratulations, the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique has been upgraded to level 8. Strength 4. Speed 17 milliseconds. Speed growth 0. 1 millisecond. Phew, time to take a break. After multiple battles, Tang Yun felt somewhat fatigued. Logging out, he splashed water on his face. Tang Xingyang had yet to return, likely at the hospital. The vast house was left with him alone, continuing training. After stretching his body, Tang Yun felt much more invigorated. Upon re-entering the game, his body had been in a static state, and prolonged inactivity had caused stiffness and fatigue. Such prolonged engagement in the game can only be attributed to youthful exuberance. Once again, he delved into training. His adversary was still the Flame Sorceress, but this time, her powers were considerably enhanced, and her skills had undergone changes. Tang Yun expended a significant amount of mana before finally overcoming the battle. Congratulations, you have completed the trial. Magic attack coefficient 1. Congratulations, you have slain a level 10 Flame Sorceress. Training, earning 5 gold coins, 2 first-tier skill points, 5 technique points. Intelligence 2, Spirit 1. Magic attack coefficient 1. The Sword Chi Ascendant could now be elevated to its pinnacle. The first offensive, first-tier pinnacle skill. Tang Yun felt a surge of anticipation. Congratulations. Sword Chi Ascendant has been upgraded to its pinnacle. Sword Chi Ascendant, first-tier pinnacle unleashes sword energy within a designated area, inflicting 800 physical attack damage on enemies within the target zone. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. Mana cost, 100. an output of 800. The enhancement at the pinnacle was astonishing. Tang Yun was taken aback. The improvement gained from elevating a first-tier skill to its pinnacle far exceeded that of a basic skill. With 9 technique points available, it was perfect for enhancing his techniques. Congratulations, the Extreme Shadow Meteor technique has been upgraded to level 9. Strength 5. Speed 2 milliseconds. Speed growth 0. 1 millisecond. The third round of magic attack coefficient training commenced. This time, alongside the Flame Sorceress, there was also a colossal stone behemoth, clearly serving as a tank. Stone Behemoth, magic attack coefficient training. Level 10. Health 200,000. Physical defense 1000. Magic defense 700. A staggering 200,000 health. Quite formidable. Tang Yun was astonished. The difficulty had escalated significantly. Fire Serpent Dance. Death Charge. Unfazed, Tang Yun charged forward. 4,670. 4670. The Fire Serpent collided against the Stone Behemoth, delivering over 4,000 damage per second. 105,851. The Death Charge dealt a critical hit, inflicting over 100,000 damage. Following that, 2 basic attacks resulted in explosive output. Observing this, the Flame Sorceress immediately sought to retaliate, prompting Tang Yun to engage on 2 fronts, hurling a skeleton ball to force her to reposition. Simultaneously, he unleashed a flurry of attacks on the Stone Behemoth. Sword Chi Ascendant. Extreme Sky Splitting Technique. As the Flame Sorceress attempted to assist, Tang Yun repelled her with Sword Chi Ascendant. He then executed the Extreme Sky Splitting Technique, swiftly dispatching the Stone Behemoth. The remainder of the battle became considerably simpler. The Bone Shield absorbed the Flame Sorceress's assaults, allowing him to maneuver while waiting for his skills to cool down. He mounted another offensive against the Flame Sorceress. However, given that she was airborne, unlike the static Stone Behemoth, he had to catch her off guard to land a hit. This tested Tang Yun's adaptability. It wasn't long before he managed to defeat her. Congratulations, training completed, magic attack coefficient 2. Congratulations, you have slain a level 10 Stone Behemoth. Training. Earning 5 gold coins. 2 first-tier skill points, 5 technique points, Constitution 2, health coefficient 20. Congratulations, you have slain a level 10 Flame Sorceress. Training. Earning 5 gold coins. 2 first-tier skill points, 5 technique points, Intelligence 2, magic attack coefficient 1. Fire Affinity 10. His fire affinity had now reached 30. Tang Yun was elated. Elemental Affinity significantly enhances magical damage, and many shield-type skills also receive boosts. Elevating the Fire Serpent Dance made it a potent offensive skill. Congratulations. The Fire Serpent Dance has reached mastery. Fire Serpent Dance, first-tier mastery, summons a rapidly traversing Fire Serpent, dealing 130 magical attack damage per second to the target. Lasting 3 seconds, cooldown time, 15 seconds, mana cost, 100. The Extreme Shadow Meteor technique could now be elevated to level 10, fully mastering the basic phase. He was curious about the changes it would bring. Tang Yun was filled with anticipation. Chapter 37, Extreme Star Flash. Magic Ceiling. Congratulations. The Extreme Shadow Meteor technique has been upgraded to level 10. Strength 8. Speed 3 milliseconds. Speed growth 0. 2 milliseconds. Congratulations, you have comprehended the skill Extreme Star Flash. Extreme Star Flash. First-tier mastery dashes through enemies like a meteor to their rear, inflicting 180 attack damage to up to 3 enemies. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Mana cost, 150. He had acquired a new skill. Moreover, it had achieved mastery directly. Tang Yun exclaimed with delight. It was essentially an enhanced version of the Death Charge. He continued training, eager to see how far he could elevate the magic attack coefficient. Soon, the 4th round of magic attack coefficient training began. This time, the challenge was not against monsters, but in a test format. Tang Yun took some time to complete the training. Congratulations, training completed, magic attack coefficient 2. He pressed on with training. The 5th round commenced. Again, he faced 2 adversaries. Both were sorceresses, one black, one red, complementing each other beautifully. Boom. A fireball hurtled directly towards him. Ethereal Step. Instinctively, Tang Yun attempted to evade, but to his astonishment, he found himself immobilized. What was happening? Tang Yun was alarmed. Spatial Leap. As the fireball approached, he executed a leap, targeting the black sorceress. This foe possessed control skills. Realizing this, Tang Yun decided to eliminate the black sorceress first. With a swift strike, he dealt over 20,000 damage. Extreme Sky Splitting Technique. He immediately followed up with the Extreme Sky Splitting Technique. However, as soon as he initiated the attack, a sharp pain surged through his mind. His health plummeted by 5,000, and his skill was interrupted. A mental attack? Tang Yun fell to the ground, momentarily stunned. At the same time, the Flame Sorceress unleashed her assault. Bone Shield. Tang Yun attempted to raise his Bone Shield to absorb the damage, only to discover that he could not activate his skills. Clearly, the Black Sorceress was behind this. Choosing to forfeit. In a critical moment, Tang Yun opted to surrender to avoid death. Although dying during training wouldn't result in a level decrease, it would leave him weakened. Outside the training chamber, Tang Yun fell into contemplation. This was his first training failure. The primary adversary's strength was overwhelming. The Black Sorceress's skills, binding, mental attack, and magic sealing domain. In previous encounters, he had rarely faced such formidable foes. This was even more challenging than the Red-Cloaked Enchantress. The crux was that the Black Sorceress's skills were executed with remarkable proficiency, and they were incredibly difficult to counter. The binding skill had discernible cues, and spatial leap could bypass it, while the magic sealing domain was released in anticipation of his landing spot. However, the mental attack caught him completely off guard. Tang Yun pondered how to respond. After a period of reflection, his indomitable spirit compelled him to challenge again. Spatial leap. Fireballs and binding skills were unleashed simultaneously. Tang Yun leaped directly next to the Black Sorceress, striking her for over 20,000 damage. It was as if he replicated his previous actions, yet once again. The mental attack sent him plummeting. However, this time, he preemptively cast Bone Shield instead of the extreme sky-splitting technique. Boom. The fireball struck. But Tang Yun sustained no damage, quickly evading the confined area of the magic sealing domain. Extreme Star Flash. Tang Yun set his sights on the Black Sorceress. 24,090. The death charge could only be executed on the ground, but Extreme Star Flash could target airborne foes. Coming up behind her, Tang Yun landed another strike, dealing over 20,000 damage once more. At this moment, the Dark Sorceress was merely a strike away from demise. However, the Flame Sorceress's assault had already commenced. Tang Yun furrowed his brow, resolute in his determination to endure the onslaught and vanquish the Dark Sorceress. Alas, the Dark Sorceress emanated a dark ring, sending Tang Yun flying. Space jump. Suddenly appearing behind the Dark Sorceress, he struck her down with a single blow. With only the Flame Sorceress remaining, Tang Yun found the encounter considerably more manageable. Congratulations, training completed, magical attack coefficient 3. Congratulations, you have slain the level 10 Dark Sorceress, training, earning 5 gold. Skill acquired, magical confinement. Skill points, 2. Cultivation points, 5. Intelligence, 3. Spirit, 3. Magical attack coefficient, 2. Congratulations, you have slain the level 10 Flame Sorceress, training, earning 5 gold, skill points, 2. Cultivation points, 5. Intelligence, 2. Spirit, 1. Mana coefficient, 5. Magical confinement, a control skill? Learning it, Tang Yun was quite exhilarated. What he lacked most at present was indeed a control technique. Moreover, this confinement belonged to the realm of spatial skills, making it entirely within his grasp. Congratulations. You have mastered the basics of magical confinement. Magical confinement, beginner level, confining a space for 3 seconds, restricting enemies, and dealing 110 magical damage. Cooldown, 25 seconds. Consumes 200 mana. A restriction of 3 seconds, quite commendable. Damage is secondary. Tang Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. With 3 skill points remaining, he decided to elevate the Polaris Flash to perfection. The significance of the Polaris Flash clearly outweighed that of the Fire Serpent Dance. Congratulations, Polaris Flash has reached perfection. Polaris Flash, perfect level, dashing through enemies like a meteor, inflicting 300 attack damage on up to 3 foes. Cooldown, 20 seconds, consumes 150 mana. As for the cultivation points, he opted to enhance the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement skill. After pondering for a moment, he made his choice. Following his prior strategy of embracing a path of brute strength, he intended to prioritize the dual Spirit Magic Heart skill. However, after the recent battle, he recognized the importance of health and defense. After all, survival is essential for dealing damage. Currently, he faced a dilemma of having excessive output but insufficient health, posing a significant risk against high damage bosses. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Refinement skill has been upgraded to level 3, Health 300, Constitution 3, Physical Defense 3, Magical Defense 3. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Refinement skill has been upgraded to level 4, Health 400, Constitution 4, Physical Defense 3, Magical Defense 3. After a brief respite, and with his mana restored, Tang Yun resumed training. However, the system's voice interrupted him. Notice, your current magical attack coefficient has surpassed the training limit. In light of this, he decided to tackle the health coefficient challenge. The first challenge commenced, facing 3 elite Minotaurs. Minotaur Elite, health coefficient training. Level, 10. Health, 25,000. Physical defense, 300. Magical defense, 300. This was considerably simpler. Tang Yun couldn't help but exclaim. Soon, all 3 elites fell to his blade. Congratulations, training completed. Health coefficient 10. Congratulations, you have slain the level 10 Minotaur Elite, training, earning 10 silver, Constitution 1, Constitution Growth 1. Congratulations. You have slain the level 10 Minotaur Elite, training, earning 10 silver, Constitution 2. Cultivation points, 2. Congratulations, you have slain the level 10 Minotaur Elite, training, earning 10 silver, Constitution 1, Health Coefficient 10. Enhancing the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement skill. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Refinement skill has been upgraded to level 5, health 500. Constitution 5, physical defense 4, magical defense 4. The second challenge began, directly pitting him against 5 elite monsters. After dispatching them all, Tang Yun's health coefficient surged by 30. His constitution increased by 7 points, constitution growth by 1 point, along with 4 cultivation points. As the third challenge commenced, the difficulty escalated, with boss-level monsters appearing. By the time the 7th training session concluded, Tang Yun had reaped considerable rewards. Chapter 38, Dragon Elephant Body, Refinement Level 10. All skills at their pinnacle. In 5 training sessions, he had enhanced his health coefficient by 220, increased his constitution by 25, boosted his constitution growth by 4 points, and amassed 50 cultivation points. He also accumulated a total of 21st level skill points. The Dragon Elephant Body Refinement skill reached level 10, leaving him with 14 cultivation points. Congratulations, Dragon Elephant Body Refinement skill has been upgraded to level 6, health 600, constitution 6, physical defense 4, magical defense 4. Congratulations. Dragon Elephant Body Refinement skill has been upgraded to level 7, health 700, constitution 7, physical defense 5, magical defense 5. Congratulations. Dragon Elephant Body Refinement skill has been upgraded to level 10, health 1000, constitution 10, physical defense 6, magical defense 6. Health coefficient, 50. Physical defense coefficient, 1. Magical defense coefficient, 1. The enhancement of the Dragon Elephant Body Refinement skill at level 10 was staggering. Now his health reached an astounding 91,000, surpassing even some bosses. His dual defenses were extraordinarily high, with attributes eclipsing those of bosses who could rival him. At this moment, Tang Yun yearned to unleash his full potential, enhancing the Dual Spirit Magic Heart skill. Congratulations, Dual Spirit Magic Heart skill has been upgraded to level 4. Physical attack, 40. Magical attack, 40. Strength, 4. Intelligence, 4. Congratulations, Dual Spirit Magic Heart skill has been upgraded to level 5. Physical attack, 50. Magical attack, 50. Strength, 5. Intelligence, 5. With 21st level skill points, both Polaris Flash and Fire Serpent Dance could reach their pinnacle. Congratulations, Polaris Flash has reached its ultimate form. Polaris Flash, ultimate level dashing through enemies like a meteor, inflicting 500 attack damage on up to 3 foes. Cooldown, 20 seconds, consumes 150 mana. Congratulations, Fire Serpent Dance has reached its ultimate form. Fire Serpent Dance, ultimate level summoning a rapidly darting fire serpent, dealing 350 magical attack damage per second to the target for 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 15 seconds. Consumes 100 mana. With 11 skill points remaining, he would enhance Magical Confinement. Congratulations, Magical Confinement has reached its ultimate form. Magical Confinement, ultimate level confining a space for 3 seconds, restricting enemies, and dealing 300 magical damage. Cooldown, 25 seconds, consumes 200 mana. The training for health coefficient was now complete, with 3 opportunities remaining. Thus he would pursue mana training. Currently, he possessed 5 first-level skills, all of which consumed significant mana. It was essential to enhance this aspect, lest he be left with skills that could not be utilized effectively. The mana coefficient was comparable to the health coefficient. The first 2 challenges had merely featured elite-level monsters. Tang Yun dispatched them with ease. After 2 sessions, his mana coefficient surged by 15. Spirit attribute, 8. Cultivation points, 4. Spirit growth, 3. As the 3rd training session commenced, a flower-like boss materialized before him. The flower continuously emitted toxic mist, which, upon contact, caused Tang Yun's mana to plummet. Nevertheless, with his current attributes, he could triumph even without utilizing skills. Congratulations, training completed. Mana coefficient 5. Congratulations, you have slain the level 10 flower spirit. Training, earning 5 gold. Cultivation skill, Spirit Tide Technique. Cultivation points, 5. Spirit, 3. Intelligence, 3. Mana coefficient, 10. Mana recovery, 0-1. Another cultivation technique, and one with mana recovery properties. Tang Yun was taken aback. In theory, his innate talent could yield numerous benefits. Yet the restoration of health and mana had never manifested until now. This marks the first occurrence. He has learned the Spirit Tide Technique. Congratulations. The Spirit Tide Technique has been upgraded to level 1. Constitution 1, Spirit 1, Health Recovery 0. 1. Mana Recovery 0. 1. With 13 skill points. He first elevates the Twin Spirit Heart Technique to level 7. Congratulations, the Twin Spirit Heart Technique has been upgraded to level 6. Physical Attack 60. Magic Attack 60. Strength 6. Intelligence 6. Congratulations, the Twin Spirit Heart Technique has been upgraded to level 7. Physical Attack 70. Magic Attack 70. Strength 7. Intelligence 7. After an extensive period, all training has finally come to fruition. Tang Yun took a deep breath. To continue his training, he must venture into the Celestial Ladder. Glancing at his status panel, although he had not leveled up, his attributes had seen a remarkable enhancement. Nickname, Wind and Cloud, ID, Reputation, 1, Level, 10, 100, awaiting breakthrough. Health, 86,000. Constitution, 500. Recovery, 0, 2s. Skill, 5500. Mana, 4, 920. Spirit, 60. Recovery, 0, 3, 0, 2s. Physical attack, 6, 0, 32. Strength, 26. Equipment, 2, 0, 0, 0. Skill, 280. Magic attack, 4, 125. Intelligence, 25. Equipment, 2, 0, 0, 0. Skill, 280. Physical defense, 344. Constitution, 2. Equipment, 400. Skill, 40. Magic defense, 164. Spirit, 2. Equipment, 600. Skill, 40. Strength, 132. Growth, 7. Equipment, 100. Intelligence, 77. Growth, 3. Equipment, 88. Constitution, 142. Growth, 10. Equipment, 30. Spirit, 52. Growth, 6. Equipment, 30. Speed, 332 milliseconds. Growth, 12. Equipment, 12. Talent, infinite treasure drop. Unique. Elemental affinity, fire, 30. Space, 10. Mind amplification, 40. Skills, sword chi ascending to heaven. First stage extreme. Space leap, first stage extreme. Fire serpent dance, first stage extreme. Magic confinement, first stage extreme. Polar star flash, first stage extreme. Siren's curse, passive extreme. Sky splitter triad, extreme. Ethereal step, extreme. Death charge, extreme. Skeleton ball, extreme. Bone shield, extreme. Techniques, twin spirit heart technique, 7. Dragon elephant body refining technique, 10. Extreme shadow meteor technique, 10. Spirit tide technique, 1. Equipment, extreme shadow sword, legendary. Siren battle garb, epic. Undead bone ring, rare. Necromancer bracelet, rare. Feng necklace, common. Exiting the game, it was already 10 o'clock the next day. So exhausting. Tang Yun stretched lazily. His phone buzzed with messages from his parents, requesting him to attend to some household matters. In the class group, Zhang also notified everyone. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination, so please rest well and take care of your health. A decline in physical condition can adversely affect performance in the game. Below are a few points everyone should heed. A lengthy announcement, which Zhang had previously sent, was merely being resent. The group responded enthusiastically. Tomorrow is the exam. So thrilling. After such enjoyable days of gaming, he must perform well tomorrow. He heard that Zhou Yin and Feng Tao had studied diligently for 2 days. How have they fared? They are quite formidable, and conveniently, in the same novice village. The two have been sparring and honing their skills. It is said that both have reached a minor proficiency in their foundational skills. Minor proficiency. It truly diminishes my confidence. Their high comprehension and willingness to exert effort are quite disheartening. No need to panic. After all, there are Zhang Hai and Tang Yun to support us. Zhang Hai and Tang Yun. Someone chuckled. Zhang Hai felt somewhat disgruntled upon witnessing this and quickly replied, regardless, I certainly want to be attending university. So I might as well enjoy myself. The exam is merely an experience, and perhaps one day I could make a living through gaming. I see that Tang Yun seems to be putting in the effort. He should have a chance. Tang Yun has no chance whatsoever. Can one level up in just 2 days without rest? Zhang Hai has a rather commendable attitude. Tang Yun ought to learn from him. Glancing at the messages in the group, Tang Yun chose to remain unperturbed. Everything hinges on the exam tomorrow. Putting everything aside, Tang Yun fell into a deep slumber, dreaming that he stood atop the world, while his older sister also awakened, groggy, as if someone were gently slapping his face. Chapter 39, The College Entrance Examination. Score Tournament. What time is it? Still asleep? Tang Qingyang exclaimed, tapping his face. Tang Yun jolted awake and glanced at the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock. The exam begins at 9. You've been burning the midnight oil these past few days, haven't you? Tang Qingyang remarked. He had been commuting between the hospital and the store, leaving Tang Yun alone at home. I suppose so. Tang Yun yawned, getting up to wash up and grab a bite, and it was already past 8. Once I finish eating, I'll take you to the examination venue, Tang Qingyang said. All right, I'll just rest my eyes a bit longer. Tang Yun replied with a yawn. After a day of sleep, he still felt a bit drowsy. Once in the car, he dozed off briefly, and Tang Qingyang transported him to the examination hall. Upon alighting, he noticed Tang Yuan and Su Linlin were also present. Good luck. Su Linlin beamed. Thank you, sister-in-law. How come you and brother Yuan are here? Tang Yun inquired. Su Linlin's face flushed at his words, yet her heart swelled with joy. Naturally, we're here to cheer you on. Tang Yuan also wore a broad smile. With your support, I shall surely return with the top score. Tang Yun thumped his chest confidently. You little rascal, boasting again. Hurry inside. Tang Qingyang playfully tapped his head. Tang Yun nimbly evaded, having grown adept at dodging such antics. He had been raised by Tang Qingyang and Tang Miaoying since childhood. Back then, he had even declared that he would take his mother's surname when he grew up, seeking vengeance against these two surnamed Tang. Tang Qingyang, just you wait. Tang Yun uttered defiantly, before swiftly disappearing from sight. This little brat has really turned the tables. Tang Qingyang laughed and scolded. Tang Yuan and Su Linlin stifled their laughter as well. Tang Yun seems to have a good mindset, Su Linlin remarked. Alas, I'm uncertain how he will perform. He only entered the virtual realm 2 days ago. I can only hope he doesn't feel too pressured, Tang Qingyang sighed. Rest assured, uncle, the college entrance examination isn't the only path. There are other ways to secure an awakening quota in the future. Tang Yuan reassured. Little Yuan, Lin. I will have to rely on you both to look after this child in the future, Tang Qingyang said. With another child, Tang Miaoying also requires care. And feeling incapable of aiding Tang Yun, he couldn't help but feel guilty. We will certainly do that, Tang Yuan nodded. Meanwhile, Tang Yun passed through the examination check and strode directly to his examination room. There were 30 seats in total, each equipped with a pair of goggles. These goggles serve as the tool for entering the examination venue. The actual examination takes place in the virtual realm, and it is a special space established by the Summer Kingdom within this realm. Access can only be granted through the apparatus. The examination duration is 8 hours. One must input their ID number and name to log into the examination hall. Upon logging in, the default nickname is set to one's name and cannot be altered. Breaks for resting or using the restroom are permitted, but the consumption of any medication is strictly prohibited. The invigilator articulated a series of examination protocols. Soon, the time for the examination commenced. Tang Yun donned his protective goggles, and a prompt for entering his identification number and name appeared before him. Upon successful login, Tang Yun found himself situated in an expansive training arena. Numerous individuals surrounded him, all clad in identical attire. The training ground was replete with an array of weapons. Freely selectable, albeit devoid of any inherent attributes. The equipment from the virtual realm could not be brought into the examination arena. This entire examination hall was founded upon the principles of the virtual realm, yet it emerged as a distinct entity. The prohibition against utilizing equipment was, in itself, a measure of fairness, considering that affluent individuals could easily procure top-tier gear, thus overpowering their competitors. Examination rules are as follows. The first 4 hours constitute a point-scoring competition, where points are awarded based on the level of monsters defeated. Elite monsters yield 10-fold points based on their level. Each examination hall features a boss. Exercise caution, as boss points are 100-fold. The subsequent 4 hours will be a point robbery competition, wherein candidates will compete against each other. Defeating an opponent allows one to seize half of their points. Each candidate has 3 attempts, with final points divided by 2, 4, and 8 based on the number of defeats. Note, no form of trade is permitted during the examination, and the use of psychotropic substances is strictly forbidden. To deter private transactions, candidates are prohibited from deliberately losing points during the point robbery phase. Each candidate is assigned a random examination hall. Furthermore, observers are present at all times. Any act of cheating will result in a total point reset and a permanent inability to awaken. Conversely, the use of substances, while not enhancing attributes, can induce a state of heightened mental acuity. Additionally, the repercussions of defeat in the examination hall, though not as severe as in the virtual realm, still impose significant burdens with each death. The examination has commenced. The current examination hall is 88,888. At last it began. Tang Yun felt a surge of excitement. At this moment, he found himself amidst a vast forest. Forest Wolf, level 5, health 1900, physical defense 60, magical defense 50. Not far off, Tang Yun soon spotted a creature. As he approached, it charged at him with haste. Whoosh! A sword swung forth. 8,130, even devoid of any equipment. His attack power stood at 3712, and his magical attack power was 2,205. These monsters posed no challenge for him. Congratulations, you have slain a level 5 forest wolf. Awarding 5 copper coins. Hint. Points, 5. Current points, 5. He actually dropped copper coins? Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback. According to the rules of the virtual realm, defeating low-level monsters yielded no experience or rewards. Furthermore, per the examination regulations, monster defeats did not result in any loot. Yet, his innate talent allowed him to circumvent both rules. Though it was a mere pittance, it was better than nothing. Tang Yun chuckled. 5 copper coins amounted to 5 units of currency. Let the slaughter commence. Tang Yun charged forth, dispatching monsters with effortless ease. His points surged rapidly. An hour later, his score reached 500. In less than a minute, he could locate and eliminate a monster. His remarkable speed and high attack power were key to his success. Roar! A thunderous tiger roar echoed, and Tang Yun beheld a massive feline creature. Spotted tiger, level 10, health 5,000, physical defense 120, magical defense 120. Whoosh! A decisive sword stroke felled the beast. Congratulations, you have slain a level 10 spotted tiger, awarding 10 copper coins. Constitution 1. Constitution 1. It seems only monsters of the same level provide additional rewards. Tang Yun murmured. Roar! Another fierce roar, imbued with an air of authority, resonated as a dark figure swiftly approached. Demonic Sound Tiger, Elite. Level 10. Health 20,000. Physical defense 230. Magical defense 230. Roar! The demonic Sound Tiger unleashed a mighty roar. summoning a tempest that caused Tang Yun to lose a sliver of health. Skeleton Ball, 21,376. The extreme skeleton ball was swift and precise, ensuring that the elite creature could not evade. One skill, and the elite monster was vanquished. Congratulations, you have slain a level 10 elite demonic sound tiger. Awarding 1 silver coin. Spirit 1. Cultivation point 1. Hint. Points, 100, current points, 610. Chapter 40, Slaying the Boss. Points skyrocket. What is the situation? In the monitoring room, a bald man inquired. Something seems amiss, a staff member responded. What is it? The bald man pressed urgently. There's an individual who dispatches monsters with a single strike. Even a level 10 elite cannot last more than 2 seconds before him, the staff member reported. Is that so? Look closely. Could it be a first-tier candidate? A system allocation error? The bald man exclaimed. Before long, the staff member retrieved Tang Yun's data, confirming he was indeed at level 10. My goodness, this is a prodigious talent. We must keep a close watch. I shall report this, the bald man declared with excitement. He understood that such exceptional talents would be highly sought after by prestigious academies. By reporting first, those institutions would also offer substantial rewards. Don't forget about me, Nan. The staff member implored hastily. Rest assured, he replied, patting the other's shoulder. With that, he hurriedly reported Tang Yun's situation. Meanwhile, Tang Yun had not anticipated that he would attract attention so swiftly. At this moment, he encountered the first candidate within the examination hall. Similarly at level 10. This individual could also be considered commendable among the candidates. Typically, an ordinary player reaching level 10 without equipment would possess an attack power of 250. Most players fell within this range. Furthermore, some trained in cultivation techniques, allowing their attack power to rise to a higher tier. Additionally, there were numerous treasures and quests that could further augment attributes. However, these were not the norm. The player before him, Tang Yun estimated, had an attack power of 4 to 500, which was quite respectable. Yet, even so, facing a level 10 monster would require considerable effort from the opponent. Scram! Roared Pang Yuanhang. Tang Yun frowned. The first phase of the point-scoring competition prohibited attacking candidates. Otherwise, he would have cleaved the individual in two with a single sword strike. You'd best get lost. This is my territory. Pang Yuanhang barked, clearly intent on monopolizing this area for points. Huh, your territory? You're overestimating yourself. Tang Yun retorted with a sneer. You've angered me, just wait. While I cannot kill you, I can ensure you leave with nothing. Pang Yuanhang threatened. Oh, I'll be eager to see what you can do. Tang Yun, now provoked, replied. Very well, you will regret this. Pang Yuanhang declared, following closely behind Tang Yun. Tang Yun smirked. Having discerned the other's intentions, he sought to steal his kills. Before long, the two encountered a level 10 monster. Pang Yuanhang's expression gleamed with smugness as he subtly withdrew. You go ahead, he said. Tang Yun scoffed, retreating even further. You. Pang Yuanhang was taken aback by Tang Yun's remarkable speed. With no options left, as the monstrous foe had already engaged, he could only confront it head-on. After several hours of relentless battle, his mana was precious, and he dared not expend it recklessly, resorting primarily to basic attacks. However, each strike only dealt a little over 300 damage, necessitating a flurry of blows. Meanwhile, the monster would retaliate and evade. I'm coming. As Pang Yuanhang was nearing his limit, Tang Yun dashed forth to claim the monster's defeat. 1 point. Fortune smiled upon him. Tang Yun couldn't suppress his inner mirth. You scoundrel! Pang Yuanhang fumed, enraged that the monster he had been battling was snatched away. When had he ever endured such indignity throughout his life? Not a single point to show for his efforts? Just wait. Pang Yuanhang's fury surged. Yet, he realized that continuing down this path would only lead to his own detriment. He resolutely turned away. Unperturbed, Tang Yun dismissed him. 600 points were still insufficient. A determined glint shone in Tang Yun's eyes. Each year, the Wanjing province sees around 10 million candidates, yet only about 1 million are admitted into universities. Essentially, 1 in 10 would gain entry, unencumbered by Pang Yuanhang's interference. Tang Yun's hunting speed surged. This area was rife with level 10 monsters, which most individuals dared not confront. For Tang Yun, however, it was akin to paradise. Half an hour later, his score soared to 1,000. In terms of attributes, he had gained 2 in strength, 2 in constitution, and 2 in intelligence. Intelligence growth was at 1. You wretched beast. Meet your demise. Suddenly, a venomous curse pierced the air. Tang Yun turned to see Pang Yuanhang charging towards him. Pursued by a colossal python. Silver armored ice python, boss. Level, 10. Health, 140,000. Physical defense, 500. Magical defense, 700. A boss monster? Tang Yun felt a flicker of excitement. Each examination venue housed a boss, yet typical players lacked the qualifications to challenge one. Without adequate gear, defeating such a creature was nearly impossible. They could only evade. Clearly, Pang Yuanhang had discovered the boss's location and intentionally lured it over. Hiss! The silver-armored ice python. Upon sighting them, initiated indiscriminate attacks. Pang Yuanhang hastily dodged. Perish! Pang Yuanhang's malicious grin emerged. Who will perish is yet to be determined. Tang Yun smiled nonchalantly and, in a flash, surpassed Pang Yuanhang. How is this possible? Pang Yuanhang was astonished. His agility was already at a proficient level. Yet, the other seemed to glide past like a gust of wind. Hiss! At that moment, the silver-armored ice python had reached them. Pang Yuanhang had intended for Tang Yun to divert its attention, only to find himself the target instead. Curse you! I will not let this go unpunished. Enraged, Pang Yuanhang could only retaliate against the silver-armored ice python, but alas, his basic attacks could not penetrate its defenses. He was compelled to rely on skills to inflict damage. Before long, he was frozen and subsequently devoured by the serpent. Ah, one who harms others ultimately harms oneself. Tang Yun chuckled softly. Hiss! After finishing off one foe, the silver-armored ice python turned its attention to Tang Yun. Magical Binding. 8,491. Fire Serpent Dance. 13,090. 13,090. 13,090. Skeleton Ball. Death Charge. Sky Splitter Technique. As the Sky Splitter Technique concluded, the silver-armored ice python, with over 100,000 health, was swiftly vanquished. The entire process took mere seconds. What? The staff members monitoring Tang Yun were left dumbfounded. This cannot stand. I must inform Brother Nan. Director Jean. I have discovered a promising candidate who is not on any priority list. Sure Nan, eagerly awaiting an opportunity to discuss Tang Yun, spoke up. Oh, what kind of candidate? Director Jin's expression remained impassive. As a member of the admissions office of the premier academy in the capital, he had encountered countless prodigies. Ordinary talents hardly piqued his interest. Although some top-tier geniuses had already been documented, rare exceptions existed, albeit infrequently, and most were merely average talents. Director Jean, you must see for yourself, Shernan said, presenting the footage of Tang Yun's victory over an elite monster. This strength, an attack power exceeding 10,000, and remarkable skill proficiency, coupled with a profound mindset. Director Jean quickly discerned the potential. Excellent. Shernan, you have done well. This is indeed a promising candidate. Achieving a breakthrough before the college entrance examination marks an extraordinary genius. This suggests at least a B-level standard. Director Jean praised. Director Jean, this Tang Yun is only at level 10 and has yet to break through. Shernan murmured. Chapter 41. Ice Barrier. 100-fold growth? What? Only level 10? Are you not jesting? Director Jean was taken aback. How could I dare, Director Jean? Shernan hastily replied. If that is the case, then he is of A-level caliber. I shall grant you a reward of 500,000. Now, provide me with his information. Director Jean urged. As a representative of the foremost academy in the capital, he faced numerous restrictions while recruiting in Wanjing province. Although Zhanghai University may not rival the top academy, it ranked among the top 10 elite institutions, holding a geographical advantage in Wanjing province. Many promising candidates had already been claimed by Zhanghai University. Wait, Director Jean, Shernan interjected suddenly. Director Jean furrowed his brow, wary of Shernan's intentions. Look at this, Shernan said, sending over the video of Tang Yun defeating the silver-armored ice python. In the footage, Tang Yun executed his skills with fluidity, each strike targeting the monster's vital arteries. So many skills, all at an extraordinarily high proficiency. This is truly astonishing. Is he perhaps an S-level genius? Director Jean was momentarily lost in thought. An S-level genius. Shernan was equally astonished. Quick, provide me with his information. Director Jean pressed. Yes. Shernan nodded fervently. Congratulations, you have slain the level 10 boss, silver-armored ice python, earning 3 gold coins, the skill Ice Barrier, 5 technique points, 2 first-tier skill points, 2 intelligence points, and 1 intelligence growth point. Water Affinity, 10. Notice, score 1000, current score 2050. First-tier skill, Ice Barrier. Learning. Congratulations. You have acquired Ice Barrier. Ice Barrier. Beginner level condenses water elements to form a barrier that absorbs 120 magical damage. Duration, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 150. A damage-absorbing skill, superior to Bone Shield, as it encompasses the entire body. Tang Yun nodded inwardly. Bone Shield could only defend from one direction, whereas this provided all-around protection, instilling a greater sense of security. Congratulations, Ice Barrier has reached proficiency. Ice Barrier. Proficient level condenses water elements to form a barrier that absorbs 140 magical damage. Duration, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 150. Currently, the shield provided by Ice Barrier may not surpass Bone Shield in quantity, but its future enhancements promise to yield significant advantages. With over 2 hours remaining, Tang Yun pondered how high his score could rise. He felt a sense of anticipation. The preceding 4 hours of the points competition can hardly be deemed significant. In terms of the general skill level, most participants hover around the 7th tier, even if one were to slay a level 7 monster, accruing a mere 7 points. Managing to defeat 10 within an hour would be commendable. After all, without proper equipment, such endeavors require considerable time and effort. Furthermore, post-battle, rest is necessary. and recovery poses its own challenges. Overall, for an ordinary candidate, amassing 300 points over 4 hours would be quite impressive. However, to gain admission to a university, such a score is undoubtedly insufficient. One would need at least a score within the top 10%. It is estimated that a threshold of around 800 points is necessary, and if participants perform exceptionally well, this score may increase. Achieving 2,000 points would almost guarantee entry into a prestigious university. Notice, the boss within the examination hall has been defeated. Upon the demise of the silver-armored ice python, an announcement resonated throughout the 88888 examination hall. The other candidates were left utterly bewildered. So swiftly? The boss has already been vanquished? Goodness, there must be an expert among us. I wonder if I can latch onto their coattails. To be in the same examination hall as such a powerhouse, now that the boss is gone, doesn't that mean we can roam freely? There's no danger. I've only been communicating with the virtual realm for a short while, and am merely at level 3. The disparity is staggering. The candidates marveled at the turn of events. For the majority, the absence of the boss was indeed a fortuitous development. The entire examination was not solely a test of strength, but also an assessment of environmental judgment, strategic choices regarding monsters, and various other considerations. Boss monsters served as a deterrent, compelling ordinary players to flee. This limitation stifled many, preventing them from fully exerting their capabilities. Now that the boss has been slain, the examination hall has become considerably safer. Even if one encounters an elite monster, retreat is still an option. As time trickled by, the candidates in the 88888 examination hall exhibited a notable increase in their hunting efficiency. At the forefront was Tang Yun. Tang Yun, Class 3 of Zhongbei City No. 1 High School. Has it only been 3 days since he entered the virtual realm? Upon seeing Tang Yun's information, Director Jean could hardly contain his excitement. My goodness, this Tang Yun is simply extraordinary. What is his talent? Shernan couldn't help but inquire. Given Tang Yun's accomplishments, both men had already concluded that he was a prodigy. If I'm not mistaken, he must possess an S-grade talent with a 100-fold growth rate. Director Jean declared. What? 100-fold growth? Shernan's jaw dropped in astonishment. 100-fold growth is considered top tier, even among S-grade talents. Tang Yun is unequivocally an S-grade genius. Director Jean stated with unwavering certainty. 100-fold growth implies that his leveling speed is 100 times that of others. Moreover, the same applies to skill acquisition, which is also at 100-fold. Typically, an individual with a modicum of comprehension requires 2 decades to master a foundational skill, but with 100-fold growth, it takes merely 2 months, and with heightened comprehension, even less. The same principle applies to martial arts. Additionally, individuals endowed with such talent experience significantly greater attribute growth with each level gained. The specifics, however, depend on the details of his talent description. Even among those with the same S-grade talent, subtle distinctions exist. Most individuals would refrain from divulging the precise effects of their talents to others. Director Jean, in high spirits, elaborated on the matter. Shernan listened, wide-eyed. He understood that prodigies were formidable, yet the full extent of their prowess remained unclear to him. My goodness, this is utterly terrifying. No wonder everyone aspires to be a gifted individual. Shernan marveled. Gifted individuals are a rarity, and they almost universally gain university admission. Let alone S-grade geniuses. Once they emerge, they are fervently sought after. Just previously, a prodigy from the Wanjing province was recruited by our foremost academy. Who would have thought I'd have a chance this time too? Director Jean's breath quickened. If he could recruit such a student, the school would reap endless rewards as the individual achieves success. However, students of this caliber are exceedingly difficult to secure. I must seize this opportunity and not let it slip away. Director Jean pondered, promptly dialing a number. Teacher Lee, you must immediately travel to Zhongbei City and locate Tang Yun's family. With such strength, it won't be long before everyone recognizes his potential. And it will be too late to act then. The 4 hours elapsed swiftly. Tang Yun's hunting speed was astonishing. His points soared to a staggering 4,000, averaging 1,000 points per hour. The initial 4 hours were merely an appetizer. The main course lies ahead. Tang Yun muttered. After all, defeating a level 10 monster yields only 10 points, but vanquishing a fellow candidate causes the points to skyrocket. Chapter 42. The second phase commences. Points exceed 10,000. Among the monsters he hunted, only defeating those of equal level offers a chance at attribute drops. Otherwise, only copper coins are obtained. Over 2 hours of hunting resulted in a mere 70+ level 10 monsters. Tang Yun garnered a total of 5 strength, 7 intelligence, 10 constitution, 6 spirit, and 0.3 millisecond speed. Strength growth of 2, intelligence growth of 2, constitution growth of 3, spirit growth of 1. Additionally, he acquired 5 martial arts points. Congratulations. Your dual spirit demon heart technique has been upgraded to level 8. Physical attack 80. Magical attack 80. Strength 8. Intelligence 8. Notice, the second phase of the examination has commenced. Your examination hall is being reassigned. You may conclude the exam at any time. Candidates may withdraw from the examination at any moment. for upon death, half of their points are forfeited and deductions apply during settlement. Essentially, dying once leaves one with only a quarter of their points remaining. Theoretically, those who accumulate sufficient points in the first round may opt not to participate in the second. Yet, this presents a paradox. Only those strong enough can secure high scores in the first round. Thus, they are even less likely to forfeit the second round. Notice, there are currently 1,000 candidates in the examination hall. If the number falls below 100, other examination halls will automatically merge. 1,000. The hunt begins. Tang Yun advanced in a determined direction. I'm only at level 1, and I've only amassed 10 points. How frustrating. Dying once leads to losing half my points. But if I get lucky and stumble upon a chance, perhaps I could still gain admission to university. A candidate contemplated. Oh, there's a commotion over there. I'll take a look. Perhaps I can truly seize an opportunity. The candidate exclaimed excitedly. He stealthily followed the noise. In a flash, a player was struck down by a blade. Damn, how useless. They were killed so quickly. The candidate felt a surge of indignation. Had the two battled fiercely, exchanging blows until their health was depleted, he might have had a chance. Wait, why does that figure look so familiar? The candidate wondered, puzzled. Is there someone else? Just as Tang Yun had dispatched a fellow candidate, he sensed movement nearby. With a swift motion, he concealed himself behind a large tree and soon spotted an individual lurking suspiciously. Tang Yun, is that you, Tang Yun? The candidate gasped in disbelief. Zhonghai. Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback. What were the odds of encountering each other amidst millions of candidates across the province? This is fantastic. Tang Yun, I had no idea you were so formidable. You could help me, and then I too could gain admission to university. I will never forget your kindness. Zhonghai exclaimed eagerly. Huh, help you? Why would I assist you? Tang Yun couldn't help but chuckle. We're classmates, after all. It's only right that we assist one another. Zhonghai responded hurriedly. This was his only opportunity. If Tang Yun were to lend him a hand, his chances of university admission would increase significantly. In that case, why don't you assist me instead? Tang Yun replied with a smile. How impressive you are. Do you still need my assistance? Tang Yun questioned, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Zhonghai, you wouldn't dare to refuse help, would you? Zhonghai retorted, adopting a demeanor that suggested he felt wronged. You're absolutely right. Tang Yun replied with a cold smirk. You. No wonder. Zhonghai seemed ready to unleash a tirade. But before he could finish, Tang Yun swiftly dispatched him with a single stroke of her sword. Such a meager amount of points, she mused, observing her meager 5-point increase with disdain. Ah, Tang Yun. Zhonghai bellowed in the examination hall. Candidate, please adhere to the rules and refrain from disturbing others. If you choose to forfeit the exam, you may return your logging glasses, the proctor announced sternly. I will not concede. Zhonghai seethed, and without hesitation, he re-entered the virtual examination arena. In such circumstances, the fewer points one possessed, the less likely one was to give up. Tang Yun, I will not let you off the hook. Zhonghai seethed in frustration. Wait, a level 1, he exclaimed, startled by a voice that rang out as he logged back in. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he froze, having failed to conceal his presence in time. Hold on, he exclaimed, as the other party prepared to strike. Damn you, the assailant cursed, launching an attack. Zhonghai, however, was no match. His attributes were vastly inferior, and his combat skills were virtually non-existent. Within moments, his health plummeted to 0, without even landing a single blow on his opponent. Damn it, a pauper. 25 points wasted. What a waste of my time. The attacker scoffed, swiftly seeking another target. After dying twice in quick succession, Zhonghai's expression darkened significantly, his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse. Damn it, it's all that wretched Tang Yun's fault. If she had assisted me, that guy wouldn't have been able to kill me. He fumed. Yet, how could she be so formidable? Level 10. It had only been a few days. Suddenly, Zhonghai grasped the truth. Talent. She possesses a unique talent. How utterly unfair. Why should she be gifted while I am not? Just because she is attractive? The more he pondered, the more enraged he became, ultimately fainting from sheer frustration. Take him to the infirmary, the proctor said calmly, accustomed to such occurrences. After all, death in the examination hall carried far less consequence than in the virtual world, but individuals with weaker constitutions could struggle to cope with repeated deaths. Killing has indeed become much swifter. Each kill generally yields over 100 points. Except for Zhonghai, Tang Yun mused silently to herself. At present, her points had surpassed 10,000, having eliminated no fewer than 50 individuals with relative ease. Regrettably, her pace was beginning to slow. In the examination hall, battles are constant, and those who lose have their points halved. This encourages a reckless search for opponents. Conversely, the victors tend to conceal themselves or withdraw from the exam altogether. 3 individuals? Tang Yun observed a trio of players during her travels. It appeared that alliances were forming, a strategy permitted within the competition. Now it's my turn. The shortest of the 3 declared. All right, the other 2 nodded in agreement, having collaborated successfully in the past. Soon, the 3 closed in on Tang Yun. Whoosh. 2 skills were unleashed simultaneously. Bone Shield. Tang Yun's shield effortlessly absorbed the attacks. Ethereal Step. After employing the skill, Her speed skyrocketed to 103 milliseconds. How astonishing. Who is she? The trio thought in alarm. Swish. With a single strike, Tang Yun felled one of them, dispatching the other two in quick succession. Excellent. These three have generously contributed nearly 1,000 points. Tang Yun expressed her satisfaction. While my points are plentiful, I still require a bit more to secure the top spot. She contemplated. In this world, there are many prodigies, and the examination will surely feature its share of exceptional talents. Their point accumulation would be no less rapid than her own. If only the exam halls would merge sooner. Tang Yun mused silently. That Tang Yun is incredibly formidable. One strike and I was slain, and many others fell to her blade. I suspect her points have surpassed 5,000. A group of individuals gathered in the examination hall, many of whom had fallen to Tang Yun's prowess. 5,000. How terrifying. If we eliminate her, we can secure a place in a top-tier university. They murmured excitedly. Indeed, however, none of us can take her on alone. We must unite. Damn it. I've already died once. My hopes for university seem bleak. I'm all in. Count me in as well. With so many of us, we can surely take her down. In an instant, over 30 players converged on Tang Yun. Chapter 43. Examination Hall Merge. First stage. So many. Tang Yun remarked, astonished. Onward. Let us eliminate her. The crowd roared, unleashing a barrage of ranged skills. Bone shield. What the hell? She hasn't even lost her shield. What is her defense like? Someone exclaimed. Tang Yun's physical defense stood at an impressive 350. And her magical defense, while slightly lower, reached 160. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous skills rained down, but the assault failed to breach Tang Yun's bone shield. Sword Chi Ascension. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrent of sword energy surged forth, instantly annihilating several players within its radius. Goodness, she is a monster. We should flee. I never should have provoked her. The crowd lamented in regret. Skeleton Ball. Death Charge. With a single skill, Tang Yun claimed another victim, plunging into the fray and dispatching foes with ruthless efficiency. Regrettably, the players lacked equipment, only able to drop a handful of coins. Moreover, without new skills, it seemed they could not yield skill points. Currently, only bosses could drop first-stage skill points, while others would require exploration. Within a mere 2 minutes, she had dispatched over 30 players. Had the assailants not been paralyzed with fear, the process would have been even swifter. Unfortunately, her points totaled just over 1,000. As these individuals had already been slain once, leaving them with scant points. Let us accelerate. Merge the examination halls swiftly, Tang Yun urged, her speed reaching its peak as she slaughtered any who crossed her path. The number of candidates plummeted rapidly, with only a little over 300 remaining. Within 2 hours, each participant had likely met their demise at least thrice. So, you are the so-called Demon King? As Tang Yun sought her next target, she encountered another player. Judging by their aura, they appeared formidable. Player information was limited to nicknames and levels. True strength could only be gauged through combat. However, those well acquainted with the game could discern certain truths. A level 10 player would typically possess a minimum health of 2,500, with some reaching around 4,000. Over 5,000 was already quite impressive. Tang Yun estimated that this individual's health might exceed 10,000, marking them as a prodigy. Demon King? Tang Yun raised an eyebrow slightly. I suspect you wish for the examination halls to merge, don't you? Ji Fansong smiled. Indeed, Tang Yun nodded in agreement. Examination halls with fewer than 100 participants will merge, resulting in a congregation of experts and an increase in points. To claim the top position, merging is essential. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to catch up in terms of points. Those who remain now have a significant likelihood of entering university. They have essentially gone into hiding, making them exceedingly difficult to locate, Ji Fansong remarked. Tang Yun naturally comprehended. Perhaps only 1 in 10 possesses the qualifications to enter university, with merely over 300 individuals remaining from 1,000. After further eliminations, it would be practically assured. Naturally, everyone yearns for self-preservation. At this rate, merging the examination venues is utterly unfeasible, Ji Fansong declared. What brings you to seek me? Tang Yun inquired. We should join forces. Your reputation has spread far and wide, and no one dares to provoke you. In fact, they actively avoid you. However, I am different. If I boldly present myself as a target, a team will undoubtedly emerge. Ji Fansong explained. Though he is formidable, he still has a chance against several opponents working in concert. Many are eager to take the risk. 4 Ji Fansong's points are notable. Eliminating him would essentially guarantee their admission to university. It is a viable plan, but we must act swiftly, Tang Yun asserted. Naturally, Ji Fansong concurred. Once the adversaries fall for the ruse and respawn, the word will likely spread, and they must act quickly. Very well, I accept, Tang Yun replied. Excellent. I know of a team. Ji Fansong chuckled. He had learned from past misfortunes, which prompted him to approach Tang Yun proactively. Soon, Ji Fansong swaggered through the forest, deliberately creating a considerable commotion. Tang Yun concealed himself in the shadows, observing. In a brief moment, 7 or 8 individuals emerged, clearly those who had perished once before. Ji Fansong, though strong, could not withstand such a multitude. With each adversary wielding a unique skill, he would lose thousands of health points. After all, he did not possess Tang Yun's level of defense or shields. Most individuals could only master 2 skills, as overextending oneself leads to ineffectiveness. Skill acquisition requires significant time investment. Tang Yun, Ji Fansong shouted. What? The group was momentarily taken aback. Before they could react, Tang Yun, akin to a gust of wind, swiftly struck. The 8 individuals stood no chance. They were simply outmatched. So fast, Ji Fansong was astonished. He had heard of Tang Yun's prowess, but he never anticipated it to be this extraordinary. It was truly outrageous. Tang Yun could reach speeds of up to 100 meters per second, several times faster than a small car. The group could not react in time. Next, Tang Yun commanded. All right. Ji Fansong wasted no time, continuing to create a significant disturbance. It must be said, Ji Fansong was highly coveted among the examinees. A single kill would nearly secure their university admission. In a mere half hour, the number of participants plummeted. Tang Yun had eliminated over 100 individuals. His score skyrocketed to 20,000 points. Ji Fansong's score also increased by several hundred. Yet, it was still insufficient. Tang Yun furrowed his brow. After all, everyone had more than one life. They could respawn after being eliminated. Within that half hour, he had eliminated approximately 50 individuals, which was quite rapid. The combined efforts of others merely matched his pace. Currently, there were around 200 participants remaining in the entire examination venue. No need to rush. If we refrain from action, they will inevitably turn on each other. Ji Fansong stated. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun experienced a moment of clarity. The scores in the examination venue were predominantly concentrated among the more powerful individuals. Initially, everyone had been biding their time, waiting for the opportune moment to emerge and seize the advantage. However, with the numbers dwindling to merely 200, naturally not all possessed scores exceeding 800. As the numbers continued to decline, they would struggle to find targets. Given their capabilities, it was impossible for them to await the merging of examination venues. Once merged, they would face ruthless competitors, leaving them with no opportunities. The two continued to take action. And indeed, the rate of decline accelerated. In less than half an hour, a system notification resonated. Notice, current examination venue has fewer than 100 participants. Merging into the main examination venue, current number of participants, 35,847. Over 30,000? Excellent. Tang Yun felt a surge of excitement. The Wanjiang province had nearly 10 million examinees. With 1,000 examinees per venue, there were a total of 10,000 venues. It appeared that over 300 venues had merged, perhaps even more. The original participants were randomly teleported to various locations. What fortuitous circumstances, prey delivered right to my doorstep. Just as Tang Yun landed, a rather handsome young man greeted him with a smile. Pei Jingxian. Level 12, first tier. Level 12? Tang Yun was somewhat taken aback. In a spacious conference room, representatives from various universities' admissions offices had gathered. Those seated in this room were at least from top-tier universities. All eyes were fixed upon a massive screen. Pei Jingxian had experienced a stroke of luck, ranking among the top 10 in points, having just eliminated one opponent. Another had seemingly presented themselves. Oh, this Tang Yun has over 20,000 points. Without merging, over 20,000 points? This Tang Yun is no ordinary contender. Yet, what of it? A first-tier player cannot be compared to a foundational tier. The crowd murmured among themselves. That may not necessarily be the case. Director Jean smiled slightly. Chapter 44, E-Rank Talent, Demon Hell. Points surge. Director Jean seemed to have discerned something. A middle-aged man with thinning hair inquired with curiosity. This man was Ma Yongping, the admissions director of Jianghai University in Wanjiang Province. The others turned their attention toward him as well. Director Jean, being from the prestigious imperial capital's foremost academy, naturally attracted attention. I can certainly perceive certain nuances, but Director Ma wouldn't attempt to poach from me, would he? Director Jean smiled. His implication was clear. He had his sights set on Tang Yun. After all, he represented the premier institution of the imperial capital. Could it be that Tang Yun possesses some unique qualities? Odd. If he were truly a genius, wouldn't Director Ma be aware of it? The audience was filled with curiosity. After all, this was Ma Yongping's territory, and many exceptional examinees had already been approached by Jianghai University. Haha, it is indeed our honor that Director Jean has taken an interest in our Wanjiang province candidates. I would never engage in such behavior. Ma Yongping couldn't help but chuckle. He was well aware of all the candidates who had garnered significant attention. He typically did not concern himself with ordinary talents. Tang Yun's name evoked no recognition. He was evidently quite unremarkable. Very well, let us observe. Director Jean replied cheerfully. The crowd's curiosity intensified. After breaking through, all attributes are enhanced, including health and attack power, which see substantial increases. Generally speaking, a level 10 player with 5,000 health points can reach levels of 20,000 after breaking through. Other attributes also experience significant boosts. Allow me to eliminate you swiftly. Do not waste my time. Pei Jingxian laughed as he lunged forward. His speed rivaled that of Tang Yun. Humph. Tang Yun snorted coldly. raising his sword to confront him head-on. Clang! The clash of swords resounded with a crisp sound. After a brief exchange, Pei Jingxian was somewhat astonished. I possess 4,000 attack power. How can he match me? A storm brewed within Pei Jingxian's heart. First tier? Is this all there is to it? Tang Yun scoffed. Seeking death. Pei Jingxian's expression shifted, his feet moving rapidly. Yet, he was fast. Tang Yun was even faster. The ethereal stride commenced, effortlessly casting Pei Jingxian into oblivion. What? Pei Jingxian could hardly fathom that Tang Yun's speed surpassed his own. Bang! A single strike landed with a staggering 9,000 damage. How is this possible? Pei Jingxian felt a surge of trepidation. He had a total of 30,000 health points, a significant advantage over basic tier players. Yet, Tang Yun's blade inflicted 9,000 damage in one blow. He found it increasingly difficult to withstand. Stop. I believe we have a misunderstanding. Pei Jingxian bellowed. Naturally, Tang Yun paid him no heed, intensifying his assault. Damn it. Pei Jingxian struggled to defend himself. You leave me no choice. With that, Pei Jingxian unleashed a deafening roar that shattered the heavens. The sonic wave sent Tang Yun reeling. E-grade talent, Demon's Howl. The louder the sound, the greater the damage. And it possessed a modicum of control. Within the conference room, someone elucidated, Pei Jingxian is impressive, possessing E-grade talent. He might yet turn the tide. It was noted how fearsome Tang Yun's strength was, capable of fighting beyond his tier. Director Jin's discerning eye was not to be underestimated. Yet Pei Jingxian still had a chance. Discussions erupted among the crowd. This fellow, Tang Yun, momentarily dazed by the shockwave, struggled to regain his composure as Pei Jingxian continued to emit sound waves. Tang Yun resorted to hurling a skeleton ball. 25,914. One skeleton ball dealt over 20,000 damage. With 3 elemental bonuses, his output was enhanced by 50, along with a 40% boost from his mindset. Such terrifying output was thus achieved. Notification, points 25, 400, current points 48, 500. Did a single skill truly obliterate him? Such damage. The assembly was taken aback. Impossible. By all accounts, Pei Jingxian had several thousand health points. How could he perish from a single strike in one skill? A teacher inquired curiously. Could it be that Tang Yun possesses a damage-boosting talent? Ma Yongping pondered aloud. A damage-boosting talent? The skeleton ball's damage is not high, by calculation. That's at least a 5-fold increase. Impossible. Another exclaimed. What if it's possible that Tang Yun has exceptionally high skill proficiency? Director Jin chuckled. The crowd quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, it made sense. Regardless, being able to battle beyond one's tier indicated that Tang Yun's talent was at least B-grade. After all, his opponent was also an E-grade talent. Ma Yongping mused, somewhat intrigued. Talents of this caliber were inherently rare. Achieving B-grade would place one among the elite. Pei Jingxian lamented. The Demon's Howl talent was formidable in close combat, but ineffective against ranged attacks. The audience expressed their regret. Forget about Pei Jingxian. Look, Jiang Shaoyan is about to engage in battle again. Someone exclaimed. Following this, another screen was maximized. All eyes were riveted on the 2 figures on the screen. Your luck is unfortunate, Jiang Shaoyan remarked, casually toying with his longsword. This is bad. This person radiates the same aura as Tang Yun. Ji Fansong's heart sank. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent right at the onset. I grant you 10 seconds. You may do as you wish, Jiang Shaoyan declared with a smile. Are you serious? Ji Fansong inquired hastily. Of course, one. Jiang Shaoyan raised a finger. Upon hearing this, Ji Fansong dashed away, not towards Jiang Shaoyan, but opting to flee. Jiang Shaoyan chuckled. You made the most astute choice. 910. With that, Jiang Shaoyan surged towards Ji Fansong with terrifying speed. In mere moments, Ji Fansong was caught up. So swift. What a monster. Faster than Tang Yun. Ji Fansong exclaimed in disbelief. Who is Tang Yun? How does he compare to me? Jiang Shaoyan scoffed, instantly launching an attack that Ji Fansong could not withstand, leading to his swift demise. The onlookers in the conference room were not overly surprised, as if they had grown accustomed to such displays. After all, Jiang Shaoyan was a top-tier A-grade talent, his strength surpassing even some S-grade talents. Had he not entered the virtual realm so late, he might have already broken through. Ma Yongping beamed with pride. He had discovered this genius, who had already signed a contract with Zhanghai University. Talents of this level were exceedingly rare nationwide. He even wished that such talents would refrain from participating in college entrance exams for fear of attracting undue attention. Alas, Jiang Shaoyan had his own aspirations. Jiang Shaoyan. Director Jin also felt a surge of excitement. Regrettably, he was already signed with Zhanghai University. Indeed, Jiang Shaoyan was impressive, and Tang Yun could dispatch Pei Jingxian in a heartbeat. Yet, the question lingered. Who among the two was superior? A curious onlooker asked. It's undoubtedly Jiang Shaoyan. Ma Yongping chuckled. Not necessarily. Director Jin immediately countered. The two faced off, while the audience settled in to enjoy the unfolding drama. Chapter 45, Terrifying Talent. Multiplicative Growth. This talent is indeed formidable, Tang Yun mused. Every talent possesses its unique strengths. Though classifications exist, At times, they can yield power that transcends their inherent tier. This particular talent, a group control ability, can prove immensely beneficial in critical moments. Yet, its drawbacks are equally apparent. Ranged attacks can reach the opponent. With nearly 50,000 points accrued, it was still insufficient. 1 hour remained. Tang Yun felt a surge of determination. Within the examination hall, with over 30,000 participants, he soon encountered another adversary. Spotting Tang Yun, the opponent rushed towards him, only to be effortlessly dispatched. Excellent. My efficiency has significantly improved. Continuing on. After eliminating one foe, his points surged by 2,000, pushing his total past 50,000. He was oblivious to his ranking and could only strive to maximize his score. This fellow. How could his damage be so high? I just lost over 20,000 points. I must avoid him henceforth. Following Pei Jingxuan's demise, he certainly did not relent. One must remember, upon his death, his points were reduced to merely 20,000, and he would face further deductions. I must accelerate my pace to recover my losses. Pei Jingxian resembled a gambler, his heart racing. Oh, a target approaches. Pei Jingxuan's spirits soared as he charged forward. The opponent, upon seeing him, astonishingly did not evade but awaited him. You possess quite the courage to not flee, Pei Jingxian remarked. Flee? Do you think you are worthy? Jiang Shaoyan retorted with a smirk. Underestimating the first tier? Do you fancy yourself Tang Yun? Pei Jingxian laughed in disbelief. He refused to accept that he could encounter freakish opponents consecutively. Another Tang Yun? Jiang Shaoyan furrowed his brow. He found himself somewhat intrigued. Prepare to meet your end. Pei Jingxian roared. As his talent activated, Jiang Shaoyan's expression shifted. You possess a talent as well? In that split second of control, Pei Jingxian struck with lightning speed. Within the conference room, spectators sighed as they observed the two on the screen. Pei Jingxian was dreadfully unfortunate, facing two top-tier talents in succession. Should he perish again, his points would dwindle to a mere 10,000, and further deductions awaited him. Fortune is indeed an integral aspect of prowess. Within the screen, Pei Jingxian unleashed an assault upon Jiang Shaoyan, inflicting considerable damage. Yet, Jiang Shaoyan swiftly regained his composure, accelerating with remarkable speed and catching Pei Jingxian off guard. With a single strike, Pei Jingxian exclaimed, "Such high damage." He realized that nearly 10,000 health points had been depleted by that blow. Quite impressive. Alas, insufficient. Jiang Shaoyan continued his relentless barrage, swiftly bringing Pei Jingxian to his demise. How tragic. The onlookers in the conference room couldn't help but remark. Their gaze then shifted to Tang Yun and Jiang Shaoyan, whose path had been paved with adversaries effortlessly vanquished. Even those endowed with talent could not withstand their might. Presently, Jiang Shaoyan boasted a score of 120,000, while Tang Yun amassed 80,000. It was evident they were vying for the top two positions. I find myself eagerly anticipating their confrontation. I, too, share your excitement. Ma Yongping chuckled. The rate of score accumulation is indeed swift, yet others shall not lag behind. 80,000 remains precariously insufficient. If only another Pei Jingxian could be found. Tang Yun mused inwardly. At last, I have located you, Tang Yun. A figure approached with lightning speed, causing Tang Yun's pupils to constrict. Such velocity. Jiang Shaoyan. Who is this person, that they recognize me, and have specifically sought me out? Tang Yun felt a flicker of curiosity. You are the famed Tang Yun, the one whom Ji Fansong and Pei Jingxian claim can stand shoulder to shoulder with me? Jiang Shaoyan stated with a grin. Tang Yun scrutinized him carefully. Jiang Shaoyan possessed a cherubic visage, exuding an air of amiability, yet his gaze was piercingly sharp, reminiscent of a fierce beast. The visitor harbored ill intentions. Upon hearing the names mentioned, Tang Yun's wariness intensified. One must possess a degree of skill to dare approach so boldly. It seems you are quite confident. Tang Yun replied coolly. Confidence stems from strength. Allow me to witness your prowess, Jiang Shaoyan declared, and with a nimble step, he surged forward in an instant. Tang Yun raised his sword to parry, momentarily achieving parity. Quite adept. However, not sufficient, Jiang Shaoyan proclaimed, accelerating his speed. How can he be so swift? Tang Yun thought in alarm, realizing that his opponent's speed surpassed his own. Crucially, he could only match Jiang Shaoyan's pace when employing the ethereal step, yet the latter's base speed already overwhelmed him. Bone Shield. Tang Yun had no choice but to summon his Bone Shield to absorb the incoming damage. With a single strike, the shield nearly shattered. This was a shield with a value of 12,000. The opponent's attack power was nearly 10,000. In the conference room, all eyes were riveted upon the unfolding spectacle. They had finally awaited the most anticipated duel. It appeared that Tang Yun's strength was indeed inferior to Jiang Shaoyan's. Jiang Shaoyan's attributes are simply astonishing. Tang Yun is already quite formidable. Without Jiang Shaoyan, he would undoubtedly be the champion of Wanjian province. What a pity. A smile of restrained delight graced Ma Yongping's face. Not necessarily. Director Jean interjected, his brow furrowed. He remained confident in his assessment. Within 3 days, advancing from level 1 to 10 and slaying bosses with ease. Such an individual must possess an S-grade growth talent. An S-grade talent. How could one possibly lose? Oh, Director Jean seems to hold unwavering faith in Tang Yun. Ma Yongping remarked, his smile unwavering. Director Ma, what precisely is Jiang Xiaoyun's talent? An admissions officer could not help but inquire. To divulge the truth, Jiang Xiaoyun's talent classifies as a multiplicative growth type. Moreover, it is a staggering 30-fold. Ma Yongping responded. Multiplicative growth, a rather common talent, though typically only at 2 or 3 times. Yet, 30-fold growth qualifies as A-grade talent. The crowd expressed their confusion. However, 30-fold growth should not yield such a monstrous outcome. They were perplexed. Ordinary 30-fold growth merely accelerates leveling speed by 30 times and learning speed by 30 times, thus categorizing it as A-grade talent. But what if the 4-dimensional attributes also experience a 30-fold increase? What if speed increases by over 10-fold? What do you all think? Ma Yongping's words detonated like a bomb, leaving the audience in stunned silence. What? 30-fold attribute growth? Impossible. How can this be? Previously, an S-grade talent with 100-fold growth had only 10 times the growth in 4-dimensional attributes and 5 times in speed. Director Ma, are you speaking the truth? This is an entirely new type of talent. It should be classified as S-grade. The crowd buzzed with astonishment. Indeed, this talent has never before been observed. However, based on classification, it belongs to A-grade talent. Nonetheless, I believe this talent has already reached S-grade. Ultimately, it will depend on the judgment of the council. Director Ma elucidated. Every emerging talent is classified by departments under the Great Xia Council. Such an extraordinary talent. It is no wonder Jiang Xiaoyun boasts such immense output, with mere growth. At level 10, his strength attribute must be at least 600. Furthermore, his speed has likely reached 100 meters per second, which is unfathomable considering he has yet to break through. Another genius of extraordinary caliber. How could you allow such a talent to participate in the college entrance examination? Director Ma? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Indeed, Tang Yun's endurance in this match is commendable. Director Ma remarked, with Jiang Xiaoyun present. Do not contend with us for Tang Yun. They urged eagerly. That is only natural, Director Ma replied cheerfully. Wait, Tang Yun has begun his counterattack. A startled voice exclaimed. All attention was once again fixed on the unfolding drama. Tang Yun is merely average. How disappointing. Jiang Xiaoyun halted, a smirk gracing his lips. After a series of exchanges, he maintained absolute dominance. Tang Yun had already suffered considerable damage, while he remained at full health. After all, his base speed approached 100 meters per second. Tang Yun could not sustain the ethereal step indefinitely. Did he truly believe himself invincible? Now it is my turn. Tang Yun scoffed. Such arrogance. I shall see how you contend with me. Jiang Xiaoyun retorted coldly, employing a technique that increased his speed further, nearly reaching 150 meters per second. Magic confinement. Tang Yun anticipated Jiang Xiaoyun's movement and cast the spell at his feet. Bang! Jiang Xiaoyun's form came to an abrupt halt. 682. Jiang Xiaoyun's expression darkened. At that moment, he found himself immobilized. Heaven Splitter, Fire Serpent Dance. Skeleton Sphere. 7. 868. 16. 646. 34. 202. 7. 896. A strike from Heaven's Splitter landed, and now his technique had evolved far beyond its previous capabilities. 3 regular attacks, coupled with the skill rending the heavens, unleashed a staggering damage of 82 for 104 in an instant. Adding to that, Fire Serpent Dance and Skullball contributed an additional 37, 842 and 16, 646 respectively. In the blink of an eye, over 100,000 damage was dealt. Jiang Xiaoyun's constitution was approximately 600 and his health at least 13,000, possibly even reaching 200,000. His attributes were undoubtedly on par with a boss. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. In a fleeting moment, Tang Yun executed 4 skills. Moreover, the proficiency of these skills appeared exceedingly high. What is happening? Jiang Xiaoyun is immobilized. Is this a spatial control skill? How can it last so long? Typically, control skills are less effective against bosses and players, unless one possesses exceptional proficiency. The onlookers were left dumbfounded as they witnessed Tang Yun's relentless assault. Could it be that Tang Yun would emerge victorious? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. Jiang Xiaoyun has already broken free from the control. Tang Yun has lost his chance. Ma Yongping's expression darkened. In the scene, Jiang Xiaoyun swiftly dodged Tang Yun's subsequent attacks. How infuriating. I never anticipated you possessed such abilities. Jiang Xiaoyun seethed with frustration. If it weren't for his immense health, he would have perished long ago. Is this all you can muster? Tang Yun chuckled lightly. No matter how high Jiang Xiaoyun's attributes are, he is merely a boss to be farmed. With all these skills, he could slay someone with 1,000,000 health in no time. Without skills, let us see how stubborn you can be. After finishing his taunt, Jiang Xiaoyun made his move again. No skills? Ethereal steps. When utilizing ethereal steps, Tang Yun's speed surpassed Jiang Xiaoyun slightly. Meanwhile, the opponent's mobility skill was still on cooldown. With equal speed, Jiang Xiaoyun was no match for Tang Yun, suffering 2 sword strikes that drained over 10,000 health. How vexatious. Jiang Xiaoyun was increasingly enraged. Despite his overwhelming attributes, he felt an ineffable sense of impotence. I just need to wait it out until his skill ends. Jiang Xiaoyun refrained from a head-on clash, biding his time until Tang Yun's ethereal steps concluded. It's my turn now. Jiang Xiaoyun's eyes glinted red with determination to avenge his prior disgrace. Excellent. Jiang Xiaoyun was now serious. During this interval, Tang Yun had no skills available. With his attack power, a single combo could finish him off. Director Ma exclaimed excitedly. Tang Yun is formidable, yet his opponent possesses an excessive amount of health, and he has only been in the virtual realm for 3 days. Alas, Director Jean mused quietly. What a spectacle. Truly magnificent. I am quite curious about the nature of Tang Yun's talent. The crowd felt a surge of adrenaline. In the scene, Jiang Xiaoyun charged forth with unparalleled speed, while Tang Yun appeared like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet the outcome was utterly astonishing. Death charge. Jiang Xiaoyun attempted to dominate through speed, but Tang Yun's charge was no less swift. Upon impact, he lost a considerable amount of health. Stellar flash. Tang Yun maneuvered behind him and struck twice. Jiang Xiaoyun, despite his immense power, found himself at a loss for an outlet. Die. At last, Jiang Xiaoyun seized an opportunity. His longsword swirling in a flurry, clearly a commendable skill. With his attack power, if it connected, Tang Yun would lose a substantial amount of health. Spatial leap. In the next moment, Tang Yun reappeared behind Jiang Xiaoyun. Skull ball. Notification. Score 68,000. Current score 155,000. Goodness, his score has surpassed 130,000. If he doesn't seek me out, the top position will likely be his. Tang Yun was taken aback. There is still time. I should secure more kills. If there are more geniuses like Jiang Xiaoyun, it would be unwise to take chances. After dispatching Jiang Xiaoyun, Tang Yun continued his offensive. He had not anticipated that his actions would draw such significant attention. He won. How terrifying. I once thought Jiang Xiaoyun was a monster, but Tang Yun is truly extraordinary. How could Jiang Xiaoyun, with 20,000 health, be defeated? Ma Yongping found it hard to believe. Jiang Xiaoyun was indeed formidable, possessing 3 skills. With his mobility skill even reaching mastery, the other 2 were also well developed. Yet Tang Yun was simply unparalleled. Indeed, he utilized a total of 8 skills. Each one appeared to be at least at a high level of proficiency. It is truly extraordinary. Director Jean, what exactly is Tang Yun's talent? Someone inquired. No need for speculation. It must be S rank. Jiang Xiaoyun is already at S rank. For Tang Yun to engage him is akin to an adult sparring with a child. Another remarked. Director Jean, at this moment, was rendered speechless by astonishment. He knew Tang Yun was powerful enough to take down a boss in one go. Yet he had not witnessed such a plethora of skills. Jiang Xiaoyun's outrageously high attributes crumbled before him. In truth, I am also uncertain about the specifics of Tang Yun's talent, but I suspect it to be 100-fold growth. After all, he only entered the virtual realm 3 days ago, Director Jean stated. These circumstances, if he did not disclose them, others could swiftly uncover them, so he held nothing back. What? Only 3 days. Chapter 47, Recruitment? The exam has concluded. To be precise, it has been less than 3 days. Which is why I assert his talent is 100-fold growth. Otherwise, it would be impossible to level up so rapidly, Director Jean noted. Level is not the key. The crucial factor lies in his skills. How much time is required to master so many skills? According to common understanding, achieving mastery in basic skills takes 20 years. With slightly higher comprehension, it would still require at least 8 to 10 years. As for first-tier skills, that is another matter entirely. Indeed, even with 100-fold growth, mastering a skill would still take 2 months, though if he possesses exceptional talent, it might take less than a week. However, the pressing issue now is that he has far too many skills. I suspect it is not merely a 100-fold growth. Perhaps it is yet another new talent. With Jiang Xiaoyun at 30-fold growth that also includes attribute enhancement, it is conceivable that Tang Yun possesses a 100-fold experience growth, coupled with a 1,000-fold skill growth. Someone speculated. Regardless, he is undoubtedly S rank. The crowd was ablaze with excitement. The exam is still ongoing. We must contact his family immediately. Ma Yongping dialed a number and promptly relayed instructions. The others quickly realized the situation and began a frantic search for recruits. Director Jean observed with a faint smile. Remaining silent, his people had likely already encountered Tang Yun's parents. Why are so many people finishing early? Why hasn't Ti Xiaoyun come out yet? Tang Qingyang craned his neck, gazing into the examination hall. 3 lives lost, or the decision to forfeit would result in an early conclusion to the exam. Many individuals fall into this category. Logically, Tang Yun, being only level 1, should have been eliminated long ago. He held no significant expectations for Tang Yun. He merely wished for him to remain unscathed. Uncle, Xiaoyun hasn't emerged yet. Perhaps he has had other gains. In the second phase of the exam, picking up a lucky break could lead to an opportunity for university admission, Tang Yuan chuckled. There is indeed such a possibility. Didn't our school have someone like that before? Although it was a lucky break, their ranking was sufficient that those schools could not refuse admission, at least granting 1 chance for awakening. Su Linlin added. A lucky break? Could this lad possess such fortune? Tang Xingyang exclaimed joyfully. May I inquire, are you Mr. Tang Xingyang? Suddenly, a tall and graceful woman approached with a stack of documents, greeting him with a sweet smile. I am, what is the matter? Tang Xingyang replied, momentarily taken aback. Your son, Tang Yun, has exhibited exceptional performance and has caught the attention of Director Jean from our esteemed institution, who wishes to enroll him. This is the contract I have brought, requiring his signature. Li Qianlan maintained a smile throughout. What? They are interested in our little Yin? Tang Xingyang exclaimed with delight, but quickly composed himself. Wait a moment. How could anyone be interested in him? Which school are you from? Doubts crept into Tang Xingyang's mind, fearing it might be an untrustworthy institution attempting to deceive them for dubious purposes. The foremost academy in Daijing, Li Qianlan replied with a twinkle in her eye. The foremost academy in Daijing. Tang Xingyang was taken aback. Could anyone really be using the name of such a prestigious institution to deceive others? A simple inquiry would reveal the truth. Are you a representative from the admissions office of the foremost academy in Daijing? Tang Yuan scrutinized her. Indeed. You must be Tang Yun's cousin, Tang Yuan, a graduate of Qingshan University, Li Qianlan remarked. They possessed basic information about Tang Yun, and naturally, were aware of Tang Yuan's credentials. However, Tang Yuan remained vigilant. I would like to see your identification. Of course, Li Qianlan responded, producing her identification from the foremost academy in Daijing. After examining it for a moment, Tang Yuan handed it to Su Linlin. The two exchanged glances, perplexed. It seemed authentic. Yet how could it be? Tang Yun had been noticed by the foremost academy, and so swiftly at that. They had only heard of such occurrences in passing. Uncle, the identification is genuine, Tang Yuan whispered. Ah, has our little Yun truly caught the eye of the foremost academy in Daijing? Tang Xingyang was somewhat dazed. After all, Tang Yun had only recently entered the virtual realm. He had not held much hope for such an outcome. Yet here they were. Are you genuinely interested in my son? Tang Xingyang inquired hastily. Mr. Tang, this is indeed true. I received the notification and rushed over at the first opportunity, reflecting our academy's sincerity. I anticipate that other representatives from various schools will arrive shortly, but I implore you to grant our academy an opportunity, Li Qianlan articulated with poise. Listening to Li Qianlan, Tang Yuan and Su Linlin began to entertain the notion that this might indeed be legitimate. What opportunity is there? If you wish to recruit my son, it is an honor for him. However, we must also consider his opinion. Shall we wait for him? Tang Xingyang steadied himself. That is only natural, Li Qianlan smiled. Tang Yuan, what do you think? For the foremost academy to be so eager to recruit him, what caliber of talent does our little brother possess? Su Linlin inquired curiously. At the very least, he must possess a B-level talent. Who would have thought that little Yun also harbors such gifts? Tang Yuan reflected with a hint of nostalgia. Did little Yun really claim he would achieve the top rank? Surely he was not jesting? Su Linlin suddenly pondered. That seems implausible. While he may have been recognized for his talent, attaining the top rank remains a formidable challenge. Several top geniuses have already been pre-selected, and the remaining candidates are formidable as well. Besides, he has only been in the virtual realm for 3 days, Tang Yuan murmured. We shall find out once little Yun emerges, Su Linlin remarked, her anticipation growing as the time drew near. Shangzhe, which examination hall is Tang Yun assigned to? Today is the day of the college entrance examination, and as the homeroom teacher, Shangzhe naturally took the day off. However, he unexpectedly received a call from the senior director of the 3rd year. Tang Yun? Director Zhu, what do you require of him? Shangzhe queried with curiosity. The principal inquired. It seems he has attracted the interest of a certain school, and we need to communicate in advance, Director Zhu explained. Interested in Tang Yun? Shangzhe was taken aback. What is it? Director Zhu asked, puzzled. Tang Yun can only communicate with the virtual realm until the last day, Shangzhe replied. His mind racing. What? Director Zhu exclaimed. Could he possibly possess a top-tier talent? Was this reported earlier? Not at all, Shangzhe admitted, feeling a sense of responsibility weighing heavily upon him. The number of students with talent was exceedingly scarce, and the school had not seen one in years. Let alone Tang Yun, who was on the verge of becoming a talentless individual. How could there be such a sudden reversal? Wait, I have another call coming in. Director Zhu stated before answering another call. Moments later, another call came through. More individuals were seeking Tang Yun. Director Zhu sighed. This situation feels eerily familiar. Indeed, it mirrors the circumstance with Tang Miaoying, and Tang Yun is, after all, her younger brother. Shangzhe remarked. Tang Yun is Tang Miaoying's brother? Now I recall. It seems the Tang siblings are both extraordinary talents. Director Zhu exclaimed with astonishment. Tang Miaoying was also courted by the foremost academy in Daijing. I wonder which institution is seeking Tang Yun. Shangzhe mused. Jianghai University, Shangjing Tianqi Academy. Director Zhu listed several names, all of which were top-tier universities. What kind of talent does Tang Yun possess that has led so many prestigious academies to vie for him within just 3 days? Shangzhe silently wondered. The melodious bell rang, signaling the end of the 8-hour examination. Outside the examination hall, numerous parents awaited eagerly. The Tang family was particularly anxious. There he is. Su Linlin, with her keen eyesight, spotted Tang Yun amidst the crowd. Little Yun. They waved animatedly. Tang Yun naturally noticed them. Dad, Brother Yuan, sister-in-law, let's hurry to eat. I am famished, he urged, having only consumed a light breakfast that morning. I have already made reservations at a hotel, Li Qianlong interjected. Tang Yun had noticed the beautiful young lady earlier, but had refrained from asking about her. Sensing his curiosity, Li Qianlong continued, Hello, Tang Yun. I am Li Qianlong from the Foremost Academy in Daijing. We cordially invite you to join our institution. Here is the contract. Perhaps we could discuss it over a meal? The Foremost Academy in Daijing. Tang Yun felt invigorated upon hearing this. His sister, Tang Miaoying, belonged to that very school, and it was his aspiration as well. He could hardly believe they had approached him so soon. All right. Tang Yun nodded eagerly. Soon, Li Qianlong led the group to a luxurious hotel. Tang Yun, your performance in the examination was outstanding, and we would like to extend a special invitation for you to join our academy. Here is the contract for your perusal, Li Qianlong said, handing him the document. As Tang Yun prepared to review the contract, the door to the private room swung open abruptly. Wait, boomed a robust man, flanked by 3 others, each holding a similar contract. Greetings, Tang Yun. I am Qiu Lu, a representative of Jianghai University. We also extend an invitation for you to join our institution. I am Luo Lingwei from Shangjing Tianqi Academy. I, too, have come to invite you to join our esteemed academy. A poised woman chimed in. Jianghai University, Shangjing Tianqi Academy. Both are among the top 10 universities. Tang Yuan and Su Linlin were left astounded. They could not fathom what remarkable performance Tang Yun had displayed to elicit such urgency from these prestigious institutions. We represent Qingshan University, 2 others interjected. Gong Meng, Senior Zhouguan. Upon recognizing them, Tang Yuan and Su Linlin promptly rose. The 2 were graduates of Qingshan University. Although it may not rank as highly as Jianghai University, it was still among the top 3 in the Beijiang province. Tang Yuan, Su Linlin, what brings you here? The 2 were somewhat taken aback. Are you here to invite Xiaoyan as well? Tang Yuan inquired. Indeed, and what is your relationship? Gong Meng asked curiously. He is my cousin, Tang Yuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, their eyes brightened. They had just received news that they must invite someone named Tang Yun. Yet they lacked comprehensive information. Moreover, their competitors included the esteemed Jianghai University, the top institution in the capital, evoking a sense of being thrust into an unavoidable situation. With this newfound connection, it seemed they could engage in meaningful dialogue. Guests are most welcome. Please take a seat, Li Qianlong said with a smile, displaying no dissatisfaction at the arrival of others. Naturally, the group did not hesitate to comply. Tang Qingyang remained somewhat bewildered, unsure how Tang Yun had garnered such attention from so many schools. As you are all here to invite my brother, may we have a moment to discuss amongst ourselves? Tang Yuan proposed. Of course. Gong Meng and Zhou Guan nodded in agreement. Certainly. Li Qianlong and Qiu Lu also voiced no objections. Once the 4 departed, Tang Yuan began. Xiaoyan, every top-tier institution is not only about awakening, but also represents a formidable power in the game, wielding significant influence. The Shanghai Group, where I am now employed, is affiliated with Qingshan University. While I graduated from Qingshan University, I will not speak on their behalf. Choosing a school means selecting a faction. These institutions are all prestigious, with the capital's Foremost Academy being the best. However, the competition within is fierce, filled with prodigies, and their conditions generally slightly less favorable than those of other schools, unless one is particularly extraordinary. Moreover, the capital is fraught with complexity. Navigating it alone may present numerous challenges. Consider the example of Sister Miaoying. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun nodded silently. The Tianqi Academy in Shangjing is also among the top 3, with a situation akin to that of the capital's Foremost Academy, teeming with influential families and prominent figures. Exercise caution if you venture there. In contrast, our Wanjing province is considerably more manageable, and we can look out for each other here. In fact, I would recommend you choose Jianghai University. Being valued by the foremost institution in the capital means the conditions offered by Jianghai University will likely be even more advantageous. Additionally, selecting a school in our province ensures that family will be well cared for. Tang Yuan's intentions were clear. He wished for Tang Yun to opt for Jianghai University. Regardless of whether it was the capital or Shangjing, ordinary individuals like them would have to tread carefully. One misstep could offend the powerful. Tang Yuan, of course, understood much more than he did. Xiaoyan, Brother Yuan is right. I believe Jianghai University is indeed the better choice. You 2 brothers could look out for one another. Tang Qingyang added. In the past, Tang Miaoying had unhesitatingly chosen the capital's Foremost Academy, resulting in her current predicament. He did not want his child to repeat that mistake. Tang Yun remained silent, contemplating. Jianghai University was an excellent option, but 5 years prior, he had aspired to follow in Tang Miaoying's footsteps and enter the capital's Foremost Academy. 2 years ago, after Tang Miaoying fell into slumber, his desire intensified. Yet, without a means to communicate with the virtual realm, his ambitions had become mere illusions. Now that he had the chance to realize his dreams, would he truly give it up? How could he seek the truth without venturing to the capital? Tang Miaoying's inexplicable slumber, her life hanging by a thread. Would he simply allow this situation to stand? He was unwilling to accept it. Sigh. Tang Yuan noticed his distress and understood Tang Yun's thoughts. It was for this reason he had spoken, wishing to deter Tang Yun from heading to the capital, where he would be like a moth to a flame. The virtual realm had existed for 300 years, while the Great Xia had thrived for over 600. The old and new forces were deeply entrenched, intricately intertwined. Even those endowed with top-tier talents would find it challenging to dismantle these shackles. Brother Tang Yun, your thoughts are what truly matter, Su Linlin encouraged. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Brother Yuan, sister-in-law, Tang Yun acknowledged. Soon, Li Qianlan and the others returned, along with representatives from other institutions. I choose the capital's foremost academy. As everyone entered, Tang Yun made his declaration without hesitation. Li Qianlan smiled, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Tang Yun, aren't you going to consider our offers? Qiu Lu asked. No, I only wish to attend the capital's foremost academy, Tang Yun asserted resolutely. In that case, we shall not insist further, Qiu Lu conceded. Top-tier institutions are never lacking in talent. Once rejected, they naturally do not press the issue. The others, witnessing this, merely shook their heads and sighed. Rest assured, the capital's foremost academy will not disappoint you, Li Qianlan remarked with a smile. Chapter 49, Ascending the Heavenly Ladder. Instant Access. This contract is merely a formal special admission agreement. In reality, your contract requires the approval of individuals at the Vice Dean level or higher and includes a confidentiality agreement. After the meal, Li Qianlan spoke privately with Tang Yun regarding the contract. She was well aware of the S-level evaluation provided by Dean Jin, but specifics still required confirmation from the higher-ups. All right, Tang Yun nodded. Rest assured, we will have results by tomorrow at the latest. I shall not intrude on your family any longer, Li Qianlan said with a cheerful demeanor. After Li Qianlan departed, Tang Yuan felt a heaviness in his heart. He had failed to dissuade Xiao Yun. What is there to dissuade? I believe Brother Tang Yun has made the most correct choice. He is still young and should act according to his own desires. Is that not the right path? It's better than living with regrets. Su Linlin countered, unimpressed. Tang Yuan shook his head. Though Su Linlin did not hail from a prominent family, her circumstances were relatively favorable, a comparison he could not match. This made her more innocent, as she followed her preferences in all matters. Were it not for this, she would not support him unconditionally. Uncle Xiao Yun, we will return to Zhanghai tonight. If anything arises regarding Sister Miao Ying, feel free to contact me. After the meal, Tang Yuan prepared to depart. Yuan, thank you for your concern regarding Miao Ying, Tang Xingyang expressed with appreciation. It is my duty. Moreover, Xiao Yun, having made your decision, face the future with resolve. If you need anything, you can reach out to me, Tang Yuan said seriously. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Tang Yun expressed his gratitude. After bidding farewell, Tang Xingyang drove Tang Yun home while continuing with his busy schedule. Throughout the journey, the father and son exchanged little conversation. Upon returning home and opening his phone, he found a flurry of messages. The most striking of all was from Zhanghai. Tang Yun is a scoundrel. When we encountered each other in the exam, he not only refused to assist me, but killed me instead. That scoundrel. Zhanghai raged. What do you mean? You two crossed paths? How strange. ISNT Tang Yun also level 1. How could he kill you? While somewhat underhanded, it was normal to do so for points, right? Haha. You two noobs are just pecking at each other. What is there to say? You don't know. Tang Yun is already level 10. He could have helped me. I even pleaded with him, but instead, he threw me under the bus. How infuriating. Zhanghai fumed. What? Tang Yun is level 10? Is that for real? The entire class was astonished. In just a few days, he has reached level 10? You must be mistaken. You must have misread. It's common for names to be similar. It's impossible to be mistaken. Even if the names are similar, they look so alike, and he acknowledged it. Zhanghai shouted in anger. Goodness. Such monumental news. Where's Tang Yun? Tang Yun, come out. Tang Yun. Could it be that he possesses some extraordinary talent? Tang Yun. At this moment, Tang Yun naturally disregarded them. It was said that many school representatives had gathered outside the examination hall today. Could it be for Tang Yun? Suddenly, class monitor He Kuan spoke up. Is this true? That's incredible. Could it be that Tang Yun is about to soar? My goodness, he was just a discarded genius. How could he have turned things around so quickly? Surely he cannot be the top of the class this time. He might possess good talent. But it has only been 3 days. Surpassing Zhou Yin and Fong Tao seems implausible. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Are you all out of your minds? The focus now is that Tang Yun has wronged me. He showed no regard for our camaraderie. He is nothing but a beast. Zhanghai exclaimed in exasperation. With such foul language, I too would want to take revenge, haha. Someone mocked. Haha. The chat exploded with excitement. Many speculated about Tang Yun's potential. To be so fiercely sought after by universities, reaching level 10 so swiftly, he must be a prodigy. Zhanghai did not limit his insults to the chat. He even sent a message. Killing you once is still too lenient. If the chance arises, I wouldn't mind doing it in reality. Tang Yun replied with a message, only to delete it immediately. Zhanghai was merely a jester. Going to the capital would only invite more trouble. Tang Yun thought to himself. In the game, killing is inevitable. The competition for resources can easily lead to enmity. Those people would not only target you in the game, but would also cause trouble in reality. This was precisely why Tang Yun urged him to remain in the Wanjing province. Power. I must continue to enhance my strength. Once I awaken, I will possess the means of self-defense. Tang Yun yearned for power. In the virtual realm, at the elite training camp, it was time to ascend the ladder once more. Leaving the training hall, Tang Yun made his way to the ladder. Alas, Chu Xiao and Xia San had just left. And now the demon eye stood proudly at the top. The demon eye was on the 36th level, while the second place was only at the 30th. Damn. Am I going to be mocked again by that bunch from the Shadow Nation? At the ladder square, many were discussing. Tang Yun's arrival drew significant attention. It's him, Gu Shintong exclaimed. Who? Someone inquired curiously. Feng Yun. He passed the 26th level during his first attempt at the ladder. And it is said he has the potential to surpass the demon eye. The doctor in a white coat suddenly became animated. What? Surpass the demon eye? Is that true? I was there when he last attempted the ladder. He indeed had the chance to surpass the demon eye. Haha. What kind of nonsense can surpass the great demon eye? The demon eye's junior mocked incessantly. So he only reached the 26th level. If one didn't know better, they would think he reached the 36th. The demon eye's second mocked in a sarcastic tone. Ignore those two clowns. They wouldn't dare challenge me one-on-one. Someone remarked. The elite training camp is akin to a more advanced novice village, and disturbances are not permitted. However, duels may occur if both parties consent. The crowd had long been displeased with them, yet the two only sought to annoy others, showing no intention of dueling. If you have the guts, challenge the great demon eye. The great one said anyone can come. What we fear is that you won't dare. The demon eye's junior boasted. A bunch of worthless miscreants. How dare you challenge the great demon eye? Haha. The demon eye's second echoed. Upon hearing this, Tang Yun merely cast a glance at the two before beginning his ascent up the ladder. Feng Yun, go for it. Gu Shintong shouted. All right. Tang Yun turned around and nodded slightly. I wonder how many levels I can conquer this time. Tang Yun felt a surge of anticipation. With each additional level, a new training opportunity arises. Armed with the legendary Shadow Sword and donned in the epic Siren armor, he cleared the first 10 levels in an instant. This speed astonished many. Truly deserving of the title Feng Yun, he has improved significantly. Could he possibly reach above the 30th level? Humph, merely the first 10 levels. That is nothing. It's only after the 20th level that real speed matters. The two demon eyes began to boast again. From the 11th to the 20th level. Tang Yun did not take long either. Soon he reached the 21st level. Last time, he spent considerable time on the 21st level. However, this time he passed it effortlessly. His physical attack stood at 8,782. His magical attack at 6,960. The Shadow Sword could amplify damage by 30, plus a 40 damage increase from his state of mind. Each strike surpassed 20,000 in output. If it were a critical hit, the results would be even more astonishing. The passage from the 21st to the 25th level was also smooth. The Guardians employed various skills at a nuanced level, but Tang Yun wielded extreme skills. Moreover, his attributes overwhelmingly surpassed theirs. At the 26th level, skills reached perfection. Previously, Tang Yun had fought hard and ultimately succumbed at the 27th level. But now the 26th level. The 27th level. He breezed through without effort. In a flash, he directly passed the 30th level. This speed left the crowd in awe. Chapter 50, 40th level. Endless mode. The 30th level. He reached the 30th level this quickly? How can he be so fast? It's outrageous. Doesn't he need to rest? Indeed. What about his mana and health recovery? The crowd was left dumbfounded. This speed far surpassed the demon eye. He is simply invincible. Initially, there was some skepticism. But now it is clear. I have been woefully uninformed, and I willingly declare Feng Yun as the strongest. Given this, the demon eye amounts to nothing. The crowd felt a sense of vindication. Humph. What use is speed? The challenge truly begins after the 30th level. You people from the Shrimp Nation. There isn't a single one above the 30th level right now. I dare wager he won't even past the 31st level. The two demon eyes defiantly proclaimed. Just as the words left their lips, Tang Yun had already stepped into the 32nd level. The 31st level was also a swift pass. Haha, 31st level. Well done. Feng Yun. Incredible. Invincible. The crowd erupted with excitement. 32nd level. Tang Yun's opponents boasted skills that had reached their zenith, and their attributes were formidable. The difficulty of the ladder was indeed substantial. Even Zhang Xiaoyan might not pass the 31st level. Tang Yun pondered. Though Zhang Xiaoyan had high basic attributes, his combat skills were utterly lacking, and he only possessed 3 skills, with proficiency at most at a major level. While the proficiency at the zenith was commendable, it was still insufficient. Tang Yun broke through several levels in succession. At the 35th level, his opponent's health reached 150,000, and all fundamental skills were perfected. Even so, Tang Yun only took a little time to pass. After a brief rest, he officially stepped into the 36th level. The opponent at the 36th level finally had skills that reached the extreme. However, only their agility had reached this level. Yet, it posed some pressure on Tang Yun. Being of the same extreme, the opponent was clearly more adept. as if they had been tempered through countless trials. Tang Yun was reaping significant rewards. My heavens! Am I truly about to surpass the demon eye? With his current pace, passing the 36th level would crown him first. He would undoubtedly surpass it. The demon eye is utterly inconsequential. Insolence. To insult the great demon eye, the difficulty of the 36th level is leagues above that of the 35th. Feng Yun will surely falter. No sooner had he spoken than Tang Yun had reached the 37th level. He claimed the top rank on the ladder. Through the 36 layers of the magic eye, due to the timing that placed him behind Tang Yun, he was relegated to second place. The crowd in the ladder square erupted with excitement. The magic eye's little and second accounts left in disgrace. Tang Yun, having battled through numerous challenges, despite consuming considerable time, still reached the 40th layer. The 40th layer was not the endpoint. No matter how formidable the opponent, they merely reached the pinnacle of basic skills, their techniques refined to an extraordinary degree. After studying their methods, Tang Yun ultimately triumphed over them. Notification: the current ladder has reached its highest level. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Continuing will unlock Endless Mode. Endless Mode? Tang Yun paused momentarily, refraining from making a choice, as he needed to rest and recuperate. My goodness! He had already reached the 40th layer. The highest tier in the Great Xia was indeed the 40th layer. No. I have heard that the ladder's utmost limit is the 40th layer. Who exactly is Feng Yun? Certainly not an obscure individual. It is unknown. Information about such a person is tightly guarded, and the general populace is utterly unaware. The name Feng Yun resonated throughout the elite training camp, even echoing into the real world. Yet, no one possessed the capability to pinpoint Tang Yun in reality through the virtual realm. After all, aside from himself, no one knew his nickname. Unless he or someone close to him revealed it, the virtual realm remained comparatively secure. He chose to activate Endless Mode. Tang Yun decided to continue the challenge. Whoosh! The challenge began, and in an instant, 10 opponents materialized, all wielding ultimate skills. Bang! 10 skeletal spheres came crashing down simultaneously. Polaris Flash. In an instant, he darted behind one opponent, evading the attack while inflicting damage upon 3 others. Magic Confinement. Fire Serpent Dance. A sequence of skills led to the swift demise of one adversary. However, the remaining 9 were not idle, launching their own assaults. They not only possessed Tang Yun's 5 fundamental skills, but also their own basic skills, all equally at the ultimate level. Their power was beyond imagination. Moreover, upon slaying one opponent, another would swiftly take their place. Bone Shield. Spatial Jump. The onslaught was relentless, and Tang Yun could only raise his bone shield to fend off a wave of attacks, then utilize a spatial jump to evade to one opponent's rear. He unleashed a series of strikes, eliminating another foe. Yet, the moment one fell, another would immediately replace them, leaving Tang Yun perpetually outnumbered at 10 to 1. He hastily defended, sustaining numerous cuts. Facing 10 foes was exceedingly arduous, particularly as their strength was formidable. They posed a genuine threat to him. A single opportunity could lead to his demise. Nevertheless, Tang Yun's offensive remained potent, equipped with several first-tier skills, preventing a complete downfall. Clang! The sound of clashing weapons echoed. Tang Yun managed to block a considerable amount of damage, yet his health continued to dwindle. The most pressing concern was the rapid depletion of his mana. After slaying 6 enemies, Tang Yun began to falter, ultimately succumbing to their encirclement. I concede. In a critical moment, Tang Yun chose to forfeit, avoiding death. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself back at the 40th layer of the ladder. Looking down, he felt a sense of dominion. It was over. He had conquered the 40th layer. Feng Yun at the 40th layer. How terrifying. His first attempt at the ladder had only reached the 26th layer. Yet on the second try, he soared directly to the 40th layer. Truly invincible. Undoubtedly unprecedented. All gazed at Tang Yun, unable to contain their astonishment. As he descended step by step, his heart brimmed with boundless ambition. The path he intended to tread in the future. No one could obstruct him. Brother Bai. Those who once claimed he could not compare to the magic eye, now seemed pitifully naive in their underestimation of Feng Yun. The ancient god could not help but marvel. Such a figure was certainly not one to regard just anyone, merely a troupe of petty clowns. Dr. Bai chuckled. Upon hearing this, several lowered their heads. Initially, ignorant of the magic eye's true identity, they had been fervently enthusiastic, even disparaging Tang Yun. In retrospect, they realized their short-sightedness. Where's the magic eye? Huh? Why is there not a single magic eye present? With the little and second accounts absent, where's the main one? The third and fourth should also be around, right? Perhaps they have scuttled back to the shadow realm in disgrace. The crowd erupted in laughter. Who said we were not here? Humph? Amidst their jest, several figures approached from below. It was indeed the true form of the magic eye, a pair of pitch-black eyes that always seemed incongruous. The great Lord Magic Eye is invincible. Indeed, what is a mere ladder? If you have the ability, face me with real weapons. Several little magic eyes continued to boast. The 40th layer? Feng Yun. The magic eye fixed his gaze upon Feng Yun, his aura instilling a chill. To ascend to the 40th layer. You are indeed worthy to be my opponent. Feng Yun, do you dare to fight? The magic eye's voice was ice cold. Who do you think you are? Merely at the 36th layer, that you dare challenge Feng Yun? Precisely, what kind of trash dares to boast? A bunch of crawlers from the gutter, why not go die? Before Tang Yun could respond, everyone was hurling insults. When the magic eye first claimed the top spot, his arrogance was vividly etched in many memories. Following that, the little magic eyes had been clamoring daily. An overwhelming fury surged within everyone's hearts. Chapter 51, Challenge. The Power of the Magic Eye. Silence. A bunch of rubbish. Are you people from Xia Kingdom so cowardly? You cannot even dare to face me in direct combat? The magic eye stated coldly. You are the rubbish. At the mere 36th layer, how dare you boast about the 40th layer? Precisely. First clear the 40th layer, and then speak. Begone. Do not humiliate yourselves further. The crowd unleashed their retorts. The Shrimp Kingdom is indeed fearful. What is a ladder? All a facade. Only actual combat is genuine. The little magic eye echoed. Humph. The Shrimp Kingdom is cowardly. They do not dare. The second little magic eye concurred. Subsequently, both sides engaged in a war of words. Fighting you is not impossible. But what is the benefit? Tang Yun chuckled. Benefits? The magic eye frowned. Indeed, why would I engage in something without any advantage? Tang Yun shrugged. Very well. If you win, I shall grant you 100 gold coins. But if you lose, you will kneel before me and become a subservient dog. The magic eye declared coldly. Who do you look down upon? A mere 100 gold coins. How dare you demand that? What a joke. Precisely, it must be at least 200. 200? Dignity is priceless. 1,000 would be required for me to impart my wisdom. The stakes are inequitable. To become a dog upon losing. Yet only 100 gold coins for victory. Do you take me for a fool? Without needing to speak, others began to rise in Tang Yun's defense. Very well. What do you want? The magic eye said angrily. If you lose, 1,000 gold coins. No negotiation. If you win, consider it luck. Otherwise, no discussion. Doctor. I proclaimed loudly. My lord, this is unfair. The little magic eye exclaimed anxiously. You are the one demanding a duel. We did not coerce you. If you are unwilling, so be it. You, Shadow Realm folk, are you not so arrogant? Is this the extent of your courage? Precisely. Did you not believe you would win? What? Are you frightened? The crowd mocked. The magic eye, infuriated. Fine. Wait. Dr. Bai interjected again. What else do you desire? The magic eye shouted in anger. First, show us the gold coins. Who knows if you little people will back out? The white-coated figure snorted. Baka. The magic eye, infuriated, began to vent in their mother tongue. Just wait. In due course, the magic eye indeed retrieved 1,000 gold coins. Tang Yun couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the crowd. 100 gold coins equated to 1,000,000, which had already surpassed his expectations. He had not anticipated that the negotiations would escalate to 1,000 gold coins. What an astounding profit. In truth, he also yearned to engage in a duel with the magic eye. Many speculated that the opponent possessed an S-grade talent. And he was eager to witness firsthand how his own talent compared to that of an S-grade. To the duel arena. The magic eye's voice was as frigid as ice. All right, Tang Yun replied, undeterred. A throng of onlookers followed behind, making their way towards the arena in a grand procession. Soon, the two entered the duel arena, where only the resolution of their contest would permit their departure. Lord Magic Eye, eliminate him. We must trample these shrimp country people. The echoes of two magic eyes resounded. The magic eye is nothing. It doesn't even deserve to carry Feng Yun's shoes. Hurry up and die. You fool who wagered 10 million, if you don't die. Who will? The crowd joined in the cacophony of jeers. Within the arena, both contenders readied themselves. Feng Yun, I concede that you are formidable, yet I, the magic eye, am the strongest in the world. Before all, I shall defeat you and trample you beneath my feet. The magic eye declared with fervor. Oh, do not forget that your ladder rank is merely the 36th. Tang Yun raised an eyebrow. Humph, what does the ladder signify? My talent simply does not favor ascending it. In terms of combat, no one stands a chance against me. The magic eye exuded confidence. Tang Yun was curious about the nature of this talent. It appears you are quite assured of your abilities. He probed. Feng Yun, there is no need for your probing. My talent is unparalleled. I have nothing to conceal. The magic eye proclaimed loudly. My talent is the magic eye, rated as S-grade talent. S-grade talent. This magic eye indeed possesses S-grade talent. This is the pinnacle of abilities. I have never heard of such a thing before. Could it be newly emerged? The spectators murmured. What of S-grade talent? Feng Yun must also be S-grade, otherwise, he would not have ascended to the 40th level. Indeed, Feng Yun remains the strongest. They echoed in unison. You shrimp country folks have no understanding of the magic eye's might. One shouted. Indeed, the magic eye's magical attack coefficient is 20 times that of an ordinary person. Just this point is sufficient to crush you all. Another provided a terrifying insight. 20 times the magical attack coefficient? That means a 200-fold magical attack. Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback. An intellect of 1 point translates to 200 magical attack. At level 10, he possessed at least 25 intellect, which amounts to 5,000 magical attack. Coupled with various techniques, treasures that enhance intellect, and equipment, achieving 100 intellect is not difficult. Therefore, the magic eye's magical attack power must be at least 20,000. Such formidable power explains their audacious demeanor. Goodness, this fellow is so monstrous. His attack power easily exceeds 10,000. Can Tang Yun truly be his match? It's daunting, but it should be manageable. Any S-grade talent shouldn't fall short. The crowd began to express their concerns. Is this the extent of your astonishment? There is even more astonishing news to come. The 200-fold magical attack coefficient is merely the beginning. My abilities extend far beyond this. The magic I scoffed. Every attack I unleash is imbued with an additional 100 magical damage. The magic I revealed his talent skill. Goodness, every attack carries additional damage. Basic attacks. Skills. This is indeed monstrous. The key point is that this individual possesses an exorbitant magical attack. A single strike could yield damage in the tens of thousands. This is outrageous. How can we contend with this? The crowd grew anxious. The minor magic I began to incite further chaos. Every attack carries additional damage, surpassing the curse of the siren. Tang Yun mused quietly. The siren's curse merely added magical damage to basic attacks. However, this individual can augment skills as well. How much additional damage does that entail? This must be the S-grade talent. It is indeed formidable. Tang Yun reminded himself not to underestimate anyone. Go forth, magic flame. The magic I brandished his staff, unleashing a torrent of magical flames. Tang Yun merely swung his sword, shattering the flames. He then closed the distance. Boom. The clash of sword and staff sparked an intense flare. In this exchange, both were evenly matched. My strike inflicts nearly 30,000 damage. It seems your magical attack is roughly comparable. After a single engagement, Tang Yun had formed a judgment. Humph, you do possess some strength. The magic I was not surprised, for it was impossible to reach the 40th level of the ladder without some measure of skill. Yet, sensing Tang Yun's prowess seemed to delight him even more. Unfortunately, you cross paths with me. Next, I shall end your life with a single move. The magic I declared, an ominous aura radiating from his darkened eyes. You talk too much. Tang Yun felt a surge of wariness. Oh, have I mentioned my third ability? The magic I cackled. Chapter 52, Unstoppable? Tang Yun's power. What? This magic I possesses a third ability? How utterly monstrous. He believes he can annihilate Tang Yun in a single blow. What could this ability be? It seems implausible. For Tang Yun has reached the 40th level. Theoretically, he should dominate him. Yet, the magic eye exudes such confidence. The crowd looked on, perplexed by the magic eye's boldness. The reason I have yet to strike is to observe your strength. The magic eye continued. Then observe closely. Tang Yun's gaze sharpened, activating the ethereal step. His speed surged to 140 ms. This velocity felt akin to flying. Incredible. This is Tang Yun's prowess. No wonder he can conquer the 40th level. With such strength, how can the magic eye remain arrogant? The crowd marveled. The magic eye, witnessing this, visibly shifted, clearly unprepared for Tang Yun's swiftness. He hastily conjured a crystal black shield for protection. Tang Yun's sword strike met the shield. Now it's my turn. The magic eye shouted, Soul Devour. The magic eye bellowed, activating his ocular technique. In that moment, his magical eyes spun like black holes, capable of absorbing all. Boom. Tang Yun felt as if the world was spinning, and in an instant, he was struck, losing over 40,000 health points. My ocular technique is unstoppable. Die. The magic eye ward. Impossible. My ocular technique inflicts a direct 100 magical damage, and combined with additional damage, it can instantaneously slay anyone with health lower than my 200 magical attack. How could you possibly survive? Your health. After expending the ocular technique, Tang Yun remained utterly unscathed. The magic eye was momentarily stunned. This ocular technique was indeed peculiar. It seemed truly unavoidable. Could it only land a blow? Tang Yun felt a chill. Had it not been for the siren's garb, which mitigated 20 damage, he would have lost over 50,000 health points. The critical aspect of this strike was its unpredictability. Impossible. Your attack power is so high, your speed so rapid, and yet your health is also substantial? The magic eye could scarcely believe it. A frog at the bottom of a well. Tang Yun scoffed. The magic eye's ability was undeniably powerful, capable of countering any player who pursued a high-damage route. However, in Tang Yun's view, the magic eye was merely an extraordinarily high-burst mage, one with a potentially exorbitant kill value. Such an ability is formidable, but it is inherently vulnerable to tank-like players. As long as one's health is sufficiently high, one need not fear the capabilities of the demon eye. My goodness, the demon eye possesses such an ability. Thankfully, Tang Yun is remarkably resilient. At the very least, he must have tens of thousands of health points. I had assumed he would pursue a swift attack route, yet his health is astonishingly formidable as well. The crowd was left in awe. Humph, you withstand one of my strikes, and I refuse to believe you have much health left. Take another one of my skills, and you shall surely perish. The demon eye remained self-assured. Finished speaking? Now it is my turn. Tang Yun scoffed. He had not truly engaged, merely seeking to assess the capabilities of the demon eye. Now that he was aware, there was no need to squander further time. Skeleton ball. A skull-shaped projectile was launched, forcing the demon eye to reposition. Death charge. In that fleeting moment, Tang Yun closed in. Before any final words could be uttered, The demon I was slain in the duel arena. This fellow indeed possesses formidable magical attacks. His innate enhancements are entirely focused on offensive capabilities. Consequently, the health of the demon I pales in comparison. While it may exceed that of an ordinary player by a significant margin, it is utterly insufficient against Tang Yun's terrifying output. Without a shield, a single skill could obliterate him. Victorious? That was swift. This demon I boasted such bravado. Yet he couldn't withstand even one skill? Is it possible that Feng Yun is simply too monstrous? The crowd could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The abilities of the demon I are progressively impressive, especially the final ocular technique, of which few present could withstand. Aside from the ocular technique, the demon I's other abilities are not lacking either, even boasting substantial shielding skills. Defeating him would indeed prove challenging. Alas, he encountered Tang Yun. Congratulations. You have slain the demon I and obtained the Black Blood Wand, granting 10 intelligence. Attributes dropped from a player? Tang Yun was taken aback. This was a first for him. Every individual with innate talent possesses unique abilities, and I must exercise caution. Tang Yun constantly reminded himself. The last opponent he encountered, Jiang Xiaoyan, also exhibited extraordinary attributes. Judging solely by attributes, aside from magical attack, Jiang Xiaoyan would utterly overshadow the demon I. If the two were to clash, the outcome would be uncertain. However, for Tang Yun, dealing with the demon I proved significantly easier than with Jiang Xiaoyan. He was elated to acquire 1,000 gold coins, bringing his total to nearly 1,200. He could once again purchase a 7-star purple lotus fruit. Tang Yun felt a surge of excitement. There are also 20 elite points. That allows for 20 training sessions, leading to another wave of enhancement. From level 27 to level 40, there are only 14 elite points. But he had slain 6 opponents in endless mode, earning an additional 6 elite points. Ignoring the excited crowd, Tang Yun directly headed to the training hall. Unbeknownst to him, the name Feng Yun was quietly spreading throughout the Great Xia. Baka. In the real world, the demon I was seething with rage. Lord Demon I. His 2 subordinates trembled in fear. Find out who this Feng Yun is. I must know his true identity. A genius of the Great Xia must perish. The demon I declared fiercely. Lord Demon I, this Feng Yun is quite elusive. We have inquired with many, yet none know his identity, and he has not revealed his talents, making it difficult to trace, reported the secondary subordinate. In our encounter, his innate talent appears to be multiplicative growth. All attributes are remarkably balanced. Moreover, his skills are exceedingly difficult to evade, indicating a high level of proficiency. Investigate in this direction. The demon I commanded. His confrontation with Tang Yun was not merely for pride. It was also a quest to unearth his identity, to locate him in reality, and ultimately eliminate him. This was their primary objective. Understood. The two nodded vigorously. Furthermore, has that Lu fellow not yet brought Tang Yaoyin to me? The demon I fumed. My lord, this individual has been ineffective. Should we not reprimand him? The secondary subordinate suggested. Indeed, Tang Yaoyin must be brought to me post-haste. She possesses the Blood Eye ability. I must acquire it. By absorbing her Blood Eye, my intelligence attribute will continue to grow. The demon I asserted. Humph. Who would have thought that my demon eye has the capability to devour other ocular talents? The only regret is that, despite my might, there are drawbacks. Each time I fall, my intelligence attribute significantly decreases. The demon eye expressed with a hint of reluctance. Losing a level does not frighten him, as he will eventually regain it. But the additional loss of intelligence attributes is far more challenging to recover. Yes, we shall promptly urge the Lu family. The secondary subordinate affirmed. Additionally, we must investigate the whereabouts of the Eye of Insight. Once I consume both the Blood Eye and the Eye of Insight, I will undoubtedly lead my Wuyin kingdom to sweep across all. The demon eye continued. The Blood Eye would facilitate his growth, while the Eye of Insight would allow him to discern his opponent's information, preventing a repeat of today's demise at Tang Yun's hands. His goal is to maximize his intelligence attributes, thereby increasing the lethality of his ocular techniques, until all are vanquished before him. His innate talent is the strongest in the world. Chapter 53, Monumental Improvement. Treason? First, to conduct mana coefficient training. Previously, he had engaged in 3 sessions of mana coefficient training, yet had not reached his training limit. Next, he would directly pursue 4 training sessions. In total, he had slain 7 boss-level monsters. The rewards were immense. Through training, he acquired a mana coefficient of 30. Yet the 7 bosses provided him with a mana coefficient totaling 60. Now, his mana coefficient reached a staggering 150. Additionally, he had 35 skill points, 12 first-tier skill points, Spirit 5, Intelligence 7, Spirit Growth 2, Mana Recovery 0.3. In this way, his total mana now reached 14,250. He could utilize space jumps 71 times. Tang Yun was quite satisfied. With his current mana, using first-tier skills would be a breeze. Next, he aimed to enhance the Dual Spirit Demon Heart technique. After expending 19 skill points, the Dual Spirit Demon Heart technique leveled up twice. Congratulations, your Dual Spirit Demon Heart technique has reached level 9. Physical attack 90. Magical attack 90. Strength 9. Intelligence 9. Congratulations, your dual spirit demon heart technique has reached level 10. Physical attack 100. Magical attack 100. Strength 10. Intelligence 10. Attack coefficient 5. Magic coefficient 5. Excellent. An increase of 5 points to both the attack coefficient and magic attack coefficient. Now, his attack power coefficient has reached 31. And his magic attack coefficient is also at 30. A significant enhancement. Time to enhance the ice barrier. After expending 9 skill points, the ice barrier successfully reached its pinnacle. Ice barrier. First tier pinnacle congeals water elements to form a barrier, capable of withstanding 900 points of magical attack damage. Lasts 5 seconds. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Consumes 150 mana. My magical attack now stands at 150. One ice barrier can absorb over 80,000 damage. Furthermore, the water attribute bonus increases it by 10. Tang Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. With 16 training sessions remaining, completing them all would yield yet another wave of substantial enhancement. Tang Yun eagerly anticipated the outcome. The mana coefficient training had reached its limit. Next, Tang Yun opted for physical attribute training. At present, he lacked no output. Enhancing his physique would provide greater security. After all, these attributes would eventually be carried into reality. The physical training commenced, directly confronting a monster with an exceptionally high health pool. Despite possessing a robust health pool, Tang Yun was merely a living target. A flurry of attacks swiftly concluded the battle. However, the subsequent challenges grew increasingly arduous, with the emergence of support monsters and time constraints. Fortunately, Tang Yun's strength proved sufficient to avert failure. It appeared that the training of his physical attributes knew no bounds. He underwent training an astounding 16 times, augmenting his physicality to an impressive 100. In each subsequent session, the enhancement consistently exceeded 5 points. Moreover, the attributes bolstered by his innate talents were nothing short of terrifying. Physicality 120. Life coefficient 300. Strength 20. Intelligence 13. Spirit 8. Speed 2 milliseconds. Physical defense coefficient 2. Magical defense coefficient 2. Physical growth 5. Life recovery 0. 5. Additionally, after elevating the Ling Yuan title art to level 10, no further points were awarded. Congratulations. Ling Yuan title art has advanced to level 2. Physicality 2. Spirit 2. Life recovery 0. 2. Mana recovery 0. 2. Congratulations. Ling Yuan title art has ascended to level 9. Physicality 9. Spirit 9. Life recovery 0. 9. Mana recovery 0. 9. Congratulations. Ling Yuan title art has reached level 10. Physicality 10. Spirit 10. Life recovery 1. Mana recovery 1. The only regret was that upon reaching level 10, the Ling Yuan title art did not yield additional enhancements. Nevertheless, the increase in life and mana recovery was deemed ample. Tang Yun felt no overwhelming disappointment. Exhilaration surged as his life value soared to 372,700. His physical defense surpassed 2,000. His magical defense broke the 1,000 mark. He was stronger than the boss. Tang Yun was overwhelmed with excitement. His comprehensive attributes now eclipsed those of a boss-level opponent. Venturing into the endless mode, he anticipated slaying even more adversaries. A sense of eager anticipation welled within him. However, at this moment, his thoughts were elsewhere. After 20 sessions of training, dawn had already broken. Today marked the day of the Wanjiang province examination results. Having completed the exam yesterday, the scores were already available. After a bit of organization, the results could be promptly released. One wondered how many students from Jiangbei City would gain admission to university this time. Remarkably, our school had as many as 1,000 students likely to attend university. Director Zhu, upon seeing the results, felt quite elated. Jiangbei No. One high school had around 3,000 seniors, with a university admission rate of 1/3. While this might not seem high, the overall admission rate each year was merely 1 in 10. Achieving a 3-to-1 ratio placed Jiangbei No. 1 high school among the elite. The top student, Min Yuan, scored an outstanding 300 points. He was well on his way to a prestigious institution. The cutoff score was 805, consistent with previous years. Director Zhu murmured to himself. Director Zhu, how many points did Tang Yun score? I didn't see his name. In the office, Shangzhe remarked with curiosity. Oh, it seems I truly didn't see him. Let us search thoroughly. Director Zhu responded, equally puzzled. The two scoured through the list of over 1,000 names. Yet their efforts yielded no results. This was perplexing. Tang Yun was highly sought after by several universities. It was implausible that he wouldn't qualify for admission. Director Zhu was at a loss. Could it be that there was a system error? Shangzhe inquired. No, I'll go inquire further. Director Zhu shook his head. The scores have been released. Our class's Fong Tao ranked first. With over 1,800 points, he was just shy of qualifying for a top institution. And Zhou Yin did not fall short either, also scoring 1,800 points. Oddly, where is Tang Yun? Isn't he supposed to be in high demand from those universities? Indeed, I've checked several times. His name is truly absent. Haha, I figured it out. That rascal must have cheated. Heaven has truly opened its eyes. Zhang Hai laughed heartily as he typed. Cheat? How could that be? What on earth happened to Tang Yun? In the class group chat, everyone was filled with curiosity. Could it be that Tang Yun truly cheated and was caught, resulting in his score being nullified? Principal Gu, how could this happen? In the office, Director Jean stood with a phone in hand, lost in thought. After finally securing an S-level genius, such a situation arose. Enough about Tang Yun. We need not concern ourselves with him. The foremost academy in the capital is not lacking in talent. Even S-level geniuses require growth potential. He is destined to miss this opportunity. On the other end of the line, Gu Changfeng spoke nonchalantly. I have received news of a prodigy emerging from the elite camp. Ascending to the 40th floor of the ladder, an unequivocal top-tier genius. Currently, their identity remains unknown. Investigate further. If they are unclaimed, we can recruit them into our academy. Gu Changfeng continued. Sigh very well. Director Jean sighed deeply, leaning back in his chair, a sense of unexpressed frustration filling his heart. After a long pause, he finally dialed another number. First in Wanjiang Province, Jiang Shaoyan, with a score of 73,200. As he gazed at the rankings, Tang Yun felt a jolt in his heart. His final score exceeded 160,000. How could the top position be held by Jiang Shaoyan? What was going on? Tang Yun was utterly bewildered. Soon, a phone call came through. It was from Li Qianlan. Tang Yun quickly answered, and her voice echoed from the other end. I'm very sorry, your contract application has been denied, and your examination results have been rendered void. How could this happen? Tang Yun replied, his voice low. The matter is that upon submitting your information, we uncovered another hidden detail. You are the younger brother of Tang Miaoying. Li Qianlan explained. Tang Miaoying's information is classified. We initially did not investigate it thoroughly, but now we have received word that she bears the charge of treason, and her close relatives are barred from awakening for life. Treason? Forbidden from ever awakening? Tang Yun felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His sister, Tang Miaoying. A traitor? How could that possibly be? Chapter 54, Change in Mindset. Prestige and Titles. Impossible. How could my sister betray the country? Tang Yun's eyes reddened. Li Qianlan remained silent for a moment before stating. This information has been confirmed by higher authorities. I'm sorry. You must remain an ordinary person. With that, Li Qianlan hung up the phone. Tang Yun found it difficult to process the news. The concept of being barred from awakening for life was entirely different from failing to gain university admission. If he couldn't get into college, he could still purchase an awakening slot. But being barred from awakening for life meant he wouldn't even qualify to buy a slot. What good was his prowess in the game if it couldn't translate to reality? Of course, he could still use his gaming skills to earn a living, maintaining a decent life, but he felt an insatiable bitterness. Over the years, he had endured many ups and downs, yet he had never experienced such despair. In the beginning, Tang Miaoying shone brightly, and he basked in her glory, being hailed as a little genius. People flocked to curry favor with him. But when Tang Miaoying fell from grace, he plummeted into the abyss. Although he had decent grades, he could not communicate with the virtual realm, leading to another fall. He finally managed to connect with the virtual realm and awakened his talents, experiencing an extraordinary rise. He regained his confidence, preparing to make a significant impact, even feeling a fierce determination to eliminate any obstacles in his path. But this revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, delivering a fatal blow. A melodious song rang out, pulling Tang Yun back to reality. He answered the call, his voice heavy. Yuan Go, what has happened? Tang Yuan seemed to sense something amiss and inquired. Li Qianlan said my sister betrayed the country, my examination results are void, and I'm barred from awakening for life. Tang Yun gritted his teeth as he recounted this distressing news. Could it be that this accusation is only now being revealed? There must be something amiss. Don't you think so, Yuan Ge? Indeed. However, the fact that it has surfaced now indicates that someone has undoubtedly solidified the accusations against Sister Miaoying. This outcome is one you must accept. Tang Yuan's tone was somewhat stern. Tang Yun felt unwilling, perplexed, and indignant. The individuals offended by Sister Miaoying undoubtedly possess tremendous influence. With a mere utterance, they can condemn us. We cannot afford to provoke them. It is already a stroke of fortune that you remain unscathed. In truth, there is nothing inherently wrong with living as an ordinary person, and your gaming skills are commendable. You can lead a fulfilling life. It is certainly preferable to venturing to the capital to court danger, wouldn't you agree? The world is not as simple as you perceive. Some individuals can obliterate us with a single word, or without uttering a sound. I have always believed that traveling to the capital is not a wise choice. The present circumstances are not so bad. Tang Yuan continued. Brother Yuan, you are right. I have been somewhat reckless. Tang Yun paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation. Achieving level 10 in just a few hours, and earning over 10 million in-game currency, a crushing first in the college entrance examinations. Even the likes of Jiang Xiaoyun, a prodigy, cannot rival him. His confidence soared, bordering on arrogance. Now that he has awakened to this realization, is it truly too late? Must he resign himself to a life of mediocrity? You are still young, having yet to experience the world outside. It is entirely natural. It is not too late to adjust your mindset now. Tang Yuan expressed his encouragement. Indeed, but Brother Yuan, does this mean I am destined to remain an ordinary person for life? Tang Yun still harbored a flicker of hope, especially after witnessing Tang Yuan's abilities within the game. Moreover, reaching the 4th tier grants a lifespan of at least 500 years. Even at the 3rd tier, one could remain free from ailments, living over a century. As it stands, that is indeed the case. However, nothing in this world is absolute. For instance, treason. Many possess remarkable gaming abilities yet fail to obtain awakening quotas and make such perilous choices. Naturally, I do not recommend this, Tang Yuan asserted. Do you know why only those who enter university can obtain awakening quotas? Tang Yuan posed a question. Tang Yun was curious. Yet no one had ever explained it to him. If it were possible, every university would wish to enroll as many individuals as possible to expand their influence. Yet this is clearly unfeasible due to the limited awakening quotas each year. These quotas are not distributed by the council or the royal family, but are tied to the game. The game? Tang Yun began to form a vague hypothesis. Precisely. Within the game, only those who possess a title and a fief are eligible for awakening quotas and the qualification to manifest game items. The number of quotas naturally varies with the rank of the title, and so does the range of items that can be manifested. To obtain a title, one must enhance their reputation. In the early days of the game, our predecessors seized the opportunity, producing numerous extraordinary individuals. Within approximately 10 years, the game resources were largely divided. In the following decades, only a select few could attain titles, and now, over 200 years later, no one has achieved such feats again. Even S-rank prodigies must rely on those powerful factions. Otherwise, they would struggle to level up. You are currently in the novice village, so you cannot perceive this. Only when you truly step into the virtual realm will you catch a glimpse of the entirety of this world. Tang Yuan elucidated extensively. Tang Yun understood. Obtaining a title in the game is the key, as both awakening and manifestation require reputation. Reputation, then. This implies that I still have a chance. The flames of hope reignited within Tang Yun. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Tang Yun expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Though obtaining a title is arduous, it is not without opportunity. Strive diligently. Tang Yuan encouraged him. Indeed. Tang Yun nodded vigorously. In that moment, his mindset had undergone a complete transformation. Before long, Tang Xingyang returned, chiding with a smile. You rascal, not going to university is quite fine. The capital is hardly a pleasant place. There is no comfort like home. Evidently, he was also aware of the situation. Father, you are right, Tang Yun replied with a smile. Tang Xingyang did not wholly endorse his journey to the capital. Although he did not impede him, his disapproval was unmistakable from yesterday's conversation. Rest well for a few days. You must be exhausted from all this. Tang Xingyang expressed concern. I wish to visit sister. Tang Yun stated. Very well, let us go. Tang Xingyang felt a sense of relief. Typically, under such circumstances, Tang Yun would express resentment towards his sister, yet he did not, instead still showing concern for Tang Miaoying. Tang Xingyang drove, swiftly delivering Tang Yun to his destination, while he himself became preoccupied with other matters. Although Tang Miaoying was now stable, there would be many expenses in the future, and earning money had become his sole focus. In the hospital room, Tang Miaoying lay serenely, still in the process of absorbing the 7-star purple lotus fruit. Wang Xiu he vigilantly remained by her side, not daring to blink. If such a valuable item were stolen by those individuals, there would be nowhere to lament. In these days, Tang Xingyang and Wang Xiu he took turns keeping watch, but Wang Xiu he was the primary caregiver and appeared visibly fatigued. Though Tang Yun had played games all night, he felt invigorated. Mother, you should rest. I will watch over sister. Tang Yun whispered. I will lie down for a moment. Please wake me later. Wang Xiu he's expression was somewhat haggard. Understood. Tang Yun nodded. Soon, Wang Xiu he lay down on the nearby bed, and before long, a soft snore could be heard. Tang Yun looked at the two individuals lying there, feeling an indescribable sense of happiness. On the hospital bed, Tang Miaoying's complexion had notably improved, evidently a result of the 7-star purple lotus fruit's effect. Sister, what on earth happened? Tang Yun murmured. Time swiftly passed to the evening, and in a daze, Tang Yun heard some commotion. Chapter 55, Shun Bingning. The Borderland. He had not slept all night. Though he did not feel fatigued, prolonged sitting had begun to induce drowsiness. Just as the drowsiness approached, the 7-star purple lotus fruit upon Tang Miaoying's body radiated a brilliant light, and her body seemed to respond. Quickly, take her away. Two shadows darted swiftly past. Who goes there? Tang Yun's heart raced as he saw the intruders. The two cast a glance at Tang Miaoying on the bed, then disregarded Tang Yun entirely, seizing her instead. Stop! Tang Yun shouted fiercely, activating his ethereal steps. Bang! With a mere flick of their hand, Tang Yun was flung away by an invisible force. A post-awakening powerhouse. Tang Yun's pupils constricted. Damn it! Tang Yun desperately wished to awaken. He sensed that the opponent's strength was not formidable, far inferior to that in the game. Yet even so, he was no match for them. Forget him. We must prioritize Lu Xiao's mission. One of the assailants intended to strike, but the other interjected. Humph, consider yourself fortunate this time. As they spoke, they prepared to take Tang Miaoying away. Tang Yun, filled with fury, felt utterly powerless. Boom. The moment they touched Tang Miaoying, a surge of golden light erupted, sending the two men flying. Sister. Tang Yun's heart leapt. Had Tang Miaoying awakened? But soon, the golden light dimmed, and Tang Miaoying's previously rosy complexion turned ashen. It was evident that the self-defense mechanism had drained an excessive amount of energy. This girl is surprisingly strong. She could injure us, even in slumber. It was but a single strike. Take her away, they declared, launching another attack. But this time, Tang Miaoying showed no response. Tang Yun felt an urgent anxiety. Yet he remained immobilized. Seeking death. A cold voice echoed, and a black shadow appeared as if from thin air. Who are you? The two were struck with terror, their eyes wide with fear. Humph. The shadow let out a cold snort, and before one could discern the manner of attack, the two individuals became lifeless bodies. With a swift motion, the corpses disintegrated into nothingness. The shadow, having completed this task, did not pause, and conjured a transparent flower, placing it upon Tang Miaoying's chest, which soon vanished without a trace. Swallow it, the shadow instructed as it approached Tang Yun, producing a vial of potion. This was unmistakably a life potion from the game. Without hesitation, Tang Yun gulped it down, and his injuries rapidly healed. Who are you? Tang Yun inquired curiously. Shen Bingning. The shadow removed her mask, revealing a visage of exquisite beauty. Tang Yun was perplexed, having never heard that name before. I am a friend of your sister. You may also call me sister, Shen Bingning replied with a radiant smile. Sister Bingning. Tang Yun readily complied. Regardless of the circumstances, were it not for Shen Bingning, his older sister would have been taken away. Good. Your sister mentioned you were mischievous and disobedient. It seems that judgment was somewhat biased, Shen Bingning remarked playfully, gently caressing Tang Yun's face. A shiver coursed through him, as he felt an icy chill upon his skin. Sister Bingning, who were those people just now? Tang Yun asked urgently. Those who seek death, Shen Bingning responded coldly. Tang Yun was rendered speechless. The frigid aura emanating from her was palpable even from a distance. Sensing his discomfort, Shen Bingning once again smiled, causing the chill to dissipate. Tang Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Bingning, have you come to visit my sister? He asked with curiosity. He was uncertain whether Shen Bingning was indeed a friend of his sister, having never encountered her before. I specifically came to find you. Shen Bingning shook her head. Find me? Tang Yun was even more puzzled. Indeed, before Miaoying's incident, she asked me to look after you both. In fact, I visited 2 years ago but did not meet you. That rascal Tang Yuan knows. Shen Bingning elaborated while refining the transparent flower for Tang Miaoying. Hearing this, Tang Yun began to trust Shen Bingning. I had thought, if you were an ordinary person unable to communicate with the ethereal realm, I would let you live a worry-free life. If you showed promise, I would assist you in secret, yet unexpectedly, you've stirred quite the commotion. Shen Bingning scrutinized Tang Yun closely. Tang Yun felt uneasy under her gaze and cleared his throat, his tone subdued. Sister Bingning, I will never awaken. I will only be an ordinary person from now on. Shen Bingning sighed upon hearing this. Should you blame your sister? No. I only despise those who harmed her. Tang Yun's eyes blazed with fury. You possess a sense of reason. Shen Bingning seemed quite pleased and praised him. Never awaken? I do not share that belief. Shen Bingning scoffed. Sister Bingning, do you have a solution? Tang Yun exclaimed with joy. Although Tang Yuan had mentioned that one could awaken upon sealing a title, it was exceedingly difficult, and he had no idea when that would be. If Shen Bingning possessed another method, that would be splendid. Of course. Shen Bingning smiled. What must I do? Tang Yun asked eagerly. Follow me. Shen Bingning instructed. Tang Yun nodded vigorously. Do you know where we are headed? Shen Bingning inquired with a smile. Tang Yun shook his head earnestly. To the border. Shen Bingning stated slowly. The border? Tang Yun was taken aback. The borderland was notorious for its frequent warfare. A perilous region indeed. The control exerted by the great Xia royal family and the council over the border was far from robust. There. I will arrange for you to assume a new identity and secure an awakening quota. Shen Bingning continued. Tang Yun, upon hearing this, understood that Shen Bingning's identity was not so simple. However, the borderland is exceedingly dangerous. Not only are there skirmishes between various nations' armies, but also monsters roam about. One misstep could cost you your life. Are you willing to go? Shen Bingning asked. I want to go, Tang Yun declared without hesitation. The events of the previous encounter had deeply impressed upon him the importance of power. Awakening was imperative. Good. Shen Bingning expressed her admiration. First, bid farewell to your family. I must also eliminate those vermin once more. As she spoke, the temperature around her plummeted, and then she vanished. Tang Yun could not help but sneeze. At that moment, Wang Xiaohua began to awaken groggily. Xiao Yun, did a doctor come by just now? How is your sister? Wang Xiaohua murmured as she regained consciousness. Sister is doing very well. The medicine has been fully absorbed. Tang Yun replied immediately. She truly looks much better. That's wonderful. As she observed Tang Miaoying's rosy complexion, a glimmer of joy appeared on Wang Xiaohua's weary face. Mom, you should rest a bit longer. I will stay with my sister, Tang Yun said, feeling melancholic. No. I won't sleep anymore. You go ahead and rest. I will keep her company a while longer. Wang Xiaohua shook her head. Tang Yun realized he could not dissuade her and could only nod silently. In the hospital room, Tang Yun entered a meditative state, stepping once more into the ethereal realm. The endless mode should still be capable of further enhancement. With that thought, Tang Yun made his way toward the heavenly ladder. The storm has arrived. He was actually challenging the heavenly ladder again. Hadn't he already topped the 40th floor? Was he aiming to break his own record? Upon seeing Tang Yun's figure, the onlookers were filled with astonishment. In the envious gazes of the crowd, Tang Yun directly ascended the heavenly ladder. This time, his speed was even greater. To others, the 31st floor, which seemed insurmountable, was cleared by Tang Yun in mere seconds. Only after reaching the 36th floor did he require a bit more time. Upon reaching the 40th floor, he entered the endless mode once again. Facing 10 opponents, he navigated the challenge with remarkable ease. Whoosh! Various skills assailed him. With a spatial leap, he maneuvered behind one and swiftly dispatched them. As reinforcements and the other 9 charged forth simultaneously, he unleashed a combination of attacks: Stellar Flash, Arcane Bind, Fire Serpent Dance. In a single series of strikes, he eliminated 2 more foes. Bone Shield. As the attacks from the others descended upon him, Tang Yun raised his Bone Shield. Now his Bone Shield could withstand damage in the tens of thousands. Even so, he could not block the damage coming from other directions. Fortunately, his health points were ample. He had only lost several thousand. After a fierce battle, Tang Yunlan experienced a significant drop in health as well. However, the rewards were bountiful, having vanquished all 10 adversaries. Whoosh! Within the boundless expanse, 10 more opponents materialized out of thin air. This time, there were 20. The difficulty escalated to a new level. Utilizing spatial leaps and an array of skills, Tang Yun dispatched 2 foes in rapid succession. Yet the simultaneous assault from 20 adversaries left him with no room to evade. Ultimately, Tang Yun fought valiantly to slay 3 more, but he was too weary to continue. It is worth noting that the gatekeepers in this endless mode are top-tier prodigies. To hold his ground against 10 and then 20 is nothing short of extraordinary. With 9 elite points, he continued his training. After 9 rounds of physical training, his physique enhancement reached 100. The monsters dropped even more attributes. Health coefficient 200, physique 50, strength 10, intelligence 10, spirit 5, speed 1 millisecond, physique growth 2. Armed with these enhanced attributes, Tang Yun ventured once more into the ladder of ascension. This time, he eliminated 18 endless gatekeepers. After several attempts, he ultimately achieved the feat of slaying 22. He had nearly reached his limit. Continuing to elevate himself would undoubtedly be a waste of time. After another 7 rounds of training, his improvements began to wane. The training room elevated his physique to 50. The dropped attributes were a health coefficient of 100, physique 30, strength 6, intelligence 3, spirit 1, physique growth 2. It was time to embark on the breakthrough mission. Reflecting on that old drunkard from the past and contemplating his own advancements in recent days, Tang Yun felt a surge of eagerness. Nickname: Wind and Cloud. ID: Reputation 1. Level: 10, 100, awaiting breakthrough. Health: 757,900, physique 1100, recovery 61s, cultivation 5500, mana 24450, spirit 150, recovery 602s, physical attack 9362, strength 31, equipment 2000, cultivation 550, magical attack 7380, intelligence 30, equipment 2000, cultivation 550, physical defense 2756, physique 4, equipment 400, cultivation 40, magical defense 652, spirit 4, equipment 600, cultivation 40, strength 202, 9 growth, equipment 100, intelligence 158, 7 growth, equipment 88, physique 659, 22 growth, equipment 30, spirit 133, 9 growth, equipment 30, speed 365 milliseconds, 12 growth, equipment 12, talent infinite treasure drop, uniqueness, elemental affinity, fire 30, space 10, water 10, mindset amplification 40, skills, profound ice barrier, first order extreme, sword chi soaring to the heavens, first order extreme, spatial leap, first order extreme, fire serpent dance, first order extreme, magical binding, first order extreme, polar star flash, first order extreme, siren's curse, passive extreme, sky rending 3 styles, extreme, ethereal step, extreme, death charge, extreme, skeleton ball, extreme, bone shield, extreme, cultivation, twin spirit demon heart technique, 10, dragon elephant body refinement technique, 10, extreme shadow meteor technique, 10, spirit tide technique, 10, equipment, extreme shadow sword, legendary, siren battle garb, epic, undead bone ring, rare, necromancer bracelet, rare, fong necklace, common, excellent, a health pool of 700,000, physical defense surpassing 3,000, magical defense exceeding 1,000, Attack power reaching 11,912. Magical attack at 9,930. Over 20,000 mana, with a recovery ability that is also commendable. Observing his splendid attributes, Tang Yun brimmed with confidence. Even the most formidable bosses could not compare to his caliber. As he strolled through the streets, Tang Yun spotted the old drunkard from before. Sprawled on the ground, drooling. He approached and greeted, "Old man. Go away, go away. I want a drink." The old drunkard hiccuped, waving his arms aimlessly, seemingly attempting to grasp his wine flask. After a struggle, he finally managed to seize it, only to find it empty. Tang Yun, feeling somewhat helpless, spent 200 copper coins to purchase a sobriety pill, which he dissolved in water and administered to the old drunkard. Hiccup. The old drunkard stirred, hazily opening his eyes. "Ah, it's you, little one." He swayed his head. "Old man, I wish to undertake the breakthrough trial," Tang Yun proclaimed. Quite good. Such significant progress in such a short time. It appears you are inclined towards the hell trial." The old drunkard seemed to have regained some clarity. "Indeed." Tang Yun responded instantly. Though the hell trial was the most challenging, he was filled with confidence. After all, one needed to reach the 31st floor to qualify for it. And having reached the pinnacle of the ladder, it was well within his grasp. On the 40th floor of the ladder, you have another choice, the old drunkard said. "What choice?" Tang Yun inquired with curiosity. "Nightmare level trial." The old drunkard's gaze turned somewhat melancholic. "Nightmare level?" Tang Yun was taken aback. Recalling that the old drunkard had previously mentioned the breakthrough tasks were divided into 4 tiers: ordinary trial, advancement trial, limit trial, and hell trial. He hadn't anticipated the introduction of a new trial, seemingly above the hell trial. Tang Yun felt a stirring of excitement. Indeed, the nightmare trial offers you but one chance. Not just for you. The entire training camp has only one opportunity. Once you make your choice, regardless of success or failure, no one else will enter the trial through me. The entire training camp will gradually fade away. The old drunkard's voice held a hint of seduction. Only one chance. Tang Yun pondered. It seemed this was a unique task, evidently exceptionally precious. A challenge is also an opportunity. I cannot afford to miss it. I choose the nightmare trial. Tang Yun declared slowly. Good. The old drunkard suddenly appeared invigorated, pointing his finger. Tang Yun felt a burning sensation on his forehead, and soon, a gourd-shaped mark formed. From this moment on, you may enter the nightmare trial at any time, the old drunkard announced. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, once the trial commences, unless you succeed, you will remain trapped in this trial until death. Make your farewells well, and leave no regrets. The old drunkard laughed heartily. Tang Yun opened his mouth to say something, but the old man's form became ethereal and vanished from the training camp, as if he had never existed. Chapter 57, Departure. Dragon Break Mountain Range. That old scoundrel. He actually deceived me. Tang Yun gritted his teeth. However, upon further reflection, even if the old man had warned him in advance, he would likely have chosen the nightmare trial anyway. Just a nightmare trial. No one can prevent me. Tang Yun's resolve solidified. The breakthrough task typically requires considerable time, and with time running short, he decided to head to the novice village. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yun returned to the novice village via the teleportation array from the training camp. At the village entrance, the butcher was still present, while a figure sat in the corner, wearing a distressed expression. Great one, where have you been? You can't leave me hanging. The self-made character muttered to himself. Have you gathered all the materials? Tang Yun approached with a smile. Great one, you've finally come. The self-made character exclaimed with excitement. I've collected everything. Look. As he spoke, an array of materials appeared before Tang Yun. Everything he needs is here. Indeed, the money is yours. Tang Yun chuckled as he produced several dozen silver coins. Returning to the novice village was, of course, to complete the unfinished task. Even though this task seemed trifling to him now, it was still a necessity. Thank you, big brother, the excited newcomer exclaimed. He had invested considerable effort in collecting these materials. Had Tang Yun not come, he would have incurred a loss of over 1,000 Summer Kingdom coins. It's only right. Tang Yun waved his hand dismissively and approached the butcher. Lord Feng Yun, you have finally arrived. The banquet at the village chief's home is about to commence. I wonder if you have gathered the materials I requested? The butcher inquired hurriedly. Yes, I have collected everything, Tang Yun replied, handing over the materials, thereby completing the task. Splendid. The butcher beamed with delight. The task reward was a single gold coin. While this coin was insignificant to Tang Yun now, it had once represented a considerable fortune just days prior. Lord Feng Yun, might you be attending the village chief's banquet? The butcher asked again, now displaying a level of respect that indicated he had recognized Tang Yun's current prowess. Although the butcher was also a level 10 NPC, his strength paled in comparison to Tang Yun's. I'm not going. Tang Yun shook his head. Attending the banquet likely held other tasks. But ordinary quests no longer held any allure for him. What lay ahead was breaking through and departing the novice village. Jiangbei First Hospital. Upon opening his eyes, he found that dawn had arrived. Xiaoyan, you should return to sleep, Wang Xiuhua said, her eyes filled with concern. The previous night, Tang Yun had again gone without rest, gallivanting through the virtual realm. His dedication was truly remarkable. All right. Tang Yun cast a deep glance at the two before nodding. Exiting the hospital room, he dialed Tang Yuan's number. The call connected swiftly. Brother Yuan, do you know Shen Bingning? Tang Yun asked directly. She came looking for you? Tang Yuan responded quickly, clearly aware of her. Yes, Tang Yun confirmed with a nod. She sought my assistance 2 years ago, and out of respect for Sister Miaoying, she provided me with considerable help. Moreover, her identity needs to be kept confidential, which is why I never mentioned her to you, Tang Yuan explained in a hushed tone. Tang Yun silently nodded, realizing that Shen Bingning was indeed a trustworthy individual. I plan to head to the border with her, Brother Yuan. I hope you can take care of things at home. Tang Yun's voice turned grave. After a moment of silence, Tang Yuan replied, given your current situation, going to the border is prudent. You needn't worry about home. I will look after it well. Thank you, Brother Yuan, Tang Yun said, taking a deep breath. After hanging up, he felt a pang of melancholy. His phone buzzed incessantly with messages. Without needing to look, he already knew what they contained. The treason charges against Tang Miaoying had spread, and their family would be subjected to public scorn. Those who had previously been allies would also distance themselves from them. It was easy to foresee that their family business would soon collapse. Jiangbei City, the place where he had lived for nearly 20 years, was no longer suitable for them. Tang Yun did not bid farewell to his parents, leaving behind a bank card containing over 10 million that he had earned. He then sent a message indicating that he and Tang Yuan's friend were embarking on a journey and that they need not worry. At the hospital's entrance, Shen Bingning had been waiting for quite some time. I came secretly as well. We can't linger too long. Let us depart quickly. Rest assured, I will have people keep watch here, she comforted, sensing his anxiety. Thank you, Sister Bingning. Tang Yun expressed his gratitude. All right, let us go, Shen Bingning said, leading him to the airport. The journey was smooth, and soon they boarded a private jet. Having gone 2 days without sleep, Tang Yun soon felt drowsy after sitting for a while. If you're tired, sleep. Until your awakening, you're still just an ordinary person. After awakening, you could go a week without sleep and be fine, Shen Bingning advised. Tang Yun closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. The plane journeyed westward, crossing over Xujie and heading straight for the border. Wang Xiaohua received Tang Yun's message, tears streaming down her face. Xiaoyun, she sobbed softly. Her daughter lay motionless, and her son was forced to leave. Her heart ached unbearably. Alas, his departure may be for the best. Yuan also called, saying Xiaoyun is with his friend. He should be fine, Tang Qingyang sighed. Caught in the fallout from Tang Miaoying's actions, Tang Yun had no choice but to leave. For remaining would only subject him to disdain. Leaving now was the wisest choice. My poor child. Wang Xiaohua caressed Tang Miaoying's face as tears flowed uncontrollably. The vast land of the Great Xia, with its population exceeding 100 billion, traveling from the Wanjing province westward to the border would require over 10 hours of flight. From the sky, one could see a winding mountain range stretching endlessly, resembling a divine dragon in slumber. This mountain range, known as the Duanlong Mountains, severed the connection between the Great Xia and the Western nations. 300 years ago, alongside the emergence of the virtual realm, a multitude of monsters descended. Initially, humanity suffered tremendous losses. However, through trials in the virtual realm, humanity's strength surged, allowing them to reclaim their homeland. Most monsters were eradicated, while the remnants retreated into the ocean. Some, however, remained hidden in places like the Duanlong Mountains, serving as a buffer between nations. When Tang Yun awoke, the plane had already landed. Exiting the cabin, a cold wind hit him, biting and frigid. He shivered involuntarily. It was summer in Wanjing province, yet here, it felt like winter. Meanwhile, Shen Bingning appeared unfazed. Tang Yun couldn't help but feel envious. Such was the advantage of awakened power. Put this on. Shen Bingning produced thermal clothing from her space. Once clad in the warm attire, he ceased shivering. Before long, a military vehicle arrived, and a burly man stepped out. Commander Shen. The robust man greeted respectfully. Shen Bingning replied coolly. Commander Shen, who is this? The burly man inquired, glancing curiously at Tang Yun. This is my cousin Shen Yi, a bit mischievous since childhood. I've brought him along for some training. He will be under your care from now on, Shen Bingning explained. Ah, so it's young Master Shen. Commander, you can rest assured, I will take great care of him. The burly man promised with a hearty pat on his chest. Shen Yi, you will follow Li Zhao from now on. Shen Bingning turned to Tang Yun. Understanding the implication, Tang Yun realized that from this day forth, he would assume the identity of Shen Yi. I understand, Sister Bingning. Tang Yun nodded obediently. Please register him at the Xiling Military University and arrange for his awakening as soon as possible, Shen Bingning continued. Chapter 58. The trials begin. Escort mission. The benefits of awakening are plentiful. At the very least, each time he logs into the virtual realm, he won't feel as fatigued. Moreover, he was confident that once awakened, the two individuals who appeared last night would not pose a threat to him. Yes, Li Zhao responded respectfully. According to the school's classification, Xiling Military University was considered a top-tier institution, yet the extent of one's awakening largely depended on the individual. Many students from second-tier schools had awakened attributes exceeding 90. Shen Bingning remarked. The school serves merely as a facade. True knowledge is acquired on the battlefield, for the virtual realm and reality are indeed markedly different. Xun Bingming articulated many thoughts, while Tang Yun attentively absorbed her instruction. Within a mere 2 hours, the vehicle entered the military district. Li Zhao, I entrust this individual to you. Be strict, and do not allow this lad to slack off. If there are no results within a month, I will hold you accountable. Xun Bingming admonished sternly. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. Li Zhao replied obediently. Subsequently, Xun Bingming busied herself with various matters, having returned from several days away, with a multitude of responsibilities awaiting her attention. As she departed, Li Zhao exhaled in relief. Phew, Commander Xun's aura is truly intimidating, he thought, still somewhat shaken. Tang Yun, however, remained oblivious to this sentiment. Follow me. You may address me as Team Leaderly from now on, Li Zhao announced, leading Tang Yun towards the dormitory. Yes, Team Leaderly. Tang Yun responded respectfully. As you have yet to awaken, I can only assign you to the preparatory camp. There won't be many tasks, but you must train with the group for at least 4 hours daily to strengthen your physique. This will ease your awakening process, potentially even enhancing your awakening percentage. Li Zhao explained. I understand. Tang Yun nodded silently. Before long, they arrived at the dormitory building, where numerous individuals approached, calling out to Li Zhao and curiously sizing up Tang Yun. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Li Zhao escorted Tang Yun to the dormitory on the far right of the 4th floor. Tang Yun was somewhat taken aback by the dormitory's environment, which surpassed even his own home. All right, this is your dormitory. You may take a few days to acclimate, and if you need anything, feel free to seek me out, Li Zhao said with a smile. Okay, Team Leaderly, Tang Yun replied. Team Leader, I am about to undertake a breakthrough task in the virtual realm, which may take some time, Tang Yun added. No problem, Li Zhao responded readily. After settling Tang Yun in, Li Zhao noticed a gathering of people as he prepared to leave. Team Leader, who was that just now? How did he get a single room? Indeed, we are all in 4-person rooms. I am even in an 8-person room. The crowd expressed their envy. Hey, don't pry. He is someone you cannot afford to provoke. Li Zhao chuckled. This only piqued their curiosity further, yet they dared not intrude. In room 405, Tang Yun stretched and, after a deep breath, entered a meditative state. Virtual realm. Elite training camp. Tang Yun silently communicated with the mark on his forehead. Would you like to initiate the nightmare trial? Yes. The system's voice echoed in his ears, and without hesitation, he made his choice. Suddenly, he was engulfed in a whirlwind, awakening to find himself amidst a forest. Introduction. Zhu Shan has been ambushed by enemies. To save her father, Zhu Cixi intends to venture into the ancient path of the demon forest in search of medicine. Your identity is that of an expert hired by the Zhu family. Mission. Escort Zhu Cixi through the ancient path of the demon forest. An escort mission? Tang Yun paused momentarily. Given that this was a nightmare-level task, the difficulty was evident. It certainly was not an ordinary escort mission. He needed to exercise caution. Tang Yun scrutinized his surroundings. Their convoy was situated on a narrow path, flanked by dense woods. The Zhu family was no ordinary clan, boasting over 100 bodyguards. Miss, you should not have hired that Feng Yun. He does nothing along the way and merely hides at the first sign of danger. Living as if on a leisurely excursion, it's utterly infuriating. A maid named Xiaoman exclaimed from within the carriage. Xiaoman, do not be rude. Mr. Feng is a skilled expert invited by my grandmother. He will certainly take action if danger arises, Zhu Cixi gently reprimanded. Nevertheless, Xiaoman remained dissatisfied. Martial artists possess extraordinary hearing. Your words might very well have reached Mr. Feng, Zhu Cixi cautioned. Ah, Xiaoman exclaimed, instantly silenced. Help, help. Not far away, a young scholar, limping and panicked, approached. The bodyguards swiftly intercepted him. What is the matter? Zhu Cixi inquired as she disembarked from the carriage, gazing at the scholar. I am Lu Wenjie. Bitten by a venomous snake. My life hangs by a thread, Lu Wenjie replied, his lips blackened, tears glistening in his eyes, devoid of any semblance of masculinity. If you are near death, why come towards us? Isn't that inviting misfortune? Shaman scolded. Lu Wenjie was left speechless by the rebuke, merely wiping his tears and turning away silently. Wait, Zhu Cixi called out. She bypassed the bodyguards and approached Lu Wenjie, retrieving a pill from her pocket. This is an antidote pill. It can neutralize most snake venoms, Zhu Cixi stated. Lu Wenjie gazed at her in awe, murmuring, thank you. He had ventured into the crowd seeking help, but after Xiaoman's rebuke, he felt too ashamed to voice his plea. Fortunately, Zhu Cixi extended her hand in assistance. Miss, you are too kind. This fellow might very well be an assassin sent by our enemies. Xiaoman huffed, now viewing everyone as a potential threat except for her mistress. No, I am absolutely not an assassin. I merely sought to collect herbs in the ancient path of the demon forest, and was unfortunately bitten by a snake along the way, Lu Wenjie said, filled with shame. There is no need for you to blame yourself, Mr. Lu. This area is rife with venomous snakes, and being bitten is not uncommon. We too are heading towards the ancient path of the demon forest. If you do not mind, you may accompany us, Zhu Cixi smiled. I do not mind. I do not mind, Lu Wenjie hurriedly replied. Miss, do you have any clean water? My belongings were lost in the chaos. And this pill is too bitter for me to swallow. Lu Wenjie's voice grew increasingly faint. What kind of man are you, crying and whining, afraid of taking medicine? Are you even a man? Xiaoman expressed her discontent. Lu Wenjie chose silence. Zhu Cixi scolded, then handed him a gourd from her waist. Lu Wenjie thanked her profusely and gulped it down with the antidote pill. It was clear he had suffered greatly. Soon, Lu Wenjie was lifted onto the carriage. Mr. Feng. I took the liberty of bringing Mr. Lu along. I hope for your understanding. Zhu Cixi approached Tang Yun respectfully. No problem. Tang Yun waved his hand dismissively. At present, he was uncertain of the challenges that lay ahead in the mission and could only observe the unfolding events. Thank you, Mr. Feng, Zhu Cixi bowed. Miss, we should continue forward. We are nearing the territory of the giant axe bandits, and it would be prudent to detour. The head of the bodyguards interjected. Detour? Zhu Cixi pondered, then turned to Tang Yun. What do you think, Mr. Feng? How long will the detour take? Tang Yun inquired. 2 days. Captain Zhang responded. That won't do. Tang Yun shook his head. What nonsense. Once a breakthrough task commences, it cannot be halted. If it takes 2 days to navigate, how will we proceed from there? He has not awakened, and his body in reality cannot withstand it. Chapter 59, The Bandit Group. Other players. Do you have any idea how formidable the giant axe bandits are? They are a group of hundreds. Should we encounter them, we will undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Captain Zhang retorted angrily. Delaying for another 2 days, Zhu Leoi's health may not afford such a luxury. Tang Yun replied coolly. Mr. Feng makes a valid point. We cannot afford to take a detour. Zhu Cixi nodded resolutely. With her exceptional medical skills, she was acutely aware of her father's condition and the urgent need to procure the necessary medicine. Any delay of 2 days was simply unacceptable. Miss, if we encounter the giant axe bandits, we may find ourselves powerless to traverse the ancient path of the demon forest. Commander Zhang interjected anxiously. The bandits are motivated by wealth. Offering them some incentives should suffice, Zhu Cixi replied. For her father's sake, she was willing to spare no expense. Commander Zhang, hearing her words, felt a sense of helplessness. Though he was the captain of the guards, he was merely a subordinate. Zhu Cixi was the true master. Tang Yun and Zhu Cixi reached an agreement, and the team pressed on. Once they dealt with the giant axe bandits, they could directly reach the ancient path of the demon forest. Meanwhile, at the back of the group, several guards whispered among themselves. Damn it! Why is this quest so difficult? Those with the surnames Feng and Zhang are clearly formidable. Player 1 exclaimed. Indeed, it seems insurmountable. Over 100 guards. And we are but 5. How on earth can we succeed? Player 2 lamented with a furrowed brow. This advanced teamwork mission is undoubtedly challenging. Yet not entirely devoid of opportunity, Player 3 mused. Do you have a plan? The others turned to Player 3. As they mentioned, we will soon encounter the bandits. And chaos will surely ensue. We should seize the moment to eliminate Zhu Cixi, Player 3 suggested with a grin. No. We could stall for time or even ally with the bandits. The advantage would be significant. But have you considered that advanced missions are rarely this straightforward? Player 4 countered. The group nodded in agreement. I deduce that the bandits are no match for the guards. If we act recklessly, we will surely suffer, Player 4 continued. That makes sense. They all nodded vigorously. So what do you propose we do? Player 5 asked, at a loss for ideas. Clearly, the ones surnamed Feng and Zhang are at odds. They are the strongest in the team. If we can incite discord between them, they might turn against each other, providing the bandits with an opportunity. Player 4 asserted. At this, the other's eyes brightened. Player 4's strategy was similar to Player 3's, merely adding a layer of manipulation, undoubtedly enhancing their chances of success. With this thought, they swiftly set their plan into motion. Following the group, Tang Yun continuously pondered the challenges of the mission. However, with so few clues at hand, he felt powerless to act. Mr. Feng, suddenly, a guard stealthily approached him. Tang Yun raised an eyebrow. Mr. Feng, Commander Zhang has long harbored dissatisfaction towards you. I have received word that he intends to strike when the bandits attack. Player 4 warned cautiously. Oh, Commander Zhang. Tang Yun glanced at the commander, who was also looking back at him with evident disdain in his eyes. Tang Yun understood that, in Commander Zhang's view, he was merely an outsider trusted by Zhu Cixi, which undoubtedly threatened Zhang's position. The likelihood of Zhang taking action against him was indeed high. It seemed this was one of the mission's challenges. All right, I understand. You may go, Tang Yun replied. Player 4 quietly retreated. Moments later, a strange cry echoed through the air. The bandits descended from the mountain, surrounding them. The 3 leading figures brandished massive axes, exuding an imposing aura. Unfazed by the crisis, Zhu Cixi declared in a clear voice, I, Zhu Cixi of the Zhu family, am willing to offer 1,000 gold coins for passage. 1,000 gold coins. A considerable sum. Yet today, we desire both the gold and the lives. The bandit leader, bearing a scarred face, appeared quite menacing. Kill, kill, kill. The bandits roared. Miss, this group is clearly being manipulated. Commander Zhang immediately pointed out. Typically, bandits were motivated solely by wealth. 1,000 gold coins was no small amount. Yet, Merely requesting passage, the bandits had chosen to resort to violence, indicating they sought greater gain. Mr. Feng, Commander Zhang, I must trouble you, Zhu Cixi urged. Yes, Commander Zhang shouted. Tang Yun nodded slightly in agreement. Soon, the bandits and the guards clashed violently. The Zhu family guards were formidable, yet the bandits outnumbered them, and their strength was equally impressive, especially the three leaders, who were nearly unstoppable. Mr. Feng, why aren't you taking action? What are you waiting for? Do you want to wait until our men are all dead? Commander Zhang shouted. They are your men, not mine. If they die, so be it. If you're not worried, why should I be? Tang Yun replied with a scoff. His task was to escort Zhu Cixi. The others were of no concern to him. Commander Zhang was infuriated. He had received word that this Feng Yun fellow had been bribed by the Zhu family's enemies and intended to strike against him. It appeared this fellow was indeed waiting for the right moment to act. Unfortunately, the mist did not believe him. Kill. The scarred leader cleaved one man in two with a single blow, roaring triumphantly. The morale of the bandits surged. The guards suddenly lost a third of their ranks. Commander Zhang let out a furious roar and charged forward. He could no longer afford to wait. All right, Feng, quickly take him down. The 5 players gazed at Tang Yun with eager anticipation. However, to their dismay, Tang Yun remained motionless, seemingly with no intention to act. Damn it. Does Feng have a screw loose? Why isn't he attacking? Player 4 cursed. Could it be he's all talk and no action? Player 3 pondered. Look, the bandits have the upper hand. Commander Zhang seems unable to withstand the 3 leaders. Player 5 exclaimed urgently. In the midst of battle, Commander Zhang faced 3 opponents, gradually falling into a disadvantage. The guards were unable to hold their ground. These bandits were well trained, surprising everyone. It seems we underestimated the bandits. Their strength utterly crushes the guards. Brothers, let us turn against them. Let us kill Zhu Cixi. Player 1 exclaimed with excitement. Let us go. If we're killed by the bandits, it might count as our failure. Player 2 added. Protect the miss. Player 4 shouted, as they gathered around the carriage. Mr. Feng, Commander Zhang seems to be on the brink. I implore you to assist me, and the Zhu family shall reward you handsomely. Zhu Cixi was growing anxious. Very well. Tang Yun contemplated. Not knowing what lay ahead in the ancient path of the demon forest, too many deaths might not bode well. Sword chi ascending. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A torrent of sword energy descended from the heavens, and where it landed, bandits were thrown into chaos, their bodies mangled. More than a dozen bandits were instantaneously slain. Now's our chance. Player 4 shouted, as the 5 rushed towards the carriage. Zhu Cixi was in a panic, taken aback that her own guards would betray her. Protect the miss. Xiaoman, filled with fear, still stood in front. Miss Zhu, run. Lu Wenjie exclaimed in a state of panic. Miss. Commander Zhang turned back. Seeing the 5 approaching Zhu Cixi with murderous intent, his eyes widened in rage. In a moment of carelessness, he was injured by 3 assailants. Just as Zhu Cixi was about to meet her demise, a figure appeared out of thin air. With a single stroke of the sword, he dispatched the 2 assailants in front of her. Following a series of graceful sword movements, he swiftly eliminated 3 more. All present were left dumbfounded. Chapter 60. The Ancient Tree of the Demon Source, the Lord Boss. How is this possible? Commander Zhang exclaimed in shock. Who on earth is this person? The 3 leaders widened their eyes in disbelief. Mr. Feng is unexpectedly formidable. I misjudged him before, exclaimed Xiaoman in astonishment. I never anticipated Mr. Feng's strength. Added Zhu Cixi, equally taken aback. The demise of 5 players signified their mission's failure. That Mr. Feng is truly ruthless. He must possess spatial abilities. With him around, how can we possibly complete our task? The difficulty is unbalanced. Our mission has failed, yet we didn't lose levels. It must be a form of compensation. This task is flawed. Forget it. Let us swiftly change missions. The 5 gathered together, deliberating. Ordinarily, dying in a progression task would result in a level drop, followed by a period of weakness, necessitating a grind to regain levels before attempting progression again. However, this time was different. They were exempted from punishment and could trigger other progression tasks. Boss, what now? Murmured the second in command. Let us fight with all we have. The first in command gritted his teeth. Bang! Captain Zhang was sent flying once more. Starlight flash. Tang Yun transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantly dashing behind the 3 adversaries. With an output exceeding 100,000, they were unable to withstand the assault, their health plummeting. A casual sword strike later, he completely obliterated the trio. How splendid! Mr. Feng is truly remarkable. These ruffians are no match for him. The crowd cheered. With all 3 leaders vanquished, the remaining bandits fled in disarray. Mr. Feng, I apologize for my earlier misjudgment. Please forgive me, Captain Zhang said, overwhelmed with shame. No worries. Let us proceed. Tang Yun waved dismissively, eager to complete the mission. Many from the escort were injured, but with some medicine from Zhu Cixi, their recovery was swift. After traversing the lair of the giant axe bandits, they soon arrived at the ancient path of the demon forest. Legends spoke of abundant treasures within the ancient path, yet it was rife with monsters and home to a terrifying great demon. None who had encountered the great demon had returned alive. On the desolate ancient path, Towering ancient trees stood like guardian deities, with mournful cries of strange birds echoing through the branches and bizarre beasts flickering within the shadowy depths of the forest. Miss. Ahead lies the ancient path of the demon forest, Captain Zhang reported respectfully. Yes, everyone, be cautious. Xujie had already dismounted the carriage. Following the group into the ancient path. Roar. Occasionally, monsters bared their teeth, yet curiously, they refrained from advancing. Miss Zhu, I find this place rather unsettling. Perhaps we should halt and let Mr. Feng retrieve the medicine? Lu Wenjie trembled. No, I must fetch the medicine myself. Xujie shook her head resolutely. Tang Yun cast a sidelong glance at Lu Wenjie, who simply smiled foolishly, seemingly oblivious to his discontent. It was known that his task was to escort Xujie through the ancient path of the demon forest. Remaining outside would mean failing the mission. The group pressed on, encountering an increasing number of monsters, yet these creatures, despite their fearsome appearances, remained passive. Such an oddity left everyone perplexed, and Tang Yun also steeled his resolve. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the end of the ancient path. At the terminus stood two towering peaks, and between them was an immense ancient tree that connected the two mountains. Swish! Countless vines surged from the ancient tree with astonishing speed, ensnaring many in an instant, while the surrounding monsters fled in terror. How dare you disturb the slumber of the demon source master? A commanding voice resonated in everyone's minds. The ancient tree in the center animated, sporting a colossal human face. As its lips parted, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them. Demon source ancient tree, Lord Boss, level 10. Health 1,000,000. Physical defense 5,000. Magical defense 7,000. A Lord Boss, Tang Yun exclaimed in surprise. This Lord Boss was significantly more powerful than an ordinary boss. Typical players would find it nearly impossible to contend with such a formidable being, such a massive creature. Is this the great demon of the ancient path of the demon forest? How terrifying! Can we truly defeat it? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Faced with the demon source ancient tree, they found themselves utterly powerless. Miss Zhu, we must retreat, Lu Wenjie urged, pulling at her arm. No, I needed sap to save my father. Xujie insisted stubbornly. Mr. Feng, we must rely on you. She bowed deeply. You all protect Miss Zhu. Tang Yun commanded as he stepped forward, undaunted by the demon source ancient tree. Swish! The demon source ancient tree lashed out with its vines toward the group. Tang Yun barely managed to sever a vine with a single strike. The others were thrown into disarray. Protect the miss, Xiaoman shouted. Captain Zhang fought valiantly to shield her, but could only block one vine. Ice barrier. Tang Yun cast an ice barrier around Xujie, while he himself executed a spatial leap, closing in on the demon source ancient tree. Severing the vines did not inflict damage. He had to target the main body. Skeleton ball. A devastating attack infused with 3 elemental forces surged forth. However, the demon source ancient tree was no pushover. Its vines swiftly intercepted the skeleton ball. Starlight flash. Tang Yun pressed on, directly engaging it. 99, 299. A single skill delivered nearly 100,000 damage. Roar. The demon source ancient tree howled in fury, unleashing a torrent of vines toward Tang Yun. Ethereal step. His speed and agility surged. Heavenly split technique. 23, 420. 19, 732. A single strike nearly drained 2,000 health. The heavenly split technique racked up over 100,000 damage. Fire serpent dance. Sword chi ascendant. Tang Yun unleashed a flurry of attacks, causing the demon source ancient tree's health to plummet. With such a massive target, it was like shooting fish in a barrel for Tang Yun. The demon source ancient tree let out a harrowing roar, its demonic aura swirling around it. Where the demonic energy spread, the vines grew tougher and swifter. Tang Yun's health was dwindling as well, losing 100 health per second. He pressed on, determined to continue the onslaught. Finally, he felled the demon source ancient tree. After a long moment, the demonic energy dissipated, and the onlookers stood in astonishment. How could this be? Lu Wenjie exclaimed in disbelief. Mr. Feng's power is truly terrifying. Captain Zhang remarked, stunned. Ancient tree divine liquid. My father will be saved. Xujie rushed forward with a container. Everyone rejoiced, but Tang Yun felt no joy. Although he had slain the demon source ancient tree, he received no rewards. Moreover, everything felt suspiciously easy. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, and a vine erupted from the earth, targeting Xujie. Tang Yun reacted swiftly, hurling a skeleton ball. However, in the next instant, a colossal face emerged from the ground, swallowing Xujie whole. An even stronger, more robust demon source ancient tree sprang forth from the depths. No, Lu Wenjie screamed. Tang Yun's heart raced. But there was no time. Everything was unfolding too rapidly. He expended all his skills, yet only managed to grasp the hem of Xujie's garment, ultimately succumbing to the devouring embrace of the ancient tree of demonic origin. What transpired? 2 Lord-level bosses? Tang Yun was engulfed in perplexity. In the next moment, the surrounding space rapidly collapsed. Miss, you should not have summoned that tempestuous figure. Chapter 61. The illusion, Lu Wenjia's anomaly. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, Tang Yun was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that everything was but an illusion. In an instant, he grasped the truth. Before him, the guard team remained intact, and Xujie was seated in the carriage. Everything had reverted to its initial state. Even before he had killed the bandits without receiving any reward, he had harbored doubts. His talent boasted a 100% drop rate, at the very least yielding a few coins. Yet, the adversary had dropped nothing, and at that time, he had attributed it to the peculiar nature of the trial. However, the subsequent defeat of the Lord-level boss yielded no rewards either. This was even more perplexing. Now, returning to the beginning, he had come to understand. But even if it was an illusion, how was he to fulfill his task? Tang Yun furrowed his brow. Unable to deduce any reasoning, he resolved to traverse the path once more. This time, he would observe meticulously. Rising, he approached several guards, and, in an instant, dispatched one with a single strike. It was one of the 5 who had rebelled previously. Feng, what are you doing? Commander Zhang bellowed. Utterly taken aback that Tang Yun dared to kill his man in public. Miss, Feng has gone mad. Xiaoman exclaimed in terror. The surrounding guards were filled with trepidation. Fear permeated the hearts of all towards Tang Yun. Xujie frowned and inquired, Mr. Feng, what is the meaning of this? Miss Zhu, this man has been bribed by the Yao family. It is best to eliminate him early to prevent future troubles. Tang Yun replied coolly. The Yao family was indeed the sworn enemy of the Zhu family, and it was the Yao family who had orchestrated Zhu Shan's grave illness. Moreover, they had caused considerable trouble along the way. Nonsense. Do you have any evidence? Commander Zhang barked furiously. If you doubt me, you shall soon find out. The Yao family has already allied with the Giant Axe Bandit group, and a fierce battle is inevitable, Tang Yun warned. What? The Giant Axe Bandit group has been bribed by them? Impossible. Commander Zhang remained unconvinced. Tang Yun, however, was disinclined to elaborate. His motive for killing was merely to test if there were other players present. The previous 5 had exhibited odd behavior. Although their information was hidden, Tang Yun surmised they too were players. Yet their mission was to assassinate Xujie. Now, having slain one, the remaining 4 were left in sheer terror. Moreover, they had not gathered together to discuss anything. Thus, it was evident that this time, those players were absent. If the assassination mission were to proceed, it would have been simple, alas. Tang Yun sighed inwardly. Although he had his own protection, as long as those few followed the carriage to the end, provided they did not perish en route, the task could be automatically completed. Regrettably, during the last attempt, those 5 had undertaken too many actions, leading to the mission's failure. Help! Help! In the distance, Lu Wenjia's cries for rescue diverted everyone's attention. Xujie turned to rescue Lu Wenjia, and everything returned to its course. Tang Yun, however, diligently sought for a breakthrough. This time, I shall keep a close watch on Lu Wenjia, he resolved quietly. Among the caravan, this individual was the most peculiar. The crux of the matter was that he was utterly ineffectual, merely a hindrance. Even Xiaoman had stepped forth to protect Xujie, while Lu Wenjia claimed he was venturing into the ancient path of the demon forest to gather herbs, yet all the while urged Xujie to halt her progress, which was counterproductive to the mission. Initially, he suspected Lu Wenjia was a player in disguise, with another task at hand. However, it no longer seemed so. They soon arrived at the territory of the Giant Axe Bandit group. As before, the bandits did not negotiate terms. Their mission was simply to kill Xujie. At this moment, some of them began to believe Tang Yun. Of the 5 who had previously rebelled, only 4 remained. These 4 were entirely devoted, showing no signs of rebellion. Tang Yun's suspicions were thus confirmed. In a moment of desperation, as Commander Zhang faltered, Tang Yun swiftly dispatched 3 of the leaders, shocking all present. Once more, they stepped into the ancient path of the demon forest. The surrounding monsters remained bizarre, and Tang Yun quickened his pace. At the end of the ancient road, the ancient tree of demonic origin stirred to life. Tang Yun was taken aback. Its attributes had increased. Indeed, this ancient tree of demonic origin before him was not the one he had previously slain, but had grown even more formidable. Its health had reached 150,000. How could this be? Tang Yun was baffled. Logically, since everything had restarted, the boss should not have changed. Yet there was no time for contemplation, as the ancient tree of demonic origin had already launched its attack. Tang Yun charged in once more. This time, he expended even greater effort to achieve the kill. Seeing this, Xujie attempted to approach to gather the herbs, but Tang Yun barked, "Do not come any closer." Xujie halted in her tracks. "Mr. Feng, I shall retrieve it for you," Tang Yun asserted. The last time, Xujie had perished while gathering herbs. "No, this herb must be collected by me personally for it to be effective." Xujie shook her head resolutely. Tang Yun's brow furrowed. It seemed Xujie was destined to reach the end of the ancient road. "Miss Zhu, this is not permissible. It is far too dangerous," Lu Wenjia implored with a look of alarm. Xujie shook her head slightly, resolutely advancing. Tang Yun closely followed, fully alert. Fortunately, there were no further dangers, and the second boss did not appear. Xujie successfully gathered the herb, and all rejoiced. "Be careful," Lu Wenjia shouted. A sense of foreboding washed over Tang Yun. In the next moment, A colossal face reappeared, swallowing both individuals in an instant. Tang Yun sprang into action at a critical moment, but his efforts proved futile. The giant face was an invincible entity. All his skills had lost their efficacy. Miss, you should not have. Tang Yun opened his eyes once more, returning to the starting point. At this juncture, he had formed a slight hypothesis. Help! Help! Lu Wenjie ran towards him in a panic. Xujie was about to say something when a flash of sword light appeared, and Lu Wenjie was cleaved in two. All present stared at Tang Yun in astonishment. Soon after, Tang Yun's perception of the world began to disintegrate. In a whirlwind of chaos, he awakened yet again. Indeed, it is this fellow. Tang Yun realized in an instant. Although the mission was to escort Xujie, it was clear that Lu Wenjie was the key. Should this fellow perish, the mission would restart. On the fourth attempt, Lu Wenjie cried out for help, but Tang Yun refrained from intervening. Xujie once again chose to save him. The bandit group surged forth, and Commander Zhang, along with 3 leaders, found themselves at a disadvantage once more. The guard team suffered grievous losses. Mr. Feng, I implore you to assist me. The Zhu family shall reward you handsomely, Xujie urged anxiously. Yet Tang Yun remained unmoved. Miss Zhu, do not be hasty. Why are you not anxious? Feng, why do you not act? You are merely seeking fame, deceiving my lady, Xiaoman exclaimed angrily. In a dire moment of life and death, Tang Yun showed no signs of action, inciting Xiaoman's ire. As Tang Yun coldly observed, Commander Zhang met a tragic end, and all the guards were slain by the bandit group. The chief bandit cast a glance at Tang Yun, disregarding him, and pointed at the carriage, ordering, "Kill. I will fight you to the death." Little man clawed and struggled, meeting her demise at the hands of the bandits. Only Xujie and Lu Wenjie remained within the carriage. Just as Xujie was about to become another victim, the heavens suddenly shifted, and a thunderous roar resounded. Astonishingly, all the bandits perished under divine retribution. Chapter 62, Strategy. Celestial Beings. Indeed, Tang Yun's eyes sparkled with revelation. He had discerned the method to transcend this trial. What is happening? Xujie exclaimed. Surely, the heavens could no longer bear it. Lu Wenjie replied, filled with astonishment. Is that so? Xujie questioned, perplexed. Yet, she quickly turned to confront Tang Yun. Why did you not intervene, Mr. Feng? Because I was verifying certain matters, Tang Yun replied nonchalantly. What were you verifying? Xujie inquired with curiosity. I was ascertaining whether this place is indeed a dream. Tang Yun chuckled. A dream? The two exchanged incredulous glances. Indeed, everything here exists solely within a dream. Tang Yun directed his gaze towards Lu Wenjie. How could that be? Xujie exclaimed, clearly skeptical. What dream could be so vivid? Mr. Feng, you cannot speak so recklessly. Lu Wenjie shook his head repeatedly. Oh. If I were to assert that as we tread upon the ancient path of the demon forest, those monsters would not attack us, would you both believe me? Tang Yun smiled enigmatically. Impossible. Those monsters are fiercer than the bandits. How could they let us be? Lu Wenjie retorted immediately. Mr. Feng, your words are truly preposterous. Xujie remarked, her brows furrowing. If that is the case, why not accompany me to see? Tang Yun suggested with a smile. Though both were engulfed in doubts, they ultimately decided to follow him. As they once again stepped onto the ancient path of the demon forest, several monsters bared their fangs menacingly. With no guards in sight, Lu Wenjie was instantly paralyzed by fear. Miss Zhu, perhaps we should turn back, he stammered. Xujie hesitated. Although her desire for the medicine was fervent, the absence of protection meant certain death. Tang Yun's steadfast refusal to act left her feeling frustrated. I have stated, within a dream, all is but an illusion. If we continue forward, we shall reach the end of the ancient path, where your medicine awaits. Tang Yun's voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality. Remarkably, Xujie took a step forward. Even as the monsters multiplied around them, none made a move. Lu Wenjie found his courage bolstered enough to follow closely behind. Could it be that Mr. Feng spoke the truth? Xujie began to entertain the possibility. Before long, the trio arrived at the end of the ancient path, where the ancient tree of demonic origin loomed majestically. At the sight of the awakened tree, Lu Wenjie crumpled to the ground, utterly unable to move. It is not a dream, it is not a dream. Miss Zhu, let us depart. He lamented. Mr. Feng, what shall we do now? Xujie asked, ignoring Lu Wenjie, and instead looking to Tang Yun. All is but a facade. You may proceed to collect the medicine without fear. Tang Yun assured them. Let me do it myself, Xujie offered, glancing at Lu Wenjie. Absolutely not. It must be done together, Tang Yun insisted. To gather the medicine alone would be a certain death for you. Young Master Lu, if that is the case, why not accompany me? What had just transpired was unfathomable. And Mr. Feng's assertions are likely true, Xujie proposed. Aye, very well, Lu Wenjie relented. Wanting to refuse but unable to bear the sight of Xujie's pleading expression, he finally stepped forward. The two joined hands, and Tang Yun watched with anticipation. They were close to success. Suddenly, a vine lashed out. Tang Yun ignored it completely. With a swift thrust, the vine pierced through him, draining thousands of health points. What? Tang Yun exclaimed in astonishment, turning to look at Lu Wenjie, who now bore a face of sheer terror. It's all fake. Everything you said is a lie, run. Lu Wenjie grabbed Xujie, trying to flee but tripped and fell. He rolled and scrambled, shouting back, Miss Zhu, run. Xujie stood her ground, shaking her head. Damn it, this fellow has no courage. Tang Yun couldn't help but scoff. Soon, in the midst of Lu Wenjie's panicked gaze, a colossal visage engulfed the two. Upon awakening for the 5th time, Tang Yun took a deep breath. Having grasped the truth, it was time to adopt a new strategy. His first attempt was merely a cursory glance. The second brought speculation. The third was an experiment. The fourth uncovered the method to succeed, yet it ended in failure. Time continued to elapse, and if he delayed too long, his physical form in reality would not endure. Help! Help! Lu Wenjie stumbled, his face a mask of terror. Xujie descended from the carriage, prepared to assist, only to be halted by Tang Yun. Leave this to me, he volunteered. Miss, what has caused this fellow to transform? Little man quipped. Throughout their journey, Tang Yun had moved like a lord, unyielding. No one expected him to take the initiative to save someone. Tang Yun, however, paid no mind, producing a gourd filled with water. This divine water will restore you instantaneously, he proclaimed. Instantly restore? Lu Wenjie asked, astonished. Do you not believe me? Tang Yun raised an eyebrow. Lu Wenjie hesitated. Humph. Sword chi soaring to the heavens. With a single sweep of Tang Yun's sword, the surrounding trees were flattened in an instant. This. Lu Wenjie was taken aback, realizing Tang Yun's formidable power. Captain Zhang, little man. And the guards were equally amazed. Tang Yun, who had remained silent until now, astonished them all. I believe. Lu Wenjie asserted fervently. He gulped down the potion. What a sweet divine water. Wait, I feel as though I am improving. In the blink of an eye, Lu Wenjie's wounds mended, and he felt unprecedented vitality. Mr. Feng, what a remarkable technique. I am in awe. Xujie expressed her admiration. I am, after all, a being of celestial origin. Such trivial wounds are inconsequential. Ahead lies a vicious band of robbers, who seek not wealth but the life of Miss Zhu. Stand behind me, Tang Yun declared calmly. What? His words were astonishing, leaving the crowd in disbelief. Before long, the giant axe bandit group made their appearance, and Xujie, having failed to persuade them with riches, naturally placed her trust in Tang Yun's words. A swarm of ants. I shall extinguish them with a mere gesture, Tang Yun remarked coldly. With that, he leaped through space, arriving before the 3 leaders. With 2 skills, he dispatched all 3 in an instant. Witnessing this, the bandits turned and fled. Trying to escape? Thunder of heaven. Tang Yun bellowed, and in the next moment, thunder crackled. All members of the bandit group fell lifelessly. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Mr. Feng possesses such prowess. Xujie exclaimed in shock. Lu Wenjie was elated. Mr. Feng is indeed a celestial being. He can summon thunder. Resuming their journey, they encountered more monsters, and stones fell from the sky. Do not be alarmed. Under my ice shield, you will be unharmed. Tang Yun continued. Soon, they were on their way again. Having not traveled far, Tang Yun halted. It comes. The others were puzzled, and in the next moment, a massive stone plummeted toward them. Mr. Feng, Xujie cried out. Ice shield. Tang Yun conjured a protective barrier for them. The falling stone struck the shield, confirming its efficacy. Xujie and Lu Wenjie were filled with joy. However, others were not so fortunate, their bodies left in a gruesome state. Thank you, Mr. Feng. May Cc's heart remained vigilant. Tang Yun demonstrated divine prowess with each of his strikes, astonishing all present. Moreover, his predictions proved unfailingly accurate. There is no need for gratitude. I am a celestial being descended to assist you in overcoming this tribulation. With a grand gesture, Tang Yun seemed to radiate golden light, prompting the crowd to venerate him. Before the ancient path through the demon forest, ominous energies swirled, and the cacophony of monstrous roars filled the air, instilling dread in everyone. Leading the charge, Tang Yun quickly gained the trust of the group, who followed closely behind. Strange, these creatures do not dare to approach, Xiao Man remarked in astonishment. With my presence, how could they dare to act? Tang Yun replied nonchalantly. The crowd nodded in agreement, fully convinced. Chapter 63, Mission accomplished, Duke's Medal. At the end of the path, a massive demon tree loomed, causing tension to mount among the group. Mr. Feng, what shall we do now? Commander Zhang inquired respectfully. His demeanor drastically changed after witnessing Tang Yun's might. Not just him, but everyone turned their gaze towards Tang Yun, awaiting his direction. Everything is but an illusion, Tang Yun stated calmly. An illusion? Are you saying this great demon is merely a figment? Xujie exclaimed, surprised. This great demon is but a decayed log, disguised to instill fear, yet it is utterly impotent. Tang Yun scoffed. What? Is it truly so? The crowd exchanged glances. Mr. Feng, what should I do now? Xujie asked anxiously. Simply proceed to collect the medicine. However, you must go together with young Master Lu, Tang Yun instructed. Go together? Xujie was puzzled, wondering why Lu Wenjie was included in what seemed to be her task. Why me? Lu Wenjie also expressed curiosity. Tang Yun chuckled softly and whispered to Lu Wenjie, naturally. It is to help you win the heart of the fair maiden. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjia's face flushed crimson. Tang Yun understood that Lu Wenjia was not merely there to gather herbs. He sought an excuse to accompany Xujie. In simpler terms, it was the plight of a love-struck youth. I dare not, Lu Wenjia stammered hesitantly. What are you afraid of? Do you not trust me? Tang Yun shot a glance at Lu Wenjia. No, it's just me. Lu Wenjia seemed quite troubled. Tang Yun realized that deep down, he harbored a profound fear of the ancient tree. Fear not. I shall bestow upon you a magical artifact, Tang Yun declared, illuminating the gourd at his brow, which then manifested a gourd apparition sealed within Xujie's gourd. With this gourd to collect the medicine, you shall be impervious to all dangers. Should you still doubt, I present you with a barrier of profound ice. Tang Yun provided a double layer of assurance. The gourd emitted a golden light, seemingly capable of dispelling all malevolence, while the barrier of profound ice had already proven itself a life-saving talisman. Lu Wenjia's courage grew considerably. Follow me. Tang Yun advanced ahead, effectively serving as a third layer of protection. Be careful. A vine lunged at them, and Lu Wenjia cried out in alarm. No worries. It is merely an illusion. Tang Yun dismissed it casually. Indeed, the vine passed through Tang Yun, disintegrating into dust. The crowd gasped in awe. It truly is an illusion, Lu Wenjia exclaimed, exhilarated. Swish, swish, swish. An increasing number of vines attacked, yet upon encountering Tang Yun, they all vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the vines that assailed them were thwarted by the barrier of profound ice. The three reached the base of the demon tree, and with a single stroke of his sword, Tang Yun dispelled the illusions, revealing a pitch-black ancient tree that could be embraced by two individuals. It no longer bore its former grandeur, and it was undeniably dead. The two exchanged glances and proceeded to extract the medicine. Once the herbs were collected, the ancient tree dissipated instantly, unveiling a golden path. At the other end of the path, it led directly to the Zhu residence. Thank you, Mr. Feng. Young Master Lu. Xujie exclaimed as she dashed into the golden light. Lu Wenjia merely stood there, grinning foolishly, as everything around him seemed to fade away. Elder, your wish has been fulfilled. Tang Yun observed Lu Wenjia and spoke slowly. In an instant, Lu Wenjia aged rapidly, transforming into the elderly figure of a drunken man, staring blankly at the gourd in his hands. Haha, you have indeed succeeded in the nightmare-level trial, yet it is also my own nightmare, the old drunkard lamented. I was once the son of a duke. For the time that followed, the old drunkard recounted his tale. He hailed from a prestigious lineage, a hereditary duke. Yet he had fallen for Xujie, the daughter of the Zhu family. Upon learning that she had ventured to the mountains in search of medicine, he disguised himself to infiltrate the group. The events that unfolded were akin to those in a dream, though the monsters he faced were by no means as formidable as those in his nightmares. At that time, everyone fought valiantly, while he remained powerless, merely observing from the sidelines. Xujie was no ordinary woman. She had apprenticed under a revered healer, excelling in both medical skills and martial prowess. Truly a paragon of healing and combat. Together, the others managed to fend off the beasts, yet only he had the opportunity to procure the medicine. Xujie implored him to act, but he faltered in fear, missing the golden opportunity. This led to the demise of many, until members of the Lu family finally arrived to rescue him. From that moment on, he abandoned literature for martial pursuits. Yet the weight of his guilt lingered in his heart, leaving him melancholic. He even relinquished his title as duke. What Tang Yun experienced was entirely his nightmare. In the dream, Xujie, like him, was unskilled in martial arts, and he believed that only she could retrieve the medicine. Using this belief as an excuse for his cowardice, if not for my own incompetence, they would not have perished. The old drunkard slumped to the ground, his eyes filled with regret. He lived daily in this nightmare, desperately yearning for a savior to emerge. Hence, Tang Yun became the formidable hero of his imagination. However, the harrowing sight of Xujie near death remained etched in his memory. Subconsciously, he did not believe Tang Yun could slay the demons. Even if he did succeed, there would be stronger beasts that would claim Xujie's life. This was also the reason for Tang Yun's inability to eradicate the ancient demon tree. In Lu Wenjia's dream realm, he was the true sovereign. This was why, even without intervention, Tang Yun would summon divine retribution to vanquish the bandits. In Lu Wenjia's consciousness, Xujie was destined to perish at the hands of the tree demon. Nothing in the preceding events could alter that fate. When Tang Yun struck down Lu Wenjia, he uncovered all of this. It was only during the fourth attempt that he employed the incorrect method, informing Lu Wenjia that it was a dream. He did not believe him. No matter how confident he was, when the vines attacked, Lu Wenjia believed he would be harmed, and thus he was. Therefore, as the fifth attempt commenced, Tang Yun directly forged an indomitable impression in his mind. In truth, Tang Yun's invincibility and omnipotence stemmed from Lu Wenjia's imagination. First, he cured his poison, then he vanquished the bandits, and the falling rocks were also conjured by Lu Wenjia's imagination, effortlessly resolved by Tang Yun. Lu Wenjia perceived Tang Yun as an invincible entity, so the vines could not harm him, and everything fell into place. On the surface, the mission was to escort Xujie, but in reality, It required breaking Lu Wenjia's obsession. Otherwise, Xujie would repeatedly meet her demise in his dreams. With the obsession dispelled, I must take my leave. This is the medal of the Lu family. Though I have relinquished my title, it still holds some value. And I bestow it upon you today. The old drunkard produced an ornate medal and handed it to Tang Yun before completely vanishing. Duke's medal, item after use. It connects 2 realms, granting game attributes and materializing game items. This is an awakening item. Tang Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, he had despaired of awakening, but later learned that one could awaken through the nobility system in the game, albeit with significant difficulty. Then, Shun Bingning approached him, offering him an opportunity for awakening. And now, he could awaken on his own. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have completed the nightmare trial. Chapter 64, Breakthrough to First Rank. A guaranteed awakening. Congratulations, you have completed the nightmare trial. Reward, health coefficient 2000. Mana coefficient 150. Physical attack coefficient 20. Magic attack coefficient 20. Physical defense coefficient 3. Magic defense coefficient 3. Additional 10 levels of attributes. Congratulations, you have successfully broken through the ranks. Strength growth 5, Intelligence growth 5, Spirit growth 5, Constitution growth 5, Speed growth 3. Congratulations, you have reached level 11, Strength 45. A breakthrough to the first rank. The enhancement was astonishing. Tang Yun was elated. With such attributes, he would likely have few rivals among the first rank. After the first rank, he would officially step into the virtual realm, a brand new world. He needed to change his nickname to avoid leaving any traces that could lead back to him in reality. Tang Yun mused. In the novice forum, many had discussed Feng Yun. He and Feng Yun had risen to prominence around the same time, and he feared that someone might uncover his identity. He decided to rename himself Step to Heaven. After a brief contemplation, he spent a gold coin to change his nickname. Naming himself Feng Yun was his way of stirring the winds and clouds, but now, his ambition was to tread upon this world, no longer bowing his head. Upon examining his attributes, he found them extravagantly impressive. Nickname, Step to Heaven, ID, Reputation, 1. Level, 11,000, First rank. Health, 3, 158, 900, Constitution 3100, Recovery, 61s, Cultivation Technique 5500, Mana, 89, 400, Spirit 300, Recovery, 602s, Physical Attack, 22, 287, Strength 51, Equipment 2000, Cultivation Technique 550, Magic Attack, 17, 550, Intelligence 50, Equipment 2000, Cultivation Technique 550. Physical Defense, 7, 133, Constitution 7, Equipment 400, Cultivation Technique 40. Magic Defense, 2, 086, Spirit 7, Equipment 600, Cultivation Technique 40. Strength, 337, 45 Growth, Equipment 100. Intelligence, 263, 35 Growth, Equipment 88. Constitution, 989, 110 Growth, Equipment 30. Spirit, 268, 45 Growth, Equipment 30. Speed, 521 milliseconds, 36 Growth, Equipment 12. Talent, Infinite Treasure Drop, Unique. Elemental Affinity, Fire, 30, Space, 10, Water, 10. Mindset Amplification, 40. Skills, Profound Ice Barrier, First Rank Extreme. Sword Chi Ascension, First Rank Extreme. Space Jump, First Rank Extreme. Fire Serpent Dance, First Rank Extreme. Magic Confinement, First Rank Extreme. Polar Star Flash, First Rank Extreme. Siren's Curse, Passive Extreme. Sky Splitting 3 Styles, Extreme. Ethereal Step, Extreme. Death Charge, Extreme. Skeleton Ball, Extreme. Bone Shield, Extreme. Cultivation Techniques, Double Spirit Magic Heart Technique, 10. Dragon Elephant Body Refining Technique, 10. Polar Shadow Meteor Technique, 10. Spirit Tide Technique, 10. Equipment, Polar Shadow Sword, Legendary. Siren Battle Garb, Epic. Undead Bone Ring, Rare. Necromancer Bracelet, Rare. Fong Necklace, Common. With over 3 million health, formidable defense, and an attack power exceeding 20,000, the next step was awakening. Tang Yun consumed a morsel of food and eagerly activated the Duke's Medal. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming force surge within him, relentless and unyielding. Initially, his limbs ached, followed by a sensation akin to ants gnawing at his veins and flesh. The torment did not cease as his insides felt like they were ablaze, and an invisible hand seemed to continuously squeeze him. Tang Yun gritted his teeth, feeling as though every cell in his body was rapidly dividing. Unbeknownst to him, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke again, he sensed that the entire world had transformed. He could perceive a subtle power coursing through the universe. Bone Shield. With a mere thought, a shield of half a person's size materialized before him. He had succeeded in awakening. Moreover, he retained all his skills. Tang Yun was overjoyed. It is known that skills acquired in reality could be fully transferred to the virtual realm. However, skills from the virtual realm had certain conditions for being brought into reality. After all, The insights gained in the virtual realm differed from those in reality. Many who awakened found only their physical attributes enhanced. Tang Yun glanced at his attribute panel, finding no changes. 100 awakening. A gleam sparkled in his eyes. After awakening, he could utilize the virtual realm system to inspect his attributes. However, such attributes were merely a reference. Unlike the virtual realm, this was not a data-driven world. Even if an opponent possessed an attack of only 10,000, a blow to his head would still spell death. What is that foul odor? I must take a bath immediately. Tang Yun looked at his body with some disdain. This awakening was akin to washing away impurities, expelling all the contaminants from within. The stench was unbearable. Remarkably, 5 days had already passed. After freshening up, Tang Yun glanced at the time, somewhat astonished. He had spent 2 days on the nightmare trial and 3 days on awakening. However, he now felt invigorated. The training time at the preparatory camp was 4 hours each day, and I hadn't attended even once. I must show up today. Tang Yun quickly dressed and set off. Xujie. On the platform, a man clad in military attire called out names. The members of the preparatory camp stood tall and proud, yet none responded. Where is Xujie? How dare he be late for the weekly assembly? The officer's voice dripped with anger. Xujie, he is your subordinate. What has he been up to? The officer pointed at one person. Team leader Wang. I truly do not know. Xujie replied, his face a mask of frustration. Your subordinate, and you have no idea? Wang, he rebuked. Team leader Wang, I genuinely don't know. Although he is under my command, he has never shown up. And I dare not intervene, Xujie lamented. What? Who is he that you do not dare to manage him? Wang, he retorted coldly. Xujie thought to himself, do you not know his background? Despite his internal complaints, he quickly replied, he is from the Shen family. Rumored to be related to Commander Shen Bingning. What of the Shen family? Can the Shen family disregard military regulations? Bring him here for disciplinary action. Wang, he commanded. Hurry up and go. Seeing no one move, Wang, he shouted, and the crowd hurried towards the dormitory. What bad luck. We cannot afford to offend the Shen family. Damn it, we cannot afford to offend team leader Wang either. Being caught in the conflict between these two families is simply disastrous. Enough of that. The Shun and Wang families are both prominent clans in Xujie. Offending either side is unwise. Let's all be prudent, Xujie advised. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. As a few individuals arrived at the foot of the dormitory building, they caught sight of Tang Yun's figure. Young Master Shun. Xujie hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. Team leader Xue. Tang Yun responded, somewhat astonished. Li Zhao had previously briefed him on certain matters within the military. Typically, 30 individuals constitute a squad, led by a squad leader. Above the squad leader is the vice captain, who oversees 10 squad leaders, and above them is the captain, managing at least 10 vice captains, amounting to approximately 3,000 to 5,000 personnel. Thereafter come the ranks of commander and deputy commander, all of whom oversee tens of thousands of individuals. Thus, the squad leader is indeed a position of authority, deserving of such reverence. Reflecting on this, he realized that, bearing the name of Shun Yi and with the backing of Commander Shen Bingning, his status was quite justified. I apologize for the delay in my training these past few days, Team Leader Xue. Please do not hold it against me, Tang Yun said with a faint smile. It's quite all right, young Master Shun. It's merely a trifling matter. However, today is the day for roll call, and Team Leader Wang is somewhat displeased. Xujie replied cautiously. I understand. Tang Yun nodded slightly, accompanying the group to the training ground. Chapter 65, The Battle of Shun and Wang. Tang Yun strikes. Xujie. 5 training sessions missed. Do you even regard military regulations? Wang, he glared at Tang Yun, his words sharp as a blade. Team Leader Wang. I have already received Team Leader Li's approval. Tang Yun frowned. He felt that Wang he was being excessively aggressive. Bringing up Li Zhao should suffice. For this so-called Team Leader Wang was merely a vice captain, while Li Zhao was the true captain. Team Leader Li? Does Li Zhao have the privilege to disregard military regulations? How dare you, a mere captain, trample upon the rules? My entire shieling army has been thrown into disarray by you parasites. If I do not punish you today, how can I maintain order in my ranks? Wang Yi declared with righteous indignation. Hearing this, Tang Yun's brows furrowed deeply. This man was clearly seeking trouble. Military regulations exist, indeed, but rules are merely shackles for the subordinates. The Shen family is a prominent clan in Xujie. Shen Yi's status, having not directly ascended from the ranks of officers, was already quite compliant with regulations. Vice Captain Wang, you are merely a vice captain. Without an edict from Team Leader Li, how dare you presume to discipline me? Tang Yun retorted coldly. He had already shown the man some courtesy, but Wang was clearly ungrateful. What did you say? Wang, he glared, his eyes bulging as though he wished to devour Tang Yun. Impudence. How dare you show disrespect to Team Leader Wang? You, a mere recruit. How dare you? Relying solely on the Shen family's influence. Team Leader Wang is of the Wang family's direct line and fears you not. You must be punished today. No one can intervene. Wang, he said darkly. Punish me? You are in no position to do so. Tang Yun's gaze was frosty. Very well. Seize him. Wang, he bellowed. Yes. 2 members advanced towards Tang Yun from either side. As vice captain, in addition to managing 10 squad members, Wang he had his own dedicated team, all loyal to him. This is serious. Team leader Shun is in trouble. Will we be held accountable? Someone whispered. I actually think Shin-Yi is not bad. He is far superior to those noble signs before him, another remarked quietly. Do not panic. I have already informed Team Leader Li. It should be fine, Xuezhan said. A twinge of anxiety in his heart. He could not afford to offend either side. Indeed, the Shin family is quite resolute. But what of it? They are merely recruits. Now angering Team Leader Wang will lead to dire consequences, someone else noted. Yes, Team Leader Wang's members are all awakened. How dare he, an unawakened, challenge them? He is still too young. Many recruits murmured in dismay. He is in for a rough time. Distant waters cannot quench nearby fires. Hey, you little brat, kneel before me. The portly, dark-skinned member clenched his fists, preparing to subdue Tang Yun. Kneel? The one who should kneel is you. Tang Yun retorted sharply, delivering a slap that sent the rotund man flying, performing a full 360-degree spin in the air before crashing down to the ground. Another assailant rushed forward, only to be kicked away by Tang Yun, who writhed in agony. The onlookers were astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Tang Yun had defeated 2 awakened individuals in mere 2 moves. So, you have already awakened. Wang He said, his face grim. Only after awakening does one possess such inhuman strength. What? Is this all the strength you have? Tang Yun sneered. You little brat. Merely newly awakened and catching me off guard. You think you can act arrogant? Let me show you the true strength of an awakened. Wang He declared, advancing step by step, exuding a formidable presence. Team leader Wang is going to take action himself. I've heard he is about to undergo a second awakening, murmured the crowd. Indeed, Team leader Wang is undoubtedly a master among the first tier. The spectators whispered excitedly. Tang Yun narrowed his eyes, not daring to underestimate his opponent. The previous 2 were insignificant, but Wang He was no ordinary foe. The first tier ranges from levels 11 to 30. If he is to undergo a second awakening, wouldn't he that make him level 30? With a strength attribute of level 30, his growth potential alone would amount to at least 200. Of course, that is the bare minimum. Generally, doubling that figure would be considered normal. For those with superior abilities, the upper limit is unpredictable. Wang He shouted, his muscles bulging, intent on teaching Tang Yun a lesson. Tang Yun did not yield, matching his punches, refusing to be outdone. Wang He was taken aback slightly. Was he not just newly awakened? He was over level 20, yet Tang Yun was able to hold his ground? Is that all? Tang Yun scoffed. Those who boast so highly seem rather ordinary. Seeking death. Wang He's expression shifted dramatically. You rely solely on your family's influence. But let me remind you, there are some matters even the Shun family cannot assist you with. As he spoke, Wang He charged forward like a raging tiger. His strikes fierce. Dragon and tiger collapse. Ethereal step. Tang Yun would not foolishly endure Wang He's techniques. Activating his ethereal step, he moved with such speed that he effortlessly evaded the attack. Skeleton ball. Boom. Wang He met the skeleton ball with his iron fist. The outcome was predictable. He staggered backward several steps, nearly losing his balance. How is this possible? Shin-Yi actually has the upper hand. What on earth is happening? Is team leader Wang holding back? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Even without equipment, my current attack power exceeds 20,000. A single skeleton ball, an extreme skill, enhanced by elemental and mental fortitude, packs quite a punch. Tang Yun thought to himself, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Very well, you have successfully enraged me. Wang He, now thoroughly embarrassed, wore a countenance as dark as a storm cloud. He had never anticipated stumbling at the hands of Tang Yun. And what of it? You think too highly of yourself. Tang Yun chuckled derisively. You seek death. Wang He roared in rage. With a furious shout, a large blade materialized in Wang He's hand, while several pieces of equipment appeared around him. Tang Yun's gaze sharpened. The difference between having equipment and being unarmed was like night and day. The enhancement provided by equipment is undeniably greater than that experienced in games. With a swift gleam of the blade, Tang Yun skillfully entwined himself utilizing his agility, yet it was evident that Wang He was also formidable, empowered by his equipment. Tang Yun dared not confront him directly. The Duke's medal still held one opportunity to manifest an item, but it required an expenditure of gold, a currency he currently lacked. Bone shield. As Wang He lunged forward with lethal intent, Tang Yun summoned a bone shield to protect himself. How powerful is this Shin-Yi? I wonder how much strength he has awakened. If he has just awakened, how could he manifest so many skills? It seems he has already employed 3 skills. I have a feeling that Captain Wang might not be able to subdue him. The onlookers were astounded. Wang He, increasingly furious, unleashed a blinding radiance from his blade, shattering Tang Yun's bone shield. The tortoise shell is broken. Let us see what other tricks you possess. Wang He struck again. Tang Yun's gaze darkened as he subtly harnessed the power of space. Magical confinement. Chapter 66. To be a vice captain? Wang He charged forth, only to be entrapped on the spot. How is this possible? Wang He struggled desperately, realizing he was immobile. Fire serpent dance. Tang Yun conjured a robust fire serpent that roared towards him. Cursed be it. Wang He stood his ground, bracing his blade. What? Captain Wang has been ensnared. A spatial skill? And a fire skill as well? Shun Yi is truly extraordinary. No wonder he is a member of the Shun family. The crowd gasped in astonishment. A pent-up breath of frustration remained trapped within Wang He's chest. Die! Wang He shouted as he attempted to break free from his restraints. Polar Star Flash. Tang Yun swiftly maneuvered behind him, striking at his neck. However, Wang He, clad in armor, managed to evade a fatal blow, though he sustained significant injuries. Die! 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 Wang He, disregarding everything, was determined to slay Tang Yun. Tang Yun danced away, evading the onslaught. What? This Xujie? Did I not entrust Shani to him? How could this happen? Li Zhao received the news and hurriedly exclaimed. Captain Li, Wang has intervened. Even team leader Xue is helpless against him, reported a distressed messenger. This Wang he truly has the audacity of a bear and the boldness of a leopard. He dares to lay hands on the commander Shun. Li Zhao gritted his teeth. With that, like a gust of wind, he dashed out. Upon arriving at the training ground, witnessing Tang Yun being pursued and attacked by Wang He, Li Zhao bellowed, "Stop!" Tang Yun was as slippery as a fish. Though it appeared Wang He had the upper hand, he had gained no advantage and had instead faced considerable setbacks. Captain Li, Tang Yun called out urgently. Yet, Wang He seemed oblivious, continuing his assault. Wang He, cease this at once. Li Zhao stepped forward to block Wang He. Wang He, glaring at Tang Yun who was hiding behind Li Zhao, looked as though he could breathe fire. Li Zhao, who do you think you are to command me? Step aside. I must teach this brat a lesson today. Wang He seethed. Very well. What am I, you ask? Today, you shall witness. Li Zhao's expression turned icy. He was, after all, a captain-level powerhouse, while Wang He was merely a vice-captain, showing him no respect whatsoever. With that, Li Zhao made his move. He swung his arm. As if imbued with boundless strength, and with a single slap, he sent Wang He crashing to the ground. Remarkable. Is this the strength of a captain? What a joke. Captain Li is indeed a second-tier powerhouse. It's true that Captain Li is second-tier, but he actually dared to lay hands on Captain Wang, who is a member of the Wang family. Clearly, Captain Li has fully sided with the Shin family. The crowd gasped in unison. Wang He was jolted awake by Li Zhao's strike. Though Li Zhao's status was inferior, his strength utterly dominated Wang He. You, Li Zhao? How dare you lay hands on me? Wang He gritted his teeth in fury. Today, he had truly humiliated himself. Not only was he unable to handle a rookie from the reserve camp, but he had also been publicly reprimanded by Li Zhao. How could he ever hold his ground again? Ignoring orders from superiors, even insulting them, and bullying the weak. Do you not deserve punishment? Li Zhao retorted coldly. This Shun Yi is flouting military regulations. I am merely enforcing the rules with due diligence. By shielding him, you are complicit in his guilt. I will certainly report this to higher authorities. Wang He raged. Do as you please. Li Zhao remained unfazed, for he had Shun Bingning backing him, and they would not turn a blind eye. Fine, just you wait. Wang He shot a deep glance at Tang Yun before departing with his entourage. Here. He could not contend with Tang Yun. You all may return to your duties. Shani, come with me. Li Zhao commanded. Tang Yun complied, while the others lowered their heads and resumed their tasks. Once they had distanced themselves, Li Zhao's stern expression softened. Shani, what is truly going on? Tang Yun succinctly recounted the events. Li Zhao snorted. This Wang He, relying on his lineage, dares to be arrogant before me. You did well to not give him face. However, I am surprised you could withstand his pressure. Wait, have you awakened? Li Zhao suddenly realized. Indeed. Tang Yun nodded. How is this possible? I just arranged for your awakening quota, and it isn't tea time yet. Li Zhao appeared bewildered. I gained some opportunities within the game. Tang Yun explained. Opportunities in the game could lead to such outcomes. Oh, you've just awakened and can contend with Wang He. My heavens, what kind of monster are you? Li Zhao gradually comprehended. You flatter me, Captain Li. I am still not Wang He's match, Tang Yun modestly replied. Just as Li Zhao was about to respond, his phone rang, and he turned away. Please hold on a moment. After answering the call, he quickly said, Commander Shin. Yes, how are the arrangements for the awakenings progressing? Shin Bingning replied nonchalantly. They are all set, but Li Zhao glanced at Tang Yun, hesitating. But what? Shin Bingning seemed slightly displeased. Commander Shun Yi has already awakened. All my arrangements are rendered moot. Li Zhao sighed in exasperation. What? He has already awakened? Are you serious? Shin Bingning exclaimed, surprised. Commander Shun, how could I dare to deceive you? Li Zhao quickly assured her. Very well, bring him over. Shin Bingning instructed. Yes. Li Zhao responded promptly. Before long, Li Zhao led Tang Yun to Shin Bingning's office. Come in. Upon entering, Tang Yun noted that Shin Bingning appeared somewhat fatigued. You have awakened? Shin Bingning inquired. Yes. Tang Yun replied, gathering a flicker of flame upon his fingertip. This is quite unexpected. How did you manage it? Shin Bingning inquired, her curiosity piqued. I completed a task that broke through my limits, which directly led to my awakening, Tang Yun explained. Such a thing exists. However, with your talent, you must have completed the Hell Trial, Shin Bingning posited. Given Tang Yun's performance in the college entrance examination, qualifying for the Hell Trial is certainly plausible. Yes. Tang Yun refrained from mentioning the nightmarish level trial. The Hell Trial. Li Zhao gasped in astonishment. Shen Bingming merely nodded before admonishing. Awakening is no trivial matter. You acted recklessly. Every awakening is fraught with significant anguish. One must be thoroughly prepared, for the stronger the power, the greater the torment. Your rash awakening, devoid of calamity, can only be attributed to fortuitous luck. I hadn't contemplated this too deeply. Tang Yun, with a humble disposition, acknowledged the wisdom of Shen Bingming's words. Indeed, during his last awakening, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Henceforth, he must be better prepared. Nevertheless, since he has awakened, there is no need for him to linger in the preparatory camp any longer. Li Zhao, what do you suggest regarding his placement? Shen Bingming pondered thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Li Zhao glanced at the two and suggested quietly, perhaps he could initially serve as a vice-captain? Vice-captain? Shen Bingming raised an eyebrow. That position is reserved for those of the pinnacle of the first tier. To assign such a role to Tang Yun, freshly awakened, seems rather unorthodox. Yet, there are indeed individuals who might bypass such protocols. Li Zhao, do you believe he possesses the requisite capabilities for the vice-captaincy? Shen Bingming inquired, her skepticism evident. Commander Shen Yi stands on equal footing with Wang He. He would be more than capable as a vice-captain, Li Zhao insisted earnestly. On par with Wang He. Shen Bingming expressed her astonishment. Chapter 67, Monster Theft? Manhwa University. Indeed, at that time, Li Zhao swiftly recounted the events. Shen Bingming's astonishment grew. Although Wang He's reputation may be inflated, under such circumstances, he could indeed be grudgingly deemed fit for the vice-captaincy. Li Zhao, arrange for him to serve as a vice-captain under your command, Shen Bingming concluded after some deliberation. Understood. Li Zhao responded promptly. Tang Yun was somewhat taken aback. Was he truly being promoted to vice-captain so swiftly? Was this the sensation of having support behind him? Soon, Li Zhao ventured out to facilitate Tang Yun's vice-captaincy. Shen Bingming then remarked, Tang Yun, although you have awakened, the battles within the game differ entirely from those in reality. You must gradually acclimatize. As I trust you have already begun to perceive. Yes, Tang Yun nodded in agreement. In the game, his skills flowed effortlessly, but here, utilizing his abilities felt constrained, akin to playing with a latency of several hundred milliseconds. Furthermore, he found himself unable to fully command his newfound strength. The best way to adapt was through practical combat. As vice-captain, in addition to certain delegated tasks, you will need to lead your team in hunting sufficient monsters each month. Shen Bingming instructed. I understand, Tang Yun affirmed. After Shen Bingming offered further guidance, Tang Yun departed. Li Zhao also arranged accommodations for him as a vice-captain. So swiftly elevated to vice-captain, yet, it is one's strength that truly matters. With this thought, Tang Yun plunged into the virtual realm. At last, he had officially entered the virtual realm, taking in the surroundings. Tang Yun murmured, time to level up. After only a few steps, he encountered a creature. Ice Crystal Deer. Level, 11. Health, 30,000. Physical defense, 300. Magical defense, 300. An ordinary monster of level 11 possesses a staggering 30,000 health. Typical players would require considerable time to defeat it. Yet, Tang Yun approached and dispatched it with a single strike. 80,693. One strike, 80,000 health. Truly terrifying. How could such a diminutive level 11 monster withstand him? Congratulations. You have slain the level 11 Ice Crystal Deer. Experience, 002. Copper coins, 1. Spirit, 1. After breaking through, leveling up became increasingly arduous. To advance, one must vanquish 5,000 level 11 monsters. Tang Yun thought to himself. Not only that, but the accumulation of currency had also slowed significantly. Soon, another monster came into view. Without hesitation, Tang Yun struck it down with a single sword. Congratulations. You have slain the level 11 White Flame Leopard. Experience, 004. Copper coins, 2. This time, he received a critical hit in experience and currency. Onward, onward. Tang Yun pressed forward, slaying 10 more monsters. His experience rose to 032. But the increase in attributes was minimal. Stamina, 1. Speed, 0. 2 milliseconds. The monsters were weak, yielding slightly more copper coins, yet the attributes were evidently lacking. Tang Yun sought higher-level monsters. This would expedite his leveling and enhance the odds of obtaining valuable loot. Continuing onward, Tang Yun stumbled upon a frigid pond, where a large creature was drinking. Dragonhorn Beast, Elite. Level, 15. Health, 180,000. Physical defense, 800. Magical defense, 600. An elite monster? Excellent. Tang Yun felt pleased. Roar. The Dragonhorn Beast noticed Tang Yun, letting out a low growl reminiscent of a tiger's roar. Its two dragon-like horns crackled with arcs of lightning. Boom. A bolt of electricity surged towards Tang Yun. He deftly evaded it, then closed the distance, striking once, twice. The Dragonhorn Beast charged at him. Bone Shield. Tang Yun raised his bone shield to block the attack, then struck again, slaying the Dragonhorn Beast. Congratulations. You have slain the level 15 Elite Dragonhorn Beast. Experience, 16. Silver coins, 1. Dragon Scale Sword, 1. Strength, 1. Strength Growth, 1. An equipment drop? Tang Yun quickly examined the item information. Dragon Scale Sword, first tier. Fine. Physical attack, 2000. A fine weapon, augmenting his attack by 2000. Quite decent, though it clearly paled in comparison to the Extreme Shadow Sword. Nevertheless, even if it couldn't rival legendary weapons, this tier of weaponry boasted attributes akin to basic epic gear. Retaining it could yield some monetary value. Tang Yun smiled slightly. Senior, I see the dragon horn beast approaching this way. Hurry, we must not let it escape. A frantic voice called from a distance. Soon, a group appeared near the frigid pond. The dragon horn beast has been slain. It was stolen. Who is this person? They don't seem to be from Manhwa University. The crowd murmured in confusion. Who are you? You're not from Manhwa University, are you? The leader, Manhwa Hanyang, and his companions all bore the title Manhwa in their nicknames. I am not. Tang Yun replied nonchalantly. Indeed, you are not. At merely level 11. You managed to slay a level 15 dragonhorn beast? Quite impressive. And yet, what of it? You trespass on our territory to steal monsters. You must pay for your audacity. The crowd clamored. Kid, do you not know that Hanyun Mountain is the domain of Manhwa University? Hanyang questioned. I truly did not know. Tang Yun responded with a smile. You did not know? I see you have no regard for Manhwa University. Hanyang retorted coldly. Considering this is your first offense, obediently compensate us with 2 gold coins and allow us to kill you once more. Then we shall let this matter rest. Otherwise, we shall reduce you to level 1. Hanyang continued his threats. The others rallied in agreement. Ridiculous. Has Hanyun Mountain been inscribed with your Manhwa University's name? Tang Yun replied languidly. Senior, stop wasting words with him. Let us eliminate him. Eliminate him. Eliminate him. He displays no understanding of rules. Truly infuriating. The crowd shouted in anger. You insolent brat. Utterly ignorant of your own insignificance. Prepare to meet your end. Hanyang uttered a spell, conjuring a spear of ice that hurtled toward Tang Yun. Swiftly, Tang Yun sidestepped, exclaiming, Skeleton Ball. Boom. A devastating blow, inflicting 200,000 points of damage, instantaneously vanquished Hanyang, leaving him utterly defenseless. How could this be? A single skill managed to eliminate a senior? Who on earth is this person? Treadsky? I've never heard of him. Panic ensued among the onlookers. Congratulations. You have slain player Manhwa Hanyang, Crescent Spear 1, Experience 02. Another piece of equipment, splendid. A flicker of joy crossed Tang Yun's face. The remaining 9 could not be spared. Ethereal steps. With a swift movement, Tang Yun accelerated, swiftly dispatching another foe with a single strike. Next, the second one. Run. Quick. Flee. This insufferable wretch is too arrogant. I shall not let him escape. As Tang Yun approached, the crowd began to curse and frantically retreat. Death charge. Polaris flash. Spatial leap. Tang Yun employed all his skills in pursuit, and in a mere moment, he had felled all 9 adversaries. Experience points soared to 367, and 10 pieces of first-tier equipment. Exhilarating. Tang Yun could not suppress a grin. Among the 10 first-tier items, there was a necklace available for exchange. Xuanqi necklace, first-tier superior. Mana recovery, 3s. Outside of combat, it regenerates 9 mana per second. Excellent. This rapid recovery could save considerable time. Chapter 68, Encirclement. Ambush. How could this be? I was slain in an instant? Hanyang abruptly sat up, bewildered as he found himself on his bed. He was level 20. How could a mere level 11 player eliminate him? Cursed be this misfortune. He had lost a level and had no idea when he could regain it. Hanyang cursed vehemently. Senior, I've died. What should we do? Suddenly, he received a message from a junior. What? You perished too? Hanyang exclaimed in astonishment. Senior, it's not just me. Our entire team has been wiped out. What do we do now? The junior lamented. All dead. This individual is indeed formidable. Hanyang declared with malice. Senior, what is our plan? Shall we just let this slide? The junior asked timidly. Let it slide? Absolutely not. We must ensure he pays the price. This is the consequence of provoking Manhwa University. Hanyang replied coldly. But, senior, we are no match for him. That Treadsky possesses terrifying strength. The junior cautiously remarked. Terrifying strength? How fearsome can a level 11 player truly be? It was merely our complacency. Besides, we have so many people at Manhwa University. Can we not handle a mere level 11 player? What face will we have if this word gets out? Hanyang scoffed. Senior, we will follow your command. The junior affirmed. Excellent. Everyone log on. Hanyang instructed. All had awakened, their physical attributes significantly enhanced. Dying and logging back in posed little issue, but another death would require a considerable recovery period. Upon logging in, Hanyang immediately sent a message to his fellow students. Senior Kai, we were annihilated at Hanyun Mountain. Hanyang declared. Annihilated? By whom? ISN T Hanyun Mountain our territory? Senior Kai inquired with curiosity. The opponent's username is Treadsky, and he is only level 11. He has audaciously invaded our territory. Hanyang exclaimed, indignant. Level 11? A skilled player. Senior Kai noted. But what of it? Should he flaunt his arrogance, he must face the repercussions. Otherwise, how can Manhwa University maintain its standing? Senior Kai replied coldly. Fear not. I shall ensure that all students near Hanyun Mountain encircle Tread Sky. Send me his approximate location. Senior Kai Kai continued. Understood. Hongyang quickly responded. At the city revival point, those who had just been slain began logging back in. Xujie, how are you? Hongyang inquired with concern, gazing at the charming woman. I feel a bit dizzy, but it's manageable, Xujie replied softly. Senior Hongyang, what should we do now? Shall we confront Tread Sky directly? It might be challenging. Another suggested. No need to fear. I have already informed Senior Kai Kai, who is rallying all players at Hanyun Mountain to encircle Tread Sky. Hongyang announced. Senior Kai Kai, that is splendid. Xujie exclaimed in excitement. Let us head to Hanyun Mountain. We must show him our might. Hongyang declared with ambition. Wait, Senior, I need to purchase a weapon. Mine was lost in the fray. That fellow was just too fortunate. Another chimed in. Your weapon was lost too? Hongyang frowned. Indeed. I do not know if he was simply lucky or if I was merely unfortunate. Wait, what? Senior, were you also defeated? Xiong Lixiang remarked. Yes. My crescent spear was lost. Hongyang ground his teeth in frustration. That crescent spear was a rare weapon he had spent a fortune to acquire. The thought of its loss made his heart clench. Simultaneously, his resentment intensified. This was also why he was determined to exact revenge by eliminating Tang Yun. He could potentially reclaim his weapon. How unfortunate. Senior, I was also defeated. Another voice piped up. Me too. Me too. The crowd echoed. Xujie, what about you? Hongyang could not help but ask. Senior, the Xuanxing necklace you gifted me was lost. Xujie could hardly hold back her tears. What? Hongyang erupted in fury. The Xuanxing necklace was a gift he had purchased for several thousand. Generally speaking, even a first-tier inferior weapon would cost hundreds, while a normal grade would be in the thousands. Superior grade items rarely exceeded 10,000, but equipment that provided recovery was usually more expensive. Furthermore, some aesthetically pleasing gear was favored by female players, driving up their prices. The Xuanxing necklace was one such item. Senior, something is amiss. Why did we all lose our equipment? Xiong Lixiang could not help but inquire. It must be due to that fellow's talent. Hongyang fumed. In the virtual realm, numerous talents could cause players to lose their equipment. There were even talents that allowed players to steal from others. Such individuals, once discovered, were typically dealt with swiftly, either killed or coerced into submission. After all, no one wished for their hard-earned gear to be pilfered. He must be a talent user. No wonder he dares to act so brazenly. But what of talent users? Manhwa University is not without its own talents. Hongyang retorted. All right, everyone, first buy your equipment. Then we shall head to Hanyun Mountain. Hongyang continued. With that, the crowd began to procure their gear. Most equipment was reasonably priced, costing around 1,000 or so. Let us not purchase Xujie's necklace just yet. We will compel that individual to return it. Hongyang said quietly, noticing Xujie's hopeful gaze. Spending several thousand at once made him feel a twinge of regret. Very well, Xujie replied, somewhat disappointed. Hongyang averted his gaze, feigning ignorance to her disappointed expression. This is truly splendid. With some savings, I can also materialize my equipment. Tang Yun chuckled. The Duke's metal had not yet been entirely exhausted, allowing him to manifest an in-game item, which naturally included equipment. Subsequently, Tang Yun continued to hunt monsters in Hanyun Mountain. The number of monsters here is indeed quite substantial. Tang Yun swiftly vanquished another 20 creatures, acquiring attributes, Strength 1, Intelligence 2, Spirit 1, and Intelligence Growth 1. Additionally, he collected a number of copper coins and experienced a rise of 0.6 in his experience points. Senior Kai Kai, we have discovered that the talent Sky Treader possesses peculiar abilities, capable of enhancing the drop rate of equipment. Several of us have received gears drops. You all must exercise caution. Meanwhile, Hongyang continued sending messages. What? Such a thing exists. Then he must not be allowed to remain within the territory of Manhwa University. Individuals with such talents are not permitted. Senior Kai Kai remarked. Oh, someone has located him. Await good news. Senior Kai Kai chuckled. Found him. This fellow has quite the audacity, not even attempting to flee. Charge. Let us eliminate him. Daring to act so arrogantly at level 11. Do not rush. This individual possesses some skills. We shall await the arrival of the other two teams. Each shall use one skill to dispatch him. Before long, 4 teams gathered together. Launch skills. The leader commanded. In an instant, a barrage of over 10 ranged skills soared towards Tang Yun. An ambush? These individuals are evidently well acquainted with the terrain, managing to approach without his notice. However, as the skills flew towards him, Tang Yun naturally sensed them immediately. Bone shield. This seemingly thin layer of bone appeared as formidable as a city wall, absorbing all damage. Chapter 69, Annihilated Again. You should hasten to purchase a house. What? So many skills, and they cannot breach his shield? How absurd. Do not fret, the shield will soon dissipate. All 40 individuals leapt into action. Skeleton Ball. Tang Yun hurled a ranged skill, instantaneously slaying one. Bastard. This fellow's damage output is extraordinarily high. Someone exclaimed. The shield is down. Control him. Unleash a full combo to eliminate him. Another called out. Whoosh. In an instant, several control skills were directed at Tang Yun. Spatial Leap. with a single spatial leap. He evaded all incoming skills. Thud! A sword struck down another. Sky Splitter. Within moments, 5 more fell to his hand. Yet, as he plunged into the throng, he too was struck by several blades. Damn, he even flinch. I'm not flinching either. My attack power exceeds 3,000. Just how high is this fellow's defense? This is dire. What do we do? The crowd began to panic. Hearing this, Tang Yun could not help but smirk. His physical defense exceeded 7,000. These ordinary players, none above level 20, could scarcely breach his defenses to inflict damage. Skills. Utilize magical skills. His magical defense must not be high. Someone shouted. Indeed, Tang Yun's magical defense was relatively low, just shy of 3,000. Among the 40 players, nearly 10 possessed magical skills, all of which were unleashed in an instant. While not entirely without effect, they could at most inflict a few hundred points of damage. With over 3 million health points, losing a few hundred was merely a tickle. This won't he do. This fellow is far too formidable. We are no match for him. Retreat. Await the main force. Everyone be cautious. This individual is more troublesome than a boss. What the hell is he anyway? The crowd buzzed with chatter. In a flash, Tang Yun had slain 10 out of the 40. The remaining players only thought of fleeing, for breaching his defenses was a daunting task. Fire Snake Dance. Another ranged skill was cast, swiftly claiming 3 lives. Death Charge. Thud. He plunged into the crowd once more, reaping another wave of destruction. Damn it. Let us scatter and escape. Thud. Just as one shouted, Tang Yun struck him down with a single sword. Ethereal Step. Those who hadn't fled far were quickly pursued and dispatched by Tang Yun. Celestial Star Flash. Skeleton Ball. Spatial Leap. For those who managed to escape, he either bombarded them with skills or pursued them relentlessly. Upon catching up, it was a swift death with a single strike. Delightful. Tang Yun could not help but chuckle. All 40 players dropped their equipment. Each item worth 1,000. That totals 40,000. Experience also surged by 53. This is even faster than hunting monsters. Tang Yun rejoiced. Hunting monsters requires searching. Killing players comes as they deliver themselves to you, and guaranteed equipment drops. What sheer exhilaration. The only regret is that most of the gear dropped by these players was common, with very few exceptional items. What? A team of 40 has been wiped out? Senior Kai Kai was left stunned upon receiving the news. Indeed, Senior Kai Kai, the opponent is too powerful. We struggled to breach his defenses. Conservatively estimating his physical defense exceeds 5,000. His magical defense is nearly 3,000. Moreover, his damage output is excessively high. We cannot withstand even a single blow. The players slain by Tang Yun lamented. If 40 cannot suffice, then we shall gather 400. Is Manhwa University so easily bullied? Rally everyone nearby. Those above level 20. Come forth. Senior Kai Kai declared angrily. Manhwa University must not be dishonored. He must pay for this. How much can one endure? This is utterly outrageous. The members of Manhwa University were seething with rage. Some still leveling up were hastily making their way to Hanyun Mountain. It seems that killing players yields slightly higher experience. After slaying a few hundred or thousand, one could level up. Tang Yun mused with delight. Oh, another one approaches? Not far along. Tang Yun spotted a familiar player. Seemingly one he had just dispatched. What a stroke of bad luck to have respawned nearby. The Longhua big brother grumbled. Turning to see Tang Yun, he felt a jolt of fear. You haven't left yet. Why should I leave? You, on the other hand, are truly unafraid of death. Coming here to seek it instead of reviving in town. Tang Yun chuckled. Damn, I'd rather not revive in town. I can't afford a house there. The Longhua big brother cursed. In the game, only those who own property within the city can utilize the revival points therein. Of course, one can also rent a place. The benefits of owning a house extend beyond simple revival. Additionally, a house can enhance recovery rates. The higher the level, the more one needs a house. After all, sometimes after a battle, health and mana are depleted, and self-recovery takes considerable time. However, many low-level players do not wish to squander money on this. They prefer to respawn in the wild after dying. Reviving in the wild is inherently unsafe, as one might reappear right in front of a monster. Unfortunately, this Longhua big brother had the worst luck. Then you should hasten to purchase a house, Tang Yun replied, before delivering a sword strike that sent him on his way. Another piece of equipment dropped. Dying twice, the Longhua big brother had lost 2 pieces of gear. He was beginning to feel the strain. Senior Kai Kai. That guy is a monster. He killed me again. I've dropped 2 levels. The Longhua big brother lamented. Infuriating. This Sky Treader is far too excessive. Senior Kai Kai gritted his teeth. You go rest. We will handle the rest. He must pay a price. After saying this, Senior Kai Kai turned to Guochun. How many do we have now? 200. Upon hearing the tale of calamity at Hanyun Mountain, everyone responded. And they are all rushing over. The rugged-looking Guochun reported. Good. 200 individuals above level 20. We cannot fail to eliminate him. Continue to pursue him. He must not escape from Hanyun Mountain, exclaimed Senior Kai Kai. Indeed, the students of Longhua University surged towards Hanyun Mountain, invigorated as if fueled by a potent elixir. Manhwa University, a third-tier institution, boasted a total student population of approximately 50,000, with at least 20,000 being above level 20. It was inconceivable for all these players to congregate solely in the modest confines of Hanyun Mountain, which was suitable only for players of levels up to 1120. Players exceeding level 20 were arriving from various other locales. Has something happened at Hanyun Mountain? I see many high-level players from Manhwa University heading that way, someone remarked. I heard they were annihilated. They are preparing for revenge, another responded. Who did this? Good riddance. Damn it. These universities have hogged all the resources, leaving us with nowhere to grind. Someone else lamented. Exactly. They are taking advantage of us because we didn't attend university. It's utterly unfair. We have to pay them just to farm monsters. It's outrageous. Finally, a hero has arisen to oppose them. Sigh, it's a pity. It's like an ant trying to stop a chariot. How can one person contend with an entire university? Someone expressed regret. These were players who had not qualified for university, but still roamed the game. Without a major faction to rely on, their lives were exceedingly arduous. Earning money from this game was no simple feat. Chapter 70, Team Assembly. The terrifying Tang Yun. Alas, they are merely ordinary monsters. During this time, Tang Yun had slain over 30 monsters, gaining 46 experience points. Additionally, his strength increased by 3, intelligence by 2, constitution by 1, spirit by 2, and speed by 0. 2 milliseconds. His strength and intelligence growth were both at 1. He had encountered an elite monster, which he considered to be sheer luck. Tang Yun sighed softly. The loot from ordinary monsters was not particularly rewarding, and the equipment was of poor quality, lacking value. Once an elite monster or a boss appeared, they would likely be swiftly eliminated by the players from Manhwa University, leaving no opportunity for him. Tang Yun mused. Tang Yuan had once stated that when he officially stepped into the virtual realm, he would experience the harsh realities of this world. It certainly appeared to be the case. All the farming spots had been claimed by others, and to level up, one had no choice but to fight for it. After slaying so many of them, it was likely they would not spare him. Thus, perhaps targeting players for leveling up would suffice. Tang Yun steeled his resolve. Before long, a team of over 200 entered Hanyun Mountain. These individuals possessed items that allowed them to pinpoint his exact location. Step forward. Senior Kai commanded. What is your counsel? Tang Yun replied with an unyielding demeanor. Hand over your possessions, and in addition, allow us to kill you 51 times. And we shall let this matter rest. Otherwise, the entire virtual realm will not accommodate you. Senior Kai's voice was frigid. Huh, you wish to kill me? Then let it be determined by skill. Tang Yun was disinclined to engage in further dialogue. Very well. How arrogant. Truly a young bull unafraid of tigers. Daring to offend a university, no one can save you now. Attack. Senior Kai ordered. In an instant, nearly 100 skills were unleashed simultaneously. Mystic Ice Barrier. This was a shield worth nearly 200,000. He could not hope to withstand every attack. Despite the bombardment, he emerged unscathed. Remarkably, there are other shield skills as well. This Tang Tian seems to have an abundance of skills. Hong Yang exclaimed. Senior, can Senior Kai and the others handle this? Xujie inquired, somewhat bewildered. Of course they can. All of them are above level 20. No matter how formidable Tang Tian is, he is only level 11. Look, his shield has disappeared. He will soon meet his end. Hong Yang chuckled. Spatial leap. Tang Yun charged into the crowd. Sword Chi ascends to the heavens. Fire Serpent Dance. Heaven-splitting trident. The sword Chi ascends to the heavens instantly felled over 10 opponents. The Fire Serpent Dance claimed 3, and the heaven-splitting trident took another 3. Yet, as he plunged into the throng, he accrued a significant number of swords. In a heartbeat, more than 20 of the opposing players had perished. Illusory steps. Tang Yun moved with incredible swiftness, nearing a maximum speed of 200 milliseconds. He navigated through the crowd. If one strike failed to fell an adversary, he would deliver 2. Soon, another 10 foes fell. This fellow's strength is truly terrifying. I will contain him. Senior Kai bellowed, launching a small ice crane towards Tang Yun. The ice crane flapped its wings, hurtling towards him. Death charge. Just as it was about to make contact, Tang Yun dashed away to another location, evading the attack. However, he still absorbed several other skills, immediately losing thousands of health points. As long as I can evade the control skills, I will be fine. Tang Yun thought to himself. The skills of these individuals were essentially mere scratches to him. Having finally breached their defenses, he still had the dreadnought armor to mitigate damage. Moreover, with 3 million health points, standing still to absorb their attacks required a measure of time. Suddenly, a cacophony enveloped him, causing Tang Yun to shudder. Talent, Demon Howl? Tang Yun was slightly startled. It succeeded. Quick, unleash your attacks. The crowd shouted. Excellent. Senior Lei Huiying's talent, Demon Howl, combined with the stealth skill, is a superb technique that achieves perfect control. Hong Yang applauded. The louder the Demon Howl, the stronger the control and the wider the range. Its drawback was its lack of damage. In one-on-one situations, it was of limited use. After all, one could not move while using the Demon Howl. However, in team battles, its utility was considerable. Tang Yun fell victim to this. Once ensnared, Hundreds of skills bombarded him. Spatial leap. Tang Yun, regaining his composure, swiftly altered his position. How is his spatial skill so rapid? This fellow is as slippery as an eel. Despite the multitude of skills that struck him, did he even lose any health? The crowd remarked in exasperation. Although Tang Yun evaded the majority of the attacks, he still bore the brunt of several skills, losing over 1,000 health points. Magical confinement. Tang Yun ensnared Lei Huiying. His skill directly locked down the opponent's space, eliminating any trajectory for flight. He could only keep shifting positions to avoid being controlled. Yet, casting Demon Howl required one to remain stationary, rendering Lei Huiying completely vulnerable to Tang Yun's assault. The magical confinement caused her to lose over 100,000 health points. Skeleton Ball. Protect Senior. Several individuals rushed forward to intercept the skeleton ball. Well done. The crowd's confidence surged. Extreme Star Flash. Tang Yun, having failed one attack, pressed on with another. What kind of skill is this, that it slipped behind me? Quickly, stop him. Throw skills to protect the senior. The crowd clamored. Everyone was aware of Tang Yun's target. Skills flew in his direction. Lei Huiying was suddenly shielded by numerous barriers. Moreover, many control skills anticipated Tang Yun's movements. Naturally, Tang Yun would not foolishly charge forward to absorb their skills. Instead, he turned and plunged into the crowd, slaying another 7 or 8 enemies. Sword Chi ascends to the heavens. Spatial leap. Skeleton Ball. Tang Yun moved through the enemy ranks with the ferocity of a tiger among sheep, reveling in the carnage. However, this also resulted in a significant drop in his health, plummeting by over 20,000 points, nearly 1% of his total health. At this moment, Tang Yun had already claimed the lives of 40 to 50 opponents. Damn it, how is he still alive? How many skills has he absorbed? His defense is formidable. His health is incredibly high. It's fine. He must be nearing his limit. Everyone, put in more effort. The crowd encouraged one another. Senior, can we win? I sense something amiss, whispered Xujie. Fear not. Everything is fine. I shall certainly retrieve your necklace, replied Hong Yang, his teeth gritting with frustration as he beheld Tang Yun adorned with the coveted Xuanqin necklace. It was a gift he had purchased, now draped around the neck of another man. Such an affront was intolerable. Spatial leap. Skeleton Ball. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yun swiftly whisked away Lei Huiying. With this action, he had eliminated any threats to his safety. The senior has been slain. How does this fellow possess such an arsenal of skills? The speed of his spatial abilities is insurmountable. There is no way to counter him. And how can he have so much mana left? He hasn't even exhausted a fraction of it. The crowd grumbled in dismay. Tang Yun utilized his skills as they became available, particularly the spatial leap, which allowed him to constantly shift positions, causing many to waste their abilities in vain. You scoundrel! Senior Kaikai shouted in frustration. With one of their main forces down, he urged, everyone, do not panic. His mana must be dwindling. Unleash a barrage upon him. Upon hearing this, the group intensified their assault. Dwindling? Tang Yun chuckled inwardly. With 90,000 mana, having only expended less than 10,000, how could it possibly be insufficient? As time progressed, Tang Yun claimed the lives of 50 more. The death toll had now surpassed 100. Yet, the number of players surrounding him continued to swell. Chapter 71, The Humanoid Boss. Victory is near? Of course. Most of these were players below level 20. After all, the vicinity of Hanyan Mountain was a training ground for levels 11 to 20. It was the swiftest way for players of that caliber to arrive. Senior Kaikai, this guy can still fight. We've already lost half our numbers. A student quivered in fear. Enough. We must retreat and await reinforcements. Senior Kaikai commanded, gritting his teeth. With 200 fallen, continuing would only lead to further casualties. As for those below level 20, the majority could hardly breach Tang Yun's defenses, rendering them even less useful. Senior Kaikai, I can't shake the feeling that this individual is more formidable than a boss, another remarked. Hearing this, Senior Kaikai scoffed. Even if he were a boss, we must vanquish him. Let us wait for reinforcements. With that, the group began their retreat. Trying to escape, Tang Yun would not let them slip away so easily. Each of them represented valuable experience, and all were overleveled kills, significantly boosting his own experience. His experience surged to 424. Onward, onward, fleeting steps. Tang Yun charged into the fray, claiming several more lives. The damage he sustained was negligible. You scoundrel, you think we're afraid of you? Senior Kaikai fumed. Stop the retreat. Attack. Inform the fallen to respawn at the nearest location. Do not return to the city. I will ensure he pays dearly. Yes. Attack. This is outrageous. I will ensure he loses 1,000 health points. Another shouted, rallying the others. Together, we can surely slay him. They roared in unison, with their resolve unyielding. Tang Yun felt exhilarated. However, this also meant his health diminished rapidly. Unbeknownst to him, 30,000 health points had vanished. His mana had also dwindled by over 10,000. At this moment, the 200-strong team had been decimated by his hand. 200 players above level 20, all felled by him alone. Hong Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. These were upperclassmen, and their opponent was merely level 11. What do we do? He is coming for us. Xujie exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. Not just her. The others were equally distressed. In that moment, Tang Yun resembled a deity of death. Skeleton ball, fire serpent dance. Various skills soared through the air. Brothers, we must fight. Depleting his health is our victory. One cried out in a final act of defiance. To battle. The others echoed fervently. However, to breach his defenses. Their physical attacks needed to exceed 7,000, while many could only muster 2 or 3,000. Far from sufficient. Tang Yun plunged into the throng, absorbing damage as he wreaked havoc. Congratulations, you have slain a player, experience 018. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 12, strength 47, intelligence 37, constitution 110, spirit 45. Speed 36 milliseconds. Level up. How splendid. Tang Yun exclaimed with glee. With this advancement, his power surged once more. If someone were to gaze down from above, they would witness an astonishing scene. A mere level 12 player relentlessly pursuing a horde of players in their teens and 20s. It was madness. What is the situation now? Senior Kaikai inquired. Senior Kaikai, we roughly calculated that scoundrel has lost at least 800,000 health points. 800,000? And he still lives? Senior Kaikai was unable to contain his incredulity. It should be close. He is still pursuing our remaining players, came a disgruntled reply. And our casualties? Senior Kaikai pressed further. Those above level 20 have mostly perished once. Many of the lower levels have also fallen. In total, we lost at least 300 lives. 300 lives. Senior Kaikai seethed through clenched teeth. This signified a loss of at least 300 levels. Such humiliation. An absolute disgrace. Senior Kaikai, our losses are staggering. 300 levels are worth millions to a training team. Moreover, every death results in lost equipment. They now possess hundreds of our items. Manhwa, the statistician, spoke with a quaver of despair in his voice. The losses are unbearable. Infuriating. Let everyone see this group message. I have something to say? Senior Kaikai declared in frustration. Understood, Manhwa nodded. Shortly thereafter, Senior Kaikai sent a message to the group. As you all are aware, the events at Hanyun Mountain have unfolded. The outsider, Taetian, has recklessly intruded into our territory, stealing monsters from Hongyang and others, and has killed them. As the guardian of this region, I bear the responsibility to seek justice for everyone. Regrettably, my strength faltered, and my command led to our grievous losses. Within the group, Senior Tsaitsai's heartfelt words resonated deeply. Many who had previously criticized him fell silent, their animosity redirected towards Tang Yun. This is not Senior Tsaitsai's fault. It's that Taetian who is utterly despicable. We must unite against him. Lei Huiying, a formidable presence among them, spoke up, though she had been targeted by Tang Yun. Exactly. United we stand. Senior Kaikai's leadership is sound. We must avenge the indignities thrust upon our Manhwa University. We must seek retribution. Let us strike back. They proclaimed with fervor. I know that if we continue on this path, we will suffer even greater losses, but I fear not. I shall contest him to the bitter end. I must prove that our Manhwa University is not so easily trifled with. Senior Kaikai continued passionately. Indeed, we are not so easily cowed. We cannot let them look down upon us. Let us fight. Fight. The group echoed, their spirits ignited. Today, I shall make this declaration. Even if he slays me 1,000 times, I will oppose him to the very end. Senior Kaikai roared. To the end. To the end. We shall not relent. Those who offend Manhwa shall face our wrath, no matter the distance. Forward. We must advance. The group surged with fervent zeal. I am aware that everyone has suffered significant losses, yet he is not unscathed either. After our recent skirmish, we have managed to whittle down over 1 million of his health points. Let us all muster our strength and bring him to his knees. Senior Kaikai inspired the group, calculating the damage to be over 1 million health points. Over 1 million. This fellow boasts an impressive health pool, rivaling that of a boss. I have serious doubts that he is merely a humanoid player. Regardless, we have indeed showcased our prowess, inflicting nearly 2 million points of damage upon him. Manhwa, you are magnificent. Even if he possesses 3 million health points, we shall bring him down. The crowd was electrified, their efforts yielding fruit. Now, I call upon everyone nearby to converge upon Cold Cloud Mountain. Our singular aim is to eliminate Taetian and reclaim our losses. Senior Kaikai continued. Of course, those who do not wish to join may abstain. I do not wish to impose. Go. We must go. Taetian must die. Taetian must die. 1 kill will not suffice. I shall ensure he regresses to level 1. No, rather, we shall kill him each time we see him, leaving him unable to find footing in this game. After Senior Kaikai's impassioned speech, the crowd surged with enthusiasm. Cold Cloud Mountain was soon teeming with over 500 players. Chapter 72, Ascending Once More. Talent Mutation. Experience 132. How swift the progress. Observing his rapidly increasing experience points, Tang Yun could not help but exclaim. Alas, he lamented the absence of wide area attack skills. Encountering such a large group, his skills could take down at most a dozen foes, provided they clustered together. The efficiency was dismally low. Here they come, just as I hoped. As he saw the Manhwa players charging towards him, Tang Yun dove into the fray. The level 10 Karamis were no match for him. However, he had just leveled up. while many others had lost a level. Now, slaying players yielded considerably less experience than before. Yet, even so, it was still faster than hunting monsters. What is this? He leveled up? Senior Kai Kai gazed at Tang Yun from afar, momentarily stunned. Never mind, I shall sneak up on him. You all follow up with your skills. Lei Huiying declared. The group nodded in agreement. Lei Huiying activated her stealth skill and stealthily approached Tang Yun. Suddenly, a deafening magical howl erupted. Upon hearing the sound, Tang Yun sensed impending danger, but it was too late. He was knocked back and then stunned. Simultaneously, a barrage of control skills was unleashed upon him. This time, the enemy's coordination was markedly improved. In mere moments, 1,000,000 health points vanished. There were simply too many players, even with his formidable defense. He could not withstand the onslaught from so many high-level players. What? After that onslaught, he is still alive. How much health does he possess? Curse him. As they watched Tang Yun raise his shield, the crowd could not help but curse in frustration. With so many skills thrown at him, they still could not eliminate him. Space Leap. Tang Yun instantly closed the distance to Lei Huiying. She was a level 30 player. Well, now a level 29, possessing considerable strength. However, Tang Yun taught her a lesson with a spell of magical confinement. Moreover, she had positioned herself too close in an attempt to control him completely. As Tang Yun closed in on her, a flurry of strikes swiftly dispatched her. Her teammates rushed to assist, but Tang Yun absorbed the damage while eliminating her, only losing several tens of thousands of health points in the process. And thus began the slaughter. Tang Yun rubbed his hands in anticipation. Without Lei Huiying, the other control skills would struggle to land hits on him. After all, his agility and skills like Death Charge and Polar Star Flash granted him unmatched speed and burst damage. Coupled with Space Leap, he was practically invincible. Skeleton Ball, Mystic Ice Barrier, Fire Serpent Dance. Tang Yun unleashed his skills, wreaking havoc upon the battlefield. Yet it seemed the enemy reinforcements were endless. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 13. Strength 47, Intelligence 37, Constitution 110, Spirit 45, Speed 36 milliseconds. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Yun had once again ascended in level. What? He leveled up? Wait, he hasn't even killed any monsters. Bastard. He can gain experience from slaying players. No wonder he has his sights set on us. The crowd seethed with anger. He gains experience from killing players. Senior Kai Kai gritted his teeth. Kai Kai, what is the situation on your end? I have heard numerous players discussing your troubles. Do you require assistance? At that moment, another senior from Manhwa University sent a message. Yes. Aoki, hurry and send your people to assist. We need experts. This fellow is exploiting us for levels. It is utterly outrageous. Senior Kai Kai urged. Players below level 20 struggle to inflict damage on Tang Yun. Only those above level 20 pose a genuine threat to him. Unfortunately, there were only a little over 200 players above level 20 on their side, and many had lost a level, diminishing their strength. I am on my way. Aoki replied. Everyone, rally your strength. Aoki is coming to support us. Senior Kai Kai shouted. The crowd, fueled with fervor, disregarded their health and charged into battle against Tang Yun. Their health had plummeted by 3 million, and their mana was running low. It was time to retreat. After leveling up twice, the space was cluttered with equipment. Had it not been for a few pieces of spatial gear dropping, he might have struggled to carry it all with just the undead bone ring. He is faltering. He intends to flee. Someone with keen eyes discerned Tang Yun's intentions. Pursue him. Charge. The crowd roared. Quickly. Senior Kai Kai was equally exhilarated. After sacrificing nearly 1,000 lives, they finally glimpsed the dawn of victory and would not allow Tang Yun to escape. Dare you chase after me? Tang Yun was unyielding, swiftly dispatching the few who had pursued him. Everyone, do not rush. Focus on harassing him. Do not let him disengage. Senior Kai Kai urged. In the virtual realm, one must disengage from combat in order to log out. Moreover, once logged out, the character would likewise vanish, preventing them from eliminating Tang Yun. Naturally, he would not grant them the opportunity to guard his corpse. Tang Yun fought while retreating. Were it not for his ample mana, he would have been slain long ago. Additionally, his mana regeneration was swift. Even in combat, he managed to restore a good portion of his mana. Aoki, block him. Senior Kai Kai bellowed. More reinforcements were arriving. They had to reach the city swiftly, or they would truly be worn down. Tang Yun mused. Though he was powerful, facing hundreds was still somewhat challenging. Without his potent skills, even with millions of health points, he would have long since fallen. Ethereal steps. Tang Yun moved with incredible speed, leaving many players in his wake. Trying to escape? Have you consulted me first? Longhwa's Aoki roared, transforming into a massive azure eagle. Talent mutation? Tang Yun was momentarily startled. There are numerous types of mutation talents, and generally, they are at least rated D. Some can even mutate into boss forms, boasting extraordinary power, reaching up to S level. This Longhwa Aoki certainly could not possess an S level talent. Yet even so, transforming into a flying creature would prove quite troublesome. Stop him. The azure giant eagle spoke with a human voice, its massive claws reaching toward Tang Yun. With a swift stroke of his sword, Tang Yun deflected the attack. Yet the creature pursued relentlessly, severely hampering his speed. Seeking death, Tang Yun's gaze shifted ominously. As the azure giant eagle lunged once more, he took decisive action. Magical confinement. Dance of the fire serpent. 3 techniques of the rending sky. Be careful, Senior Kai warned loudly. Unfortunately, the dragon Hua's Qingmu was woefully unaware of Tang Yun's formidable prowess and, caught off guard, fell victim to his relentless assault. Qingmu had been slain. How can this be? A level 13 effortlessly vanquished a level 30? Who is this person? The onlookers brought by Qingmu were left dumbfounded. To them, Qingmu was already a formidable figure, yet before Tang Yun, he was reduced to mere insignificance. This is bad. No one is restraining him. Senior Kai frowned. Bone shield. Spatial leap. Killing Qingmu had consumed precious time, and a flurry of skills was unleashed upon him. Tang Yun deftly utilized spatial leap to escape, simultaneously conjuring a bone shield to deflect several anticipated attacks. It must be said that these individuals exhibited remarkable strategy. If he continued to engage them head-on, he would undoubtedly be worn down. Chapter 73, Entering the City. The player's public enemy? If he truly attempted to flee, pursuing him would prove difficult for these individuals. Given that his speed could surge beyond 200 meters per second, aided by his displacement skills, the Dragon Hua crowd found themselves increasingly distanced from him. A few managed to keep up, but to no avail. Damn it, Kai cursed, as Tang Yun dashed forward. The hundreds of students from Dragon Hua University pursued him fervently, creating a striking spectacle. What on earth is happening? Who is that being hunted by Dragon Hua University? A mere level 13, daring to provoke them? The students of Dragon Hua appeared visibly enraged. What could have transpired? Some passers-by paused to observe, subsequently inquiring about the situation. Block him, you lot. Senior Kai shouted. The onlookers, taken aback, hesitated. What? You want us to block him? This guy is full of himself. A passerby wielding a hammer could not contain his disdain. Let's move on. This fellow is no ordinary character, and we need not wade into murky waters. Why should we heed him? The crowd murmured in discontent. Soon enough, Tang Yun zipped past like a gust of wind, unimpeded. You imbeciles. I ordered you to stop him. Can't you hear? Senior Kai rebuked as he caught up. He was too swift. They had not reacted in time. While some wished to voice their grievances, an older gentleman interjected, Useless fools. All of you are worthless. Kai scolded. The crowd dared not voice their anger, for Dragon Hua University wielded considerable power. They were merely small fry, unprotected. Offending Dragon Hua was tantamount to forfeiting their standing. In the chase, Tang Yun finally beheld the city. Within its walls lay NPC guards, forbidding any private conflicts. Unless one could withstand an entire city, adherence to the rules was mandatory. Kai, he has entered the city. What now? Wuxian inquired, furrowing his brow. Keep an eye on him. Our reinforcements are on their way. Should he dare to exit the city, he shall meet his demise. Kai declared confidently. Shortly thereafter, Dragon Hua's Qingmu approached, his expression grim. The higher the level, the more arduous the training. Losing a level now would require significant time to recuperate. Qingmu, you were too careless, Kai reproached. Damn it, I never anticipated this fellow's abnormality. You should have warned me sooner, Qingmu retorted, somewhat disgruntled. He had come to offer support, but ended up ensnared in this debacle. What more could I have said? He has slain so many of us. Surely you have some awareness of his strength? Kai countered. What do you mean? I came to assist you, yet you blame me instead of yourself for being ineffective? Qingmu's temper flared. Assist me? Are you genuinely here to aid us or merely to witness our downfall? Let us hope you don't end up as the laughingstock instead. Kai replied coldly. Having perished once, Qingmu's fury was palpable. But he bore the weight of many fatalities occurring under his command. Without accountability, he would forever wallow in disgrace. Enough of this bickering. What matters now is to mitigate our losses. Lei Huiying interjected, attempting to mediate. Tang Yun currently possessed hundreds of their pieces of equipment. Moreover, 2 of her valuable items had been lost, resulting in a significant setback. How can we recover this? My rare weapon was taken, Qingmu exclaimed, seething. A rare weapon lost. Lei Huiying gasped in shock. A first-tier rare weapon starts at 100,000. No wonder Qingmu was furious. Of course, they were all suffering. Who could they blame for their ineffectiveness leading to their loss? Do you think I wasn't affected? My weapon was also taken. I possess a rare weapon too. Kai snapped. Alas, the losses are severe, Lei Huiying sighed. It was not only the 3 of them suffering losses. Nearly all participants had been slain at least once, losing their equipment in the process. Average students fared better, losing only inferior or common gear, which was inconsequential. However, those who had invested in superior equipment felt the sting profoundly upon its loss. Before long, several reinforcements arrived, all regional leaders accompanied by their teams. Upon learning that Tang Yun had entered the city, they vented their frustrations. What now? Do we discard him? How much time will that waste? A player named Yuan Feng queried. Our prestige at Dragon Hua University is insufficient to compel the NPCs to expel him. We can only wait, Lei Huiying replied. In my opinion, we should negotiate with him, requesting the return of our equipment. We can even offer him another chance, setting aside past grievances. Suggested a player named San Bachong. Out of the question. Kai Kai and Ching Mu responded in unison. I refuse to accept this. I must kill that brat. Kai Kai added vehemently. I, too, desire to slay that scoundrel. Ching Mu concurred. Why the urgency? It's merely a ruse to deceive him. San Bachong rolled his eyes. He likely won't fall for it. Lei Huiying remarked pensively. How could he not? We offer him a chance for reconciliation, promising not to pursue him. Surely he would be tempted. Does he truly wish to antagonize Dragon Hua University to the bitter end? San Bachong argued. What does a mere level 13 player think he can do? If he were truly unafraid, he would not confine himself within the city's walls. A wise individual knows how to make astute choices. The three guns continued, prompting a moment of silence among the crowd. The words of three guns rang true. No one would dare challenge a university student, even if they hail from a third-rate institution. They possess an advantage that no solitary individual can rival. What do you believe his talent truly is? Lei Huiying suddenly inquired. What we know now is that when he eliminates players, he almost invariably obtains equipment. Moreover, the equipment does not fall to the ground, but is directly collected by him. Qingmu lamented. Normally, during a team battle, if one's equipment is lost, it can be retrieved by teammates, rendering further purchases unnecessary. Yet, in this instance, the equipment disappears entirely. How can one collect it? He gains experience from slaying players, allowing him to level up. Initially, he was only at level 11. Kai Kai inhaled deeply. What? Eliminating players can also lead to leveling up? I have never heard of such a phenomenon before. Yuan Feng expressed his astonishment. It seems, then, that it is a novel talent, specifically targeting the player community. Lei Huiying mused. A talent that is aimed squarely at players. Doesn't that make him the enemy of all players? If this information were to spread, that young man would be doomed. The three guns declared immediately.